Chapter 1. The Countdown to Death. We are all going to die. The shout pierced the air, sharp and haunting, imbued with an unspeakable dread. Zhou Xiuyan jolted awake. She found herself standing in a corner of a private dining room. Turning her gaze towards the source of the voice, she beheld a group of over 20 unfamiliar young people huddled in the open space of the room. One of them trembled, pointing towards the door outside. "It's coming again." Panic ensued as people turned, screams erupting like a school of fish in a frantic retreat from the door, pushing further into the room. With a clear path before her, Zhou Xiuyan quickly glanced toward the entrance. A being stood in the open doorway. To be precise, it resembled a human, yet it was indeterminate in gender, devoid of facial features, clothing, or any semblance of a corporeal form. It appeared akin to a lifeless mannequin from a store, its entire body a shade of gray at first glance. It resembled a model in a video game, lacking the textures that provide depth. It stood motionless at the threshold, its head slowly twisting to the right, emitting a series of unsettling clicks, reminiscent of a clock in motion. Suddenly, a countdown timer illuminated on its chest, glowing red. 0:15. 0:14. It's coming again. I don't want to die. Don't choose me. Don't choose me. The crowd screamed, shoving one another in a desperate bid to get closer to the interior, using those beside them as shields. Zhou Xiuyan, with little time to ponder, swiftly moved in the opposite direction. In such dire circumstances, all the pressure would converge towards the center, making it increasingly perilous to remain inside. 0:10. Abruptly, someone dashed towards the large round table in the center of the room, flipping the tablecloth and diving beneath. Inspired, the others rushed over, vying for the same refuge. Those already inside were pulled out by those behind, while those outside pushed in. "Get away! Ah! Don't pull me!" Dishes toppled from the table in the chaos, plates shattered, and some were cut by the shards. The mingling of spilled food and blood rendered the small space a scene of utter disarray. 0:05. At this point, vying for the table seemed unwise, so Zhou Xiuyan concealed herself behind a chair. From the reactions of those around her, it became evident that everyone was striving to avoid the gaze of the enigmatic entity at the door. Seeing this, others followed suit, retreating behind the chairs instead of crowding the table. Midnight. As Zhou Xiuyan silently counted down the seconds, she reached the final number, just as two simultaneous cracks echoed, one from outside, one from within. After a moment's contemplation, she peered out. The faceless gray figure outside had its head drooping at an unnatural angle, as if completely severed. Simultaneously, the crowd inside ceased their pushing, glancing around in alarm amidst the shouts. Everyone's attention converged on a boy crouched behind a chair. He remained in his position, but his face was turned backward, nearly 180 degrees, his head drooping in a manner identical to the faceless gray figure outside. The distinction lay in the grotesque expression frozen on his face. He wore an exaggerated grin, stretching his mouth to an extreme, yet his furrowed brow and wide-open eyes conveyed an unbearable agony. Zhou Xiuyan's breath hitched, a chill creeping down her spine as her heart raced, threatening to leap from her chest. The once vibrant life had extinguished in an eerily grotesque manner. In the next moment, the body began to fade like a shadow, gradually vanishing, and the faceless gray figure outside also disappeared without a trace. A moment of silence enveloped the crowd, quickly followed by stifled sobs and angry outbursts. "Why, I don't want to die. I want to go home. I shouldn't have come out today. Why is this happening to me?" A male voice rang out. "It's all her fault. She chose this place, or else we wouldn't be here." Zhou Xiuyan felt the gaze of the crowd shift towards her one by one. "Me?" Furrowing her brow, she realized she did not know any of these people. She was utterly unaware of where she was. As she pondered the situation, a sudden realization struck her. This body did not belong to her. Countless memories not her own churned in her mind as she swiftly tried to piece together the fragments. The man who had just accused her continued to shout, "If it weren't for you choosing this restaurant, would we be gathering here? They died because of you. It's all your fault." As his words fell, several men who stood near him began to close in, rolling up their sleeves and clenching their fists. Zhou Xiuyan felt alarm bells ringing in her mind. She could be beaten to death. She needed to cut this thread off immediately. "Stop!" she shouted decisively. Zhou Shuyan quickly picked up a shard of broken plate from the ground and pointed it forward. Who dares? The group halted in their tracks. You want to throw a punch, do you? She brandished the larger, particularly sharp shard, which still bore traces of blood. She slowly scanned the eyes of the men, moving the sharp edge of the porcelain towards them. Let's see if that eerie creature kills you first, or if I slice your throats open with this shard. They quickly stepped back a few paces. Even if the shard didn't reach their necks, it would surely leave a gaping wound. Influenced by those in front, those behind had no choice but to retreat as well. Zhou Xiuyan remained vigilant of their movements, her tone dark. If I get hurt, one of you will pay with your life. You won't have it easy either. With that, she stepped forward once more. They scrambled to turn and flee, each of them unwilling to be at the forefront. Who would willingly seek injury or death? This person was too deranged. It seemed she would latch onto one and make them suffer. In the midst of the pushing and shoving, a space opened up before Zhou Xiuyan. The collective pressure of the men shattered, splintering their formation. Listen to me, Zhou Xiuyan spoke coldly. Everyone turned to look at her in surprise. There's a traffic lockdown in this area. Our movement is restricted to a maximum of 5 kilometers outside the university. Within this range, there are 9 restaurants, but only 2 can accommodate our entire group. One is a high-end establishment with a minimum cost of 1,000 yuan per person, while this restaurant averages around 200 yuan. In other words, given our class financial background, even if we had chosen someone else, the probability of ending up in this restaurant would still be 100%. Her words flowed rapidly, leaving no room for interruption as she hammered the facts home with numerical precision. Then, she turned her gaze to the man who had first accused her, speaking slowly and deliberately. Secondly, let's clarify for whom this celebration is being held. The crowd's eyes shifted in unison, murmurs erupting. Isn't it for Shinji? He was the one who said anyone who didn't come was disrespecting him. Though it was Zhou Xiuyan who booked the restaurant, it was likely Shinji who asked her to do it. Exactly. It has nothing to do with her. Why blame her when something goes wrong? Shinji's expression darkened. Zhou Xiuyan locked eyes with Shinji, still hidden among the crowd, preparing to strike one final blow to undermine his position further. Afraid of taking responsibility, so you try to distance yourself completely? You think that by pushing this onto me, I'll accept it? She chuckled coldly. Watch your little sycophants. They'd better not cross the line. The ones who had just echoed his sentiments were the ones approaching to attack. At her words, the expressions of several boys beside Shinji shifted, their bravado deflating. They realized they were in the wrong. Zhou Xiuyan surveyed the room. The situation was now firmly in her control. With these steps, she had strongly asserted herself, re-establishing her authority and influence. Then, she directed the focus towards the real issue, shifting the blame. Anyone who dared to stir trouble would think twice now. From here on, what followed would be far easier. In this critical moment, I have no time to settle scores with you, but don't provoke me. What we need to do now, as Zhou Xiuyan declared, her voice steady, is to figure out how to deal with the monster. We must find a way to escape this place. She scanned the crowd. If anyone dares to waste our time, they're deliberately putting everyone's lives at risk. Is there any dissent? The room fell into a profound silence. No one dared to speak. Chapter 2. I am times Zhou Xiuyan tucked the porcelain shard into the pocket of her windbreaker, lost in thought. In her previous life, she was merely an ordinary individual from a 21st century culinary nation, who met with an accident on her way to work and awoke to discover she had arrived in this world, possessing the body of another person who shared her name. Through the memories of this body, she learned that this realm was plagued by a terrifying domain teeming with bizarre monsters. The emergence of this domain was erratic, devoid of any constraints in terms of location or time. Those who had merely ventured out to dine were unfortunate enough to be enveloped by a suddenly manifested domain. The original host had witnessed the horrific corpse of the previous victim and had instantly lost consciousness, presumably from sheer fright. Now, she could only rely on the memories of this body to study and analyze these monsters. Zhou Xiuyan projected the images in her mind like a fast-forwarded film, searching for every detail. The thoughts of the others also shifted towards the most pressing matter at hand. How to escape this dreadful place, no longer fixating on Zhou Xiuyan herself. Brother Shin? How do we deal with that monster? Otherwise, we will have more casualties, someone asked anxiously. Several sycophants turned their gaze toward Shanji, awaiting his response, clearly regarding him as their pillar of hope. Shanji shook his head, his expression grave. The person inquired with confusion, as an awakened, "How can you have no solutions?" In this world, those who possessed extraordinary abilities were termed awakened. The strong could traverse the heavens and earth, summon winds and rains, while the weak could see in the dark and remember everything they encountered. In this realm, they were the living force standing against the monsters. This gathering was to celebrate Shanji's ascension as an awakened. As the soul awakened among them, he was their beacon of hope for survival, and naturally, everyone yearned for a definitive answer from him. "It's not as simple as you think." Shanji frowned, impatience and disdain etched on his face. The term derivative entities encompasses all monsters within the domains. They come in countless varieties, each with distinct appearances and abilities. Do you think you can just kill them at will? What difference does it make if you charge in without understanding this monster? He continued. "Are you wishing for my demise?" The person quickly shook his head. No, I absolutely did not mean that. Enough." Shanji waved his hand in annoyance. "Stop asking irrelevant questions. Focus on recalling what you witnessed. Identify the patterns and weaknesses associated with that gray figure, or we will all perish." Everyone hurriedly began to think, pleading for collective brainstorming rather than being left to ponder alone. He furrowed his brow and began to pace back and forth. They all struggled to piece together their memories. During the first encounter, had it not been for someone dying unexpectedly, no one would have noticed the arrival of the monster. In this second instance, its appearance remained devoid of any discernible pattern, silently intruding upon their mundane activities, utterly ordinary. As discussions ensued, not a single clue emerged. What were they to do? Being seen meant death, yet they could not continue to hide indefinitely. A sense of helplessness enveloped the room once more. The death trigger mechanism of this derivative entity is unrelated to whether it can see you. A woman's voice suddenly rang out, resolute and unequivocal. The crowd turned in astonishment. Zhou Xiaoyan pointed to her eyes, stating, "Firstly, sight-triggering derivative entities mostly possess organs or objects resembling eyes, yet it lacks such features. This conclusion stems from the original host's memories of certain monster data." The group exchanged glances, her piercing gaze, unwavering tone, and undeniable confidence leaving no room for doubt. Secondly, the more direct evidence lies in the fact that the person hiding behind the chair has perished. Zhou Xiaoyan tapped the back of the chair beside her. "As you can see, it is solid. Moreover, due to the angle, the table obscures the lower part of the chair legs. This chair could entirely conceal a person. If the deaths were sight-related, it should have been the individual who couldn't find shelter, rather than the one who was hidden from view. Thus, everything in this room meant for your concealment is utterly ineffective." "What?" The crowd shivered, gripping the edges of the table, ready to dive beneath it at any moment, their hearts sinking as their calves began to tremble. Was that not tantamount to random deaths? Panic swept through them. More intense than before, it had appeared twice, yet there was indeed some pattern. Zhou Xiaoyan retrieved her phone from her pocket, pressing the buttons rapidly. Before she had crossed into this body, the faceless gray figure had already manifested once. "I have calculated the intervals. It appears every 10 minutes. I suspect its emergence is likely time-based." She continued, "The next appearance is probably 10 minutes from now." While she did not dismiss the possibility of an earlier arrival, she preferred to base her calculations on this assumption. The critical point is, she turned her screen towards the others. It displayed a rapidly decreasing countdown timer. 00, 5:23, 00, 5:22, subtracting the time spent on troubling me, speaking with Shanji, and now I am analyzing. They had no more than 5 minutes and 14 seconds left before it reappeared. At the moment Zhou Xiaoyan finished speaking, the timer on her phone displayed precisely 00:05:14. In her previous life, she had always been particularly sensitive to time, possessing an almost uncanny ability to estimate it. Capable of pinpointing seconds, earning her the affectionate nickname of a walking clock from her friends. Even while facing a crisis upon her arrival here, she had never ceased counting down in her mind. Based on the temporal calculations from her body's memories, she firmly believed her margin of error would not exceed 3 seconds. 5 minutes. The crowd gasped, feeling a chill run through them. Some hastily checked their phones for the time. Although the derivative entity had yet to arrive, a deeper terror was already creeping over them, laid bare before their eyes. Zhou Xiaoyan disregarded their reactions, silencing her phone and returning it to her pocket as she approached the door. "You haven't told us how to deal with it," Shunji suddenly called out. Others quickly reacted, pressing her for answers. "Swishoyin, do you know how to kill that thing? What should we do?" Swishoyin had already reached the open doorway, her hand reaching out, but an invisible barrier obstructed her. Perhaps only by vanquishing the gray figure could this barrier dissipate. Shunji shouted sarcastically, "You just rambled on without offering a single solution. What are you babbling about?" Swishoyin did not turn back, but merely let out a light laugh. "And what conclusions have you drawn? That suggestion to brainstorm together. How about you?" "You." Shunji ground his teeth in anger. "I have eliminated most erroneous options, drawing significantly closer to the answer. Rather than questioning me, why not engage your own mind? It's at least better than being a headless fly." Shinji cursed. "Who are you calling a fly?" Swishoyin turned with a smile. "If I arrive at a conclusion, I might just leave first, letting you, the loudest fly, wait here for your demise. How does that sound?" Chapter 3. How could she be perceived as ordinary? Shinji's expression stiffened. Disbelief etched across his face as he asked, "Do you know how to get out?" He rushed forward, intent on seizing her. "You need to explain." Swishoyin furrowed her brow, swiftly dodging and raising her foot to kick at Shunji's ankle. He stumbled forward, colliding with the open doorway. However, due to the barrier, his head struck the surface with a sharp sound, and he staggered back a few steps before toppling to the ground. Bang! With the weight of his body, his knee met the ground with a jarring reception, kneeling before Swishoyin. Ugh! Shunji trembled as he struggled to rise, but he found himself repeatedly unable to stand. Swishoyin observed him coldly. As it stood, Shunji's attack, defense, and speed were all lacking. His awakened abilities did not seem combat-oriented. His girlfriend, Lu Chong, rushed to his side, her face etched with worry, her tone filled with concern. "Are you okay? Are you hurt? Brother Shin, are you all right?" A few sycophants hurried to his aid, offering support as if they were competing over who could help more. Fearful of being too slow, Shunji glared at Swishoyin with resentment. "Quickly tell us how to escape. Are you hiding something from us? How can you be so selfish?" "Yes, please tell us." The sycophants blocked the doorway. "Otherwise, you can forget about leaving. I advise you to speak sooner rather than later. Don't force us to take action." "Are you all insane?" A girl in the corner spoke up. If she knew the answer, why would she be willing to share it with you? Why should we rely on others and dare to bully her? The girl glared at them, fists clenched in indignation. As the group reflected on their predicament, they realized that this matter concerned their very lives. Provoking someone with potential value was indeed unwise. Yet, retreating immediately would make them appear cowardly, so they could only maintain their fierce expressions and verbally lash out. Who knows what her intentions are? Can we trust her? Can you shoulder the responsibility? I warn you, I will keep a close watch on you. Don't try anything funny. Give this girl a chance. She knows the stakes. If she dares to cause trouble, we are not easy targets. As they bickered, they noticed Swishoyin remained silent, seemingly satisfied as she moved forward. With their backs turned to her, she suddenly raised her hand, seizing the final person's head and forcefully smashing it against the head of the one in front. Bang! The sound of skulls colliding echoed ominously. The two individuals were instantly dazed, clutching their heads, while the remaining three turned in astonishment. Swishoyin swiftly lifted her knee and delivered a fierce kick between the legs of the third person, who let out a pained scream, covering his groin as he stumbled backward and crashed to the ground. The two remaining adversaries swung their fists, but Swishoyin raised her elbow to block the punch from the one on her right, seizing the opponent's arm and twisting to use him as a shield against the fifth person's attack. The man on her right felt a sharp, agonizing twist that threatened to fracture his bones, and instinctively kicked out. Swishoyin, in perfect synchrony, executed a side kick aimed at the only standing leg of her opponent, causing him to lose balance and fall backward. Just as the last assailant's fist was about to strike Swishoyin's head, she quickly tilted her head to the side, pivoted, and drove her elbow heavily into his chest. The impact produced a dull thud as the man doubled over, clutching his chest, gasping for breath. Without a moment's hesitation, Swishoyin followed up with an uppercut that landed squarely on his nose, causing him to stagger back, holding his face and finding it increasingly difficult to breathe, his mouth gaping for air. The two who had been struck in the head were recovering, their vision clearing, but their anger flared anew as they grabbed nearby chairs and hurled them at her. Zhuo Xiuyan dashed to the side, seized a chair, and charged at one of them. In the moment she trapped the chair, she swiftly flipped it to strike the other. She then delivered a kick aimed at the lower abdomen of the man in front of her, swiftly following with a whip kick that sent him crashing to the ground, his grip on the chair faltering. Zhuo Xiuyan seized the fallen chair and brought it down forcefully, then aimed a kick at the head of the man who had fallen. Another elbow strike met the next attacker. The cacophony of screams and thuds filled the air as chaos ensued. Everyone in the room stood frozen, dumbfounded by the sight of the incapacitated thugs scattered across the floor. Some were dazed, clutching their heads, while others curled up, pale-faced, sweat beading on their foreheads, emitting muffled whimpers. One man leaned against a wall, struggling to breathe, as though he were on the brink of suffocation, each inhalation a laborious task that drew a wince and a strained sound from his lips. The last man clutched his bleeding nose, his face smeared with blood, frantically attempting to wipe it away. The crowd swallowed hard, staring in astonishment at the woman in the black trench coat. Her actions had been strikingly decisive and insidiously effective. No one had anticipated that she would choose to strike when several had momentarily retreated. At that moment, their guard was at its lowest, and with Zhuo Xiuyan's silence, who could have predicted her sudden onslaught? Each strike was precise and brutal, targeting vital areas with the force of her knee and elbow, the hardest bones in the human body. The two men would not recover anytime soon. Zhuo Xiuyan lowered her gaze to her reddened, slightly trembling hands. She chuckled softly, lamenting how slow and fragile her body felt. After just a few strikes, pain coursed through her, a far cry from the combat-ready physique she had in her previous life. In the next instant, she lifted her foot and aimed a kick at the knee of the man with the bleeding nose. He fell back onto his behind, bewildered, looking up and asking, "Why are you hitting me again?" His hands throbbed. "Wasn't it you who punched my nose? I'm in more pain." Without a second thought, Zhuo Xiuyan casually pulled a chair toward her and sat down. After silently counting down the remaining time, she closed her eyes. The others, perplexed by her intention, instinctively quieted, no longer daring to interrupt. Zhuo Xiuyan inhaled deeply, holding her breath for a few seconds before exhaling slowly, seeking to stabilize her body and mind. She focused her thoughts inward. Gradually, a vast sea of stars materialized in her mind, shrouded in a thick black mist, with only a solitary white orb of light visible at the center, radiating a gentle glow akin to the sun in the universe. This was it. Zhuo Xiuyan hastily reached out with her consciousness to connect with this sun. Suddenly, a phrase emerged in her mind. Perception of emotional auras. Effect. Naturally sensitive to emotional nuances, one can perceive the emotional shifts of others more keenly than most. Range. Within sight, within 5 meters. Intensity. Weak, first level, requires active activation. The closer the distance, the more precise the perception. This was a power bestowed upon her by the original host as an awakened individual, an utterly useless skill. Rated as the lowest F tier, a skill that seemed to hold no distinction between having it or not. After all, who lacks the ability to read the room? Even a 3-year-old can gauge their parents' emotions by their expressions, deciding whether to continue crying or to cease their wailing. Thus, the original host was indeed an awakened being, having awakened before Shunji, yet she had never publicly declared it. However, this perspective shifted in that moment. Through her newfound capability, she perceived what others could not. The energy pathways of the monsters, as these creatures were formed from emotions, the ability to see emotions naturally allowed her to discern their existence. Within her memories, under the influence of emotional perception, she witnessed the swirling gray light within the faceless gray figure. After the countdown commenced, the gray light coalesced into a faint beam that connected with an individual. Akin to a tracking signal, gradually, it seeped out from within, forming a luminous sphere that drifted toward the person. All of this occurred silently, and when it landed upon him, he showed no reaction. As the timer reached 0, the light distorted, the neck snapped, and the head turned backward. This was the true cause of death. The energy produced by the monster was formless and colorless, rendering it undetectable and avoidable by the populace. Yet now, this was no longer an issue for Zhuo Xiuyan. Emotional perception, while a trivial skill for humans, became a power comparable to X-ray vision when it came to monsters. With clarity of thought, Zhuo Xiuyan devised a plan. It was time to take action. Chapter 4. Countdown resurfaces. Zhuo Xiuyan opened her eyes while seated on the chair, a new strategy forming in her mind. If she allowed this monster to continue its rampage, the slaughter would never cease. Instead, she could turn the tide, preventing the monster from succeeding and saving lives by disrupting its operational logic. The crowd erupted in cheers. "We're saved. Oh my God, we can escape. I told you it was possible. I never bullied you. I even helped hold someone back earlier. If we can get out, please take me with you. I beg you." Swishoyan rose from the chair. "Those who believe, follow my lead without question." She pushed the tables and chairs toward the right wall, clearing a space at the entrance. Hearing her command, the crowd rushed to assist, the atmosphere of despair lifting with newfound purpose and hope. With the sound of scraping and scuffling, they quickly cleared the area. Meanwhile, Swishoyan stepped back from the entrance, estimating her distance from it until she reached about 4 meters. Memorizing her position, she moved back further, calculating that the furthest point of 5 meters was approximately the wall of the room. She returned to a position about 1/3 of the way back, facing the entrance. Now, she could ensure that her skill's range was maximized, encompassing everyone in the open space. Time was of the essence. When I say something, you do it. No hesitation allowed. 13, 12, 11. The crowd realized that Swishoyan's countdown signified something important. Those near the door fled in terror, retreating to the corners. Some even attempted to crawl under tables again. "Stop. No one can hide. Everyone must be in the open, within my line of sight." Those who had been frightened returned, regrouping with the main body. Without cover, their sense of security diminished, and they clung tightly to one another. Everyone was eager to learn Swishoyan's plan, but clearly, she had no time to elaborate. Shanji subtly pushed himself toward the center, seemingly attempting to conceal himself within the group. 2, 1, 0. As Swishoyan's words fell, the gray entity materialized at the door, precisely as she had anticipated. "Ah!" the crowd screamed, and despite their mental preparation, the actual appearance of the creature still instilled a paralyzing fear. This time, under the influence of her talent, Swishoyan saw the swirling gray energy. The faceless gray figure began to slowly rotate its head, the energy within it coalescing into strands that connected to the crowd. Swishoyan evaded its trajectory, her gaze following its movements. The crowd anxiously wondered why Swishoyan had yet to speak. Gradually, she turned, raising her arm to point at them. "I see the next victim. It's you." The crowd's hair stood on end. The frail boy she pointed at trembled uncontrollably. 00. 10. The gray figure illuminated a red countdown. "Gao Zhuang, take 2 steps back." Swishoyan called out his name. "Everyone else, stay away from him." Uncertain if the energy ball would only target one person, she ensured that no one else came into contact with it and urged them to evade its path. Gao Zhuang panicked, nearly tripping over his own feet, as those nearby scattered in fear. 00. 08. The gray energy that had been poised to coalesce around Gao Zhuang dissipated, its hue fading slightly. It circled in place, as if searching for a new target before drifting backward. "Left, 3 steps." Swishoyan issued her instructions succinctly, raising her hand to indicate the direction, preventing any hesitation in his judgment. Gao Zhuang reacted swiftly, while the others hurriedly fled in different directions. 00. 06. The gray energy reached the back, swirling as its color continued to fade, approaching a misty state. This time, the swirling lasted longer before it began to drift to the left. 00. 05. Forward, 3. Gao Zhuang dashed forward with a sudden burst of energy, his entire body drenched in cold sweat. The gray energy reached his left side, spinning slowly, its hue so faint it resembled a breath of warm air on the verge of being whisked away by the wind. Yet it continued its relentless pursuit. At 00. 03, he veered to the right, counting to 5. Gao Zhuang, in a state of panic and forgetting to breathe, fixed his gaze on the countdown, his heart racing wildly. The blinding red light pierced through him like countless needles, each second inflicting an inexplicable pain. At 00. 02, the thudding of his heart echoed painfully in his ears. His vision blurred with tears. At 01. And Gao Zhuang felt his mind go blank for an instant, the air in his chest sucked out, leaving him breathless. At 00. 00, silence enveloped the area, and no one moved. Another 3 seconds passed, as if time itself had paused before gradually resuming its flow. People began to react, turning to each other in confusion. In the next moment, cheers erupted. One died. Oh my God, we survived. It worked. It truly worked. Ah! Shouts of joy, embraces, and frantic gestures ensued, the crowd spiraling into a frenzy. Gao Zhuang gasped for breath, his legs buckling beneath him as he collapsed to the ground. He rubbed his eyes, realizing tears had already spilled forth, hastily wiping them away. We survived. Being singled out for death filled him with dread. He never wished to experience the sensation of evading death again. He looked up at Zhuo Xiuyan, wanting to express his gratitude, only to find her expression grave, her gaze fixed on the doorway. Instantly, Gao Zhuang's teeth chattered in fear, forgetting to rise, scrambling backward on all fours. The crowd noticed his distress and followed his gaze. The jubilant cheers abruptly ceased. There, the faceless gray figure had not vanished. Its head remained upright on its neck, devoid of features, indistinguishable from front to back, its previous rotations now rendered irrelevant. It stood there quietly, just as it had upon its arrival, in the next second. The countdown reappeared above it. .00050005. There were two of them. As time diminished, they had split apart. Chapter 5. She turned out to be an awakened one. Without a moment to ponder, Zhuo Xiuyan immediately pointed out the two individuals. Lu Chong, to the left, Zhang Hao, to the right. The two hesitated for a moment before turning to flee. The gray light pursued them at a speed noticeably faster than before, almost synchronizing with their movements. Backward, Zhuo Xiuyan shouted urgently. This time, everyone reacted, but they were clearly a step too slow. .0000. A chorus of screams erupted. Behind the two, their clothing and flesh twisted together, blood seeping forth as if an immense force had gripped their bodies and twisted them violently. Those nearby fared little better. Some clutched their arms, others hunched over, and some collapsed entirely. Anyone in close proximity to the two was not spared. Their flesh contorted painfully, leaving their faces pale with agony. The others broke into cold sweats, relieved to be farther away. The damage inflicted upon those who made contact meant that everyone within range suffered. Zhuo Xiuyan processed the logic within, silently gritting her teeth. Hold on! Stand firm! Before she could finish her thought, the faceless gray figure began to sway violently, the countdown reappearing above it. 00. 01. The third wave had only 1 second left. All the energy coalesced into a luminous orb and shot forth. The target was herself. Zhuo Xiuyan barely managed to sidestep. The energy grazed her, sending a tearing pain through her skin. Boom! The orb crashed into the wall, exploding into countless fissures, rumbling as stones tumbled down, dust swirling in the air. The crowd gasped in fear at the sight of the gaping hole in the wall. Had it struck them, they would surely have been reduced to mere pulp. Zhuo Xiuyan quickly turned to observe the derivative entity. This time, however, it remained completely still. It began to fade, transitioning from a solid form into shadows, gradually dissipating from sight. Although the derivative entity had vanished, the previous experience kept everyone on high alert. There were no cheers nor celebrations. The crowd continued to watch the doorway cautiously. Had the monster truly disappeared? Would there be a second or third one? Zhuo Xiuyan stepped forward, reaching out toward the doorway. She passed through without obstruction. The barrier was gone. The barrier had marked the edge of a domain. Without it, they had returned to the normal world. After a brief pause, Zhuo Xiuyan stepped outside, scanning the corridor for any anomalies. As expected, depleting all the energy within this derivative entity had led to its demise. The tension in Zhuo Xiuyan's nerves finally began to ease as she turned back. We can leave now, Dedo? The crowd erupted into cheers once more, mingled with cries of pain. We survived. The wretched thing is finally gone. Gao Zhuang approached Zhuo Xiuyan with reddened eyes. Thank you. Had it not been for you, I would have been done for. Zhuo Xiuyan nodded calmly. How did she manage to save us? How did she know who would perish? People scrutinized her from head to toe, their mouths agape. An awakened one? Zhuo Xiuyan was actually an awakened one. After what had just transpired, who could deny it? If fists could resolve issues, one could argue that someone with martial training might suffice. But now, with this extraordinary ability, who could refute her? Shenji was incredulous, his complexion shifting from pale to flushed. How could this be? She's just a piece of trash meant for me to bully. Utterly useless trash. Just a lackey running errands for me. How could someone like her stand on equal footing with me? By what right? Someone exclaimed excitedly. What exactly is her ability? Regardless, this power is truly phenomenal. Incredible. Our class actually has 2 awakened ones. If she has an awakened one, why haven't I awakened yet? With so many awakened ones in the world, what difference does it make if I become one? Some felt a surge of envy, discontent bubbling within. The sycophants were overwhelmed with trepidation, reflecting on their past interactions with Zhuo Xiuyan, sensing a bleak future ahead. Is it too late to apologize now? One individual muttered to himself, clutching his head. How could she be an awakened one? It's over. It's over. Even if we get out, she'll definitely have me killed. No, she could do it right now. Especially the one who had previously spoken without thought, slapping himself. See what your big mouth has done. She must have heard every word. Zhuo Xiuyan ignored them, turning to head toward the doorway. The crowd quickly flooded out of the room, the injured supporting one another as they exited. Soon, everyone had left the building. Suddenly, commotion erupted ahead, halting the crowd at the corner. They were jostling in front of the elevator, shouting and pushing, I'll go first. Do you understand first come, first served? You're blocking my way. Get out of the way. It hurts. Lu Chang cried out. I'm injured. Don't touch me. No one paid heed to her plight. And in the blink of an eye, she was pushed aside. Zhuo Xiuyan looked up at the display above the elevator, which was descending from the 15th floor. They were presently on the 3rd floor. Still quite a way ahead. Silence, Zhuo Xiuyan called out loudly. Even if we shove in, only a portion of us can fit. Those remaining will have to wait for the elevator to return after dropping them off. If we walk a bit further, there are stairs. That would be quicker. The elevator is for the injured. Those unhurt, follow me with that. She turned, heading toward the corridor directly across from the elevator. The crowd quieted. Realizing the logic, albeit reluctantly, the uninjured began to retreat, preparing to follow Zhuo Xiuyan. Look at what you're doing, Lu Chang huffed, returning to the doorway as an injured party. Shanji stepped forward without hesitation. You're not even injured, someone protested. Shanji, with a pained expression, supported Lu Chang. Let us make some allowances. You've all seen how badly she has hurt. She truly needs someone to care for her. That's just an excuse. Anger flickered across the faces of the crowd, yet they dared not voice their displeasure, considering Shanji's status as an awakened one. Many of the sycophants were also injured and, seeing this, pushed other injured individuals who weren't part of their group to the periphery. Soon, only their group remained, all crowded at the elevator door. Damn it, one among the crowd murmured under his breath. Who's cursing? Shinji and his group shouted in unison. Who? Zhuo Xiuyan at the front paid no mind to the ruckus behind her, her focus solely on the private rooms lining the corridor. Most doors stood open, revealing neatly arranged tables and chairs, yet the rooms were empty. A few doors were closed, uncertain if anyone was inside, but no sounds reached her ears. Although today wasn't a peak time for gatherings, it felt unusually quiet upon their arrival. Wait a minute. She suddenly turned to look at the descending elevator. The display read, 5, full, for the elevator, which hadn't stopped at any floors to pick up passengers, suddenly indicated that it was full, run. Chapter 6. The arrival of new derivatives. The voice of Zhuo Xiuyan rang out like a thunderclap on a clear day. The crowd was instantly doused with cold water. Feeling a chill seep into their bones, their minds unable to process the situation as they took off running. Though the cause of the commotion eluded them, the palpable tension etched on her face left no one daring to remain still. The cacophony of their shouts nearly drowned out the elevator's notification chime. 3rd floor, arrived. The electronic announcement crackled intermittently through the static of electrical noise, barely intelligible. With a harsh grinding sound, the elevator doors slid open, followed by 2 resounding thuds. Bang, banged. In that instant, Zhuo Xiuyan felt a jolt of alarm within her. She found herself immobilized. Not only her legs, but her entire body had stiffened, rendering her expression frozen. The others she could see remained similarly still, each one resembling an eerily lifelike wax figure. Unharmoniously, a pale gray shadow enveloped them all. In the next moment, everyone suddenly lurched forward, as they teetered on the brink of crashing to the ground. Zhuo Xiuyan managed to steady herself. However, several individuals fell, unable to halt the momentum from their earlier sprint. Some collided with those ahead, tumbling together in a chaotic heap. Could she move again? Zhuo Xiuyan quickly resumed her flight. Seizing the chance to glance back, a rotund gray figure was wedged at the elevator door, its feet barely crossing the threshold, hands clawing at the edges of the door as if trying to extricate its corpulent body from the confines of the elevator. Above its enormous eyes, there were no other discernible features. The stark whiteness of its eyes stood out sharply against its drab gray form, fixated intently ahead. It was a vision-triggering derivative. The crowd had not escaped its domain. Once more, they all froze like wax figures, bang bang. The bloated gray figure shifted its bulk side to side, then emerged, taking 2 steps forward, drawing closer to the throng. The shadow draping over everyone deepened ominously. Zhou Xiaoyan felt as if a suffocating layer of fabric constricted her body, tightening painfully. Moments later, the throng regained control of their bodies amidst the panicked screams, resuming their flight. Zhou Xiaoyan darted into an adjacent empty room, seeking refuge from the creature's gaze. Avoiding its sight generally meant evading its lethal abilities. Others, now aware, mimicked her actions, preparing to hide in the nearest rooms. Yet as the sound of the gray figure's approach grew nearer, Zhou Xiaoyan realized the sensation of restraint around her had not diminished. In fact, it intensified, leaving her breathless. This was dire. She had already been locked onto the moment it laid eyes upon her. A condition that could not be revoked. Zhou Xiaoyan's mind raced with analysis. What was the behavior pattern of this derivative? The rhythm of their movements alternated, reminiscent of a turn-based system. When people could move, it could not. When it could move, people were immobile. Crucially, its window for action far exceeded that of the humans. 0.4 seconds for the gray figure, while mere 2 seconds for the people. How much could one accomplish in 2 seconds? Not to mention, stabilizing oneself required reaction time. Meanwhile, those who had fallen were just now regaining their feet. With several dozen meters to the staircase, there was no time to reach it. She would be killed. The monster's abilities completely countered her own talents, rendering her previous strategies futile. Her powers had become practically obsolete. There was no time to flee. Evasion was futile. Furthermore, the constraints on her movement were escalating. It was a veritable deadlock. A thin sheen of sweat broke out on Zhou Xiaoyan's forehead. What resources could she utilize? What options remained? Suddenly, Zhou Xiaoyan's eyes widened in realization. There was still hope. This was not a dead end. There was a chance. Fleeing was not the answer. She would confront it. In the next round, she burst from the room, charging toward the derivative. The sight of the woman moving against the tide sent waves of fear through the crowd as they scrambled to avoid her. What was she doing? Had she lost her mind? At that moment, at the rear of the crowd nearest to the creature stood Shanji and Lu Chong. Initially, they had been jostled to the front in their rush for the elevator. But now, having reversed direction, they found themselves at the back. Being closest to the derivative, its influence weighed heavily upon them, rendering their movements sluggish compared to the others. After several rounds of frantic movement, Lu Chong, who had barely moved, was on the brink of collapse, tears streaming down her face. She looked at Shunji, who was just ahead of her. If only he would use his ability, they could escape. She had to seize this fleeting opportunity for survival. Lu Chong struggled to inch closer, her hand barely grazing Shunji's clothing. Help! In response, he abruptly flung his arm, pushing her away. Lu Chong stumbled, falling to the ground, her back slamming against a wound, eliciting a cry of pain. Fear and rage consumed her as she glared at the architect of her misfortune. She had clung to this person solely for the protection of his formidable power, to ensure her safety. While she could understand his refusal to help, his deliberate act of shoving her toward a worse fate, turning her into a pawn to delay the monster, was unforgivable. She was immobile. Bang, bang. Lying there, Lu Chong watched as the creature slowly bent forward, its grotesque head lowering toward her, the horrific whiteness of its eyes drawing ever closer. An inexplicable force pressed against her muscles and bones, as if to expel her innards. Unable to articulate her terror, her internal scream threatened to shatter her very being. No. In the next moment, a shadow collided with the gray figure. It was a woman clad in a black trench coat, one arm encircling the neck of the hunched gray creature, while the other brandished a sharp shard of porcelain, thrusting it toward the monster's eye with a hiss. Instantly, Lu Chong felt the oppressive weight lift from her, considerably alleviating her distress. Zhou Xiaoyan? How had she reached this point? The 2 seconds had elapsed, and Zhou Xiaoyan could no longer move. The bloated gray figure squeezed its right eye shut, shaking violently, its heavy form wobbling as it lunged for Zhou Xiaoyan. With a forceful grip, it hurled her to the ground. Thud. The sound alone was excruciating. It lifted a foot, poised to stomp on Zhou Xiaoyan, but as the 4 seconds elapsed, it halted mid-air. Zhou Xiaoyan swiftly rolled to the right. Evading its downward force, the creature's mass tumbling sideways and crashing to the ground with a resounding thud, nearly crushing Lu Chong, who had fled further away. The monster began to writhe, attempting to rise. But its bulk made movement cumbersome, requiring several rotations before it could shift onto its side. Seizing this opportunity, Zhou Xiaoyan grit her teeth against the pain, scrambling to her feet and closing the distance. By the time the gray figure managed to sit up, Zhou Xiaoyan was already before it. Standing at nearly 3 meters tall, the seated creature was slightly shorter than the standing Zhou Xiaoyan. With both hands raised high, she plunged the shard toward its eye with ferocity. Splat! The creature's left eye shattered. It instinctively shielded its eyes with its hands, recoiling, its weight causing it to topple back. Zhou Xiaoyan stepped forward, pressing down on its neck, continuing her assault on its eyes. As if sensing her presence, the gray figure ceased shielding its eyes, directly grasping her and flinging her away. Thud! Another dull thump echoed painfully. Zhou Xiaoyan braced herself against the wall as she stood. The bloated gray creature could no longer see its prey and thus could not pursue, flailing its arms aimlessly as if to prevent anyone from coming near. Zhou Xiaoyan maneuvered around the creature's erratic limbs, positioning herself not far in front of its head, standing still and locking her gaze onto it. After a while of wild flailing, perhaps sensing the absence of its foe, the monster gradually slowed, eventually surrendering its arms and lying still, its body convulsing violently. Zhou Xiaoyan approached directly in front of its head, lowering her posture, and struck once more before retreating. This time, the gray figure reached out, but grasped only air. Unable to see, compounded by the lack of physical contact, its accuracy faltered, leading to numerous miscalculations. As the battle progressed, Zhou Xiaoyan remained motionless, while the creature's movements became increasingly sluggish. Its arms growing heavier, struggling to lift them. Zhou Xiaoyan sank to one knee before it, stabbing downward relentlessly. Her face remained unervingly calm, yet her actions betrayed a silent madness. Blood dripped from her hands, the porcelain shard cutting deep, staining the gray creature's face crimson, yet she appeared impervious to pain, continuing her assault unceasingly. Lu Chong, the closest witness, could only stare in disbelief at the scene unfolding before her. With every thrust of Zhou Xiaoyan's weapon, she trembled, overwhelmed by the intensity of the moment. With every swing, it felt as though a dagger pierced her heart. The movements of the gray figure grew increasingly faint. Its arm, raised in a symbolic gesture, fell limply to the ground. Soon, only its fingers twitched slightly until they ceased all motion. Zhou Xiaoyan remained seated, biding her time before lifting her hand to deliver 3 more strikes to the derivative entity. Only then did she rise slowly, placing the blood-stained porcelain shard into her pocket. Lu Chong instinctively recoiled. The sight of the black trench coat and the blood still dripping from her hands sent a chill deeper than that of any monster. Chapter 7. The collective admiration and new skills. Lu Chong felt a bead of sweat trickle down her back. The fury of being betrayed by her boyfriend, the terror of the derivative entity, the joy of escaping, all fused with regret and anxiety, created a tumult in her mind, blurring her vision with tears once more. The crowd behind her erupted in a cacophony. They had initially fled far. But as they sensed the pressure abating, they turned back to witness the duel between Zhou Xiaoyan and the entity. Upon seeing this, they halted in their tracks. Those inside the room cautiously peeked out. The lopsided battle concluded with Zhou Xiaoyan's unequivocal victory. Some stared wide-eyed, mouths agape. Others appeared dazed, lost in their thoughts. Still others wore expressions of terror, shrinking back in fear. Had she truly slain the derivative entity? What ability had she employed to vanquish that hulking figure? Surely, that was not her inherent power. She had charged in recklessly. With such delicate arms and legs, she had wielded a porcelain shard to dispatch the creature with ease. Zhou Xiaoyan's actions unveiled a path they had never conceived. A non-muscular individual had confronted a derivative entity, relying solely on skill to slay the monster while sustaining minor injuries. Who would believe such a tale? She was nothing short of extraordinary. A thought began to blossom among the crowd. It was not that she was formidable due to being an awakened one. Rather, she was already exceptional, and being an awakened one simply amplified her prowess. What ordinary individuals could achieve was hardly daunting. If I possessed her courage, I could strike as well. Yet, that courage and reflex were not qualities everyone possessed. Upon hearing the first half of that statement, someone was about to retort with, "If you can do it, then you go," only to be silenced by the latter half, admitting their own lack of courage to act. The most vociferous among them had yet to display any ability. Zhuo Yin, appearing so formidable, why did she remain so silent? Was she truly that low-key? The more they pondered, the more their frustration grew. They had endeavored to celebrate her, only to find themselves ensnared in this calamity. And what was worse, she remained utterly unbothered, instead being rescued by other awakened ones. Hey, don't berate her. She is, after all, an awakened one, and offending her could have repercussions. Then I'll just seek out other, more powerful awakened ones to shield me with that, the individual added. I even saw her push her own girlfriend out there. What a despicable act. He gestured for everyone to look toward the edge of the group. Lu Chang sat alone on the ground, disheveled, her eyes vacant, her makeup long faded, clearly a portrait of despair. Typically, she clung to Shunji like a leech. Witnessing this, others began to believe his words, casting scornful glances toward the distant Shunji. Shunji's face flushed crimson, his eyes aflame with indignation. She just pulled me. How could I not push her away? If I hadn't, it would have been my life on the line. They all feigned righteousness, yet felt the heat of shame on their faces. This was indeed a cruel affair. After all, it concerned a human life. While their leader might not have valued Lu Chang, who could guarantee they would not face a similar fate? Trust in Shunji plummeted, though unspoken. They collectively agreed that following him offered scant security. Though they remained near him, they instinctively distanced themselves, maintaining a subtly tenuous connection. Unbeknownst to them, at the moments Zhuo Yin pierced the derivative entity, she perceived a glimmer of light drifting toward her brow, followed by an involuntary phrase emerging in her mind. Absorbed non-origin spiritual energy. That moment, in the heart of the star sea. The black mist near the sun of talent dispersed slightly, revealing a dim star bead. Gradually, it began to glow, becoming dazzling, as if a small star had been born amidst the vast universe. Awakened unique ability. Gaze of psychic pressure. Effect 1. When humans gaze into each other's eyes, the other will feel tension and a sense of oppression, leading to slight rigidity. Point 2. When gazing at psychic monsters, one can bind the opponent's spiritual energy, temporarily halting their actions. Range, visible sight, 5 meters. Strength, weak, level 1. Active trigger. Based on one's total spiritual capacity, the stronger the target, the shorter the effect duration. The more targets, the weaker the effect. Zhuo Yin was astonished and elated. She had never heard of awakened ones acquiring skills from psychic monsters. It seemed she possessed a unique ability to gain the skills of those she defeated. Most awakened ones possessed a singular innate ability, which determined their path forward, unchanging throughout. If she could acquire multiple skills, surviving in this world would become significantly easier. Should there be no limit to the number she could obtain, she would have an infinite array of choices and skills. While others unleashed a single skill, she could wield 10 or even 100. She could create various combinations, and if she could refine this, in the future, she would be a one-woman army. Her growth would outpace that of anyone else. The feats she could achieve would surpass those of any individual. If there had been a singular goal upon her arrival in this world, it was to survive. Tio lived fiercely. Having faced death once, she cherished every moment of life and all she possessed, in a one, and nothing could obstruct her existence. All threats to her life were her adversaries. Now, another ambition had taken root in her heart, to slay more psychic monsters. To grow stronger, Tio become fearless in the face of danger. Tio make danger itself fear her. Zhuo Yin quickly composed herself. Whether she could return to her world remained uncertain, but the priority was survival. And the immediate task was to exit this realm. She departed from the slain derivative entity and turned her gaze toward the crowd. She discovered that everyone stood frozen, their eyes fixed upon her. It was dead. She could proceed. Zhuo Yin advanced, and the crowd instinctively parted, creating a narrow path for her to pass, akin to soldiers welcoming a sovereign. Chapter 8. The path unseen. The crowd began to constrict around her. Following closely behind was Xiao. The elevator was no longer an option. It had been crushed and deformed by the pressure, rendered immobile on this floor. Even if it were intact, no one dared to step inside. Where do we go now? Gao Zhuang asked fearfully. Have we not escaped the domain? To the stairwell. If we descend this level, it may not lead us back to the normal world, Zhuo Xiaoyan replied. Furrowing her brow, it is likely that the entire building has been enveloped by the domain. The whole building? Gasps of shock erupted from the people, realizing the gravity of the situation exceeded their initial assumptions. Then why not just jump out the window? What if some other monstrosity appears? Someone urged, suggesting they fashion a rope from the curtains and lower themselves down. The third floor wasn't too high. There would be barriers enveloping the building, Zhuo Xiaoyan continued, her pace unwavering. Just as we couldn't exit the initial room, the confines of our entrapment have merely expanded. Gao Zhuang scratched his head. So, you're saying this bizarre domain resembles a transparent box, and the reality of the restaurant is also viewed as a box, with the two boxes nested together? Precisely, Zhuo Xiaoyan nodded, elaborating further. Thus, descending the stairs serves two purposes. First, there are no alternative routes, and second, it leads to the main entrance on the first floor. The exit of the domain is likely integrated with the exit of the main building it covers. Then hurry, let us get out of here. Upon hearing there was an exit, many felt a surge of urgency, quickening their pace. In mere moments, they reached the end of the corridor and arrived at the corner. Suddenly, Zhuo Xiaoyan halted, while the throng continued forward. Stop, she extended her arm to block their passage. The line came to a standstill, and confusion ensued as people began to inquire, what's wrong? Has another monster appeared? They looked around, growing tense. Yet, peering ahead, the corridors were eerily silent, devoid of any movement. The path has vanished, Zhuo Xiaoyan declared. Huh? The crowd nearly thought themselves delusional. Wasn't there a path ahead? There were several corridors. How can you say there's no path? There was originally a set of double doors leading to the stairwell, not this current fork in the road, Zhuo Xiaoyan explained. The crowd exchanged glances. Is that so? I came directly up in the elevator. Me too. I entered through the main door and straight into the elevator, never seeking the stairs. Who among us would take the longer route up the stairs if they had no reason to? Gao Zhuang interjected. Though I haven't ventured through, this building couldn't possibly be so expansive. There's no way it could accommodate so many corridors and compartments. The crowd nodded in agreement, their expressions shifting as the gravity of the situation sank in. Could the realm truly alter the very fabric of reality? Or were we merely witnessing an illusion? If that were the case, did it mean we could not access the first floor? Perhaps if we traversed the corridor, the staircase might lie hidden behind a certain passage. Yet what if the corridor twisted again, leading to an endless loop of confusion? As the discussions ensued, Zhuo Xiaoyan keenly observed the 5 divergent corridors, her brow gradually furrowing. Something seemed amiss. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, has anyone else noticed that the corridor appears different? It has changed. It has changed. More voices joined in the chorus. The windows of the leftmost corridor had swiftly shifted towards the entrance. Merging with some of the doors, the lights in the second corridor flickered erratically, as if the power supply were unstable. The floor of the central corridor had entirely ascended to the walls, which in turn had climbed to the ceiling, while the ceiling itself had begun to inch toward the right side wall, rendering the entire corridor akin to a slowly rotating square tube. And the fourth corridor. Bulges emerged and receded from all sides, reminiscent of water nearing its boiling point. Only the final corridor remained unchanged. Zhuo Xiaoyan promptly employed her skill of emotional perception, bracing herself for the potential emergence of anomalous entities. In the next moment, her eyes widened in alarm. The 5 corridors before her resembled spilled paint buckets, with colors swirling together. Black infused with eerie green, red mingled with earthy yellow. Yet, it lacked the refreshing quality of paint. Instead, it was thick and viscous, akin to a concoction of leftovers that had sat for an indeterminate number of days. Moreover, from the direction behind her, tendrils of light, reminiscent of ribbons, continuously drifted toward the painted corridors, merging with the chaotic hues. This is dire. Zhuo Xiaoyan swiftly ceased her perception, steadying her slightly dizzy head. In just a fleeting glance, her mind had been profoundly affected. A sense of chaos clouded her thoughts. accompanied by a wave of nausea, it all constructed from emotions. Alarmed, she took 2 steps back, increasing the distance. The emotional energy she had glimpsed from the anomalous entities was but a faint gray, while the colors here were vibrant and dense, overwhelming in quantity. This is far too perilous. The energy contained within these emotions is beyond estimation. We must not tread here. This is not merely dangerous, it is a certain death trap. The crowd began to urgently shout, "Hurry and leave. Is something about to emerge? Will it become increasingly terrifying if we linger?" Some retreated, seeking safety behind them. Others pointed ahead, ready to charge forward. "Isn't there a normal path? Let's hurry through there." "What are you talking about? Everything else looks monstrous. How can you guarantee that one is truly normal? Does the most bizarre appearance equate to safety? We cannot proceed." Zhou Xiuyan turned to face the crowd. "All 5 paths are dead ends." "What? All of them?" The crowd gasped in shock, panic rising. "Are we trapped?" Zhou Xiuyan was certain that the ribbon-like lights she had seen emanated from the very crowd behind her. These corridors were siphoning their emotions. It was even possible that they were drawing in negative emotions. The more fear and concern you harbor, the quicker this anomaly will escalate, she warned solemnly. The crowd fell silent for a moment, each struggling to maintain composure, but their furrowed brows and tightly pressed lips betrayed their inability to remain calm. It's easy to say, but controlling emotions is no simple task. Zhou Xiuyan understood that at this moment, a more effective approach than urging others to suppress their feelings was to redirect their focus, transforming their emotions into something positive. Until another route was discovered, it was imperative to slow the rate of anomaly. Lest uncontrollable entities emerge, they needed something to instill confidence, a figure upon whom they could unconditionally rely. "Do not panic, I am here." Chapter 9. Do not panic, I am here. Upon hearing Zhou Xiuyan's words, the crowd turned to her. Even in such dire circumstances, her face bore no sign of panic or anxiety. She stood there calmly, her steadfast and fearless demeanor providing some solace. While the people still felt lost and fearful, the tension etched on their faces visibly relaxed. "Yes, we have Zhou Xiuyan. She has saved us twice before." Though she uttered only 4 short words, they carried an inexplicable weight. "What do you mean by 'I am here'?" Shunji, standing at the back of the crowd, shouted in indignation. "On what basis do you think you can resolve this?" "Shinji, watch your words." Zhou Xiuyan's expression remained unchanged, though her eyes darkened slightly. She dismissed the chaotic shouts around her, yet she would not tolerate anything that jeopardized her safety. Shunji pointed directly at Zhou Xiuyan. "Everything in this realm is constantly changing, and the monster's abilities vary. There are countless things you cannot accomplish." His voice rose in volume. "You allowed the injured to use the elevator, and in the end, nearly everyone perished. Of course, it's safest for you to run ahead. Do you have no shame?" Zhou Xiuyan swiftly approached him. The crowd immediately parted. "Are you trying to hit me? Have I struck a nerve?" Shinji defiantly raised his chin. "You're in the wrong." "Yet you..." Thud. Shunji stumbled sideways, falling to the ground in disbelief, his eyes wide in shock. He had not anticipated that she would kick his leg without a moment's hesitation. Fuming with rage, Shunji pushed himself up with both hands, ready to rise. Zhou Xiuyan lifted her foot and aimed for his elbow. Thud. Shunji lost his support again, crashing to the ground, howling in pain, his face contorting as he lost the ability to exert force with his hands. Zhou Xiuyan placed a foot upon his cheek. Ugh. The flesh of his face squished together, and his cries were stifled in his throat. "Shunji, if you possess any abilities, then show them. I would be more than willing to witness someone bravely fighting their way out with everyone in tow. But if you cannot deliver, then kindly keep your mouth shut and step aside. Do not incite emotions that undermine our confidence and hope." Zhou Xiuyan pressed down harder with her foot. "Do you understand? Speak." Shunji remained silent, but his eyes brimmed with hatred. The humiliation he felt surpassed even the physical pain. Zhou Xiuyan cast a sweeping glance over the crowd. "From now on, follow my lead." She kicked Shunji aside. Shunji struggled to rise using one hand, angrily wiping the dust from his face. This time, no one offered him assistance, neither Lu Chong nor his sycophants. Someone in the crowd shouted, "Shunji, you're truly bothersome. Can you please stop? You're always either complaining about others or directing them. I've had enough." "Exactly. I was injured and still got pushed out." You're unscathed but still have the audacity to blame others. Who else to blame? What goes around comes around. Just when we finally escaped, you are here causing trouble. If the anomaly is indeed linked to emotions, your actions are endangering everyone. Mind your mouth. If it weren't for Zhou Xiuyan charging in to eliminate the anomalous entities, you'd be dead. You should be grateful instead of cursing her. Shanji's eyes turned crimson with rage, his teeth clenched. These people had once praised him. Gradually, their whispers turned to outright reprimands. How dare they confront him to his face? Shunji fell silent, but the fury and disdain in his eyes were evident to all. Zhou Xiuyan stepped aside, contemplating. There are now 3 possible courses of action. One is to remain in place, the second is to stay in the room, and the third is to find another way down. Staying put is dangerous. Retreating to the room is even less advisable. Should anything enter through the door, it would trap everyone inside. That leaves only one option. The forward corridor must be avoided at all costs. Could the exit be concealed within this very path? This path shows no signs of emotional distortion. Perhaps it still belongs to reality. Just because my talent cannot perceive abnormalities does not mean there is no danger. My abilities have limitations. They are merely a reference and a safeguard, not the sole basis for judgment. Zhou Xiuyan turned back to scrutinize the path they had traversed, staring at it for several seconds without moving. The longer she gazed, the more that discordant feeling resurfaced. That sensation had already been present when she walked this route. Something is awry. The crowd, puzzled, wondered what was amiss. Who could fail to notice? She walked back and forth along the path they had taken, then slowly declared, "I have found the way." Huh? What? The crowd was bewildered. Had she merely taken a few steps forward to find a path? How absurd! Zhou Xiuyan turned back, pointing ahead. When I chose a booth at this establishment, I walked through this corridor several times. At that time, it took me approximately 42 seconds to traverse. Just now, we took 45 seconds to cover the same distance, exactly 3 seconds longer. That is the source of that discordant feeling. 3 seconds? That has hardly any difference. The crowd expressed their confusion. Isn't it normal for walking times to vary? People cannot replicate the exact duration and stride every time, can they? Because, in such a perilous environment, our pace must be swifter than usual, and our strides may even lengthen. When both speed and stride increase, the time taken to traverse the same distance should logically decrease. Yet now, it has instead lengthened. As soon as Zhou Xiuyan finished speaking, everyone realized the crux of the matter. Are you suggesting that this stretch of corridor has become longer than it was originally? Indeed, Zhou Xiuyan nodded. Hence, the anomaly is not confined to the few long corridors visible just beyond the corner. The corridor we traversed has undergone a transformation as well. If we were to follow the additional paths, regardless of which one we take, we would only be straying further into error. The true way forward should be a few steps back in the direction she originally came from, where she stood before the tightly closed door of a private room. She grasped the handrail. Here, with a creaking sound, the door was pushed open. Chapter 10. The door is not a door. The door opened slightly. The crowd gathered around, gasping in astonishment. Inside, it was not a room filled with tables and chairs, but rather a spacious platform and a staircase adorned with carpet. A staircase? What is this? Is this the staircase we were searching for? How did you know it was here? By calculating the total distance of a normal corridor based on my usual stride and the time taken, I was able to backtrack the excess distance to ascertain where the staircase should be located. Upon hearing this explanation, the crowd's eyes widened even further. No. Do you have to make it sound so simple? This matter may seem like a mathematical equation of addition and subtraction, but in truth, it requires a precise grasp of time, meticulous observation of details, and, in this bizarre illusion, the ability to deduce the existence of reality without relying on the scenes before one's eyes. Only by piecing together each element could one arrive at the current result. The ease and simplicity with which she accomplished all this left everyone in a state of direct shock and disbelief. I no longer knew what to say as someone stared blankly at Zhou Xiuyan, my thoughts possibly differing from hers. Zhou Xiuyan slightly leaned forward, gazing at the open door. The exterior bore the uniform wooden design of a private room, while the interior showcased a lavish golden pattern trim, an elegant design for a double door leading to the staircase. One she had seen before, with decorations that matched perfectly. She then turned her attention to the left wall, which indeed bore a door-shaped pattern. Standing at the threshold, Zhou Xiuyan placed her hand against the corridor wall and pushed inward. Creak! The wall unexpectedly split open, revealing a door-shaped gap that banged against the staircase wall inside. Visually, it appeared as though she had pushed a wall aside. Should we enter? Although the exit had been found, no one was eager to step inside. Everyone lingered at the door, hesitating. No one could be certain whether an anomaly awaited them inside. What if it turned out to be just like before? Initially normal but suddenly transforming, who would want to be the first to venture in? You all wait by the door. I will go in first. Swishoyan stepped inside. The crowd paused for a moment. The person at the forefront was undoubtedly in the most perilous position. How could she enter without a second thought? Yet, seeing her take the lead, everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It was reassuring to have someone brave enough to scout ahead. She was remarkably trustworthy. Observing her fearless and resolute figure, a sense of shock washed over everyone, accompanied by a surge of respect and admiration, along with an unspoken sense of security. Would she be all right? Why was Wuxiuyan willing to be the first? Otherwise, who among you could handle the unknown monsters that might emerge? Throughout this journey, it seemed she had genuinely looked after us. Was she really such a good person, possessing courage, decisiveness, and fortitude, as well as a sense of righteousness? Goodness, I have firmly latched onto this pillar of strength. She embodies the very essence of an awakened one in my mind. At this moment, Wuxiuyan was activating her emotional perception, cautiously treading each step in this place. No one was more capable of being a scout than herself. Even if danger lurked, she would always lead from the front. She never entrusted her safety to others, instead taking it into her own hands, while also refraining from using others as shields. Moreover, she was wary of them becoming a hindrance. If a crowd surged in, it would complicate matters and hinder any escape. Someone might trip, or a stampede could occur amid the chaos, affecting countless scenarios. Gradually, people could no longer see her figure, anxiously craning their necks at the door. How is it? Where have you reached? After a prolonged silence, anxiety gripped the crowd until, at last, her voice echoed from the corridor. Two by two, they formed a line as they descended. The crowd hurriedly paired up. I'll go first, I'll go first. They jostled down the stairs. The corridor was eerily silent, save for the soft rustling of feet on the carpet. The group swallowed hard in tension, instinctively quieting themselves. Afraid to make too much noise, before long, they arrived at the platform on the second floor, whereupon spotting the tightly shut door, they quickly distanced themselves, quickening their pace, eager to avoid it. The movement of one caused all to hasten. Fear is contagious, as if something were pursuing them from behind. The footsteps transformed into a dense and rapid cadence. Upon reaching the first floor, they found Wuxiuyan standing at the entrance, as everyone passed. She took the opportunity to count heads, noting no discrepancies. There was no need for her to guide them any further. The hall here was familiar to everyone. They had all seen the arrangement to some extent upon their arrival. For square stone pillars stood at the corners of the hall, leaving an expansive central area. Not far ahead was that familiar grand door. We see it, we see it. The tall and robust individual shouted excitedly. The crowd rushed eagerly towards the door. The tall individual quickened his pace, becoming the first to arrive. He grasped the handle and pulled, then pushed. The door remained utterly still. He quickly tried the other door. Yanking and pushing with fervor, bang, bang. The door emitted a discordant screech, yet remained steadfastly closed. The tall individual froze, examining the door meticulously. It bore no lock. Gazing through the glass door, he saw nothing beyond. What are you doing? Someone beside him shoved him aside, attempting to open the door themselves, yet to no avail. Bang. He kicked it forcefully, only to recoil with a cry, the glass door sustaining no damage, as those behind ran closer. Witnessing the scene, their footsteps slowed, eventually halting altogether. The crowd watched in disbelief as the door gradually became engulfed by the walls, as if a viscous mud were creeping forth to obscure it, transforming it into an extension of the surrounding wall. All joy dissipated. Wuxiuyan's expression darkened. Suddenly, a thick gray mist began to surge from all directions. What is this? Amid the frantic cries, the gray fog enveloped everyone, drastically reducing visibility. What is happening? What is going on? People reached out their hands, grasping tightly onto those beside them. Wuxiuyan furrowed her brow. She could only see a few meters ahead, and more gravely, The mist under her emotional perception was composed entirely of pale gray energy. Her body tensed, hands and feet coiled with strength, ready for any situation that might arise, whether to attack or flee. Just then, she sensed a peculiar shift in the energy above her head. A massive gray hand descended, reaching for the central crowd. Chapter 11. The hand in the mist above us. Swishoyan barely had time to utter this warning. Whack! A violent clap echoed from afar, accompanied by a muffled scream, alongside an indescribable crunching sound as the giant hand slowly vanished. Swishoyan hurried over, only to turn her head away from the gruesome sight on the ground. Retreating a few steps, several people cautiously approached to investigate, followed by a chorus of screams and retching sounds. Within the swirling gray mist, all traces of that individual had vanished. People began to scatter in all directions, only to collide with an invisible barrier and tumble to the ground. Many pounded against the barrier with desperation. Bang, bang. Help! I want to get out. Let me out. I don't want to die. Why are we trapped again? Wasn't there supposed to be an exit? You're deceiving us. Someone broke down in tears. We can't get out. We'll die here, die here. Someone's eyes glazed over, repeatedly murmuring. Swishoyan gritted her teeth, her heart racing, cold sweat trickling down her spine. The disappearance of the exit, the blood-soaked death, was a tremendous shock to her. Everyone's hopes had rested on the exit on the first floor, only to find not an escape but a plunge into a darker abyss. She took a deep breath. I cannot panic. I cannot panic. Let me think. What is the pattern of the monster's appearances? Swishoyan called out loudly. Who recognizes the deceased? The crowd remained in chaos, no one responding. Reluctantly, she raised her voice again, asking, Look around. Who has vanished? Zhang. Zhang had a trembling voice emerged from a corner. Swishoyan quickly walked toward the source of the voice, finding a girl sitting on the ground, tightly clutching her curled-up legs. Did you witness how he died? I didn't. She looked up, tears still brimming in her eyes. He was right beside me, and now he has gone. Her words were jumbled, yet Swishoyan understood her intent. Where were you just now? Just here. Swishoyan furrowed her brows. The position of that hand appeared in the center of the hall. If the two of them had not moved, the deceased should not have been in the corner. Could it be that someone was chosen at random, forcibly dragged into its grasp? No, the information available now is still far too scant, leaving her utterly baffled and unable to deduce anything. She must take a risk and proactively observe the giant hand up close. When it appears again, she will confront it, using her emotional perception to discern its composition. Everyone, listen closely. The giant hand may come again. Disperse and do not cluster together. Remain vigilant to your surroundings. The area covered by the giant hand exceeds that of a large conference table. If they do not scatter, it could easily crush 5 or 6 people with a single slap. Just as she finished speaking, a strange sensation arose behind her. Swishoyan swiftly turned around, only to see the giant hand emerging from the side, flying straight toward the diagonal opposite. She rushed forward, as the distance closed. Aided by her emotional perception, she noticed a deep gray vortex slowly rotating on the back of the giant hand. Wisps of gray light streamed from it, resembling blood, circulating throughout the palm. Before long, the giant hand collided with a barrier and vanished in an instant. Fortunately, this time, no one had perished. Swishoyan paused. Could it be that vortex was the source of energy for this giant hand? If she were to destroy this source, could she halt the ongoing massacre? Just as the visual derivative had done before, if the source of sight was destroyed, the skills generated by the derivative would also dissipate. The fact that no one died this time was oddly perplexing, as it did not explain Zhang Hao's movement. The timing of the giant hand's appearances also lacked consistency. If calculated from the moment the gray mist emerged, the intervals between the two appearances were not uniform. She could only ascertain whether it was fixed or random upon the next appearance. Suddenly, movement surged anew. So soon? Swishoyan was taken aback. She barely managed to evade. The giant hand brushed perilously close to her, the gust of air sending her hair swirling. Had she hesitated for even a second longer, she would have been pulverized. Just as she began to relax, an unseen force yanked her away, her vision blurring in an instant. Her hair stood on end. That was in the direction of the giant hand. Swishoyan's feet touched the ground again. The giant hand obscured her entire field of vision, its four pillar-like fingers bending inward, enveloping her in darkness. She was less than a meter away from the palm, and it was too late to evade. Those witnessing the scene hurriedly closed their eyes, fearing the impending bloodshed. Swishoyan's thoughts raced. She fixed her gaze on the giant hand, concentrating all her mental energy upon it, pouring forth every ounce of her will to suppress its movement. Stop! The giant hand hesitated, beginning to tremble. After exerting her visual pressure, Swishoyan felt an immense drain on her spirit, a dull ache throbbing in her head. She swiftly darted to the side. In just a second, she had gained a significant opportunity, escaping the danger zone. The giant hand grasped at nothingness, disappearing into the gray mist. Those who had closed their eyes opened them to find Swishoyan standing unharmed nearby. They gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "She is still alive! How did she escape the giant hand's grasp?" Swishoyan quickly dashed back to her previous position. This near-fatal maneuver was certainly not the giant hand's doing. If it had been a forceful pull, someone would have died last time. Moreover, she had sensed no energy enveloping her, indicating that this was not a random occurrence, but rather a result conditioned by specific circumstances. There was only one possibility. Upon seeing a person in that position, all her conjectures crystallized. So it was your talent, one of transference? Swishoyan furrowed her brow. To be precise, it was the swapping of positions. Shunji's face registered shock. You. He then broke into a smug, vindictive smile. So it's you this time? What of it? You're lucky to still be alive. Swishoyan narrowed her eyes, carefully contemplating his words and expressions. "Oh, it's you this time?" That statement was indeed a significant revelation. It turned out that your ability could not select a fixed target, but rather could only direct to a certain area. Hence in the mist, you were unaware of whom you had swapped with. This was not a question, but a statement of certainty. Shunji's smile faltered, realizing he had revealed too much. Faced with the giant hand, your mental power cannot contend. It cannot alter its position, and thus you naturally selected a person. Swishoyan's gaze darkened considerably. Shunji showed no regard for others' lives, carelessly seeking a scapegoat to escape. This scoundrel had already caused one death. Had it not been for her newfound skill, she would have been the second. Her fury reached a boiling point. If you wish to kill me, then I shall strike you down first. Swishoyan regarded the swirling, deep gray energy enveloping him, a cold smile gracing her lips. What are you laughing at? Shinji's expression shifted, for she must have seen something, just as she had previously known who would be attacked by the derivative. Swishoyan drew a shard of porcelain and charged forward. Shinji, terrified, turned to flee, disappearing into the mist. Chapter 12. A scheme within a scheme. You exchanged places with me, Swishoyan swiftly pursued. Why didn't you switch? The opposing figure seemed reluctant to reveal his location. Offering no response to Swishoyan chased after him. She did not cease her analysis of Shunji's abilities. All abilities are driven by individual mental power, and each use expends energy, thus there are limitations in time or frequency. Their potency can also vary accordingly. Perhaps this was why Shinji dared not use his abilities lightly, saving them for critical moments. But in the corridor facing the visual derivative, he had been in the rear, nearly on the brink of death. Why did he not simply use his ability to position himself at the front? Was it not possible? Could there be an obstruction between him and the person or object he intended to swap with? Otherwise, he would swap with the nearest individual. This seemed highly plausible in a crowded situation. The distance between him and the person ahead would be negligible, and using his ability would not alter the situation. If necessary, she could exploit this knowledge. Furthermore, Shunji had already been locked onto by the derivative. Regardless of where the giant hand emerged, its trajectory would inevitably lead to his location. It was now certain where the giant hand would traverse, a significant advantage for her. Swishoyan came to a halt. In the mist, her line of sight was obstructed, and she could no longer see Shunji's figure. But based on her understanding of him, the place he would choose to escape to was none other than. She listened intently to the sounds around her before darting in a certain direction. Meanwhile, Shunji had come to a stop, cautiously observing his surroundings, cursing inwardly. Lunatic. In such a vast space, think you can find me? You want me dead? Not so easy. He was just about to retreat deeper into the crowd when a black windbreaker suddenly came into view. Swishoyan stood before him, clutching the bloodied porcelain shard. Swinging it toward him. So you indeed came this way. He, who used others as shields, would undoubtedly flee where there were more people. Listening for the louder voices, he was most likely to be there. Zhou Xiaoyan's eyes flashed, her shard swinging through empty air. She had been swapped. She turned to watch Shun Ji's retreating figure. Let us see how many times you can use that. She shed her windbreaker, rolled it into a bundle, and followed closely behind. In the distance, the giant hand reappeared. Shunji heard the gasps of the people behind him and turned to look, nearly losing his mind. How could both of these things be pursuing him? The two entities approached him like the upper points of AV, converging on his position. Shunji hurriedly deployed his ability to the side, but the anticipated sensation of movement did not manifest. After several steps, he attempted to use it again towards several positions ahead, yet still no response. Cold sweat poured from him. Why was there not a single person in this area? Suddenly, realization dawned on him, sending chills down his spine. Zhou Xiaoyan had deliberately positioned herself in front of him. Clearly, she knew where he was hiding and could have attacked from behind, yet she chose to confront him directly, instilling fear in him and causing them to swap places. After the swap, she could block him from darting into the crowd, compelling him to instinctively run in the direction behind her. She calculated this direction to ensure no one was present. Shunji grew increasingly anxious. If he couldn't T-swap, he would have to hide. However, running to the right would place him within the range covered by the giant hand. To the left, Zhou Xiaoyan blocked his way. Moreover, she had certainly positioned herself there intentionally. She was protecting the group behind her, leaving him no means to exchange places with them. This was disastrous. Swap with Zhou Xiaoyan, but she was too close to the giant hand. If they swapped, a mere turn of the giant hand could crush him. No time. Shunji spotted the pillars in the hall. 4 pillars marked the boundaries of the hall and indicated the range of the gray mist barrier. He had reached the end. Unable to swap with anyone else, he would swap with her. Die? You? Shunji furiously turned, activating his ability. Yet just then, a mass of darkness hurtled toward him, Zhou Xiaoyan's figure obscured by it. The sensation of movement surged, but Shunji yelled in panic. No. He had swapped, but not with Zhou Xiaoyan. In fact, he was now even closer to the giant hand. All he could see was pure gray. The pressure of the air bearing down upon him. His mind was a blank, and in a state of fear and despair, he let out a final, anguished scream. Zhou Xiaoyan felt a sense of calm within. Everything was unfolding according to her plan. First, she aimed to drive Shunji into a deserted corner, minimizing casualties when the colossal hand made its appearance. Intentionally obstructing his skill casting direction, she rendered him incapable of swapping places with others. Leaving him with no choice but to confront his own fate, he was unable to harm others by offering a scapegoat to the monsters, nor could he escape the consequences of his own attacks. Before pursuing, she swiftly shed her outer coat. Then, seizing the opportune moment, she hurled it to obstruct his line of sight, causing his skills to falter. By sandwiching him between herself and the monster, she aimed to ensure his demise. Those who jeopardize the lives of others cannot be forgiven. Creak. The giant hand scraped against the ground as Zhou Xiaoyan swiftly climbed onto its back. Eliminating the threat posed by Shunji was merely one of her preliminary objectives. Her paramount aim was to annihilate this aberration. With Shunji as a lure, she could anticipate the giant hand's movement patterns, and pursuing him was also a strategy to close the distance to this monstrous entity. Every scheme was intricately interwoven. She swiftly thrust a shard of porcelain into the swirling vortex on the hand, feeling it pierce through. Following the deep gray veins, she descended forcefully. The giant hand twitched once, and then went still. Was it effective? Yet before Zhou Xiaoyan could revel in her triumph, the vortex began to whirl frantically, deep gray energy surging from the wound and spiraling towards her. Zhou Xiaoyan rolled away and fled, but the energy pursued swiftly, ensnaring her in an instant. Her mind was engulfed in excruciating pain, as if countless needles were drilling into her skull. Hiss! Zhou Xiaoyan clutched her head in agony. Her footing faltered, and she collapsed to the ground, the porcelain shard flung from her grasp. The deep gray energy continued to press relentlessly upon her. I cannot escape, a whisper echoed in her mind. I am incapable of anything. I am always inferior to others, as inconspicuous as the wild grass by the roadside. The voice was soft, resembling a murmur, imbued with melancholy and heaviness. Xiao Yin felt as if her entire being was ensnared by cotton, and the weight of it grew increasingly burdensome, rendering her motionless and devoid of strength. I have spent so many days yet achieved nothing, possessing nothing of worth. Her consciousness began to blur, and she felt an unsettling familiarity with the voice. As if she were meant to merge with it. I lack wealth, beauty, talents, and hobbies. I am unsure of what I should pursue, as if I have no passion for anything. The voice grew louder in her mind. Xiao Yan's spirit sank, overshadowed like sunlight obscured by storm clouds in a daze. She felt as though she lay in a gray void, devoid of anything, her surroundings filled with doors that closed one by one. Bang, 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 announcing her utter lack of qualification to enter the world beyond. Confusion enveloped her. Who am I, and what am I meant to do? I am worthless, I possess no value, unable to achieve anything. Xiao Yan's heart began to constrict. As if being torn apart, a pang of sorrow creeping into her chest. Her breathing became shallow and weak, unsure if she had the right to breathe. Should I even breathe? Am I worthy of it? This world does not miss my presence. My disappearance would matter little, would it? A dark thought began to take root in her heart. In her stupor, she murmured to herself, disappear, disappear. Chapter 13. Non-death state. At that moment, the surrounding people, unable to hear any commotion, began to gather. Upon seeing that the giant hand had not vanished, panic nearly compelled them to flee. Cautiously observing from a distance, they hesitated until, after a while, the hand remained still, allowing them to cautiously step closer. They soon beheld Xiao Yin lying on the ground, seemingly in a daze, causing their hearts to sink. What has happened to her? Has her mind been tainted? Gao Zhuang exclaimed. I have heard that certain aberrations can impact a person's psyche, leading to madness. In mild cases, it might affect emotions, while severe instances could render one a fool or a madman. What should we do? Her condition looks dire. Is there hope for her? I don't know, Gao Zhuang replied helplessly, shaking his head. I've only heard about it. I have no idea how to address it. Did she become this way because she attacked the giant hand? Presumably. The crowd fell silent, gazing at Xiao Yin with complex expressions. Following previous events, they had gradually acknowledged her strength and character. She was always at the forefront in the face of terrifying aberrations, and it was undoubtedly she who bore the greatest risks. Even so, she consistently protected everyone around her. It was impossible not to feel gratitude towards her. With the giant hand now motionless, they were temporarily safe. A safety that she had fought desperately to secure for all. Watching her in this state weighed heavily on their hearts. In the stillness, Xiao Yin slowly raised her hands towards her own neck, then tightened her grip with ferocity, coughing violently with a face twisted in agony. Yet her hands showed no sign of relenting, even intensifying their hold. This bizarre and abnormal behavior caused a change in the expressions of those witnessing. Astonished, she could die from this. How can she continue to choke herself without letting go? Could the mental taint control her actions? The individuals at the forefront involuntarily stepped back a few paces. At that moment, a figure lunged forward, grasping Xiao Yan's hand and pulling with all their might. Someone help! Lu Chang yelled as she tugged, turning to shout back. Soon, another person rushed forward to grab Xiao Yan's other hand. It was Gao Zhuang. The two exerted nearly all their strength but managed only to slightly budge her grip. Seeing this, two more individuals charged in. Logically speaking, Xiao Yin should not have been able to resist the combined strength of four. However, the current situation was such that her body remained immobile, as if an inexplicable force coalesced around her, matching their efforts. The four combined could only manage to move her hands a fraction. At this point, someone could no longer bear it and rushed forward. Gao Zhuang and Lu Chang, step aside. He rolled up his sleeves, gripping their shoulders and pulling them back. What strength do you possess? One slender and the other weak? Let me take over. Lu Chang was nearly yanked back several steps, almost falling, and felt a surge of anger, but held her tongue. I concede. What's the fuss? I'll do it. Switch out. Another young man dashed forward. Gao Zhuang also stepped aside. Despite his name meaning strong, he possessed a frail physique. Lacking any significant strength, he retreated to the side, casting furtive glances at Lu Chang. She was taking deep breaths, a thin sheen of sweat glistening on her forehead, her face contorted in pain, likely from an injury sustained earlier. What are you staring at? Lu Cheng shot him an annoyed glare. "Why are you helping her?" Gao Zhuang asked, his expression one of incredulity. He had not expected her to be the first to act. Lu Cheng rolled her eyes. "She just saved me. Is it so wrong for me to help her in return?" After saying this, she paused to catch her breath. She paid no further heed to Gao Zhuang, her focus solely on the unconscious Xiao Yin as she murmured anxiously, "You have to survive. Without you, I doubt anyone else can lead the way." Meanwhile, Xiao Yin found herself traversing a gray expanse. She felt unbearable pain, not just physically, but mentally as well. It was unclear whether the pain in her body intensified her mental anguish or if her psychological suffering magnified her physical discomfort. All she desired was for this torment to end swiftly. Once she reached that place, she would find relief. Xiao Yin gazed blankly ahead, where darkness loomed, seemingly capable of dissolving all pain and discomfort. What lies there? She moved step by step toward it. The sensation was too familiar, and a sense of dread arose within her. I have been here before. This is a place I once visited. The jarring sound of brakes and blinding lights, accompanied by blood, flashed through her mind. Everything she possessed, whether tangible or intangible, seemed to drain away from her. Xiao Yin shuddered violently. This deeply rooted fear felt as though it dragged her, clad in thin garments, into a realm of ice and snow, dousing her with a bucket of cold water. She halted in her tracks. What am I doing? Yet an unseen force continued to push her forward. While the darkness beckoned her. No, there is nothing there, and no matter what, I shall not allow myself to go there. I must leave, be gone, she screamed with fear and anger. The distance between her and the darkness instantly widened, condensing into a minuscule point before vanishing. Xiao Yin felt a lightness wash over her, the heaviness in her mind dissipating. She clenched her fists, consumed by trepidation. Physical attacks could be evaded, but mental assaults were elusive. Invisible and omnipresent, to think that my thoughts could be influenced to such an extent. If I had been compelled to walk into that darkness, I might truly have perished. She took a moment to steady her emotions, unable to resist mocking herself. Had I not died once before, I would be facing death again now. Surveying her surroundings, she noticed countless gray shadows floating about, forming a seemingly insubstantial ground beneath her feet. Had her body entered a new space, or had her mind been drawn here? Regardless, it indicated that she had not yet escaped danger. Ouch, for individuals, gripping Xiao Yin, stumbled backward and fell onto their behinds. Startled gasps echoed through the air, quickly followed by a sense of relief. They've pulled apart. They've pulled apart. Xiao Yin's hands had been yanked to her sides, no longer constricting her own throat. However, something was amiss. One person hastily scrambled to their feet and exclaimed, "It wasn't us who pulled her apart. She suddenly lost her strength." What? The crowd gathered closer, discovering that Xiao Yin lay still, her eyes tightly shut, motionless. You should have said she lost her strength, not her breath. Upon hearing this, the individual shuddered, immediately crouching down to check beneath her nose. After a 2-second pause, he shouted, "She's alive. She is still breathing." Chapter 14. The gatekeeper. 10 minutes earlier, outside the restaurant building, a warning line had been erected in the distance, and the surrounding crowd had been evacuated, leaving an eerie silence in its wake. Four armored vehicles approached along the main road, halting at different points 100 meters away from the building, one positioned at each cardinal point. From the vehicles emerged teams of fully armed personnel, dispersing swiftly and orderly in 2 directions. The synchronized sound of their footsteps resonated, underscoring their rigorous training. Clad in helmets, uniforms, and boots that formed a seamless ensemble, they were entirely sealed from head to toe. As they moved, every 5 meters, a member of the team would take position, resembling a black dragon coiling around the building in no time. Group A, all members in position. Group B, all members in position. After both groups reported, a woman inside one of the armored vehicles spoke in a low tone, commenced scanning. She appeared to be in her 30s, with short, stiff hair standing upright, the ends slightly curling upwards, exuding an air of defiance. All armed personnel sprang into action. They removed precision instruments from their backs, holding them in hand, sweeping in a 220-degree arc from left to right, then took 2 careful steps towards the building. The opaque black helmets concealed their expressions, yet their movements revealed their extreme caution. 10 minutes later. Report to Team Lee, The anomaly at Xinyue restaurant has formed a complete level 1 domain. The internal mental energy level has breached the warning threshold, exceeding 1,300 points. The mental pollution generated by the domain has a radius of 50 meters in a perfect circle, with an estimated height surpassing 20 meters. Abnormal mental fluctuations are detected and are on the rise. The gatekeeper is in an active state. Within the armored vehicle, Team Lee spoke solemnly, "Withdraw the team. Retreat from the pollution zone." She clenched her fists, anxiously fixated on the screen before her. A young girl beside her tapped on the keyboard, saying, "Team Lee, according to the data received, there are 126 individuals in this building. Among them, 5 are awakened, all classified as low-level awakeners. Only 1 possesses physical enhancement combat abilities. The rest lean towards support or ineffective skills. Based on the current coverage size, the number of derivatives inside is expected to exceed 10. Their survival probability is, at best, a mere 8. Team Lee interjected, her voice barely audible, almost squeezed through clenched teeth. And this is merely the survival probability for the awakened. The hope for the ordinary individuals is utterly bleak. How long until the remaining personnel arrive? Team Lee inquired. The nearest awakened team will arrive in 2 minutes. We have urgently mobilized awakened individuals from other districts for support. They will take another 10 minutes to reach. Team Lee sighed. Let us hope those inside do not encounter the gatekeeper. Otherwise, we may still have a chance for rescue. Team Lee pondered. Encountering derivatives might allow for some mechanisms to pass through. However, if they come across the gatekeeper, with their current mental energy levels, no one will withstand it, and death is inevitable in the gray space. Zuoxiu Yin meticulously observed the flow of emotional light and shadow, realizing they emanated from a singular source. This space was composed of emotions, or, rather, mental constructs. Thus, identifying the core that generates all of this might be of assistance to her. She stepped forward towards that direction. The closer she approached, the more dense and abundant the flowing emotional light and shadow became. If earlier it resembled leaves occasionally blown by the wind, now it transformed into ribbons continuously swirling and drifting past her. An overwhelming pressure enveloped her from all sides. This pressure seemed to directly affect her mind, leaving her fatigued, despondent, and heavy. Each step consumed her energy immensely, akin to trudging through thick mud. After an indeterminate number of steps, she suddenly spotted a woman. The woman sat on the ground, her head bowed in murmurs. Part of her body had transformed into a gray light and shadow, reminiscent of decaying fruit marred by patches of mold. Countless twisted gray shadows continuously emanated from her, as if she was both the creator and the prey of these shadows. Zuoxiu Yin moved without a sound, yet the woman sensed something. Lifting her head, Zuoxiu Yin's body tensed instinctively, longing to reach for a shard of porcelain for defense, only to realize that the object had long since vanished. Fortunately, the woman merely raised her gaze. Her eyes lacked luster, devoid of focus. Only her lips moved slightly, indicating she was not a mere inanimate object. The indistinct murmurs echoed, creating a sense of disarray. This time, the voice was no longer a mere figment in Zuoxiu Yin's mind, but something she heard audibly. It turned out the words that had affected her thoughts were spoken by this woman. Wait a moment, if that is the case, could the giant hand be akin to a container? By cutting the giant hand, Zuoxiu Yin inadvertently released the energy driving it. And this energy originates from the moldy woman. What about the other derivatives? Zuoxiu Yin recalled the light and shadow within the previous derivatives and compared it to the current space, finding them nearly identical. Could it be that the derivatives within the domain were all created by this person? A strange sensation coursed through her hand, and Zuoxiu Yin looked down to see her fingertips had turned gray, matching the color and texture of those derivatives. Am I being altered? Panic gripped her heart. If I can't escape, will I too become a monster? Zuoxiu Yin tried to approach, but the light and shadow surrounding the woman obstructed her movement. As if a fierce wind was pushing her back. No, she needed to halt these emotions. Visual pressure. As soon as Zuoxiu Yin unleashed her ability, it felt as though a hammer struck her skull, and amidst the intense pain, her consciousness abruptly faltered, leaving her mind blank. She could barely endure even a second, let alone effect any change. This woman was undoubtedly the most formidable foe she had encountered thus far. The woman possessed the relentless ability to pollute her, while Zuoxiu Yin had no means to inflict harm upon her. Unable to draw near, devoid of weapons, and lacking any offensive abilities, everything had come to a standstill. How then could she resolve this confrontation? She scrutinized the moldy woman, her mind racing to consider what else she could do. The methods she had previously employed were effective against monsters, but what if this was a human? Might there still be room for communication? Clad in the uniform of the restaurant staff, Zhuo Yin noticed a silver name tag pinned to the left side of the woman's shirt. Bearing the name, Wang Xiao, Zhuo Yin softly called out, Wang Xiao. The woman ceased her murmuring, her eyes shifting, finally focusing on Zhuo Yin, her lips parting and closing as if she were relearning how to converse with another. After a few seconds, she finally spoke. Who are you? Zhuo Yin felt a sense of relief wash over her. As long as communication was possible, there remained a glimmer of hope. With that, she prepared to revert to her former self. Ready to utilize her expertise in the hope of success in this moment. My name is Zhuo Yin. I am a doctor. The human body can fall ill, and so too can the mind. I specialize in healing psychological ailments. Chapter 15. The door opens. A psychologist? Wang Xiao paused, furrowing her brow. Why would I dream of something like this? It seems I truly have issues. She appeared distinctly despondent. You are perfectly normal, Zhuo Yin reassured her, positioning herself at the same eye level. Gazing into Wang Xiao's eyes, I share your emotions and experiences. You treat psychological issues? How could you think this way? Wang Xiao's initial wariness and rejection began to wane, replaced by a hint of curiosity. Most people do. The emergence of such thoughts has no correlation with one's profession or wealth. Zhuo Yin maintained a calm smile, imbued with a soothing quality, speaking gently. However, Wang Xiao opened her mouth, then promptly closed it, shifting her gaze elsewhere before ultimately fixating on the ground, avoiding Zhuo Yin's eyes. You don't agree with my words, but don't wish to contradict me directly. I appreciate your consideration for my feelings. It's all right. I will listen to whatever you wish to say. I will strive to understand all that you express, rather than criticize you. Wang Xiao froze. Thank you? Why am I being thanked? So, I can receive gratitude for doing this kind of thing. In ordinary circumstances, at such moments, others merely display a countenance of impatience, disdainful of her stammering, unable to articulate her thoughts clearly. She refrains from retorting, convinced that the other party must possess their own rationale, perhaps believing she is in the wrong. Consequently, she remains silent, listening to the words of others. For the first time, someone is willing to invite her to share her thoughts, to listen and understand her, rather than seek her faults and errors. An indescribable stirring arises within her, as the surrounding gray shadows begin to slow their movement. Wang Xiao, slowly part my lips, striving to organize my thoughts. Stammering as I recount my experiences, I remain acutely aware of Zhuo Yin's reactions, only to find her perpetually smiling, nodding, or asking simple questions after I finish each statement. Gradually, I relax, my words begin to flow more smoothly. I remind myself to exercise self-discipline, yet I fail to rise early or retire at a reasonable hour, succumbing to nightly vigils. Though I yearn to learn, my enthusiasm wanes after a brief period, leading to abandonment of my pursuits. While others meticulously plan monthly goals and grand ambitions for 3 years, ascending step by step, I find myself adrift, lacking direction, motivation, and interest. Each day, I toil until exhaustion, returning home merely to lie down and clutch my phone for solace. Yet, observing others basking in travel, sports, and extravagant experiences I have yet to encounter, I am filled with longing. Yet where would I find the means? After paying rent and utility bills, little remains for myself. Surrounded by handsome men and beautiful women, I initially admire them, only to be engulfed by an overwhelming sense of bitterness. Lacking such looks, I am unlikely to find a partner of comparable beauty. The most probable outcome is remaining single or settling for an ordinary existence. Love? What a jest! The more I observe, the more acutely aware I become of my own scarcity. Wang Xiao clasps her head in her hands, her voice hoarse. I too wish to achieve many things, yet I am inept at everything. Tell me, why must I be so ordinary? If only I could possess even a fraction of what others have. Be it in appearance or talent, or the ability to earn money, anything would suffice. Zhuo Yin gazes at her quietly. This is the daily struggle for many. Psychological healing cannot be achieved through mere words. It requires numerous, prolonged adjustments. Yet, what I lack most at present is time. In this moment, a swift remedy is in dire need. You aspire to accomplish significant feats, yearning to explore numerous endeavors, yet reality proves less accommodating than anticipated. You frequently question yourself, and your decisions remain unacknowledged. You find yourself engulfed in uncertainty about the future, unsure of your path. You crave affection and recognition, yet feel undeserving. You cannot fully unveil your heart to others, yet you yearn for someone to comprehend and accept you. With every word Zhou Xiuyan utters, Wang Zhao's eyes brighten. And you wish to become like others, do you not? Indeed. Wang Zhao's voice rises, her gaze filled with a desperate longing for a panacea. Then, who will become you? Zhou Xiuyan gently inquires. Wang Zhao is taken aback, as if something within her has suddenly tightened. The surrounding gray shadows lose some of their opacity, and the direction of their dispersion begins to falter. Zhou Xiuyan's tone softens as she reminisces. You may not remember who I am, but I have witnessed you meticulously arranging utensils in their proper places with such diligence and care. When the former host visited the restaurant, she had a brief encounter with her. Among numerous waitstaff, you exhibited the utmost patience, introducing me to the decor, the diverse cuisines, and various details. You willingly guided me through the private rooms to select, rather than merely gesturing for me to explore on my own. You likely have no idea how profoundly these actions have impressed others. Wang Zhao is momentarily taken aback, then shifts her posture and scratches her head, feeling a twinge of happiness, yet more so a sense of embarrassment. Wasn't this merely part of her job? One cannot truly acknowledge their worth simply because others offer a few kind words. Yet, many individuals in the world have never heard genuine praise. Perhaps they are unaware of how deeply they long for recognition of their true selves, even for the smallest deeds, so trivial that they themselves fail to notice. There is no should be. Zhou Xiuyan shakes her head. You must take a good look at yourself. Every action you take is deserving of affirmation. Every single one. Wang Zhao echoes, her eyes widening slightly, instinctively straightening her posture. All of it, Zhou Xiuyan nods, without a hint of hesitation. But what difference does it make? I remain somewhat perplexed as Wang Zhao. You need not be anything, nor strive for a particular purpose. Merely begin by loving yourself. Zhou Xiuyan gazes intently at her, wishing to convey her gentleness and acceptance. Wang Zhao stares blankly into Zhou Xiuyan's eyes, seeing a stranger within those dark depths. The shadows emanating from Wang Zhao abruptly halt, disintegrating into powder that descends. The once drifting shadows in the air collide chaotically. The other shadows that structure the space, like walls and floors, begin to tremble. The fissure gradually widens behind Wang Zhao, taking the shape of a rectangular outline. Amidst this tumultuous transformation, she seems utterly oblivious. Zhou Xiuyan, uncertain of whether this change is positive or negative, remains composed and continues. That inner self of yours surely longs for you to discover her sooner. Her gaze shifts to the direction behind Wang Zhao. If you are willing to attempt and change, that door will always appear when you turn around. Noticing the change in Zhou Xiuyan's gaze, Wang Zhao turns her head. Her eyes begin to glisten. There it is, a door, the very escape she has yearned for. Just as Zhou Xiuyan stated, upon turning around, she sees the door. This was never as daunting as she thought. No one had ever told her so. Everything here, was it not her own self-imposed confinement, a cage of her own making? It turns out she could have easily stepped outside. Why did she not dream of this sooner? If only you had come to me in my dreams earlier. Wang Zhao's voice quivers. The vibrations of light intensify, resembling an earthquake, as vast swathes of light fall like sand, and chaotic currents surge through the space. Both their hair billows wildly. Wang Zhao slowly rises, making her way to the door. Her hand trembles on the doorknob, yet she hesitates to turn it, as if daunted. Our encounter is not too late. Zhou Xiuyan responds softly. After a brief pause, Wang Zhao turns back, smiling, and presses down on the knob. Thank you. I believe it is time for me to explore my true self. Chapter 16. What to save? The individual emerges. Wang Zhao's figure vanishes beyond the door. The shadows within the gray space collapse even more rapidly, prompting Zhou Xiuyan to hasten her exit, dashing through the doorway. The sensation of weightlessness envelopes her. Akin to plummeting into an abyss, she jolts upright. The sound of jubilant cheers fills her ears. Wow, she is awake. She is awake. Zhou Xiuyan surveys her surroundings, familiar faces encircling her, all wearing expressions of delight. Did they say I'm awake? Thus, my body remained still, merely drawn into a realm of consciousness. Rising from the ground, Zhou Xiuyan closely observes the people around her, noting the absence of casualties. The giant hand has vanished. bringing her a sense of relief. Just as she is about to speak, a wave of dizziness washes over her. Upon closer inspection, it is not dizziness but rather the ground beneath her beginning to tremble. The chandelier above rattles, producing a cacophony of sounds. Gray mist churns, and amidst its thinning, she notices cracks forming in the four supporting pillars. An earthquake? People shout in alarm, some running wildly, while others crouch down. Clutching their heads, Zhou Xiaoyan acutely senses the sudden influx of images in her mind. The Star Sea has also experienced significant upheaval since emerging from the realm of consciousness. She declares, "I will lead you all out." Everyone gazes at her in astonishment. She strides a few steps through the hall, suddenly raising her hand and reaching forward as if grasping something. "Let us go." With a push into the air, a door-shaped outline materializes. Bright sunlight floods in, illuminating her face and body. She has opened a door? What is happening? The crowd gazes outside, witnessing the blue sky, fluffy clouds, and verdant trees. We can go outside. It's really a door. This is the real thing, the genuine door. In a flurry of excitement, they hasten to follow her outside. Lu Chong is nearly moved to tears. Didn't he choose the wrong person this time? Yet her deeply ingrained beliefs have shifted. Rather than tirelessly seeking strength in others, it is far more beneficial to empower oneself. From now on, she will devise ways to enhance her own abilities. Even if she cannot become an awakened one, she will strive to be strong and resilient. Like this person, she will tackle problems using her intellect and strength, 100 meters away from the building. Report to Team Leader Lee. All members of the Awakened Combat Unit are in position. Team Leader Lee nods, his expression grave. The values within this primary mental domain are steadily rising. Due to the presence of the door opener, the domain may shift to superior level at any moment, resulting in an increase in the number of aberrations. Time is of the essence. We must locate the door opener and eliminate them swiftly. Do not let your guard down. Prioritize safety and security. A few individuals are entering, and I expect them to return safely. Yes, the 8 awakened ones responded in unison. Team Leader Lee turned and led his team towards the building. Suddenly, everyone witnessed the building begin to tremble, and simultaneously, the wristbands they wore emitted beeping sounds, the displayed values plummeting from 337 to 22. In the next moment, the building's doors swung open with a loud clang, and a group of youths surged forth, among them a woman walking steadily at the forefront. The two groups collided, akin to two armies meeting in battle. The opposing group wore expressions of joy and ease, while the awakened ones appeared tense and solemn. Who, after all, was in need of rescue? The members of the awakened team halted, incredulously exclaiming, "Captain, the domain is gone." Someone has emerged. Li glanced at the values and then at the crowd before him. The domain has shattered? This is truly bizarre. While encountering monsters might evoke a sense of calm, the appearance of living beings was an extraordinary event. If someone emerged from the domain, one might consider it luck, for sometimes exits are not difficult to find. And fortunate individuals could even appear right at the door. However, if the domain had shattered, that was an entirely different matter. The reasons for such a shattering could likely be twofold. Either a high-level awakened one had directly and forcefully dismantled the domain's barrier, or the core of the domain had been compromised. The core sustaining the domain was the door opener. If the door opener suffered significant injury or vanished, the domain would cease to exist. Yet, regardless of which scenario it was, achieving such a feat was no small matter. If someone could accomplish this, they would undoubtedly have to be a third-tier awakened one, right? Would they still require assistance from these awakened individuals? The awakened team surveyed the woman leading the opposing group. She maintained a calm demeanor, her gaze resolute, eyes fixed ahead. Even having emerged from the domain, she displayed no signs of exuberance. Li marveled internally. Such composure is indeed rare. You all continue into the building to conduct a sweep, deal with any residual derivatives, and ensure the remaining personnel are safely evacuated. Lee instructed several team members. Understood. The other team members promptly proceeded into the building's interior. Lee pressed the earpiece communication device at his ear. Xiaoya, have the medical team enter, and come find me immediately. HM. A noticeable pause came from the earpiece, followed by a response. Understood. A317 medical team is en route. Thereafter, Lee approached, revealing his credentials to the crowd as he introduced himself. We are awakened individuals from the Handling Bureau, responsible for your safety moving forward. I am Team Leader Lee Chi-Yun. You may wait ahead. Medical personnel will be here for comprehensive examinations. Gao Zhuang and others cheered at the sight of various vehicles and equipment. It's the rescue team. Thank you, thank you. This is wonderful. Li Qiyun surveyed the crowd's condition, somewhat surprised. The injuries and mental state of these individuals were far better than he had anticipated. Typically, following an abnormal event, individuals would emerge in a state of lingering terror, unable to converse, exhibiting lethargy and other symptoms. However, aside from a few injured individuals struggling to stand and looking pale, there were no excessively severe conditions present. If all of this was orchestrated by this person, that would be extraordinary. Li Qiyun felt a surge of excitement, his eyes gleaming. She likely had not undergone systematic training yet, and if she received specialized enhancement in the future, her growth was unfathomable. Within mere seconds, the medical team arrived with their vehicles. Let me go first. Lu Chong rushed to the forefront, insisting, I am the most seriously injured. I feel like I'm on the brink of death. We will assess the priority order. The medical personnel frowned, bypassing her, their eyes scanning the crowd anxiously, preparing to rescue those in critical condition. Just because you claim to be the most severely injured does not make it true. Having witnessed numerous harrowing scenes, this girl, despite the bloodied appearance from behind, was not in life-threatening danger. Who wouldn't want to be treated first? Those who clamored and shouted the loudest often hinder others' treatment. The truly gravely injured would hardly have the strength to shout or walk. After scanning the area, the medical personnel paused. Team Leader Li, is it just them? Yes, temporarily, only a wave has emerged. It seems she truly is the most seriously injured. I told you it was me. Lu Chong stood there, wide-eyed, feeling wronged and angry, her eyes brimming with tears as she looked at the medical personnel. The medical personnel hurried over, leading her to the equipment to tend to her injuries. Other injured individuals were also taken for treatment. Team Leader Li, this is the least severe group of casualties I have ever encountered. The medical personnel moved with renewed lightness. It is commendable of Team Leader Li to have resolved the abnormal incident so swiftly. Indeed, those who survived this time will surely be numerous. Fewer injuries make us happy. Li Qiyun lightly cleared his throat. It was not me. Not you? Several individuals were taken aback, glancing up in mild surprise. You are the only awakened team here. If it wasn't you, then who else could it be? I hadn't even approached, and the domain had already dissipated. Once Xiaoya arrives, we will investigate what transpired. Li Qiyun's gaze shifted, focusing on the young girl who sat on the ground with her eyes closed. The medical team members exchanged astonished glances, assessing her. She appeared to be just over 20 years old, likely someone who had recently awakened. Could she truly have accomplished such a feat? Team Leader Li, the young woman approached, her eyes full of curiosity, though she did not pose any questions. Quickly, Li Qiyun gestured, turning to sprint towards the restaurant, eager to uncover what had occurred within. Xiaoya followed suit without hesitation. Upon entering the restaurant, they observed numerous cracks in the walls, the arrival and departure of the domain having inflicted significant damage to the physical structure. Many furnishings had fallen or shattered on the floor, debris and dust littering the ground. Yet there were no visible corpses or bloodstains. You may begin. All right, Xiaoya nodded, kneeling to touch the ground. The world within her vision transformed. She perceived various particles drifting about, akin to pixels seen when an image is magnified. They coalesced to form three-dimensional images, flowing and shifting. Everything that had transpired here replayed like a blurry, faded video. Though without sound, Xiaoya described the scene she witnessed. A group of individuals entered the hall from the staircase, with a girl directing them. Based on the information I reviewed on the 5 awakened individuals, her name is Zhua Xiuyan. During the ability assessment 3 months ago, it was discovered she had awakened, her ability being, Xiaoya paused, her expression slightly peculiar, emotional perception. She can sense the emotions of others? Li Qiyun inquired. Puzzled. Yes, that is one way to understand it. This ability is rather ordinary and was rated at the lowest F level. F level? Li Qiyun pondered, feeling a sense of doubt. Abilities of such a grade were typically mere weak enhancements of what ordinary individuals could achieve, offering little practical utility in combat. Could I have misjudged? Is the shattering of the domain unrelated to her? Please continue. Subsequently, the door disappeared, revealing a giant hand-shaped derivative that lunged towards the awakened individual Shanji, who utilized an E-level ability, position swapped in an instant. It transported someone to his location, crushing them beneath the giant hand. Xiaoya's expression darkened. while Li Qiyun frowned simultaneously. Such actions are simply, after the giant hand vanished, it reappeared, employing the same tactic, this time targeting Zhou Xiaoyan. The giant hand, which should have struck down upon her, hesitated for a moment, allowing Zhou Xiaoyan to escape. Has it stopped? Li Qiyun's spirits lifted. After a moment of contemplation, he clapped his hands in realization. This must be her ability? The ability assessor must have misjudged. On the surface, it appears to be emotional perception, but in reality, it functions similarly to restraint or immobilization. This undoubtedly qualifies as D-level, and if she enhances her mental abilities in the future, she could adapt to various scenarios. She possesses a commendable power. Indeed, Xiaoya concurred. Following that, Zhou Xiaoyan cornered Shenji into an unoccupied area, rendering him unable to utilize his skills against others. As Shenji was pursued by the giant hand. He attempted to swap places with Zhou Xiaoyan, but this time, he failed, resulting in his own demise. Why did he fail this time? Did she restrict Shenji's movements? Li Qiyun inquired. There was no sign of her utilizing her skill. Xiaoya shook her head. She had rolled up her windbreaker and thrown it towards Shenji, obstructing his targeting. Shenji's skill caused him to swap places with the windbreaker, but upon swapping, he found himself perilously close to the giant hand. I surmised the windbreaker contained an object, such as a phone or something else, which led her to throw at a certain distance. Xiaoya continued to elaborate. Moreover, she had removed the garment in advance, indicating that Zhou Xiaoyan had already anticipated this scenario, and her timing in throwing it was impeccable. What happened next? Li Qiyun asked. She climbed onto the back of the derivative's hand and attacked it with a shard of porcelain, immediately opting to retreat. However, she suddenly collapsed, clutching her head, and subsequently grasped her own neck. Though this behavior lasted only about 20 seconds, she had been contaminated. Xiaoya was taken aback. The doorkeeper had not appeared, and she was certain that he had succumbed to the mental realm. Li Qiyun nodded, confirming her suspicions. Indeed, Zhou Xiaoyan had interacted with the doorkeeper. However, a question arose. How had she survived in the presence of a creature whose mental prowess vastly exceeded her own? After all, events that transpired within the mental realm were invisible, and the only recourse would be to inquire directly with her later. Li Qiyun's curiosity deepened. Initially, she sought to understand what Zhou Xiaoyan had done. But now, these unanswered questions only intensified. Approximately 2 minutes later, she awoke anew. As she stood and took a few steps, Xiaoya's eyes widened in disbelief at what she beheld. She stood still, opening a door, and spoke the final few words slowly. Had the door manifested precisely as she regained consciousness? The door had not appeared. It was created by her pushing forward, which then revealed Li Qiyun. What? Li Qiyun's eyes also widened in astonishment. She moved closer to Xiaoya, fixing her gaze intently upon her. Hey, you're... Then she stepped back 2 paces and struck her palm. Tiske, if only I could borrow your ability, I must see it. After a moment of contemplation, she continued, there are now 3 possibilities. First, the door to this domain manifests when someone touches it. She may have fortuitously encountered this hidden door. Second, she might possess some obscure technique or information that allowed her to know of the door's existence and opened it intentionally. Third, she might have conjured a door from nothingness. Can you observe her closely and determine which possibility is more likely? Xiaoya nodded and succinctly summarized. The first can be dismissed. Those who rushed by did not trigger the door. Zhou Xiaoyan's behavior aligns more closely with the second and third options. Moreover, it should be intimately connected to her entry into the mental realm. After all, if she could have escaped earlier, she would not have chosen to confront the progenitor. Thus, she must have opened the exit to the domain. The 2 exchanged glances. Li Qiyun took a deep breath before speaking. If this is true, the situation becomes complicated. Not only does she possess the ability to open a domain passage, but this also implies that she might. She commanded solemnly, report this to the higher-ups immediately. This is beyond what I can manage. Chapter 18. Where the mind resides, there lies the door at that moment. Zhou Xiaoyan sat on the ground, her eyes closed in meditation. As she passed through the door to the mental realm, she felt mental energy merging with her being, absorbing non-origin mental energy. The black mist at the heart of the starry sea expanded outward once more, and a dim star near the sun began to gleam. The awakening of her psychic ability had manifested the door of intent, exerting the effect. Where the mind resides, there lies the door. When the mind connects with a real door, one can breach the barriers of the domain to reach reality. Range. The distance to the real door must not exceed 10 meters. The door selected within the domain must also correspond to a door in reality. Strength. Weak. First tier.it is triggered actively. The mental power level must exceed that of the domain. Otherwise, it becomes ineffective. The linked door must have been seen with one's own eyes. The more complete the details of the door's construction, the higher the success rate. Yet, her gains were not limited to this. Her psychic abilities had also undergone an upgrade. The detection of emotional perception and the exertion range of visual pressure had both increased by 3 meters, from 5 to 8 meters. Although 3 meters may seem insignificant, even a slight variation in distance or a mere second's difference could sway the tide of battle. Therefore, Zhuoxiuyan felt immense joy at every slight advancement and enhancement. Moreover, her abilities could continue to evolve. The potential for the future was vast. Having escaped danger, she finally felt a sense of relief, though fatigue began to envelop her. Her entire body ached. The original host was not one to engage in physical training, and after the recent struggle and exertion, her arms and legs felt utterly incapable of movement, having merely held on until now. Even swallowing seemed painful, and breathing caused discomfort. Heidi felt as if her arms might detach from her shoulders. What had transpired during her unconsciousness? A sense of dread washed over her. One careless moment could lead to being ensnared by a bizarre skill, and she remained oblivious to the events that had unfolded. "I am still too weak," Zhuoxiuyan murmured. Nearby, Gao Zhuang heard her voice, and his expression became complicated. "You consider yourself weak? What does that make the rest of us?" She glanced down at her hands, blood still seeping from her wounds. Neither her physical form nor her abilities provided her with adequate security. The stench of blood and the lurking threat of monsters left her in constant peril of losing her life. Zhuoxiuyan gazed skyward, harboring a deep disdain for this world. She longed to return to Blue Star, yet what awaited her there were mere corpses. To return in this body, that seemed infinitely more challenging. It was likely she would have to remain here. If that were the case, awakening outside the jurisdiction would leave her with nothing. No money, no equipment, no allies, no information, only a superficial understanding of matters. Yet still under scrutiny, wandering alone would not only make finding necessary solutions exceedingly difficult, but also put her life at risk due to her utter lack of resources. Thus, aligning herself with an organization possessing vast information and resources would undoubtedly be a wise choice. Fortunately, the Bureau was dedicated to protecting this city, or rather, safeguarding the nation as a legitimate armed force. They fought tirelessly for their country and its citizens, willing to risk their lives to rescue ordinary people. Thus, she currently enjoyed a measure of safety and would receive some degree of care. Awakened individuals within the Bureau had access to specialized training facilities where they could learn more combat techniques, receive enhanced medical support, and acquire various equipment and weapons. Moreover, there would surely be ways to ascertain where domains might manifest, allowing her to arrive in advance to hunt monsters and acquire skills, thereby accelerating her growth and ensuring greater safety. Zhuoxiuyan had already envisioned a future path for her rapid development through this organization. Surviving was the first step toward finding a way out. She contemplated the worst-case scenario. Perhaps she would not find Blue Star and be unable to return. She needed to prepare for 2 contingencies. At the very least, in the event that she could not return, she must accumulate resources for her survival in this world. She resolved to live well in this realm first, before striving for a better existence. Upon joining, would she find her activities restricted by the Bureau, or be compelled to undertake missions, or face the intrigues of power struggles? Zhuoxiuyan pondered. If the organization's leaders were wise and just, they would nurture talent, making it easier for her to advance. That would allow her to control and command others rather than be directed herself. She could even recruit already trained individuals within the Bureau to work for her. Should there be corrupt elements within the organization, she could certainly meet force with force, adapting to the circumstances. After contemplating her next steps, Zhuoxiuyan awaited the arrival of the individual who identified himself as Li Qiyun. Meanwhile, medical personnel escorted Zhuoxiuyan for an examination, dressing her wounds and providing her with some recuperative medication. Once they determined there were no abnormalities, they arranged for her to sit in a newly established resting area. After more than 20 minutes, she finally saw Li Qiyun and a woman emerge through the main doors. Both bore serious expressions and hurriedly approached. Zhuoxiuyan immediately rose to greet them. Team leader Li, "Hello, I wish to join the Bureau." She stated her request directly. Being forthright could expedite her objectives and reduce the other's suspicions, facilitating smoother collaboration in the future. Waiting for an invitation to bolster her leverage was not suitable at this juncture. "Why do you wish to join?" Li Qiun inquired, noting that she had chosen want rather than wish, indicating a well-considered decision that would not be easily altered. "I want to survive, to gain strength, and to acquire money." Upon hearing this, Li Qiun's expression did not shift significantly, but Zhou Xiaoyan detected a hint of relaxation within her demeanor. Li Qiun did not respond immediately. After studying her for a few seconds, she spoke. "With power comes responsibility. To gain is to give. I hope you understand what you will face moving forward. Some matters, once joined, cannot be easily exited." Zhou Xiaoyan met her gaze earnestly and nodded. "I understand. Matters of verification do not fall under my purview. You must go to the city bureau. There will be specialized personnel to guide you through the specific procedures. I am prepared to go now." Zhou Xiaoyan indicated, "Is there anything here that requires my assistance?" Generally speaking, after such unusual events, there would be a record-keeping personnel to inquire about the details from those involved. "You are quite the impatient one." Li Qiun chuckled, scanning the crowd. "There are plenty who can articulate clearly, so your absence won't be missed. Considering your physical condition and the traffic restrictions, I will have someone drive you." "Very well, thank you. Team leader Li Dai will follow your arrangements," Zhou Xiaoyan replied with a slight smile, her tone softening to create a more relaxed atmosphere. As if the barriers had been lowered, Li Qiun pressed her earpiece to call for assistance. And shortly thereafter, a standard sedan approached. Zhou Xiaoyan opened the door and got in. As the vehicle drove beyond the security perimeter, Xiaoya remarked, "It seems she has discerned something. If she hadn't, I would find it quite strange," Li Qiun replied with a smile, turning around. "She is quite astute. Let us go and inquire with those inside to see what else she may have said." In the vehicles, Zhou Xiaoyan's certainty solidified. The two individuals undoubtedly comprehended the ramifications of their actions. Upon exiting the building, the direction and gaze of those two were unequivocally aimed at her. The members of this organization were far from foolish. They surely possessed specialized methods or personnel to ascertain the events transpiring within. She cast a fleeting glance at the driver clad in black, in an environment completely sealed off, surrounded by armored vehicles. How could a sedan possibly arrive? It was evident that they had been notified from the outside and had prepared for her presence. On another note, the disparity between herself and the original host was significant. A mere investigation into her usual affairs would reveal the truth. However, it was highly probable they would attribute her sudden personality shift to some form of provocation. Even if they uncovered something, she harbored no concerns about the repercussions of this incident. The organization evaluated an individual from two perspectives: utility and threat. The threat posed by her difference from the original host would never surpass the value she could provide. The benefits she could offer were substantial enough to render this incident trivial. There would be no foolish endeavors involving experimentation or dissection. Such actions might yield no results while sacrificing a multi-talented warrior. Any rational individual would refrain from such folly. Leaning against the car window, Zhou Xiaoyan observed the trees along the roadside receding behind her. Regardless of the monsters and dangers that lay ahead, she would not falter in her pursuit of self-improvement. Chapter 19. A surge of gratitude. Not long after Zhou Xiaoyan's departure, Gao Zhuang and the others had been thoroughly examined by medical personnel. With all injuries properly addressed, at this moment, someone could no longer contain their tears. "It's wonderful to be alive. When I saw the aberration, I thought I was going to die. I had even prepared my last words." Others wholeheartedly concurred. "Thank goodness for Zhou Xiaoyan. Otherwise, I would never have made it out. I finally understand what it means to be fortunate enough to know her. It's truly a blessing to be her classmate." She had reassured us, saying, "Don't panic. I'm here." "Initially, I hadn't believed her," a girl murmured. "But then I witnessed her determination to lead us out. At the moment she opened the door, my heart was about to leap from my chest." Sunlight illuminated her, and for the first time, I felt someone could be so cool, so reassuring. In that instant, I felt I would trust anything she said. "Don't say that. I feel the same way." Another added, "She truly delivered on her promises. She said she would rescue us, and she did. Indeed, we must express our gratitude to her." The girl then thumped her chest, declaring, "To repay her life-saving grace, I announce that I will take care of her breakfast from now on. I'll cover lunch. Then I shall take dinner." And snacks too. The crowd inexplicably began to compete over food allocation and menu choices. Speaking of which, I don't even have her contact information. Someone searched for her figure. Hey, where did she go? Seems she left in a car. She has already gone? Wait, why are we still here? Aren't we going home? Hold on. Li Qian approached the crowd with Xiaoya and spoke. Your physical conditions are now stable, but you may have suffered from mental contamination within the domain. We need to take you to a specialized location for mental contamination testing. Huh? The relief that had just settled in their hearts surged again. They had witnessed Xiaoyan in action. Would we suddenly harm ourselves? Don't worry. Your time spent in the domain was brief, and any contamination you experienced would be minimal. A few days of rest should suffice. If we hadn't emerged so quickly, would the contamination have been severe? Gao Zhuang inquired. Li Qian nodded. For ordinary people, the longer the exposure, the more irreversible the contamination. A shiver ran through the crowd. Irreversible meant untreatable, didn't it? Gratitude swelled within them. Thank goodness we were among the first to escape. If not for Xiaoyan, we would still be trapped inside. This only deepened their appreciation for Xiaoyan. From another perspective, this was a fortuitous occurrence. How could this be a good thing? After experiencing sudden events or minor contamination, individuals have a greater likelihood of acquiring abilities, becoming awakened ones. Thus, the upcoming test would also assess whether any among them had triggered their powers. Is that really possible? Excitement rippled through the crowd. Having survived was already a tremendous joy, and now there was a chance for awakening. At that moment, Li Qiyun's earpiece crackled to life. Report, Captain. The aberrations within the building have been cleared. Rescue personnel can now be dispatched. Good work. Under his command, armed personnel stationed at a distance began to run into the building, equipped with the necessary rescue supplies. The awakened team members also emerged one after another, lining up behind the captain. How impressive! The crowd marveled at their uniform combat attire, their excitement mounting. When will we undergo testing? I also wish to become an awakened one. We must wait for those inside to exit first. Before testing, we need you to recount the events that transpired within the building, Xiaoya stated. Her abilities allowed her to see images but not hear sounds. Many details required clarification from these individuals. The awakened team members pricked up their ears, eager to learn what had transpired. As they listened to the animated recounting, several members exchanged astonished glances and whispered among themselves. They could calmly analyze the types of aberrations and deduce their weaknesses so swiftly. They must have studied a fair amount of theoretical knowledge. One remarked, recalling the 6 months they had spent learning. Theory is one aspect, practical application is another. Acknowledging the embarrassment, they added, when I first encountered an aberration, my mind went blank, and all that theoretical knowledge slipped away. This was merely her most ordinary display. Li Qiyun interjected, I've trained many newcomers, and her performance has already reached an exceptional level. Hearing the esteemed captain's affirmation only heightened their curiosity. They leaned in closer to discover what else this individual had accomplished. She charged at the aberration without any skills. She must truly have guts. She deduced the illusion. Her judgment and observational skills are quite remarkable, and she has a knack for calming others, I must admit. Her courage and confidence have left a deep impression on me. This person must have only recently awakened, right? Just listening to their accounts, I nearly mistook her for a veteran among us, however, when the giant hand appeared. The crowd's vision was obstructed, limiting the information they could provide. Xiaoya promptly halted further inquiries, recognizing that the details surrounding Xiaoyan's opening of the domain gate should not be easily disseminated. They needed to guide their thoughts elsewhere. Ultimately, she found the gate and led you all out. Xiaoya reframed the narrative, suggesting that Xiaoyan had merely discovered the domain's entrance. Yes, it seems she found it almost instantly. How impressive! Gao Zhuang and the others detected nothing amiss, unaware of where the clues had originated, and did not have time to ask. Much like previous encounters, her actions were often beyond their comprehension. Xiaoya swiftly redirected the conversation, saying, Thank you for your cooperation. Regarding the matters within the domain, we will need you to sign a confidentiality agreement, prohibiting the dissemination of any information in any form until we have concluded our handling. Follow me. I will take you to the vehicle to wait. Xiaoya led them away to prepare the documents. Having heard the details, Li Qiyun felt a sense of relief. Initially, upon hearing about the confrontation between the two awakened ones, he understood that Xiaoyan would not hesitate to act decisively when necessary, seeking to eliminate any potential threats, a quality indicative of a decisive leader. Thus, he remained vigilant, questioning whether she would regard the lives of her peers as trivial. However, witnessing her other actions revealed that she was not cold-blooded. She would help and protect others to the best of her ability, an exceedingly valuable trait. Although Zhou Xiaoyan had undergone significant personality changes, her character had not exhibited any repugnant qualities. The remaining matters would require gradual observation. If no issues arose, she would undoubtedly prove to be an exceptional talent. Zhou Xiaoyan possesses the potential to become a captain. Li Qiyun remarked, with proper cultivation, her future is limitless. The team members gazed at Captain Li in astonishment. This comparing this newcomer to the captain himself, suggesting equivalence in certain aspects. It is evident how highly he regards her. If she can indeed join our ranks, I shall certainly strive to bring her into the team. Captain, in terms of competitiveness, our combat team is second to none. Other teams simply cannot compare. She will surely select us. If she joins, we would extend a warm welcome. Indeed, having such a person as a teammate would be splendid. At the very least, I could trust her with my back. Though they had never met, the team members had already developed a favorable impression of Zhou Xiaoyan based on her various feats. She has helped us resolve a significant dilemma today. Otherwise, we would have faced a fierce battle against those creatures. Li Qian chuckled, patting a team member on the shoulder. Let us wrap things up. Once I deal with those reporters, I'll treat you all to a meal. Captain, be cautious. Your wallet may end up empty today. The team erupted in laughter. Chapter 20. Online buzz. Li Qiyun approached the perimeter, where a throng had gathered outside. They craned their necks, capturing images with various devices. Were it not for the armed personnel still blocking the way, there would likely be individuals attempting to breach the perimeter. In the distance, vehicles can be seen approaching, seemingly drawn by the news, comprising various teams and studios. Li Qiyun clicked his tongue. So many again today. Before he could utter a word, the crowd clamored to inquire. Why are there only a few injured present? Have the others perished? Was the rescue timely? Were there any significant casualties? Could you divulge information regarding the derivatives involved? How did you manage to breach the domain in such a short time? Li Qian frowned. This domain was not breached by me. Specific details will be announced by the Handling Bureau after all matters have been thoroughly investigated. Dissemination of false information is prohibited. Violators will face severe penalties. Please leave at once. Upon hearing this, the crowd dared not linger, reluctantly retreating to a distance. However, this did not signify their surrender. Rather, they continued to observe the scene with various long-range devices. Although no explosive news was uncovered, the material they had gathered was sufficient for them to publish their so-called articles. Before long, various reports began to surface online. The rescue team proved ineffective, and the reasons are thus. Netizens were quick to indulge in gossip, clicking to find out more. Today, our editor will take you through the latest developments regarding the anomalous events in the Eastern New City District. We have received news that a group of injured individuals had already emerged by the time the rescue team arrived, while another portion is still undergoing rescue. This editor is rather illogical. Your statements are as good as saying nothing. What about the reasons? You failed to mention that crucial detail. What renders them unable to eat? This article echoes similar sentiments, yet it generously includes images. A group of individuals sits on the ground, some in silence, others in tears, their eyes obscured by pixelation, with the Heart's Delight Hotel in the background. No wonder they cannot eat. Who could possibly dine after witnessing derivatives? Your images are quite pertinent. Come here, editor. I have a gift for you. As time progressed, another article gained traction. Mysterious Awakened One breaches domain in record time. The title was succinct and impactful, prompting people to click with what little hope remained. Following the occurrence of this anomalous event, the Handling Bureau issued a regional alert to the citizens. The rescue team arrived within 30 minutes. And judging by the number of awakened individuals deployed, it was surmised to be a Level 1 domain. Historically, the breach of a Level 1 domain takes anywhere from 5 to 10 hours and can extend up to 3 days. Yet, in this instance, from the issuance of the alert to dozens escaping the domain, it was less than 1 hour. The team leader of the awakened individuals stated that she did not breach the domain herself. Thus, it can be inferred that the escaping individuals were not rescued by the awakened squad, but by another party. The first group observed appeared to have sustained minor injuries and were in good spirits, while subsequent individuals emerging showed numerous severe injuries or were unconscious. The mysterious individual is very likely connected to the first group, either among them or having departed earlier. The attire and age of the first wave of injured suggest they are university students. Their interactions appeared quite familiar, indicating a strong likelihood of being classmates. Due to confidentiality matters handled by the Bureau, further information remains undisclosed. The above is merely conjecture and should not be taken as fact. Specific details may be awaited in the forthcoming announcement from the Bureau. This article quickly gained popularity. Finally, a credible article has emerged with logical analysis. Now I understand a bit of what transpired. Who is the mysterious individual? That will depend on the statements from the involved parties. They are bound to know. By the way, the only universities near this hotel are just a couple, right? If we inquire who dined here, their identities will be obvious. Clever, clever. I shall be right back. I cannot recall hearing of anyone breaching a domain in such a short time. This must have shattered previous records. Indeed, it has in recent years. The Eastern District has not had a breach in less than 3 hours. I keep a keen eye on such matters. Once the Bureau has arranged for the injured and other matters, they will certainly commend the mysterious individual. There will be honors and rewards. Perhaps a personal commendation ceremony will be held, and a throng of reporters will surely attend. I must join in the excitement then. It has been ages since such an event occurred. Same here, but soon, dissenting voices began to emerge. What's the big deal? What's there to discuss? It's probably just a high-level awakened one who happened to breach it. As for a commendation ceremony, there are plenty of awakened individuals capable of such feats. What's there to celebrate? Are you all just bored? What you say is quite amusing. High-level awakened individuals generally hold positions and are responsible for specific regions. If they were to venture elsewhere, it would be to tackle more perilous high-level mental monsters. They are far too busy to wander aimlessly. Your ignorance is glaring when you speak without knowledge. I concur with Xiang Kai. Regardless of whether they are low or high-level awakened individuals, they have saved many lives. Do you realize how crucial it is to escape a domain swiftly for both physical and mental well-being? Accomplishing this is a remarkable feat. Indeed, one cannot dismiss the merits simply due to another S-level. If that is the case, the mysterious individual is a low-level awakened one, which makes it even more impressive. That is indeed a point of curiosity. Everyone, let us remain rational. Do not take everything at face value. Before discussing, verify the facts. Just because the editor claims it was a short duration, does that necessarily mean it was? Let us wait for factual evidence. You make a valid point. We should await official confirmation. However, I have followed this editor for a long time, and their statements are generally quite accurate. Most likely, they are sensationalizing the facts. Well, I want to engage in further debate with you. Let us wager. This news is likely false. If it isn't, I will live stream myself eating excrement. Once again, someone is trying to deceive for food. IVE taken a screenshot. I'm following you now. Chi Tian Desheng. We shall await the announcement in a few days. Agreed. Same here. Chapter 21. Do not despair even if you are F ranks. Shoyan kept track of the time. 22 minutes had passed when the vehicle halted in front of a tall building. The structure boasted a dark blue exterior that glimmered in the sunlight. On the entrance door, the words Extraordinary Ability Affairs Handling Bureau were inscribed in gold. A closer look at the bottom right corner revealed the words New City Branch. Shoyan opened the door and stepped out, saying, "Thank you." The driver said nothing further and turned to retrace the route. The area in front of the building was devoid of people, creating an air of desolation. She ascended the wide staircase and, upon entering the lobby, was immediately enveloped by a cacophony of noise. The hall was exceedingly spacious, featuring a row of service windows where many people were queued. Nearby was a resting area with sofas, coffee tables, and several private booths, alongside multiple vending machines. Opposite this area was the weapons and equipment display section, adorned with numerous certificates on the walls. After glancing at the divisions, Shoyan approached the corresponding window, which was fortuitously devoid of a queue. The staff pointed to a camera, instructing, "Please scan your face." Information verification was successful. An electronic voice emanated from the machine. "Please select the service you wish to process." The tablet before Shoyan displayed the corresponding text. After browsing, she checked the appropriate option. Application for joining the combat team, reserve member, selected. Please wait. Querying. We regret to inform you that your registered talent level and skill effects do not meet the requirements for joining. If you dispute this, please consult the staff for a re-evaluation of your talent or test and register your new abilities to update your database, then attempt to apply again. It appears my qualifications are insufficient. However, This was precisely as Xiaoyan had anticipated. If a minimum F rank could join the combat team, the team would indeed lack merit. Coincidentally, she had discovered a second method of utilizing her talent, necessitating a re-evaluation, which would certainly elevate her rank. "Shall I assist you in filling out a talent evaluation application?" The staff member inquired promptly. "Yes." The staff member operated swiftly, and within seconds, smiled and said, "I have arranged for evaluator number 468 for you. Please proceed to evaluation room number 3. Just go straight ahead and take a right. The entrance marker will guide you. Thank you." Xiaoyan stood and departed. Arriving at the door of the evaluation room, she lightly knocked twice. Knock, knock, come in. Inside the room, the atmosphere was charged. Xiaoyan approached the door and entered. The evaluator was seated at the operation desk, one hand incessantly clicking the mouse, the sharp sound echoing throughout the space. Xiaoyan glanced toward the center of the room, where a rectangular enclosure, surrounded by a transparent material, was designated as the observation chamber. Inside were two leather recliners, connected by an array of wires. Reminiscent of a fusion between a massage chair and a dental treatment bed from her previous life. Surrounding them were various peculiar machines, some of which had blinking indicator lights. "Please proceed inside. Do you require assistance?" The evaluator cast a fleeting glance at her, mindful that for those undergoing testing for the first time, he would assist in donning the apparatus and connecting the wires. "Thank you, but I can manage for now." Xiaoyan shook her head. The original owner had undergone testing a few months prior, and she was well acquainted with the procedures. As she reached the threshold of the observation chamber, the door opened automatically, and once she stepped inside, it closed behind her. Xiaoyan settled into the chair, fastening 4 circular clamps around her ankles and wrists, meticulously connecting the wires, and donning the black helmet adorned with various cables, ensuring it fit snugly against her back. Finally, she placed her palms in the designated recesses and positioned her feet atop the corresponding sensors. The system voice within the helmet initiated the construction of the initial world. As darkness enveloped her vision, she soon found herself standing on an endless expanse of land, a gentle breeze caressing her face, the grass rustling beneath her feet, and the fragrance of flowers wafting into her nostrils. Not far off stood a spirit-like creature resembling a scarecrow. "Is this the virtual space?" Xiaoyan mused, marveling at its realism. The technology was astonishing. Despite being ensconced in a fabricated world, her bodily sensations felt indistinguishable from reality. It was akin to dreaming, where the cerebral fluctuations mirrored those experienced in real life, rendering everything within the dream utterly believable. "Please utilize your abilities on the target ahead." Xiaoyan employed her emotional perception on the scarecrow-like entity, only to discover that it exhibited almost no color. If the entities she had perceived previously in her domain were akin to a drop of paint, this scarecrow resembled a drop diluted in a bucket of water. Its essence significantly weakened. The system's voice emanated from the overhead speaker. "Energy perception, weak, effect, non-attack type, perception type. Can sense the intense mental fluctuations emitted by the human body, specifically emotions, perception strength, weak. Effective range, within 5 meters, weak. Comprehensive evaluation, F grade. As her vision gradually faded to black, she realized the process was automatically concluding. "Please reconnect me," she requested. "Certainly, I can reconnect you," the evaluator replied, fully aware that the outcome was unlikely to change. There were always individuals who, upon hearing an F grade, remained undeterred, pleading for another attempt, hoping for a miscalculation. After all, it was disheartening for someone to become an awakener, only to discover their abilities were scarcely distinguishable from those of an ordinary person. The evaluator re-established the connection, and the process and results remained unchanged. Xiaoyan pondered this. Since the machine could not match the potency of genuine monsters, the energy it constructed was diminished, leading to her limited perception and, consequently, weaker test results. The system did not consider her capable of detecting fluctuations of that magnitude, akin to ultrasonic waves. Once beyond a certain perception range, even if present, they would remain unheard. Seeing her still, the evaluator offered consolation. "Although it's an F grade, do not despair. With diligent training, there is a possibility to elevate your grade to E or even D. Alternatively, joining the Bureau in a clerical capacity could also be a commendable choice. An F grade does not define your potential nor determine your future." Xiaoyan removed the helmet, asserting, "I do not accept this outcome." "Are there no alternative methods?" The evaluator paused momentarily before responding. There are, but they require more advanced testing methods and evaluators. Yet inwardly he sighed, knowing that for the vast majority, change was improbable. It would merely be a futile endeavor, leading to another bout of disillusionment. Many placed their hopes on the final tests, only to face greater despair when the results were revealed. The evaluator looked at her, seeking her decision. If you desire, I can submit a request, but it will take a few days. Then I would appreciate your assistance, Zhuoshuyan replied with a smile. Suddenly, a sound echoed from the entrance. Chapter 22. The arrival of high-ranking officials. I will take over from here. A stern voice emerged as a square-faced man pushed the door open. Both individuals inside turned to regard him. Clad in the same evaluation uniform, he commanded attention. Who is this? Ordering us about, the evaluator thought. His eyes falling upon the man's badge, a golden emblem, a golden badge. The evaluator's complexion paled. He himself bore only a bronze badge. The bronze badge signified an entry-level evaluator, while the golden one was reserved for senior evaluators who served rare talent awakeners. The disparity was monumental. Though both were part of the evaluation process, they belonged to entirely different realms. The echelon the man occupied was far beyond the evaluator's reach. Such individuals were rarely encountered. Spotting one was akin to a dream. He often mused that if he ever met a high-ranking official, he would seize the chance to greet them. Today, fortune smiled upon him. Such a rare talent had come to this very room for testing. Not a problem, sir. How may I assist you? The evaluator quickly responded, eager to oblige. However, the official strode towards the observation chamber, halting at the entrance. Greetings, Ms. Zhuoshuyan. I am Guojiang, the senior evaluator sent from above to conduct your assessment. Zhuoshuyan maintained a composed demeanor, responding hello. The evaluator's expression shifted to one of astonishment. He had been sent specifically for her. But she was merely an F-grade awakener. Such individuals were ubiquitous. What could this mean? I regret that the basic assessment cannot provide a detailed analysis of your skills. Henceforth, I will conduct the testing on his behalf, Guojiang stated. Very well, thank you. Zhuoshuyan nodded in agreement. In the next moment, the door swung open once more. A woman clad in combat attire and sporting short black hair rushed in, surveying the room before addressing Guojiang. Why hasn't the assessment commenced yet? Guojiang immediately saluted. Report, Director, it was my oversight. The issue has been resolved. We can commence at once. Director? The evaluator stammered, astonished. The head of the processing bureau? The elusive figure who was rarely seen. The individual who had fought valiantly on the front lines, earning numerous accolades and frequently spoke at award ceremonies. He had been working at the bureau for nearly 5 years without ever encountering this person, and today, he stood before him. In comparison, this mere senior evaluator seemed insignificant. The evaluator's mind swirled, his gaze unfocused. To encounter such untouchable figures in a single day, both for Zhuoshuyan's sake. What manner of individual was she? Oh no, I failed to provide her with accurate results earlier. Will this count as a work error, jeopardizing my position? The thought tightened his mind. 468. 468. The evaluator recited his employee number internally, fearing he might truly be finished. Guojiang entered the observation chamber, assisting Zhuoshuyan in donning all the necessary equipment once more, ensuring everything was properly calibrated. Afterward, he took a seat opposite her, equipping himself with the same apparatus. You will operate, the director instructed, casting a glance at the dazed evaluator beside him. Me? The evaluator jolted back to reality, his excitement surging as he hurried to the operation desk. The director positioned himself behind him, observing one of the monitors, where the events occurring within the virtual space were displayed in their entirety. Chapter 23. I'm curious to see your true prowess. To Zhuoshuyan's astonishment, she found that her opponent was not the scarecrow this time, but Guojiang himself. Guojiang spoke. At this moment, I am both human and a spirit creature. The equipment has integrated my mental fluctuations with those of the entity. I will now initiate an offensive against you. The evaluation will not solely assess your innate abilities, but also your physical capabilities, combat awareness, and various other aspects. Senior evaluators were not merely system operators. They were awakeners possessing genuine combat abilities. To put it more plainly, they served as sparring partners. Engaging in a real fight offered a far more accurate assessment of an individual's level than striking a wooden dummy. Providing a comprehensive evaluation of an awakener's reactions in diverse scenarios. At pivotal moments, it could even stimulate an awakener's latent powers. The advantage of the virtual space lay in its capacity to prevent any physical harm to the user. Even in the face of fatal injuries, Swishoyan steeled herself, focusing intently as she activated her emotional perception. She discerned brilliant yellow auras, orderly and moving in specific directions throughout Gua Jiang's form. Swishoyan was taken aback, filled with both astonishment and delight. The vibrancy of this energy and the unprecedented order it exhibited were extraordinary. In contrast, the energy of the previous entities had resembled crumpled sheets of paper. Chaotic and disorganized in the presence of Guanjiang, it was akin to witnessing a regiment of meticulously aligned figures marching towards you, exuding an inexplicable pressure. With just a single glance, she could already discern the formidable level of Guanjiang's spirit and combat prowess. The silver lining was that this represented an entirely new possibility. Should her skills continue to evolve, she might one day perceive the energy within humans, transcending mere derivatives. This would significantly enhance her chances of survival. Outside the arena, Tester 468 contemplated while observing. It was evident that Guanjiang was at least a third-tier awakener, whereas Swishoyan was merely a first-tier awakener. Setting aside the use of abilities, a single punch from Guanjiang would undoubtedly floor Swishoyan. Even if Guanjiang held back, the requisite force of attack would still be present, and Swishoyan was bound to face considerable hardship. The pain inflicted within this virtual space was all too real. Just then, Swishoyan noticed the yellow light shift abruptly in its trajectory. Energy surged rapidly into Guanjiang's feet and arms. With some dispersed to other parts of her body in an instant, she comprehended the meaning of this energy manifestation. Guanjiang was about to launch an attack. Both combatants sprang into action simultaneously. Guanjiang forcefully stomped the ground and leaped, hurling a fist towards Swishoyan. The speed was akin to that of a fierce tiger, entirely unexpected. Yet, Swishoyan appeared to anticipate his intentions, deftly sidestepping to the right, narrowly evading that massive fist. Guanjiang's punches continued to rain down, but Swishoyan consistently managed to evade them in advance, the gusts from the strikes tousling her hair without touching her in the slightest. Tester 468's mouth fell agape. If it were him in that position, he wouldn't have even had the awareness to dodge, let alone counterattack. How was Swishoyan managing to remain so composed? The director raised an eyebrow, his gaze reflecting curiosity and admiration. I've only exerted 10% of my strength, Guanjiang remarked. I will now increase my speed. And no sooner had he spoken than a whip-like kick followed. Swishoyan barely had time to bend low and shield her arms in front of her. Raising her knees for protection, the impact felt akin to being struck by rebar, and amidst the intense pain, she was sent flying. Swishoyan gritted her teeth, enduring the pain as she stood, her arms trembling slightly. Had she not preemptively defended to some extent, she would have already been incapacitated. Even with knowledge of her opponent's intentions, her body's reaction still lagged, unable to withstand such weight. Guanjiang did not pursue but remained stationary. Granting her a moment to catch her breath, Swishoyan contemplated. After all, this was merely a test, and her opponent could not afford to go all out, leaving her with an opportunity to seize. Come, Swishoyan invited, adopting a defensive stance akin to that of a boxer, her arms raised in preparation. Without hesitation, Guanjiang charged forth, delivering a punch aimed at Swishoyan's left side. Guanjiang had calculated that, judging by Swishoyan's previous movements, she would likely evade to the right. However, the punch was merely a feint. He intended to redirect it midway to the right, anticipating that her evasion would leave her vulnerable to a direct hit to the chest. This punch would determine the outcome. To his astonishment, Swishoyan chose not to evade. There was no need for a sudden change of strategy. He swung directly towards her. Why not dodge? This question arose in his mind just as he felt a sudden stiffness envelop his body. His movements slowing. Almost immediately, pain radiated from his jaw. Swishoyan had delivered an uppercut. The stiffness was fleeting, and Guanjiang's punch landed squarely upon Swishoyan, propelling her backwards. With a muffled grunt, she lay on the ground, clutching her arm, inhaling sharply while smiling. Guanjiang rubbed his chin as he approached her. You are the first to think of counterattacking while being suppressed. Though the attack had been inconsequential to him, he had never anticipated that Swishoyan would choose to strike back. Most individuals, when confronted with a third-tier awakener, would instinctively focus on enduring the attack or evading to minimize injury. Yet Zhou Xiaoyan had bravely employed a strategy of self-sacrifice to incite his attack, thereby creating an opportunity for retaliation. "You are quite formidable, Ms. Zhou Xiaoyan," Guanzhong acknowledged. Zhou Xiaoyan, suppressing her pain, lay on the ground, smiling up at him. "At present, I am unable to resist your speed and power. Thus, my objective is not to topple you, but to strike you. In this context, Guanzhong was both human and a mental entity. Hence, upon the activation of his skills, he was subjected to both the immobilizing effects against humans and the constraints imposed by mental entities. Despite his significantly higher spirit level, he was still momentarily restrained. After all, if one could strike, was that not a victory in itself? This was a stark demonstration of the disparity in abilities. For Zhou Xiaoyan, this encounter represented a resounding success. "I was indeed complacent," Guanzhong conceded, nodding as he bent down to extend his hand, ready to assist Zhou Xiaoyan in rising. "I look forward to the day when you grow to my tier, and we can spar again." "Absolutely," Zhou Xiaoyan replied, grasping his hand and using his support to rise gradually. Outside the arena, Tester 468's jaw hung agape, as the brutal scene he had envisioned had failed to materialize. Not only had Zhou Xiaoyan withstood her opponent's assault, but she had also managed to strike back, earning recognition for her strength. 468 glanced at the director behind him, noting her keen interest in another screen displaying diagnostic data. Realizing this, he hurriedly approached to see what the results revealed. Chapter 24. How could she possess dual abilities? For 68 observed two curves on the screen point. One remained steady from the beginning of the battle to its conclusion, exhibiting minimal fluctuations. The other emerged only towards the end of the fight, creating a brief peak before vanishing. He read aloud. Monitoring detected her generating two distinct types of ability energy. Zhou Xiaoyan possessed two abilities? So that was the reason for the incomplete skills assessment earlier. While individuals with dual abilities were not entirely unheard of, they were exceptionally rare. Acquiring a second ability was exceedingly challenging and typically resulted from prolonged battles with mental entities or extraordinary experiences that triggered intense mental stimuli, leading to mutations. Such individuals were cherished and prioritized for development. If those were considered talents, then Zhou Xiaoyan, awakening with dual abilities just 3 months after demonstrating her F-grade aptitude, was nothing short of extraordinary, a true prodigy. Wait, was she genuinely F-grade? 468 continued to scrutinize the various data. Spirit level, 91? How could it be so high? The spirit level indicates an individual's total mental energy, akin to the fuel in a car. The more fuel, the further the car can travel. For awakeners, employing abilities consumes their mental strength. A higher spirit level signifies a longer duration for using abilities and, to some extent, an increase in their potency. The size of the spirit level is also a critical factor in assessing an awakener's tier. Ordinary individuals possess a spirit level of merely 110, while newly awakened individuals generally range from 20 to 30. With those demonstrating exceptional aptitude reaching around 50, and a select few achieving approximately 70. Yet Zhou Xiaoyan had reached 91. She eclipsed a significant number of others. 468's operating system performed in-depth calculations, slowly articulating the results. First ability skill, projected effect, capable of detecting target energy flow. Method of use, visual observation. Consumption of mental energy is extremely low. Estimated consumption within 10 minutes, approximately 13 of total. Usable for extended periods, with a currently limited effective range, leaning towards support. Comprehensive assessment level, A level. A level? Only a handful of individuals in this district were classified as A level. The future growth potential of this skill was initially assessed as S level. What? This skill will grow to S level in the future. In his years of experience, he had encountered an S-level talent only once, during his internship when assisting his superior. The rarity of S-level talent was widely known. Even a child on the street could elaborate on its value. 468 felt as though he was witnessing the emergence of a star destined for greatness. He continued to delve deeper. After all, this individual also had a second ability. Second ability, projected effect, capable of hindering target movement. Method of use, visual locking. Consumption of mental energy is relatively high. Estimated consumption, 40 to 60 of total. Duration of use is very short. Easily resisted with a limited effective range, leaning towards control. Comprehensive assessment level, D level. Thank goodness, it's just a D level. He felt a slight sense of relief, though he could not quite understand if her spirit level continued to rise. The future growth potential of this skill was preliminarily assessed as A-level. A-level potential for the future. This individual not only possessed dual abilities, but also had the potential for 1S and 1A. 468's mind spun with disbelief. In no wonder senior evaluators and the director had come to observe. He couldn't help but glance towards the observation room, wondering why the individuals inside had yet to emerge. At this moment, Guanzhong inquired, "Do you not utilize the third ability?" 468 nearly toppled under the table. Third? There are more? Possessing 3 extraordinary abilities at the initial first level, I have scarcely heard of such a thing over the years. Zhou Xiaoyan maintained an impassive expression, yet internally felt a degree of astonishment. She had not anticipated that the higher-ups were aware of her 3 abilities. It seemed that this particular capability was the focus of their attention. Should she conceal it or reveal everything? Lying was not an option. They had myriad ways to ascertain the truth. Such concealment would only breed suspicion regarding her intentions, significantly diminishing their evaluation of her. This inquiry merely sought to hear her reiterate their conjectures. After a moment of silence, Zhou Xiaoyan candidly stated, "I cannot use it." Just then, the director interrupted, shifting his gaze to the observer, "You may leave. There is no further business for you here." 468's mind was a blank. What does it mean that there's no business for me? Is it that there's no business for me now, or will there be none in the future? Yet, he dared not ask. Not wishing to linger, 468 could only shuffle out like a zombie, step by step, and gently close the door behind him. "You two, step outside," the director commanded. Once Zhou Xiaoyan emerged, she scrutinized the director closely. Her slightly over-the-shoulder black hair was casually swept back, with a few strands falling onto her forehead, exuding an air of competence intertwined with a hint of nonchalance and flamboyance, embodying a striking elegance. The fitted black combat attire accentuated the subtle muscular contours of her form, neither exaggerated nor lacking, smooth yet undulating, brimming with a sense of exquisite beauty. Zhou Xiaoyan could not help but steal a few glances at the director's arms, abdomen, and thighs. Such musculature was simply perfect. I wonder if this director could subdue Guanzhong relying solely on physical strength. I must intensify my training to attain such prowess as soon as possible. The director reclined on a nearby leather chair, crossing her legs, her right hand forming a fist supporting her chin, leaning against the armrest. Her piercing gaze fell upon Zhou Xiaoyan. "Now, state your reason for being unable to use it." Chapter 25. I support you. Zhou Xiaoyan did not withhold, directly articulating her skill's effect. This ability, I refer to as the Gate of Will. It can only be utilized within a specific domain, and the opponent's mental capacity must not surpass my OWN. At that moment, the mental capacity of the gatekeeper had reached 330, while yours is merely 91. How could you suppress it? Zhou Xiaoyan felt a twinge of confusion. The gatekeeper? Could it be the individual named Wang Xiao, whom she encountered within the domain? A person already corroded by emotions? If she is indeed the gatekeeper, I surmise it stems from the collapse of her mental world. How did it collapse? Zhou Xiaoyan pondered how best to articulate the dynamics between herself and Wang Xiao in this world. There are no psychologists. A millennium ago, a global catastrophe occurred, claiming numerous lives, leading to a regression in technological and cultural advancements. The psychological realm, already overlooked, regressed to a primitive state. Initially, survival was a pressing concern, and people's focus lay in finding ways to endure. After 900 arduous years, humanity finally restored its technological level, only for various monsters to begin emerging. With the increasing emphasis on technological research and the struggle for existence, little energy remained to address the thoughts and emotions of individuals. It was only after 30 years that domains emerged. And various studies and experiments gradually revealed the connection between these anomalies and human emotions, leading to a burgeoning interest in psychological matters, which has only been in the last decade or so. Thus, the populace either perceives certain issues as non-psychological or believes that psychological problems are immutable, shying away from discussion. The organization employs emotional support personnel, yet their methods and efficacy are far from ideal, lacking professionalism, especially when dealing with ordinary citizens. After much contemplation, Zhou Xiaoyan concluded that the simplest explanation for the collapse following her interaction with Wang Xiao was simply, "We were just chatting." The room fell into a profound silence. The director's gaze sharpened, scrutinizing the credibility of this statement. Guanzhong quickly interrupted, "Ms. Zhou Xiaoyan, please refrain from jesting at such a moment. Perhaps you are unaware of what a gatekeeper is. Allow me to elucidate. They are the ones who induce the distortion of reality, giving rise to these derivatives. Under specific circumstances, the negative and pessimistic thoughts and emotions swirling in certain individuals' minds can warp reality, forming a space where bizarre monsters and environments manifest. The creatures within the domain are termed derivatives precisely because their attack patterns and behaviors largely stem from the emotions and thought processes of the gatekeeper. Zhou Xiaoyan nodded, finding this consistent with her conjecture. The terrifying aspect of the gatekeepers lies in their intense emotional energy, capable of continuously polluting those around them, as long as the gatekeeper of a domain remains alive. The territory will incessantly expand. They are adept at concealment within the domain, making them exceedingly difficult to locate. Many awakened individuals sent to eradicate them have either succumbed to pollution and transformed into derivatives or perished in battles with them. Even if found, the gatekeeper's bizarre attacks are nearly impossible to defend against. Guanzhong's tone turned somber. To eradicate them, many of my comrades have sacrificed their lives. I understand your sentiments, Zhou Xiaoyan earnestly explained. But her collapse was indeed a consequence of our conversation. Guanzhong and the director exchanged incredulous glances. Subsequently, Zhou Xiaoyan recounted her sensations upon entering the space and the experiences that followed. Piece by piece, with each utterance, the director's eyes gleamed brighter, her previously relaxed posture gradually straightening, and her crossed legs uncrossing. Once Zhou Xiaoyan finished, the director rose from her chair. Her gaze, sharp as a blade, commanded an imposing presence that surged forth like a mountain. Zhou Xiaoyan, if all you have stated is true, I will provide you with the support you require, as long as you do not cross my bottom line or jeopardize the organization and public safety. Your other concerns are of no consequence in my eyes. I will shield you from any investigations. From now on, I will oversee your resources and ensure your safety. Zhou Xiaoyan smiled, realizing that her honesty and transparency had secured her peace. The most pressing concern had been resolved. The director wrapped her fingers on the table. You must conceal the gate of will from the outside world. It is best not to employ it unless absolutely necessary. This ability will involve many matters, but for now, you need not know them. I will manage the memories of those accompanying you. Understood, Zhou Xiaoyan replied. Please proceed to collect your new credentials and equipment. There is no need to return to the university for the time being. Arrangements will be made for you. Thank you, Director. Zhou Xiaoyan also expressed her gratitude to Guanzhong before heading out to the hall. The director activated her wrist device to place a call. Her initially rigid and incisive tone softened, her excitement palpable as she reported, Teacher, the theory you proposed is viable. Someone has achieved it. Zhou Xiaoyan returned to the previous window. Hello, could you assist me in reapplying? I am preparing to join the combat team. Certainly, please hold for a moment while I check your information update. Your information? The staff member stared wide-eyed at the screen, rubbing her eyes and leaning in closer. Did I see that correctly? F has transformed into A? Noticing the lack of movement from the opposite side, Zhou Xiaoyan inquired, Is there a problem? No. The staff member immediately shook her head. The update has been successful, and the application has also been submitted by internal personnel. Your credentials are currently in production. Please hold on. Zhou Xiaoyan chuckled, realizing that internal personnel had already submitted her application. The speed at which the director operates is surprisingly swift. A minute later, someone handed a small black notebook to the staff, who subsequently passed it on to Zhou Xiaoyan. Zhou Xiaoyan meticulously examined the document. It was slightly smaller than the size of her palm, crafted from a pleasantly soft leather, with the words Supernatural Affairs Processing Bureau embossed in gold on the cover. Upon opening it, she found her photograph on the left page, accompanied by her identification number, name, and gender.at. The bottom 3 lines read, Awakening date, February 7, 1045, rank, First Tier Awakener, position, trainee member of the combat unit. Zhou Xiaoyan nodded. It seemed that the next step would be to become a full-fledged member, indicating there was still a journey ahead. Turning to the right page, she saw, Talent Skill Level, A, Assessment Date, May 21, 1045, 1836, Assessor, Guanzhong, Senior Assessor. The remaining sections displayed various incomprehensible data rather than skill descriptions, all stamped with a large red seal from the Bureau. Flipping to the next page revealed the record of her second skills level, second supernatural level, D, Assessment Date, May 21, 1045, 1837. Assessor, Guanzhong, Senior Assessor. Again, it was merely data analysis accompanied by a red seal. The final page recorded, independently completed Level 1 Anomaly Incident Clearance on May 21, 10:45, 17:55. Zhou Xiuyan felt a sense of satisfaction. Her plans were progressing along the trajectory she had envisioned. The anxious heart that had fluttered upon her arrival in this unfamiliar world was gradually finding a semblance of stability. Now, it was time to strive for advancement. To become a formal member first, just as she was about to rise and leave, she was interrupted. Please wait, there's one more matter. Chapter 26. The bonus is poor and we would like to discuss the salary arrangement with you. Upon joining the trainee combat group, the Bureau will provide you with standard combat weapons free of charge. During the preparatory period, participation in combat is not mandatory, and a base salary of 5,000 cash will be issued on the 20th of each month. Starting next month, you will be eligible to receive it. Zhou Xiuyan reflected on this. It was akin to an internship, allowing her to earn a substantial income without any obligation to engage in labor. It was indeed a generous and lenient arrangement. However, the Bureau surely had other criteria in place to prevent a group of individuals from idly benefiting. Once you officially transition, your salary will start from at least 10,000, with the exact amount depending on the level of the team you join. In high-performing teams, earning as much as 100,000 per month is not out of the question. She nodded slightly, signaling for the speaker to continue. Since they had mentioned the base salary, it was certain that there would be additional compensation. The various high-grade materials provided by the Bureau cannot be purchased with cash. They must be exchanged for contribution points, effectively making contribution points the currency within the Bureau. The Bureau allocates a subsidy of 1,000 contribution points per month to A-level talent awakeners. You awakened 3 months ago. Counting from that day to today marks the 4th month, totaling 4,000 contribution points. Zhou Xiuyan was pleasantly surprised that they had retroactively compensated her, demonstrating thoughtfulness. However, the director has instructed that you receive an advance payment for the subsequent 2 months of subsidies. Thus, calculated over 6 months, you will receive 6,000 contribution points. Zhou Xiuyan was somewhat perplexed. Why the advance payment? Apologies, but I cannot provide that information. The director did not elaborate. If you have any objections, you may contact the director directly. Please note that you will not be able to receive subsidies for the following 2 months. Moreover, for those with dual supernatural awakenings, there is an additional subsidy of 500 points per month, totaling 3,000 contribution points over 6 months. Additionally, there are extra bonuses for participating in rescue or combat missions. You single-handedly and flawlessly handled a Level 1 anomaly, earning a reward of 1,000 contribution points. The remaining portion of the reward will be distributed later. I am currently unable to provide further details. Adding all these figures together, a total of 10,000 contribution points will be transferred to you in one lump sum. In comparison to cash, the exchange rate is 1 to 10. This means you have effectively earned 100,000 in cash, a significant sum, especially considering it was acquired through her own efforts. The revelation was quite astonishing. Upon joining the trainee combat group, you will also receive a specially designated Awakener wristband. The wristband features functions such as communication, personal information recording, health monitoring, mental contamination alerts, fund transfers, and purchasing capabilities. Relevant personnel are currently inputting information and calibrating the device, which should take approximately 10 minutes. Once completed, it will be delivered to you. The 10,000 contribution points will also be transferred after the wristband verifies your identity. Please wait a moment in the lobby. I will call you when your wristband and bonuses are ready. Your number is 12. Understood. Zhou Xiuyan tucked the document into her pocket and exited the window, making her way towards the lounge area of the lobby. She initially intended to check her phone for news and updates on surrounding events, but then recalled that her phone had long since been lost, smashed away by the enormous hand of a monstrous entity. Waiting idly seemed a waste of time. Instead, she pondered what high-quality items she could procure with her 10,000 contribution points, which would surely surpass the free provisions. If sufficient, it was time to invest in a suitable weapon. She could not continue wielding mere shards of pottery. She headed directly to the display area opposite the lounge, where a variety of new weapons and equipment were showcased. Numerous individuals were gathered around the display cases, enthusiastically discussing the functionalities and merits of the weapons, making it undoubtedly the liveliest spot in the lobby. As she approached, she scrutinized the items on display. Knives, swords, concealed weapons, firearms, and shells were all present. Each weapon was accompanied by a small sign indicating its number and price. The more affordable items ranged in the hundreds, while the pricier ones soared into the thousands. In a wonder, they encouraged her to take an advance. If she aimed for something superior, those 10,000 contribution points would scarcely suffice. The combat suit I'm wearing is from the display behind me, the C-01 model, someone boasted. Combat suit? Zhou Xiaoyan mused. Could it be the kind worn by the director? She glanced over and noticed the design was distinct, and the material appeared less luxurious than what the director wore. Wow, that's so cool. Zhang Tian, you really went for it, someone exclaimed. Did you just buy it? This is the pinnacle of the C-series, isn't it? Zhang Tian replied, haha, indeed. Newcomers should just go for it. The defense is superb, and most blades can't even cut through it. Once you wear it, you need not fear being stabbed. Huh? You're the one who will be stabbed? Others laughed. Zhou Xiaoyan felt a surge of desire. This was a life-saving garment. Her own defenses were too weak, and this could effectively bridge that gap. Her shopping impulse surged, and it seemed she would need to acquire a set. Someone inquired, Zhang Tian, that suit costs 2,000 contribution points. How can you just buy it without a second thought? Newcomers hardly have that many contribution points. Only a few can afford it. Exactly. We go out into the wild to clear monsters for contribution points, and after a day's work, we barely earn around 10 points each. You mean to tell me 2,000 points would take half a year to accumulate? Zhang Tian proudly raised his chin. Not that long. It took me just 2 months to gather it. What? How did you accumulate your contribution points so quickly? Everyone was astonished, as in a month, they could barely scrape together 400 or 500. Zhou Xiaoyan was also taken aback. She had initially thought her 10,000 contribution points were merely average, but now realized how laborious it was to acquire such amounts. According to these individuals, it could indeed take 2 to 3 years to save that much. I passed the theoretical exam. So I was taken by Sister from Team 7 to participate in a few Level 1 anomaly incidents. Guess how much I earned from those? Amidst the rising speculation, Zhang Tian confidently raised a finger. Around 100 contribution points. That is the equivalent of 10 days of clearing the wild. Seeing the astonished and envious expressions on their faces, he thumped his chest and continued. I'm just a bit short of reaching the required mental level. If all goes well, I'll be eligible to apply for full membership in her team next month, and my contribution points will surely increase. Everyone knew that combat groups ranked according to strength, and Team 7 was among the top 10. How enviable. What luck to have such a big brother or sister guiding you. Transitioning to full membership takes so long. Even if we pass, we still have to slay monsters in the wild to accumulate points, which takes at least 3 months. It's quite a hassle. Zhou Xiaoyan quietly analyzed the information being shared. TO transition to full membership requires reaching a certain mental level and accumulating a specific number of monster-killing points. Trainees could only clear monsters in the wild and could only handle anomalies after passing the theoretical exam? Indeed, in crowded places, information and gossip flow freely. Coming here was certainly a fortuitous decision. People began to voice their grievances. Indeed, these mental monsters may be as dim-witted as they come, but due to their simplicity, they yield very little contribution. Moreover, the mental pollution in the wild area was too low. Spending a day there barely improved one's mental level at all. As they lamented, Zhou Xiaoyan's eyes grew increasingly bright. Listen to this. What a marvelous place. The safety factor is off the charts. If the monsters are foolish, isn't that a good thing? Newcomers often dismiss trivial matters as foolishness, which merely indicates a lack of challenge. They could easily tackle it alone. With minimal mental pollution, there is no fear of further disturbance or distortion of the mind, allowing for prolonged monster hunting. In the absence of threats, one can unleash their full might. If fortune favors them, perhaps they might acquire additional abilities. Zhou Xiaoyan felt a surge of impatience. It was rumored that the processing bureau dispatched vehicles to the wilderness every morning. Thus, she resolved to go the following day. The more complaints arose, the greater the envy grew. Zhang Tian, your ascent to Group 7 is all but assured. Congratulations in advance. Once you thrive, do remember to take us along. The group counseled patience, urging a gradual approach. Zhang Tian beamed, knowing that upon becoming a formal member, contributions would accumulate swiftly. She pondered whether to invest in a B-series item soon or save for an A-series one. Zhou Xiaoyan was quite content with the C-01 combat suit's capabilities, yet upon hearing of superior options, her desire for enhanced safety stirred within her. The functionalities of the B and A models would undoubtedly surpass those she currently possessed. Should the price be within reach, she would consider purchasing one of those two models. Chapter 27. Too expensive. Can't afford it. Zhang Tian approached the section housing other combat suits, noting that while the B model offered ballistic protection, his preference leaned towards the A model, which not only encompassed the other two functions but also promised to enhance mental energy. Is that true? It can actually boost mental energy? Excitement flickered in the eyes of many. For as awakened beings, they understood the limitations of their mental energy. Utilizing abilities depletes it. In numerous instances, mental strength drains more rapidly than physical prowess. Devoid of mental energy, combat effectiveness diminishes, rendering one akin to an ordinary individual. And the perils of relying solely on physicality against aberrations need not be overstated. It could be said that among awakened beings of similar rank, when the potency of their abilities is comparable, the one with greater mental energy will hold the advantage. I can impress you. Can this designation not do the same? The A model gear inherently enhances mental energy. If it's a weapon, its efficacy against mental monsters is further amplified, far surpassing ordinary blades. With a regular knife, one might require numerous strikes to vanquish a monster, whereas wielding this A-type weapon, a single blow suffices. Such efficacy? The newcomers, learning for the first time, were even more enticed. Observing the envy and admiration reflected in their gazes, Zhang Tian's desire to articulate grew, leading him to a more technical explanation, gesturing towards a nearby display case of daggers. The designations are not arbitrary. For instance, A45, H32 signifies that this weapon enhances mental energy levels. 45 indicates the year of manufacture, denoting it as new, while the latter signifies it as the 32nd model of the H series. What an enlightening experience. Zhang Gu is truly knowledgeable. Oh, it's nothing, Zhang Tian replied, his smile broadening. But surely such items must be exorbitantly priced. Accumulating enough for an A model could take an eternity. The B model is somewhat more affordable. Priced at 3,000. The A model, however, costs around 6,000. That means I'll need to save for more than a year. Excuse me. You've just dealt another blow to my already strained finances. Zhou Xiaoyan, however, sighed in relief, swiftly adding the item to her mental shopping cart. Thankfully, it wasn't overly expensive. She could manage it. This was an item she felt compelled to acquire. Currently, the only power she possessed that could influence the outcome of battles was her vision-based pressure, which unfortunately consumed a significant amount of mental energy. Within a single day, she could utilize it at most twice. With this combat suit's enhancement, her operational capacity would expand considerably. All right, I'll secure this defensive item first. As for offensive capabilities, a suitable weapon will suffice. She temporarily dismissed the idea of ranged weapons, as firearms required precision practice. Therefore, she focused on selecting a melee option, avoiding overly heavy or lengthy weapons, as these would elevate the user's demands and increase physical exertion. Present. Only daggers seemed suitable. Coincidentally, the dagger section was nearby. Zhou Xiaoyan approached, her eyes darting among the myriad choices, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. As she was unfamiliar with these weapons, just as she was contemplating, someone brushed past her, colliding with her. Turning, she discovered it was Zhang Tian. He appeared oblivious to the incident, continuing to explicate the functions of each dagger to others. Engaging enthusiastically without offering an apology, she stood a full meter away from the display case, with ample space around her, thus there was no obstruction nor hindrance to others' view. Such individuals are all too common. Whether on public transport, entering or exiting doorways, or simply traversing the streets, one often encounters those who disregard the feelings of others, pushing recklessly. They remain indifferent to the discomfort and inconvenience they cause. It is not that these individuals harbor malice. Rather, their unconscious actions stem from a self-centered disposition, often unaware of those around them. In some respects, such individuals may be driven by an underlying fear of competition, seeking to establish dominance through physicality. Consequently, they cling to various minute details to sustain their sense of security. Zhou Xiaoyan would not quibble over a trivial unintentional bump. However, should it be deliberate, there would be repercussions. At that moment, the overhead announcement called her number, 12. She turned and headed towards the counter. Chapter 28. A windfall of 10,000 Zhou Xiaoyan arrived at the service window. The staff member, sporting a broad smile, handed her the item. We apologize for the wait. Here is your wristband. No problem, Zhou Xiaoyan replied. accepting the wristband, which was predominantly black with a rectangular display measuring 6 centimeters in length and 4 centimeters in width. The strap was firm yet supportive, while the surface material felt akin to leather, albeit softer. Once she donned it on her left wrist, it automatically adjusted to fit snugly, and the screen lit up. Conducting facial recognition, an electronic voice announced. Zhu Xiaoyan positioned the screen towards her face. Authentication successful, binding complete. Please press any fingerprint for verification. She placed her right thumb onto the screen. Authentication successful, binding complete. Shall I proceed to transfer your bonus to your account? The staff member inquired. Yes, please. Your personal terminal has received 10,000 contribution points. The wristband emitted a soft electronic sound. Zhu Xiaoyan recognized this as the default initialization notification and promptly silenced it. A hushed silence enveloped the surrounding individuals. Whispers began to circulate. What? Did I hear that correctly? 10,000. Those engaged in transactions nearby turned their gazes toward her. Is she robbing a bank? No, wait. Is she robbing the bureau? Has she stumbled upon a nest of aberrations? Who is she? She looks familiar. She must be a newcomer. How could she have amassed such contributions? You have received a friend request. The second prompt appeared. A friend. I just created this wristband. Where would a friend come from? Perhaps it's one of the bureau chief's subordinates. Zhu Xiaoyan raised her hand to examine the wristband's notification. Ling Yun Jiuxiao, A45, D01K23. There was no greeting or introduction, just a string of alphanumeric characters. Is this an equipment designation? She clicked into the individual's profile. Real name, Ling Xiao, certification, Bureau of Abilities Affairs, New City Branch Chief. The chief himself? Had he anticipated her arrival to purchase equipment? Moreover, this designation likely indicated that he had foreseen her lack of knowledge in this area, thus recommending a direct purchase. The fact that he personally sent her this designation suggested it was a weapon perfectly suited for her. Zhu Xiaoyan could easily envision the chief reclining back in his chair, casually sending her a string of numbers as if he knew she would be interested. Meanwhile, the discussions around her escalated, overpowering Zhang Tian's voice. Curious glances turned her way. What is happening? What is this about 10,000? That girl, she has 10,000 contribution points, just credited. An excited individual pointed at Zhu Xiaoyan. That's what I toil for a year to earn. Are you kidding? I heard that announcement myself. If you don't believe me, ask the others. They heard it too. As the gossip spread, Zhang Tian's voice became increasingly drowned out. His expression soured. Zhu Xiaoyan familiarized herself with the wristband's basic functions, finding the design user-friendly and straightforward, with no areas of confusion. She then inquired of the staff, has the process been completed? Is there anything else? No. If you require anything further, feel free to seek me out. Thank you. Zhu Xiaoyan rose and made her way towards the designated area. All eyes began to converge upon her as she approached the weapon display case, scanning the items as if searching for something until she halted beside Zhang Tian in the dagger section. Zhu Xiaoyan had not anticipated that the equipment recommended by the chief would be a melee weapon, coincidentally aligning with her intention to purchase a dagger. She was curious to see what the daggers looked like. Yet due to Zhang Tian's obstruction, detailed observation was not feasible. Could you please move aside? You're blocking my view. Zhang Tian let out a cold, mocking laugh. How have I obstructed you? With so many weapons at your disposal, why have you chosen to confront me and accuse me of hindering your way? Zhu Xiaoyan did not even spare him a glance. Such individuals possess a low sense of security and fragile self-esteem. Perceiving hostility in even the most innocuous remarks, at this moment, Zhu Xiaoyan had no intention of glancing at the dagger. After all, she had ample time to scrutinize it once it was in her possession. She extended her hand, placing her wristband against the sensor area of the display cabinet, and then confirmed her purchase on the screen. You have successfully purchased A45, D01K23 for 3,988 contribution points. Please proceed to window 1 to collect your item. A message notification appeared on her wristband. The surrounding crowd gasped in astonishment. While they had witnessed many purchases, none had seen someone buy something without even a moment's hesitation, especially at such a staggering price. Nearly 4,000 points. Was that not worth more than Zhang Tian's combat suit? Zhang Tian was momentarily taken aback, his expression darkening considerably. A bystander remarked, "Did you see the initial letter? It's an A. This is the A series. Capable of enhancing mental strength. It's a newly developed model from this year. I've had my eye on it since its release in January, saving up funds, and she just bought it outright. She didn't even have a wristband moments ago. How could she suddenly afford such an expensive item? Swiss Shoyin walked towards the area where the combat suits were displayed, halting in front of a cabinet. Chapter 29. She must be in league with a big shot. Swiss Shoyin placed her hand on the display cabinet and pressed confirm on her wristband. You have successfully purchased the A13 combat suit for 6,000 contribution points. Please proceed to window 1 to collect your item. The message notification reappeared on her wristband. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Had she truly made that purchase? The A13 was the pinnacle of the A-series combat suits, a goal that every novice awakener aspired to achieve in their first few years of working in the Bureau. It was regarded as the ultimate combat suit in the eyes of newcomers. Did she really buy it? Although she wasn't spending her own money, their hearts trembled with excitement. How exhilarating it would be if they could buy such items. Spending money so freely, without a second thought, that was the epitome of luxury, wasn't it? Zhang Tian's expression darkened even further. With a disdainful chuckle, he retorted, "Who knows where she got those contribution points? If it's not her own, naturally she wouldn't feel a pinch spending it." Swiss Shoyin turned to face him. Zhang Tian raised his voice slightly. "What are you staring at? As a newcomer, how could you possibly have so much money? You must have someone backing you, right?" Whispers began to circulate among the onlookers. Zhang Tian's accusation seemed rather excessive, targeting a girl for no reason. "Do you know?" Swiss Shoyin replied calmly, "Some people project their own behaviors onto others. For someone like Zhang Tian, if he encountered someone more formidable than himself, he would instinctively seek to ally with them. If he could secure such an alliance, he would undoubtedly request assistance in times of difficulty. He relished the wealth and accomplishments that such dependency brought him. Yet, his attempts at forming alliances often faltered, and at times, he believed that women held certain advantages in these matters. Thus, he felt a deep-seated rage towards those who could effortlessly reap benefits. The crowd murmured in agreement. Honestly, this newcomer has a point. Zhang Tian might very well be in the wrong. Stop talking nonsense. Zhang Tian's face darkened. If you have the ability, prove that your money is clean. It's your responsibility to provide evidence if you suspect me, not mine to prove my innocence. Swiss Shoyin replied. Zhang Tian scoffed. You say so much, yet you're afraid to provide proof. Sounds guilty to me. Swiss Shoyin smiled. Such baseless, illogical insults did not faze her. She would not be swayed by mere words into submission. He expected to see her offer proof, then smugly declare, "Oh, I see now." The accused would be left feeling wronged and burdened with the task of finding evidence, while the accuser basked in satisfaction. Why should she bare her soul to prove how many bowls of noodles she had consumed? Instead, she would remove their eyes and swallow them whole, letting them witness her consumption for themselves. Swiss Shoyin surveyed the hall, a scheme quietly forming in her mind. Soon, with the right words, she could lead Zhang Tian down a path of self-destruction. "What can your anger accomplish against me?" Swiss Shoyin said, her smile radiant. The more ostentatious her demeanor, the more furious he would become. This behavior mirrored Zhang Tian's own. He reveled in displaying his power before others and could not tolerate anyone else doing the same, particularly regarding the matters of wealth and authority that he valued most. Upon seeing her smile, Zhang Tian's anger intensified. How shameless! You don't think that just because you have money, you can do as you please? Do you? I certainly can. Zhang Tian's expression darkened further as he glared at her, then sneered, "You're celebrating too soon. Don't underestimate the Bureau's scrutiny." He quickened his pace towards a certain direction. Halting before a female investigator, Swiss Shoyin glanced in that direction. It was indeed the investigator responsible for mediating and reviewing certain foundational matters within the Bureau. Excellent, she thought. He has resorted to seeking the investigator's intervention. His words would surely provoke him into requesting higher authorities to intervene. This was Zhang Tian's only course of action. Swiss Shoyin leisurely made her way to a bench in the hall. Reclining against the backrest as she observed him, "Create a scene, the bigger the better. Let us see how you'll handle the aftermath. I wish to report that someone has acquired contribution points through improper means, and I demand an investigation into the source of her contribution points." Zhang Tian pointed at Swiss Shoyin. The investigator halted. "Please provide your evidence for the report." Chapter 30. Are you covering for her? Just 10 minutes ago, she didn't even have a wristband, Zhang Tian asserted. Not having a wristband indicated she had not joined a combat team, and thus could not have obtained contribution points from handling extraordinary incidents. How could she possibly have received a substantial sum upon acquiring a wristband? This amount was enormous and of dubious origin. It warranted investigation. The investigator shook her head. That does not constitute evidence. This is merely your conjecture. There are numerous ways to receive a large influx of contribution points upon acquiring a wristband. The method you mentioned is the most common. With that, she turned to leave. Zhang Tian rushed forward to block her. What if she did use illegal means? With so many witnesses, how can we ignore this? Are you threatening me? The investigator frowned. I can conduct an investigation. But you must provide solid evidence. If not, do not disrupt my work. How can you investigate an awakener without cause? That infringes on their rights. Besides, in her eyes, a mere 10,000 contribution points amounted to nothing. She had seen many who received tens of thousands right after acquiring their wristbands. Just check her transaction records. Zhang Tian insisted. Dio, you think personal information can be accessed at will? If you truly wish to investigate, you must apply for an investigation order from above. The investigator's expression darkened. Zhang Tian hesitated. This sounded rather troublesome and would likely take a considerable amount of time. Sui Xiaoyan let out a light chuckle. As expected, he faltered when faced with the difficulty of gathering evidence. Zhang Tian whipped around, his gaze landing on her smile, igniting his fury. Is it merely a hassle? If an application can lead to an investigation, then I'll apply very well. The investigator retrieved a tablet from the window and handed it to him. Then you must sign here. The regulations state that if the results do not align with your claims, you will be guilty of defamation and face certain repercussions. Zhang Tian frowned, his hand poised to take the tablet, but then he hesitated. How have I defamed anyone? If there are doubts, it's only natural to investigate. Isn't it? If one wishes to investigate someone based on mere suspicion, is that not chaos? The investigator could not help but chuckle derisively. Sui Xiaoyan crossed her arms, shaking her head with a knowing smile. She had anticipated this outcome. Those without the courage to follow through would only spout empty threats. When faced with actual consequences, they would hesitate. However, at this juncture, even if he wished to withdraw, she would not allow it. Let us see you sweat, she thought. You dare not? Sui Xiaoyan taunted. Better stay where you feel comfortable. The more ostentatious she behaved, the more Zhang Tian's rationality diminished. He would increasingly convince himself that he was indeed in the wrong. In Zhang Tian's perspective, he ought to clarify matters quickly and thoroughly, as that was the behavior of a reasonable person. The less she spoke, the more suspicious he would become. Zhang Tian glared at her mocking expression. His anger boiling over, he seized the tablet, ignoring the regulations, and scrolled to the bottom, signing his name. The investigator accepted it and stated, "The investigation can commence now. Results will be available in 3 minutes." The individuals surrounding them became increasingly curious. That moment, some who were attending to their business paused temporarily to join the commotion. Just a minute later, the results were unveiled. The investigator glanced at the records. There were no discrepancies in her documentation. You have indeed slandered her. According to Article 682 of the Management Regulations, you will receive a minor demerit, face 3 days of detention, and be fined 1,000 contribution points. Impossible. Zhang Tian's eyes widened in disbelief. Was he truly going to be penalized without cause? A collective gasp arose from the crowd. 1,000 contribution points. Such an amount represented months of hard work and struggle, gone in an instant. A minor demerit would remain on his personal record, a lasting mark that, while not severe, would certainly have repercussions. In comparison, the detention seemed trivial. Many spectators, adopting a voyeuristic attitude, began to chuckle, relishing his predicament. You brought this upon yourself, didn't you? Some imagined themselves in Sui Xiaoyan's position and pondered how they might react if wrongfully accused. It was hard to maintain composure. What good would a clear explanation do? Wouldn't it only serve to fuel their anger? Those who spoke carelessly should certainly face some consequences. Zhang Tian reached for the tablet. Let me see it. The investigator promptly evaded him. The personal information of awakeners is confidential and cannot be disclosed without consent. I haven't seen the results, so why should I believe you? Zhang Tian gritted his teeth, his jaw audibly clenching. I explained it to you once, and you did not believe me. I suggested you apply for an investigation order, which is not under my control but rather subject to the review system above. You still refuse to accept it. What more do you want? Must others conform to your conjectures before you are satisfied? The investigator furrowed her brow, her tone growing more severe. Sui Xiaoyan smiled faintly. It was time to conclude this matter. Much like the multitude online in her previous life, who disseminated a falsehood with fervor, the masses here lacked the ability to discern truth from fiction. To quell such rumors would require immense effort, yet once the truth emerged, few would pay attention. People are only interested in what they wish to see. Without a clear resolution, other specters of speculation would inevitably arise. Thus, it was time for her to step forward, to cement the truth here and eliminate any room for discourse. Moreover, the individual responsible for the slander could not escape punishment, and there was no need for her to continue concealing the reality. "Hello, investigator." Zhou Xiaoyan approached. "I wish to publicly disclose the results of this investigation. I sincerely apologize for the disruption my situation has caused you, and I regret any inconvenience. I do not wish to see you in a difficult position. I am willing to provide my personal information to assist in your work, enabling you to resolve this matter swiftly and quell the incident." The investigator was taken aback. This individual was actually aiding in her own exoneration. Hearing such words brought relief to the investigator, highlighting the stark contrast between the two. Regardless of the actual truth, from this first encounter, it was evident that this young woman was courteous, articulate, and empathetic towards the staff's efforts. Even volunteering her cooperation, in contrast, the individual across from her, driven by mere speculation, monopolized public resources, affected the emotions of the crowd, and treated the investigator as though she were at their beck and call, assuming everything would simply fall into place. The comparison was glaringly apparent. Zhang Tian sensed an impending crisis. It was as if his adversary had been awaiting this moment. The investigator nodded. "Rest assured, your information has been simplified and will not have any repercussions." She then turned the tablet to face the crowd. The massive letters nearly blinded onlookers. A-level ability? Gasps erupted among the people. When did such a powerhouse emerge? If she possessed an A-level ability, did she even need to rely on others? She was formidable enough on her own. Surely, others would seek her out to form teams. Wasn't this about contribution points? What did it have to do with being A-level? The investigator clarified. A-level abilities receive a monthly supplement of 1,000 contribution points. As long as any ability is elevated to a level, one can claim it. This is a policy to encourage everyone to strive for improvement. It seems you are still unaware. Zhou Xiaoyan remarked to Zhang Tian, a hint of regret in her voice. Thus misunderstanding me is quite normal. Zhang Tian clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. He scrutinized the timestamps, searching for inconsistencies. This month doesn't add up. Even with 1,000 each month, it wouldn't total this much. The investigator gently swiped the tablet to the second page. Chapter 31. Relying on others? She relies on herself. There's more? The crowd's eyes widened. Dual abilities? A powerhouse teaming up. Look at me. I'm willing to contribute. I just so happen to have a D-level ability, sister. Do you think I might be your long-lost brother? The investigator continued. Dual abilities receive a monthly supplement of 500 contribution points, which is also publicly available information, noted on the Bureau's official website. Therefore, she can earn 1,500 contribution points monthly. I feel so envious. Don't say another word. I want to go hunt monsters right now. I want to level up to A and mutate into dual abilities. As the crowd's mood shifted positively, the investigator felt a sense of satisfaction. If this information could motivate awakeners, it would serve as excellent publicity. Furthermore, she mentioned that they could advance their allowances for the next 2 months. If anyone faced difficulties, they could apply for an advance on their wages and allowances. In a wonder. So that's how it works. Can I apply right now? The gear I've always wanted could be in my hands today. On the final point, the investigator flipped to another page and pointed out her honor records. We hadn't seen this page before. It can document so much. Today, she independently completed a level 1 incident. Independently? Level 1? The crowd erupted in astonishment. While those words seemed simple, their combination delivered an unparalleled shock. So, does this mean she sustained such injuries while addressing an incident? Observing her, they noted she bore no severe wounds. How had she managed to accomplish a level 1 incident without battle gear? Many began to regard her seriously, their gazes shifting to respect. Here, nothing garnered recognition more readily than strength. Every individual who fought against derivations faced life and death crises. Often, they approached with the resolve of one prepared to perish, uncertain if they would see another day. None found this struggle easy. Each fought to protect the safety of others. Zhang Tian's remarks were utterly excessive. Zhou Xiuyan remained silent. She felt no anger, nor was she incensed. If someone had indeed harmed her, would an apology suffice? The current outcome aligned with her original intention. Zhang Tian failed to recognize the malice embedded in his words. Oblivious to the deeply ingrained notions lurking within him, unaware of how profoundly such actions could wound, she intended to elevate suspicion to its peak, compelling him, in his fury, to shed the veneer of hypocrisy and expose his inner ugliness. Ultimately, she would lead him to unearth evidence, revealing the fragility of his accusations. Had she initially rushed to defend herself, she would have appeared weak, and the outcome would not have garnered such support. However, her method was only applicable under the current circumstances, where she had the means to counter the slanderers. In contrast, if another were to clarify matters at the onset of doubt, it would be the wisest course of action. The investigator spoke earnestly. In the future, when faced with issues, please approach them rationally and calmly. We are all comrades in the same bureau. Misunderstandings can be resolved through open dialogue, which can alleviate many conflicts. In these increasingly challenging times, we should support and care for one another, forging connections with those we can trust. This is how we will thrive. I hope such incidents do not recur. My willingness to communicate does not imply I will not become angry. Next time, it will not merely be a verbal warning but rather severe punishment. Zhang Tian felt a wave of shame and fury wash over him. Wasn't this a direct reprimand? Did it not imply that his thoughts were overly despicable? That he was indeed a petty person? He glanced at the investigator and then surveyed the expressions of those around him, anxiety gnawing at him. He had offended many, become a laughingstock, and now bore a record of demerit. How would he navigate his future? This blunder would surely circulate. Crucially, he had initiated this grand fiasco himself. That was Xiuyan. She had done this deliberately. She was the one who orchestrated his downfall. This woman's mind was insidiously cunning. What could have been a straightforward resolution had been transformed into a grand spectacle to ensnare him. The more he contemplated, the more incensed he became, his fists clenching tighter. Zhou Xiuyan chuckled softly. She had indeed allied herself with someone. That someone was herself. She would exert every effort, relying solely on her own endeavors to attain all that she desired. Zhou Xiuyan approached Zhang Tian, leaning in so only they could hear. Thank you for bringing people to help prove my case and for elevating my reputation. As her words fell, she brushed past Zhang Tian and walked towards window. Zhang Tian felt a sudden surge in his mind, a rush of blood flooding his senses, accompanied by a low hum. His breathing grew increasingly rapid, as every detail of their previous encounter spiraled through his mind. The feelings of humiliation and the stifling frustration tugged at every muscle in his body, causing them to tremble. He resolved to confront her, to strike until she could utter no more, until she begged for mercy. At that moment, a staff member approached and placed a firm hand on Zhang Tian's shoulder. Come with us for a moment. Chapter 32. Returning with abundance, Zhou Xiuyan arrived at window 1 to collect her equipment, where the staff handed her 2 exquisite black metal briefcases, one large, the other small. The cases exuded an air of sophistication, adorned with subtle patterns and a slightly textured feel. Zhou Xiuyan placed them on the counter, took the smaller one, unlatched the metal clasps on either side, and opened the lid. Inside, nestled in its recess, lay an unassuming dark silver dagger, simple yet understated. She reached in, slowly drawing the dagger from its sheath. As it glimmered in the light, a chilling aura enveloped the space. With a swift motion to the right, a sharp whoosh sliced through the air, as though the very atmosphere had been cleaved in two. A peculiar clarity washed over her, and she glanced at the personal data displayed on her wristband. Noting that her mental capacity had surged from 91 to 106 points, a remarkable increase of 15 points, she returned the dagger to its sheath and tucked it into her pocket, creating a rather conspicuous bulge. There was no alternative, no other place to stow it. Though it lacked elegance and flair, this was merely a temporary circumstance. You may take back the empty case. I have no further use for it. She pushed the case back towards them, deeming it a burden now that it served no purpose. Given its apparent high cost, it would be better utilized in their possession. Shall we return the points for this sealed case to you? Yes, Zhou Xiuyan nodded. Although she had just spent half a year's salary on equipment, she deemed it a necessary investment for long-term gain. Moreover, she would not allow herself to waste any spare change out of pride. By saving up small amounts over time, they could accumulate into something substantial, enabling her to purchase essential items. Ding. 100 points have been returned to you. Quite valuable indeed. It seemed the sealed case had additional uses. She decided to keep the one for her combat suit. We also have several small supplies available. Is there anything you require? We can package them together for you. The staff gestured towards a nearby supply cabinet. Zhou Xiaoyan glanced over, observing an array of healing supplies, small accessories, food items, and some substances whose effects were not immediately discernible. I need some items for recovery, priced under 100. We have a medical kit available for 112. Would that suffice? It contains basic healing tools and medications. That will do. Zhou Xiaoyan scanned her wristband, watching her awakening points dwindle to zeroed. All her funds had been expended. Director, did you account for all of this? Firstly, the director recognized her behavioral patterns. Secondly, he could surmise the information she might acquire in the hall and her areas of focus. Thirdly, he influenced her actions and decisions through the information provided. He guessed she would undoubtedly purchase equipment that day, opting for the best within her budget, preparing thoroughly. Though the director did not disclose every item she intended to buy, he was aware of her inclinations. Indeed, she was preparing in the realms of offense, defense, and medical supplies. Even the funds for her final medical purchase stemmed from her decision to return the empty case. Without the advance salary, Zhou Xiaoyan's original plan would have been to acquire a B-grade outfit and a comparable dagger. To err on the side of caution, she would have reserved a portion of her awakening points for emergencies, rather than depleting them entirely. Now, the director's simple piece of advice and the advance salary had equipped her with the most suitable gear from the outset, elevating her from a mediocre choice to a high-end selection. What pleased Zhou Xiaoyan most was that the director did not grant her extra resources. Everything was a result of her own labor. Allowing her to be self-sufficient, the director's support resembled that of a mentor's guidance. A smile crept onto Zhou Xiaoyan's lips. Previously, she had been adept at calculating others, but this was the first time someone had so thoroughly understood her. She sent a message to Lingyun Zhouxiao. Thank you for your suggestions, Director. I have procured everything. The staff handed her the medical kit. Please accept this. It was an ordinary white metal case, distinct from the sealed ones. Thank you. She grasped the medical kit in one hand and the sealed case containing her combat suit in the other, making her way towards the exit. Zhou Xiaoyan felt an inexplicable thrill, as though she were among a crowd of shoppers exiting a mall with their various bags in hand. Ironically, she had never enjoyed shopping in the past. It dawned on her that it wasn't shopping she disliked, but rather the lack of items worth buying now. She felt a sense of fulfillment akin to returning home with an abundance of treasures. She yearned to try on her combat suit, then enjoy a restful sleep. Ready to venture into the wilderness and harness her abilities come morning, Zhou Xiaoyan hailed a taxi and settled into the rear seat. Hello, driver, to Fuhua Community, please. Sure thing. Half an hour later, they arrived at her destination. Zhou Xiaoyan tapped her wristband to pay, which was linked to her bank account, allowing for seamless cashless transactions. She stepped out, carrying her belongings onto the cracked concrete pavement. Ahead lay the entrance to the community. Named Fuhua, it was neither affluent nor resplendent. The faded lettering of Fuhua Community on the gate had dulled, with the characters appearing crooked and precariously perched, as if a gust of wind might dislodge them. Passing through the broken iron gate, she ventured inside. The buildings of the community were of an antiquated design, low-rise structures from decades past, their exterior paint peeling to reveal the insulation beneath. In no time, she reached the entrance of Building 5, where the faded red paint proclaimed Unit 1, now nearly illegible. Navigating around a dumpster overflowing with refuse, she pulled open the creaking, broken lock of the unit door, which protested with a heavy, raspy groan. Zhou Xiaoyan stepped into the dimly lit hallway, where the walls were marred with stains and erratic graffiti, and various small advertisements clung to the surfaces. She ascended the 6 flights of stairs in one breath, placing the cases on the floor as she rummaged through her pockets for her keys. Fortunately, she had not stored them in her coat pocket. The keys clinked together until she found the correct one, inserting it into the lock. Despite the prevalence of fingerprint and facial recognition technology, the residents of this community still relied on antiquated security doors, making it easy for intruders to gain access. With a click, the door swung open. Zhou Xiaoyan lifted the cases and stepped inside, locking the door behind her. The interior was steeped in a musty aroma, revealing a modest living room furnished with a yellowed sofa and a glass coffee table marked by numerous scratches. There was not a television in sight, nor many other appliances. She set the cases down beside the table and placed the dagger on its surface. Feeling parched, she made her way to the kitchen for a drink. The kitchen cabinets were peeling, some edges chipped away, others missing frames altogether. Upon reaching for the thermos, she found it empty. Resigned, she filled the iron kettle with water and set it on the gas stove, igniting the flame. Returning to the living room, she sank into the sofa, which offered no springiness, its cushions sagging in places. "This is your living environment," she murmured, surveying the familiar yet foreign surroundings, the original inhabitant. A girl without family or friends had scraped by on meager assistance, working diligently in this small, dilapidated house left by her parents. A profound sense of loneliness washed over Zhou Xiaoyan. Time seemed to slow within these aged walls. As if the world advanced while she remained tethered here in this unfamiliar realm, she too was, in some ways, utterly alone. Chapter 33. A new journey, a new life. The sharp sound of boiling water jolted Zhou Xiaoyan from her reverie. She poured a portion of the water into a cup, saving the remainder for the thermos. Watching the steam dissipate and listening to the water's descent into the kettle, her earlier despondency gradually faded. Simply being alive was a blessing. Able to see, hear, and feel, she still possesses a healthy body. She is a contented individual. It is akin to embarking on a new way of living, something she has never experienced before. Starting afresh in this world, Zhou Xiaoyan walked towards her bedroom to fetch a change of clothes for a bath. Upon entering, her gaze fell upon the conspicuous plastic wardrobe, crooked and somewhat unstable. Opening the cabinet door revealed only a handful of relatively new, brightly colored garments. The majority were aged, dark-hued clothes that had been worn for 7 or 8 years. Although devoid of holes, they were clearly ill-fitting. With bulging elbows and other signs of wear, the collection of tops, trousers, jackets, and undergarments could easily fit into a single compartment. Zhou Xiaoyan casually picked out an outfit and proceeded to the bathroom. Inside, it was even more sparse. A toothbrush holder and a bottle of shampoo adorned the shelf, while a hook bore a worn and faded towel. Zhou Xiaoyan placed her clothes and bracelet on the first shelf of the storage rack and turned on the shower, letting the cool water flow. Instinctively, she caught the water in the basin beside her. Perhaps this is merely the muscle memory of the original owner. Typically, such water would be used for mopping or other chores. A testament to frugality, during her shower, she discovered numerous large bruises adorning her body, each touch eliciting sharp pain, and her back was likely in a similar state. In less than 15 minutes, she dressed and emerged. As there was little to wash away, without a hairdryer at home, she towel-dried her hair as best as she could while frantically running her fingers through it, striving to hasten the drying process. Zhou Xiaoyan then entered the kitchen, leaning over the cup to gently blow on the warm water before sipping it gradually. Returning to the bedroom, she lay down on the bed. The checkered bedspread resembled the rustic colors that were once fashionable decades ago. Appearing antiquated and stiff, she covered herself with the lumpy quilt, exhaling deeply, feeling at last a sense of peace and the ability to rest. Having eaten at a restaurant earlier, she was not hungry, but rather endured the fatigue and soreness typical of someone who had just engaged in intense combat. Her mind, overwhelmed by a series of stimuli, had become somewhat muddled. Without much contemplation, she succumbed to sleep. The following day, it was not the sun that roused her, but the urgent call of her bladder. She swiftly rose to quell this restlessness. Outside, the sky was overcast, and glancing at her bracelet, she noted it was barely past 5 o'clock. Zhou Xiaoyan tidied her belongings, completed her morning routine, and changed the medication on her bracelet before heading to the living room, where she placed her combat gearbox on the sofa and opened it. Inside, neatly folded black garments and shoes awaited, along with some accessories. The clothing was divided into 2 sets, an inner layer of snug long sleeves and trousers, and an outer layer comprising a loose zip-up jacket and adjustable cuffed pants. The outerwear featured several pockets for carrying supplies. The sizes of the garments had already been tailored to the measurements of an awakened individual at the time of purchase, alleviating any concerns about fit. Once dressed, her bracelet signaled a remarkable increase of 60 points in her mental capacity. Zhou Xiaoyan retrieved a belt, and as she threaded it through the buckle, it automatically tightened to the appropriate size. She picked up a dagger from the table, secured the sheaths clipped to her belt, and attached a small storage pouch. After donning her combat boots, she tucked her pant legs inside, twisting a small knob on the side that resembled a coin, which caused the shoelaces to tighten. As Xiaoyan gathered her long hair into a ponytail, she walked over to the full-length mirror in the living room. The reflection bore a striking resemblance to her former self, with the original owner's habit of looking down now replaced by a steady gaze ahead. Her soft features were imbued with a newfound intensity due to her fierce demeanor. The previously hunched shoulders now stood broad and confident, complemented by her sharp attire, which exuded an air of authority and valor. The weapon at her waist added an aura of danger, signaling to others to keep their distance. Xiaoyan stood before the mirror, momentarily transfixed as if two souls were gradually merging. A smile crept across her face as she gently pressed her hand against the glass, whispering, "Xiaoyan, from this day forth, I am you, and you are me." After gathering some essential items, she exited the community carrying a medical kit and settled into a nearby dumpling shop that had just opened. She ordered a steamer of dumplings and a bowl of soy milk. "Is that you, little Zhua?" "Just a moment," the owner called from the kitchen, and soon she emerged, balancing the steamer in one hand and the soy milk in the other. Just as she placed the food on the table, she froze. "Oh dear, I'm so sorry, young lady. Your voice sounds familiar," the elderly woman exclaimed, her face breaking into a wide smile, her speech slowing as she began to scrutinize Xiaoyan. "Wait, you look like little Zhua." "I am." The woman clapped her hands together. "Oh my, you look stunning. I didn't recognize you in those clothes. Your hair tied up makes you look so lively, truly beautiful." The elderly lady nodded enthusiastically, even taking a seat across from her. "Thank you, Auntie, but I have things to do. I'll eat first," Xiaoyan replied with a smile as she picked up her chopsticks. She had no time for idle chatter. Her schedule was tight. Every day, at the top of the hour, the processing bureau dispatched a vehicle to the wilderness, and she aimed to catch the earliest one at 6 o'clock. "Take your time eating. If you need more, just ask me," the woman added. "Okay," Xiaoyan nodded, her smile unwavering as she focused on her meal. However, the elderly lady did not leave. She remained at the table, continuing to chat. "You've had a tough time getting up so early to run all the way to university. The school really ought to reconsider those exorbitant accommodation fees. It's pure exploitation. If you could just stay on campus, it would be so much better. Be careful on the road. I've heard it's not safe lately. There have been quite a few unusual incidents in the neighboring district, causing many shops to shut down. I hope nothing happens here. Otherwise, how will I earn a living?" Xiaoyan acknowledged her with nods, continuing to eat her dumplings. The elderly lady rambled on about various trivial matters, and before long, Xiaoyan finished her meal and stood up to pay. "Oh, no need for that." The woman rushed over to block the payment machine. "Are you being too polite with me? You've had a hard time, so let me treat you today. When you graduate and start earning, you can pay me back then. I really should pay you, Auntie. How about we pick a day when you're free, and I'll cook for you? It'll be nice to celebrate properly and catch up." "Sounds great. You've grown up, haven't you? You used to hardly respond when I spoke to you. Today, you're the one initiating conversation, which makes me so happy." Xiaoyan grabbed her medical kit, quickly inputting the payment amount before sticking it onto the machine and dashing out. Just as the elderly lady was clearing the table, the counter announced, "Your personal merchant account has received 888 yuan. The woman's expression shifted, and she hastily set down the dishes and rushed outside, calling, "Little Zhua, you've made a mistake with that money." "No mistake," Xiaoyan shouted back as she rounded a corner. "Oh dear," the woman lamented, watching her figure disappear, unable to catch up. She stomped her foot in frustration before returning to the shop, deciding to wait until Xiaoyan's next visit to return the money. For Xiaoyan, this money represented a way to repay a kindness, fulfilling the original owner's long-held desire to express gratitude. The assistance she received from the elderly lady was worth far more than a few hundred yuan. Yet, this was one of the few savings the original owner had accumulated. She could earn money within the Awaken organization in the future, alleviating worries about financial insufficiency. Who finds life easy in this world? Few are affluent, and even fewer are willing to extend a helping hand. Good deeds should indeed be rewarded. Chapter 34. The adorable monsters. Xiaoyan hailed a taxi directly to the processing bureau. The early morning roads were devoid of traffic, and what had taken 30 minutes yesterday now only required 15. Outside the bureau, a group of awakened individuals engaged in conversation. As she approached, many turned to look at her. "Am I seeing things? Is that a high-grade combat suit?" Isn't she the one from yesterday? With a change of attire, her aura seems even more formidable. As whispers of intrigue circulated, the uninformed inquired curiously, "Who is she? Hey, don't you know? It's quite the spectacle. Yesterday, there were gasps coming from that little corner. Someone leaned in closer. You're heading to the wasteland, right? How about we team up? Apologies, but I plan to go solo." She needed to assess her various abilities, and today was primarily dedicated to exploring the environment and devising a tactical plan. Only when she truly required companions would she seek out suitable allies based on her needs. "I possess considerable strength. I can undoubtedly assist you," the individual continued to invite her. However, Zhou Xiuyan remained resolute in her refusal. Others who had intended to approach her with invitations were compelled to abandon their attempts upon witnessing this. A bus arrived 10 minutes later, and the crowd boarded in an orderly fashion. Zhou Xiuyan chose a window seat. Surprisingly, no one dared to sit beside her, as the scenery outside gradually receded from the urban landscape. They ventured into a desolate expanse, ultimately halting at a low-rise construction zone. A lengthy cordon had been erected here, with numerous fully armed personnel patrolling the perimeter. After disembarking, the cacophony of voices grew louder as many called out to form teams. Zhou Xiuyan entered the management hall and attentively read the announcement posted on the wall, which detailed matters regarding hunting fusion entities and point redemption. Awakened individuals entering the wilderness for the first time should start from the lowest zone 0. Please note, after reading, Zhou Xiuyan temporarily stored her medical kit and proceeded to the window to complete the registration process for entry, officially stepping into the monster-infested wilderness. This place resembled an endless expanse of Gobi Desert, where earthy hues dominated the visual spectrum, with a few desiccated branches scattered on the ground and the grass almost imperceptible. Choosing a direction with fewer people, she ventured deeper and soon encountered a group of bizarre entities. They were nearly transparent, the size of basketballs, floating in the air like phantoms. Their forms were not fixed, resembling flowing water, constantly shifting. They were covered in a multitude of tendrils, undulating as they searched their surroundings. The density and chaotic nature of their grouping amplified the unsettling effect, evoking a profound sense of discomfort upon mere sight. Ding, mental fluctuations detected ahead. The wristband emitted a warning sound. Mental monster type number 0-01. Aberrant jellyfish. Individual metrics range from 3 to 10 points. Please exercise caution. Whose jellyfish possesses so many tentacles? Zhou Xiuyan silently scoffed, employing her emotional perception to investigate further. The creatures exhibited at least 2 to 3 colors, with some displaying as many as a dozen, albeit exceedingly faint. How could one describe this sensation? Prismatic white, perhaps. Thus, it became clear that this was the state of fusion entities. If derivates were produced by individuals, then fusion entities represented a chaotic amalgamation of many people's unconscious mental emissions. It was precisely because of this that they could exist outside domains, preventing excessive mental pollution in this area. They were not as terrifying or powerful as derivates, yet their sheer numbers compensated for their lack of strength. Zhou Xiuyan drew her dagger and charged forward, striking down with a single blow. The jellyfish did not evade, but its tendrils ensnared her hand, delivering a slight prickling sensation, though it ceased thereafter. The next moment, the fusion entity was cleaved in two, vanishing silently into motes of light. She absorbed the non-original mental energy, and a phrase echoed in her mind before silence fell once more. "Where is my ability?" Zhou Xiuyan was taken aback. At that moment, the tentacles of the aberrant jellyfish began to point toward her, as if sensing her presence and swarmed towards her in large numbers. Zhou Xiuyan executed a sweeping motion and retreated. Fortunately, the jellyfish were not swift, and after maneuvering around them, she managed to eliminate half of their numbers. Throughout this encounter, the tentacle she had brushed against continued to make contact, the prickling sensation intensifying, causing her arms to feel somewhat numb. Yet, she pressed on, determined to eradicate the entire group of fusion entities. In her mind, notifications of absorbed mental energy persisted, but no new skills manifested. A flicker of concern arose within her. Do fusion entities not grant abilities? She glanced at her wristband data. You have sustained minor mental pollution. Please remain vigilant regarding your mental state. Examining her exposed hands, she found no wounds or swelling. It seemed the jellyfish inflicted no physical harm, only mental. Even without direct attacks, proximity to mental monsters inherently carried a degree of pollution. resulting in a compounded effect. You have eliminated 23 Zone 0 fusion entities, earning 23 points. Having reviewed the information panel in the management hall, she learned that the conversion rate for points to contribution was 101. It was understandable why those previous individuals lamented the minimal rewards from slaying monsters. Your mental capacity has increased, currently at 91.23 points. This 91 reflected her inherent capacity, unaffected by any equipment she possessed. The additional 0.23 points corresponded precisely to the number of monsters, 0.01 for each. Swishoyan felt a surge of excitement. Does this mean I can enhance my mental capacity with each monster I slay? Initially, she had thought absorbing energy equated to acquiring abilities, but it seemed they were distinct processes. Although she had not obtained an ability, gaining mental strength was still a significant boon. Abilities were like a lamp, and mental power was akin to electricity. If her mental strength could be elevated, it would prolong the duration of her abilities. The mental power derived from her equipment was always external. What she possessed herself was the most reliable and enduring. If she could slay thousands of these creatures, wouldn't that equal the mental boost provided by her dagger? Moreover, the frequent appearances of these monsters posed minimal danger to her. Surely, hunting hundreds in a day would not be an issue? If she continued this for several days, she could amass the equivalent of a dagger's worth of mental enhancement, rounding up to a few thousand contributions. By this calculation, no one could surpass her in earning contributions. These were not hideous monsters, they were her adorable power banks. With a heart brimming with excitement, Swishoyan began her search for the next group of fusion entities. 15 minutes later, she gripped her dagger and smiled at the jellyfish drifting in the distance. Her expression particularly gentle. Chapter 35. The emergence of new abilities. Swishoyan dashed forward, the previous soreness in her arms seemingly alleviated, her entire being infused with vigor. After several minutes, another group of jellyfish dissipated. Transforming into a mist of light, she began to seek out her next targets, her next batch of delightful creatures. The aberrant jellyfish had a tendency to gather with their kind, forming large clusters, leaving surrounding areas devoid of any second group. Thus, after defeating the previous batch, she would need to traverse 10 to 15 minutes before encountering another congregation of jellyfish. Unbeknownst to her, noon had arrived. Feeling hunger pangs, she sought out a clear space to sit. From her pockets, she retrieved some compressed biscuits and energy bars, along with a bottle of water from her waste storage. These provisions had been conveniently purchased while processing her entry at the management hall. Fortunately, ordinary items could be bought with cash. Had she relied on contribution points, she might have returned home with an empty stomach today. After finishing her meal, she closed her eyes for a moment to rest. Feeling her stamina restored, Swishoyan resumed her journey, dagger in hand, plunging deeper into the wilderness. As the sunset painted the horizon crimson, elongating shadows, she received another notification. Your mental capacity has increased, currently at 101 points. As this electronic voice resonated, Swishoyan suddenly felt a surge of mental clarity. The starry expanse within her mind underwent a shift. The dark mist enveloping the glowing star beads began to recede in one area, revealing a dimly lit star bead. Swishoyan was taken aback. A star bead has appeared. However, unlike before, it had yet to illuminate or present any skill prompts. Previously lit star beads were associated with skills, but this unlit one might signify an empty slot, akin to an unoccupied skill slot. This conjecture sent shivers down Swishoyan's spine. Was it excitement? Did this mean she was slowly awakening? With an unknown skill beginning to form, what could have prompted this change? Was it due to her increase in mental capacity? After all, her inherent mental capacity had just reached 100. She had crossed a subtle threshold. Upon closer inspection of her skills, the gate of thought remained unchanged, yet her emotional perception and gaze pressure had both increased in range from 8 to 9 meters. It appeared that absorbing the mental energy from these fusion entities could indeed enhance her skills. Thus, she resolved to continue accumulating energy and observe what further transformations might arise. Just as she prepared to seek out more fusion entities, a voice echoed from above. Nightfall is imminent. The area exit will be closed. All personnel, please evacuate promptly. Swishoyan looked up to see a small drone hovering overhead. During the night, pollution levels will rise, and fusion entities may undergo unknown changes. All personnel must evacuate quickly. After it finished speaking, it soared into the distance, the warning sound persistently echoing in the air, repeatedly playing. Zhuo Xiuyan sheathed her dagger at her waist, took a moment to orient herself, and turned toward the exit as she approached the management hall. The number of people she encountered increased, many of them wearing expressions of delight, animatedly discussing their gains from the day. Our team scored 6,500 points today. Divided among us, that's over 1,300 points each. Contributing 13 points in a day is quite commendable. Yours is quite dismal, another chimed in, proudly gesturing with his fingers. We, 9,000. No way, there are only 4 of you. How could you score more than us? We recruited a new teammate today. One skill clears a whole area. Ha ha ha. Consider yourself fortunate. The others immediately turned their gaze to the new teammate, teasingly suggesting, hey, want to join our team? I can offer you more points than your current captain. Get lost, daring to poach my people right in front of me. The team leader playfully punched the other on the shoulder, but the smile on both their faces indicated they were merely joking. Zhuo Xiuyan reflected on the fact that indeed, having more people made tasks easier. As a lone wolf, she had only accumulated 901 points that day, trailing behind this team by over 1,000 points. This was even with the enhancement from an A-grade weapon, which allowed her to dispatch foes with a single strike. Had she been wielding a standard weapon, it would have taken multiple strikes to eliminate a single target, resulting in even fewer points. However, Zhuo Xiuyan had no immediate plans to form a team. Her circumstances were unique. While others gained mental energy from slaying monsters, she did not benefit in the same way. Joining a team would merely yield additional points, which she did not covet. What she truly gained was far more valuable than mere points. Zhuo Xiuyan calculated that she had increased her mental energy by 9 points today, a yield better than she had anticipated. If calculated based on the dagger's 15 points of mental energy, she had effectively earned more than half the cost of the dagger. How much had she paid for it? Subtracting the 100 for the box, considering 3888 as the price, and assuming 888 represented the base function price of the dagger, she could attribute the remaining 3,000 to the cost of enhancing her mental energy. This meant she had effectively purchased 1 point of mental energy for 200 contribution points. Essentially, she had earned 1,800 contribution points in a single day. A smile crept onto Zhuo Xiuyan's lips. It was truly remarkable, a figure many times greater than that of others. Although this method of calculation was somewhat dubious and did not reflect actual income, it certainly lifted her spirits. She resolved to no longer refer to those jellyfish as little cuties, but rather as big cuties. Upon entering the management hall, she observed numerous individuals engrossed in their wristbands. The sound of beeping filled the air, and soon their gazes were drawn to the central wall. Zhuo Xiuyan's attention followed suit. There hung 2 large screens. The left screen bore the words kill count in bold letters at the top, divided into 2 columns, one for daily kills and the other for monthly kills. Each column was further subdivided, listing names and quantities, arranged in descending order. The right screen displayed growth in mental energy, segmented into weekly and monthly increases, formatted similarly. As people interacted with the screens, the data began to scroll incessantly. With rankings shifting continually, Zhuo Xiuyan's interest was piqued. She activated her wristband to explore for a moment and located the operations panel for the wilderness zone. Would you like to upload part of your data from battles in the wilderness zone? Zhuo Xiuyan pressed yes. Please enter a 6-character alias. This code is solely for ranking display purposes and has no other affiliations or impacts. Naming? It was indeed a perplexing task. She decided to input something random. Zhuo Xiuyan typed in 6 digits, 000000, then clicked confirm. Please do not enter excessive repeating numbers. Realizing this was not acceptable, she promptly deleted the last 0 and replaced it with a 1. Alias approved. Your data has been entered into the ranking and can be viewed in your personal information page. Was that it? She had initially planned to rearrange the digits if it hadn't gone through. And if that failed, to add more 1s or other numbers. Zhuo Xiuyan opened her personal interface. New city, level 0 zone, May 22 ND, kill count, monthly rank, 5867th, monthly kills, 901. Daily rank, 1023 RD, today's kills, 901. There were more people here than she had anticipated. Zhuo Xiuyan glanced through the names around hers, noting that the differences in numbers were merely in the teens. The top 100 had already amassed around 60,000 kills this month, with ranking differences in the thousands. By the end of the month, these individuals' total kills would likely approach 100,000. Zhuo Xiuyan clicked on the second item, mental energy growth. Monthly rank, 4816th, monthly increase, 9.01 points. Weekly rank, 10th. Weekly increase, 9.01 points. Zhou Xiaoyan scrutinized the weekly ranking, confirming that there were not two fewer digits at the end. Suddenly, the hall erupted in commotion. Look, there's a new name. Who's the one with all those zeros? How did someone break into the top 10? What is it? The mental energy weekly ranking. The mental energy leaderboard was typically one of the least volatile. Not many paid it attention. Yet now, this change drew everyone's focus. The alias on the list, that string of numbers, was strikingly conspicuous. In a way, today is Tuesday, and in just 2 days, he has 9 points of mental energy, an average of 4.5 points a day. Mental energy either grew gradually or could be gained from slaying monsters. The rate of growth and absorption varied among individuals in the wilderness. It was typical for data to increase by 1 to 3 points daily, with 5 points considered average, and anything above 10 regarded as exceptional. Only a rare few could reach above 20 points. The growth data for mental energy was akin to physical fitness. Some individuals excelled at running or building muscle, while others learned quickly. Thus, it was not an extraordinary secret. This one day equates to 3 days for me. Unbelievable. It appeared that this week, this individual labeled 001 would secure a firm position in the top 10 in an unchanging environment. Each person's growth in mental energy remained stable. Once rankings were determined, they rarely fluctuated. Although this month's leaderboard did not feature him, next month could tell a different story. At this rate, it was likely that in under 2 months, he would reach the qualifying mental energy level. Indeed, the standard of 300 was no trivial matter for him. Zhou Xiaoyan suddenly gained insight. Recognizing that her growth in mental energy had far surpassed that of others, they mistakenly believed it was the accumulation of 2 days' worth, whereas it was actually just the data from 1 day. Nevertheless, she was not content. It was not enough. She could achieve even more growth. This morning, the journey from the processing bureau to the wilderness took 2 hours. And by the time she arrived, it was already 8 o'clock. However, she noticed the announcement stating that the wilderness zone opened daily at 6 o'clock. Given this, her travel time had cost her 2 hours of monster-slaying time. She immediately considered staying overnight. She had heard there was a resting area available for accommodations, allowing her to enter the arena directly upon waking. Zhou Xiaoyan turned and walked away, no longer paying attention to the rankings. Upon reaching the dining hall and finishing dinner, she inquired about lodging and promptly proceeded to the resting area. The resting area was located not far from the main hall, featuring 3 long rows of buildings, each 6 stories high, occupying a significant amount of space. The interior was brightly lit, indicating that many people were residing there. "Hello, to check in here, you need to pay with points," the front desk staff informed her, presenting various types of rooms for selection. The cheapest was a dormitory accommodating 10 people with bunk beds, charging 200 points per day. "I'll take the cheapest one," Zhou Xiaoyan quickly decided. She had no particular requirements for her environment. She was there to rest, not to indulge. From the moment she entered the wilderness to her exit, including rest, she had spent a total of 9 hours, averaging 100 points earned per hour. Gain an additional 2 hours tomorrow. Spending 2 hours to earn that amount of points was just right to offset it. For Zhou Xiaoyan, the opportunity for an extra 2 hours of mental energy growth was worth far more than this meager amount of points. Furthermore, the return journey would also waste 2 hours, totaling 4 hours. Time was limited. Its value far exceeded that of money. There was nothing more advantageous than purchasing time with money. "All right, I will now proceed with your registration. Please scan to input your information." Zhou Xiaoyan scanned her wristband. Room information is now available on your wristband for your perusal at any time. If you do not wish to sleep just yet, you can head to the recreational area in front, which has snacks, drinks, and an electronic reading room. "Okay, thank you." Zhou Xiaoyan made her way directly to the reading room, noting that it was only 8:20. And there was still ample time before her break. She intended to search for some information on the official website. Her understanding of the abilities organization and the various psychic entities remained woefully inadequate, and she was eager to learn about the prerequisites for formal status. The electronic reading room was composed of numerous small cubicles, each accommodating a single individual, ensuring a degree of confidentiality due to the doors. Zhou Xiaoyan powered on the computer and began her search for information regarding the criteria for formal membership on the organization's official website. There were 3 standards. First, one must accumulate a score of 100,000 points in the wilderness area. Second, the psychic level must reach 300 points. Third, one must achieve a full score on the basic examination concerning psychic entities. Swiss Xiaoyan analyzed the requirements meticulously. Although 100,000 points seemed daunting, she averaged around 1,000 points per day, suggesting that she could achieve this milestone in approximately 100 days, a goal that was not as unattainable as it appeared. Furthermore, the points were cumulative. Accounting only for the points earned, expenditures would not diminish the total record. In simpler terms, she merely needed to eliminate 100,000 zero-level fusion entities. The purpose of this regulation was likely to train the awakened individuals. On one hand, slaying monsters would simultaneously hone their physical abilities and enhance their stamina. On the other hand, due to the wilderness's low pollution and threat levels, it allowed the awakened to steadily elevate their psychic levels in a safe environment. A higher psychic level translated to greater resistance against psychic pollution, which was crucial for formal members who were required to enter high pollution areas and engage with derived entities in combat. A psychic level of approximately 300 would generally suffice to withstand most pollution within a first-level domain. Moreover, possessing mere abilities was insufficient. One must also comprehend the various psychic entities and discover suitable methods of counteraction. Achieving a full score on the examination was imperative. Errors on the test would result in lost points, while misjudgments in reality could cost one their life. Therefore, even the slightest mistake was intolerable. These three rules, rather than being obstacles, were essentially pre-training measures devised for the safety of the awakened, ensuring they attained adequate physical strength, mental fortitude, and intelligence. As she contemplated psychic pollution, Swiss Xiaoyan glanced at her wristband. Noting that her current level had reached 9.1, dangerously close to the alert threshold of 10, how should she address this? She immediately searched for relevant information, softly reciting, "Psychic entities generate negative and chaotic psychic energy that not only manifests in their attacks, but also spreads throughout the surrounding environment. When such energy infiltrates the human body, it alters the internal psyche, affecting one's emotions and thought processes. This phenomenon is termed psychic pollution. The effects of psychic pollution can be partially alleviated through relaxation methods such as sleep, listening to music, or enjoying one's favorite foods, provided one has not exceeded their personal threshold. The remaining portion is purified by the individual's own psyche, transforming into harmless energy that enhances psychic strength. This occurrence is referred to as pollution transformation." A smile formed on Swiss Xiaoyan's face. Thus, for situations below the alert threshold, simply ensuring adequate nourishment and maintaining a pleasant disposition, followed by a good night's sleep, would suffice. Moreover, if the transformation succeeded, she could potentially gain additional psychic points by the following day. How many might that be? Chapter 37. Codename 1. Rank 1. Having confirmed that psychic pollution would no longer affect her mental state, Swiss Xiaoyan opened the course video on the basics of psychic entities. As she perused the diverse array of covers, she felt a pang of nostalgia. Even in this otherworldly realm, she was still required to study, attend lectures, complete assignments, and memorize information. The original host had previously visited the official website to study extensively after awakening, which also explained her grasp of certain rules when confronting derived entities. For the original host, who had always perceived herself as ordinary and unremarkable, becoming an awakened individual felt akin to being granted access to a magnificent new world. She drifted through this strange ocean of knowledge, both fearful and yearning, to the point of obsession. This fervor had aided Swiss Xiaoyan significantly, allowing her to distill crucial points from the knowledge she had acquired in the shortest time possible. Swiss Xiaoyan created lists and mind maps to facilitate her memorization and began her earnest studies. At the beginning of each section, the video emphasized a striking message. What you learn is not mere knowledge, but life. It is your life, and that of all the predecessors who sacrificed themselves to convey this information. Before she realized it, the clock struck 10. After retrieving her medical kit, she promptly went to the store to purchase toiletries and inexpensive change of clothes. Upon arriving at her room and using her wristband to unlock the door, she found the interior clean and her roommates quiet, each respecting one another's space. After showering and sending her dirty clothes for cleaning, she applied fresh bandages to her wounds, drew the curtains, and quickly lay down. Exhausted from the day, she soon fell into a deep slumber on the soft bedding. She was awakened in the morning by faint sounds. Raising her arm, she noticed her wristband illuminating automatically, indicating it was just past 5 o'clock. Swiss Xiaoyan swiped the screen to check her physical data. Her eyes widened in astonishment as she sat up abruptly. Her psychic level had surged to 106.01. an increase of 6 points merely from sleeping. 2/3 of the polluted psychic energy had transformed. An unimaginable feat. Overjoyed, she swiftly got out of bed, freshened up, and dressed. After having breakfast, she grabbed some food and water, and proceeded to the equipment area to purchase a rope as thick as her finger before joining the throng entering the wilderness. Today, she intended to experiment with a new method for clearing monsters. Upon reaching a cluster of creatures, Zhuoxiuyan secured one end of the rope to her dagger and, wielding it like a whip, swung it horizontally. The impact was expansive, far exceeding the range of her arm's swing. The front row of jellyfish was cleaved in two, disintegrating into motes of light before they could even approach her. With the monsters no longer attacking, she experienced significantly less pain and a notable reduction in pollution exposure. By noon, her kill count had reached 1,057. The score accrued within 6 hours far surpassed her results from the previous day's 9-hour endeavor, and her psychic level had risen to 116. 58 points. The distances of her visual pressure and emotional perception had increased to 10 meters. Meanwhile, the dim star orb at the bottom had begun to glow, occupying 1/3 of its total area. Hope surged within her. It seemed that the orb would illuminate a layer for every 15 points gained after the initial 100. Based on her current progress, it would be fully lit by tomorrow evening. Zhuoxiuyan's anticipation grew. After resting and having lunch, she once again embarked on her quest for the elusive large creature. Another 6 hours passed, and the drone's warning echoed once more. At this point, Zhuoxiuyan was drenched in sweat, her hair plastered against her cheeks. Her limbs ached from fatigue, trembling slightly, and the wounds on her hands stung, exacerbated by the sweat. Yet, she felt a profound sense of exhilaration. The illuminated portion of the star orb had ascended considerably, and after a good night's sleep, she would undoubtedly achieve 2/3 illumination by morning. Upon returning to the management hall, she noticed many people gazing at the rankings. Unlike the previous day, most individuals were gathered around the psychic strength screen, discussing animatedly. Is it true? Codename 001 has increased by 6 points since yesterday. It's already in 7th place. Wasn't it supposed to maintain a growth rate of 4.5? You just noticed? You're late to the party. It was already like this when the morning data updated. What do you mean? It can update in the morning. Yes, do you know about transformation? Most people experience only minimal changes. Mere increments of a few tenths that seem negligible. No, I understand transformation, but have you ever seen someone convert this much overnight? Insane. Sleeping seems to yield more growth than my entire day's work. Codename 001 hasn't even synchronized new data today. If it does, it might rise even higher. Really? It should exceed that, right? At this moment, Zhuoxiuyan raised her wristband and clicked to upload. On the screen, the data box labeled 0000001 began to ascend, while the boxes of others descended. The crowd erupted. It's moving. It's moving. Yet, the movement did not cease. The numerical sequence continued to rise, while the other data boxes transformed into steps, allowing it to climb further. 5th place. Still rising? Oh my, 3rd place. 1st place. In the midst of the astonished gazes, the data for codename 0000001 finally halted. The crowd turned their attention to the subsequent growth figures, and the atmosphere fell into an unexpected silence. After a lengthy pause, a shout pierced the quiet. What? 36.32. Subtracting yesterday and this morning, that's over 20 points gained today. What kind of anomaly is this? I initially thought that the previous 1st place, with its 6 points daily, was already extraordinary. Now, it seems 6 points are quite average. Codename 001 has surpassed the 2nd place by a full 17 points. The 2nd place can't catch up no matter how hard they try. I can barely manage 1 or 2 points a day. Codename 001, you should share some with me. Clearly, their growth isn't at 4.5. That 9 points was from an entire day's effort, and this powerhouse only began participating in the rankings yesterday. Someone suddenly had an epiphany. I get it. This person is doing it on purpose. They knew they could take 1st place, hence the name. Codename 1st, rank 1. Doesn't that fit perfectly? Zhuoxiuyan, upon hearing the words, chuckled softly. She had merely chosen those numbers at random. She continued to gaze at today's rankings. In the new city, within the 0-tier region, on May 23 RD, her kill count stood at a monthly ranking of 4,461, rise of 1406, with a total of 3,032 kills this month. In the daily ranking, She was placed 325th, an increase of 698, having slain 2,131 creatures today. For mental power growth, her monthly ranking was 2,817, a rise of 2059, with a growth of 36.32 points this month. In the weekly ranking, she held the first position, an increase of 9, also with a growth of 36.32 points this week. The sudden surge in these figures and the elevation of her rankings by thousands brought her immense joy. If possible, why shouldn't she strive to reach the pinnacle of every leaderboard? As someone once said, Code 1, Rank 1, though it may have been a twist of fate, she could make it seem premeditated. From now on, she would ensure that her name adorned these rankings. Such a vision would undoubtedly be a most intriguing spectacle. Chapter 38. New grudges and old hatreds, with only her mental power ranking at first place. The others lagged considerably behind, Zhuxiuyan murmured. While the mental power monthly leaderboard seemed manageable, achieving a high kill count amidst her current circumstances posed quite a challenge. She pondered whether to find ways to earn some contribution points or acquire more formidable weapons, or perhaps negotiate collaborations with others. Hearing Zhuxiuyan's words, someone beside her turned their head. Even if you excel in just one area, you still overshadow many. If you think he is incapable, then step up and make your presence known on the leaderboard. Zhuxiuyan chuckled softly and shook her head. The individual appraised her for a moment, chuckled in return, and then turned back to converse with their teammates. The implications clear. However, there was no malice intended, so it did not dampen her spirits. Zhuxiuyan had no desire to prove her worth to others. Time was of the essence, and she had more pressing matters to attend to. After dinner, she proceeded to the reading room to continue her studies on monster theory and courses related to awakeners. Until 10 p.m., she engaged in her nightly routine of washing up, changing dressings, and retiring to bed at 5 a.m. sharp. She awoke to find that her mental power had increased by 4.21. From the previous night's 127.32, it had now reached 131.53, causing the luminosity of her star orb to expand to 2/3 of its capacity. Furthermore, the range of her perception and pressure application had increased to 12 meters. Zhuxiuyan had confirmed that for every 10 points of mental power gained, her range would extend by 1 meter. With everything in place, she once again ventured into the wilderness. Today, her dexterity with the rope had notably improved, thereby enhancing her monster-clearing speed. By 3:30 p.m., she frequently glanced at her wristband, her anticipation growing. Her mental power had reached 144.95, just 5 kills away from 145. The brilliance of the star orb had reached its zenith, merely a subtle fraction away from the final threshold. She was on the verge of acquiring a new skill. After a 10-minute trek, she finally discovered a new group of aberrant jellyfish. Zhuxiuyan quickened her pace and charged towards them. Just then, something suddenly seized her right foot, causing her to stumble precariously. Steadying herself, she looked down to find the clods of earth seemingly animated, creeping up her calf with alarming speed. They rapidly stacked, solidified, and constricted tightly. Zhuxiuyan attempted to lift her leg, but found herself utterly immobilized. In a moment of clarity, she gripped her dagger tightly and thrust it towards the earth, producing a sharp clang, but the blade only penetrated slightly before the soil surged back towards her. Zhuxiuyan quickly withdrew her dagger. At that moment, the earth beneath her other foot surged forward again, rendering her legs completely motionless. This was not the skill of a mental creature. She perceived no colors. Who would dare to assault her here? Did they underestimate her as an A-class awakener? A familiar voice echoed, causing Zhuxiuyan to furrow her brow as she turned to look behind her. A figure approached, wearing an obnoxiously triumphant grin. Finally, I found you. It was Zhang Tian. Without a moment's hesitation, he launched a surprise attack. His intentions were far from benign, and he certainly was not here for a friendly chat. Zhuxiuyan immediately hurled her dagger at him like a dart. Visual pressure. Just as Zhang Tian attempted to evade, his body froze in place, allowing the dagger to whiz past him, narrowly grazing his face. Zhuxiuyan swiftly tugged on the rope, preparing to retract her dagger. Zhang Tian touched his face, noticing the blood, and his grin vanished. Reaching for his weapon at his waist, he raised his hand and fired twice. Bang! Bang! In an instant, it felt as though a hammer had struck her arm, causing the rope to slip from her grasp. Boom! 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 3 more shots rang out, striking her back. The bullets fell to the ground with a clatter. Although her attire prevented bullets from penetrating her body, the accompanying pain was far from diminished. At this moment, the earth had encroached up to her shoulders, halting its advance. Swiss Shoyin found herself immobilized from the neck down, becoming a solid stone statue in place. Dare to strike me? Go ahead, take another shot. Zhang Tian taunted as he picked up the dagger and approached her, standing right before her. He pressed the blade against Swiss Shoyin's neck. Aren't you a dual skill awakener? Let us see you use them. He had only seen her level that day and could not discern her specific abilities. Swiss Shoyin took several deep breaths, her mind racing with analysis. The visual pressure she had just exerted was not only to immobilize him but also aimed at interrupting the release of his skills. The outcome revealed that while she had managed to control his body, she could not dismantle his skill. The earth continued its relentless spread. Therefore, there was no need to persist with that tactic, as it would only deplete her mental energy. With her weapon disarmed, mobility restricted, and skills rendered useless, how could she turn the tide? Observing Swiss Shoyin's continued inactivity, Zhang Tian burst into laughter. Just auxiliary skills, right? So you can't use them? Ha ha ha. Swiss Shoyin shifted her gaze towards the jellyfish not far away. Just a few more. If she could slay a few more, she would unlock a new skill. Yet, she was utterly unable to reach them. Was there any way to eliminate them? No, that wasn't right. There was no need for direct contact. Perhaps her skills could also serve to draw their attention. Luring them closer, she immediately unleashed her visual pressure towards the aberrant jellyfish. However, the jellyfish showed no reaction, and she felt no expenditure of mental energy. The distance was insufficient. Her skill had failed to affect the creatures. Swiss Shoyin closely monitored the jellyfish's movements. Fortunately, they were not stationary but drifted randomly in all directions. If she could just wait for 27 more seconds, one would surely approach her vicinity. Do you think merely acquiring a garment or a weapon makes you formidable? Zhang Tian brandished the dagger in his hand. I'll show you that even with those, you're still nothing. He deliberately sought to humiliate her in front of the crowd, intending to vent his frustrations on her. Swiss Shoyin couldn't help but smirk inwardly. Zhang Tian only dared to shoot because he knew her clothing would protect her from bullets, rendering her invulnerable. It was akin to a common person wielding a stick to assault another. As an awakener, one could not escape the law. Killing was strictly prohibited, and one would pay with their life for such actions. Although this place was dubbed the wilderness, it was a controlled zone, still subject to surveillance and the probing of supernatural abilities. Thus, Zhang Tian was willing to risk exposure and punishment for the sake of a confrontation. Kneel and apologize, and I might let you go. Zhang Tian pointed to the ground. Swiss Shoyin's internal countdown reached its conclusion. 3, 2, 1. Chapter 39. The awakening of the fourth skills was Shoyin focused on the targeted jellyfish. Visual pressure. The jellyfish halted, its tentacles thrashing wildly as if enraged, seeking the source of its ire. Soon, its tentacles pointed directly at Swiss Shoyin. The jellyfish behind it seemed to have caught wind of something, and they too began to converge towards her, moving in vast swathes. Their approach was silent and stealthy. Zhang Tian remained oblivious to the swarm of fused entities closing in behind him. Aren't you quite arrogant? Keep it up, speak more, he taunted, but Swiss Shoyin remained silent, causing him to feel increasingly uneasy. If you apologize now, you could spare yourself some suffering. Swiss Shoyin's lips remained sealed, and the two found themselves locked in a stalemate. Until Zhang Tian suddenly felt a sharp sting in his back, he spun around in panic and fired a shot. The bullet whizzed past, piercing through several jellyfish, causing him to wince as he quickly holstered his weapon. You wasted one of my bullets. As Zhang Tian retreated laterally, he swung his dagger to fend off the encroaching horde of jellyfish. He could move, but Swiss Shoyin remained firmly rooted in place. The mass of jellyfish began to encircle her, their tentacles tightening around her head and body. Seeing this, Zhang Tian found amusement. It seems these fused entities don't fancy you either, coming to aid me instead. Why not beg for my mercy? And I might let you out. Jellyfish were known for their mental attacks. Even surrounded by earth and stone, the pain would still permeate through to Swiss Shoyin. With no means of defense, she was reduced to a mere wooden post. Let us see how long this woman can endure, Zhang Tian mused, glancing at her while dispatching the monsters. Suddenly, Swiss Shoyin opened her mouth and bit down fiercely ahead. The jellyfish quivered, unable to evade her first strike. Then came the second and third bites. She wielded her teeth as weapons, gnawing like a beast, her emotional perception honing in on the jellyfish's weakest points, each bite delivering a decisive blow. The numerous tentacles fractured, dissipating into light and shadow. With each movement, she exerted herself to the utmost, filled with fierce determination and reckless madness, akin to a lunatic tainted by mental corruption. She exhibited no fear or concern. Rather, a glimmer of anticipation and satisfaction could be discerned upon her visage. It seemed as though it were not the monsters surrounding her, but rather she who had ensnared the beasts, drawing them close as sustenance. As the jellyfish swarm danced with countless tentacles, her face flickered in and out of visibility, further accentuating her twisted expression. Zhang Tian involuntarily shuddered, a nameless dread blossoming within him. He sensed that Zhuo Xiuyan, who devoured the monsters, was far more bizarre than the monsters themselves. One by one, the second and third entities dissipated before Zhuo Xiuyan. As time elapsed, Zhang Tian nearly completed the eradication of the jellyfish surrounding him. Yet his unease continued to mount. Until the fifth creature vanished, Zhuo Xiuyan revealed a faint smile. Zhang Tian trembled anew. What was happening that allowed her to smile? In the next instant, swish! The dozens of jellyfish encircling Zhuo Xiuyan transformed into a cloud of luminous mist and dispersed instantaneously. The earth that cloaked her began to crack and splinter, falling away with a series of sharp sounds. What transpired? What have you done? Zhang Tian, unable to believe his eyes, instinctively stepped back, hastily casting a skill towards Zhuo Xiuyan. The earth swiftly enveloped her legs, but within mere seconds, it began to recede. Impossible! Zhang Tian, undeterred by disbelief, exerted himself even more vigorously than before. Yet, he could not even obscure her shoes. After several back-and-forth confrontations, he increasingly felt outmatched, until he could no longer summon any skills. Is it over? Zhuo Xiuyan softly inquired, slowly approaching him. Now it is my turn. Zhang Tian's countenance paled, and he instinctively reached for his gun. The pressure of her gaze, Zhuo Xiuyan unleashed all her mental energy without reservation, channeling it into a single skill directed at Zhang Tian. She sprinted forward, delivering a knee strike to his lower body, followed by a swift turn and an elbow aimed at his head. Thud! Zhang Tian was unceremoniously knocked to the ground. Zhuo Xiuyan stepped upon his wrist, followed by his ankle, rendering him immobile. She then crouched down, pressing her right knee against his chest, discarding his gun to the side, and slowly extracted her dagger from his grasp. Zhang Tian, freed from his rigid state, cried out in pain, yet his limbs were incapacitated, and even attempting to turn over was thwarted by Zhuo Xiuyan's weight. How many shots did you fire at me? Zhuo Xiuyan teased, gently tracing the tip of her blade across his body. Her smile radiant. Zhang Tian's eyes reflected a mix of terror and loathing. 5 shots. Zhuo Xiuyan answered for him, a hint of mild vexation in her tone. I genuinely wished to return the favor directly, but your clothing does not shield against bullets. Fortunately, it can withstand knives. No, please. Zhang Tian realized in an instant what Zhuo Xiuyan intended to do. A knife is not as lethal as a gun. So let's call it tenfold retribution. That seems fair, doesn't it? No, stop. Zhuo Xiuyan's smile remained gentle, her tone placid as she announced the first count. One piercing scream echoed. 2 Dung. You have the capability to kill me. Otherwise, you shall face the consequences. 3 You. Following this, a barrage of curses erupted, the cries of agony intensifying. 12 I was wronged. At this moment, he relented, pleading for mercy. Zhuo Xiuyan remained unresponsive, continuing her previous actions. 19 Help, please. Zhang Tian's voice weakened, becoming hoarse. Save me. 28 Zhang Tian's neck slumped, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Let's round it off. Upon reaching 30, Zhuo Xiuyan rose to her feet. She twisted open her water bottle and tilted it, watching intently as the water cascaded onto his face. Zhang Tian, groggy, awakened once more, coughing as the water choked him. Zhuo Xiuyan retrieved the gun, dusting it off while examining its engravings before securing it at her waist. Thank you for the gift you provided, she stated, returning it to Zhang Tian urgently. You still owe me 20 more, Zhuo Xiuyan reminded him with a touch of kindness. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tian rolled his eyes and fainted again. Zhuo Xiuyan paid him no further mind, stowing away her dagger as she proceeded toward the exit. Such a person would undoubtedly seek revenge with fervor next time. Thus, It was essential to eliminate the root cause. However, this location was unsuitable. It could not occur in a regulated area. Even if she extinguished her opponent, she could not afford to dirty her hands or create complications for herself. She was not a mindless killer. Heedlessly committing murder, she would ensure her adversary met their demise in the most suitable manner. Sui Xiaoyan had already devised a strategy. Should they cross paths again, Zhang Tian's fate would be sealed. Glancing at the time, she noted that the venue would close in just over an hour. She had exhausted all her mental energy, including that provided by her equipment. Moreover, her injuries left her too fatigued to scour the wilderness. It would be wiser to return, tend to her wounds, and recuperate for the morrow. Although today's plans had been disrupted, the overall situation had not deviated significantly. The new skill she had acquired filled her with delight. She scrutinized its details once more. Chapter 40. Journey to the Depths. The nest awakened a talent for emotional regulation. Effective application. 1. Self-regulation. Passive trigger. It becomes easier to rid oneself of negative emotions, allowing one to maintain a tranquil and positive state, while minimizing extreme fluctuations. IT provides greater resistance to mental pollution and enables the more efficient absorption and transformation of already suffered mental contamination. 2. External resistance. Active trigger. It can disrupt mental energy, weakening or eliminating it. Range. A circular area with a diameter of 3 meters centered around oneself, which can be reduced as desired. When targeting a single entity, it can extend in a linear fashion for 10 meters. Strength. Medium. Tier 1. The higher the mental energy level of the target compared to oneself, the weaker the effect. The more targets there are, the weaker the effect. Why is it a talent? Sui Xiaoyan pondered, somewhat perplexed. This skill differed significantly from her previous abilities, as it was divided into two main functions, one passive and one active. The latter was what she had just utilized. The skills of an awakened are essentially a form of condensing mental energy. By disrupting and weakening this energy, she naturally unraveled her opponent's skills. Moreover, the amalgam itself is a form of mental energy, and since it was significantly inferior in mental capacity to her own, it was easily annihilated. Though it appeared to have only two effects, in reality it could yield 4 distinct results: controlling one's emotions, enhancing resistance to pollution, accelerating the rate of transformation, and neutralizing mental energy. No wonder its strength was categorized as medium. This was the first medium skill she had acquired, while her previous ones were all categorized as weak. However, this was merely tier 1. She could only imagine what the skill would evolve into at higher tiers. Sui Xiaoyan felt a surge of excitement as she waved her dagger a few times. The first offensive skill, finally, she possessed a means to initiate an attack. Ha ha! She chuckled softly to herself as she ambled across the desolate expanse of the Gobi, her weary body dragging along. A gentle breeze caressed her long hair, while sunlight made her shadow dance upon the ground. Along the way, she encountered 2 small clusters of monsters, dispatching them effortlessly. By the time she reached the exit, it was just past 5 o'clock. Sui Xiaoyan rolled up her sleeves to inspect her injuries. Her skin was somewhat torn, oozing blood, surrounded by large areas of bruising. Upon returning to her room, she opened the medical kit she had purchased 2 days prior, retrieving a specially formulated ointment and a small vial of potion, one for external application and the other for internal use. The instructions indicated that it would allow her injuries to heal within a day, which was simply astounding. However, the quantity was limited. She could use it only once. Considering that she could not properly tend to her back, she decided to visit the medical facility for assistance with the application. Afterward, she continued to the reading room to study. With her new skill in hand, Sui Xiaoyan felt ready to explore new areas the following day to expedite her accumulation of points. In her recent research on the official website, she learned of a location deep within the Tier 0 area known as the Nest. There, the population of alien jellyfish multiplied exponentially, enabling her to slay 3 to 5 times the number of monsters in the same time frame, while significantly reducing the time spent seeking them out. Logically, this was an excellent place for farming monsters, yet very few awakened individuals chose to venture there. This was primarily due to the heavy mental pollution prevalent in the vicinity of the nest, which could reach alarming levels within mere hours, nearly approaching the pollution levels of Tier 1 domains. Moreover, the mental assaults generated by the amalgams would only accelerate the rate of mental contamination. Thus, most individuals opted to remain on the periphery or in the middle areas, keeping pollution within a relatively minimal range. However, The emotional regulation she possessed would enhance her resistance to such pollution. And with active deployment, she could eliminate mental energy within a 3-meter radius, effectively granting her immunity to contamination. What others feared most was, for her, the easiest obstacle to surmount. Furthermore, she could use the opportunity to test the skill's energy consumption the following day. As night fell and she prepared for slumber, Zhou Xiaoyan had yet to venture into the hall. She completed her uploads and glanced at the data on her wristband, Ian X Ian Chung, within the zero-tier zone. On May 24, her kill count stood at a monthly rank of 3,029, a rise of 1432, with a total of 4,546 kills this month. Her daily rank was 641, a drop of 316. With 1,514 kills today. In terms of spirit power growth, she ranked 2015 this month, an increase of 802, having grown by 55.67 points. She held the number 1 position for the week, no fluctuations, with a weekly increase of 55.67 points. Currently, the leading awakener had a spirit power of 169.75, leaving Zhou Xiaoyan trailing by a mere 120 points. At the previous daily growth rate of 20. She anticipated that within 6 days, by the end of the month, the top position could very well change hands. Furthermore, her new skill could expedite this process. Today, while releasing a skill to disrupt Zhang Tian, she expended 80 points and instantaneously eliminated over 20 monsters in her vicinity, primarily due to the substantial energy drain from combating Zhang Tian, coupled with the fewer monsters present around her. Had she merely focused on eliminating the jellyfish, she speculated that her energy expenditure would dwindle to single digits. Upon reaching the nest, activating area damage could easily allow her to eliminate 100 at once. Preliminarily, she estimated that if she dedicated her entire spirit power to the emotional regulation skill tomorrow, her total kill count could reach 1,500. Without considering other factors, in just 3 hours, she could achieve what had previously taken her an entire day. The remaining time could be spent utilizing her dagger, allowing her to surpass 1,500 kills, potentially landing her within the top 50 of the daily kill rankings. Zhou Xiaoyan felt a surge of joy as she sensed a tangible improvement in her strength, bringing her considerable peace of mind. She then checked her spiritual pollution value, which had reached 9.86 today. Typically, 2/3 of this could be converted into energy, yielding around 6 points. The new skill had the potential to enhance conversion efficiency, and she was eager to discover how much it would improve tomorrow. It was time to sleep. She tidied her belongings and retired to bed an hour earlier than usual. The following day, she awoke promptly at 5 a.m. and glanced at her wristband, a smile illuminating her face. The pollution had been converted to 9.43. Wasn't that equivalent to a complete conversion? The effectiveness of emotional regulation was astonishing. Her current spirit level had also reached 156.1. Zhou Xiaoyan prepared everything, noting her injuries had healed well. Although she still felt pain upon contact, it hardly hindered her movement, and she felt invigorated. Following the crowd toward the wilderness zone, she began her journey deeper toward the nest. Along the way, she dispatched the amalgamations with her dagger, making a concerted effort to maintain distance and avoid contact, steering clear of any pollution. As she ventured deeper, the pollution levels would only escalate, necessitating careful management to prevent unnecessary energy depletion. Eventually, she encountered a long stretch of caution tape ahead. Beep, the device alerted her. You are entering a zero-tier depollution zone. Your spirit level remains low. Please proceed with caution. Zhou Xiaoyan lifted the caution tape and continued onward. Chapter 41. You may want to stop now. The deeper she traversed, the more jellyfish congregated, their numbers swelling from 50 or 60 to nearly 100. Soon, she arrived at a higher terrain and gazed into the distance, witnessing a breathtaking spectacle. She beheld a writhing, translucent ocean. The alien jellyfish pressed against one another, leaving no gaps, resembling the ocean's tide slowly encroaching upon the shore. Many floated atop their companions, layered like the second wave of surf, cascading down to form gently undulating waves upon the sand. All of this emanated from a central hexagonal dark metallic structure. It occupied a vast expanse, yet amidst the sea of jellyfish, it resembled a solitary reef. This was the nest. The 6 walls bore large double doors through which amalgamations continuously emerged. Surging forth in all directions, individually harmless, their sheer numbers rendered them terrifying. She could not approach the monster-laden sea too closely. Nearby, she spotted 2 teams, seasoned veterans judging by their cooperative dynamics, likely among the top contenders on the kill leaderboard. They were likely following a similar strategy to hers, clearing monsters with their abilities until their spirit power dwindled, then retreating to the center or edges. Zhuoxiuyan deactivated the spirit level alert on her wristband. Deciding to unleash her skills from her current position, the distant figures noticed her, alone. Which novice had heard tales of the abundant monsters here and thought to score points? This was a team endeavor. Collaboration yielded greater rewards than solo attempts. A lone venture here was hardly advantageous and fraught with danger. They had seen many fall victim to exhaustion, leaving them reliant on weapons yet unable to carve a path through the throng. Others mismanaged the timing of their skills, finding themselves encircled before they could unleash their next attack. They had witnessed this scenario repeatedly. How many skills could she cast? Surely she would soon need to return. Curiosity piqued, they watched as fledgling adventurers floundered or retreated in frustration, a rare source of amusement. Keep an eye out. If she falters, we'll lend a hand. What, can we just watch her perish? Amidst the jellyfish. Their tendrils detected Zhuoxiuyan, and like beasts catching a whiff of prey, they encircled her from all directions. Zhuoxiuyan refrained from using her dagger, waiting until they approached closely. Emotional regulation in that instant. An invisible circular area emanated from her, the innermost jellyfish transforming into glowing orbs that gradually dissipated outward. As the outer jellyfish pressed forward, they too morphed into light points in an instant. A thick ring of light formed around her. 1 meter in radius. What ability is this? It's incredibly effective, someone marveled. Most area attack skills either projected away from the caster or fanned out in a defined sector ahead. This circular manifestation was comparatively easier to control and safer. Rather than remain stationary, Zhuoxiuyan began to retreat slowly, clearing a path for her escape. She then moved in a rectangular pattern, allowing for more efficient monster clearing while also facilitating her withdrawal. Creating an open area for herself to regroup. She's got some strategy. Looks like a big shot. Should I invite her to our team? If she wants allies, she'll have no trouble finding them. She either doesn't seek them or finds the average person beneath her notice. All right, let us focus on our own monsters. No need to worry about her. As the group retreated to a safer area to rest. They were astonished to see Zhuoxiuyan still unleashing her powers. Can she keep this up? It's been half an hour, and she hasn't paused. We take turns resting. Doesn't she need to recuperate? As they rested, Zhuoxiuyan continued her onslaught. When they finished their second round of resting, she was still engaged in monster clearing. Even as another team departed the distance, Zhuoxiuyan remained relentless. What? Am I seeing things? Is this an illusion? Isn't she tired? Even if she's just walking, she's been at it for 2 hours. Surely she needs a break. She's incredible. Her skills are potent and consume so little energy. Their anticipation shifted from wondering when she would stop to questioning when she would ever cease. Just as they prepared to take a third break for lunch, they noticed Zhuoxiuyan turning towards the exit. The jellyfish behind her moved sluggishly. Soon, they could no longer sense her presence due to the distance, reverting to their aimless drifting. They breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, she's leaving. Such a powerful monster-clearing skill. And it lasted so long. How monstrous. Zhuoxiuyan approached them and settled down at a distance. She must be running low on stamina. We should keep an eye on her, the team leader remarked. This resting spot has fewer monsters, but some will occasionally pass through. Could you stop orchestrating everything? We know what we're doing. Hey, do you want to come over here? One team member called out. Zhuoxiuyan nodded with a smile and moved closer. We'll keep watch for you. Rest easy so you can regain your strength for the next outing, the leader encouraged. You're alone, and it's not easy. We all comrades now. No need to be polite, another added. Exactly. Look at me. I can lie down and sleep without a care. They chuckled. The person with golden hair rested their head on their arm, turning their face to smile broadly at her. The young man with yellow hair continued. We take turns watching for monsters. Some of us stand guard while others rest, and then we switch roles. Having you here is no trouble at all. Thank you. This kindness made Zhuoxiuyan feel exceptionally warm inside. These past few days, she had been alone, constantly needing to be aware of her surroundings. Although the monsters on the periphery and in the center were not overly numerous or particularly dangerous, she remained tense even during her breaks. Unexpectedly, in this most perilous area of the nest, she found a genuine sense of ease, allowing her to truly relax, even if only for a few fleeting minutes. Sitting on the ground, She took out her provisions and began to eat, feeling the tension in her body dissipate as if it had been released all at once. After her recent experiment, she discovered that this skill was even more formidable than she had anticipated, with her kill count reaching 133. In addition, she had slain 316 monsters on her way to the nest. Now, her mental capacity, combined with the 75 points granted by her equipment, totaled an impressive 255 points. She had only consumed half of her mental capacity thus far, and she had chosen to exhaust her equipment's mental points first. Leaving her with over 120 points of her OWN.AS, she finished resting. Zhuoxiuyan stood up and expressed her gratitude once more. The members of her team responded with nonchalance. "All right, see you later. Be careful." Just as they were about to wave her goodbye, preparing to watch her head towards the exit, they were startled to see Zhuoxiuyan moving deeper into the nest. Several of them froze mid-wave, exclaiming, "Huh? She's coming back? Stop right there." Chapter 42. An unexpected mutation. Once they had rested sufficiently and fought monsters for another half hour, the team leader spoke up. "All right, let's go. Your mental energy must be nearly depleted by now." "Long gone," others chimed in. Looking to the other side, they noticed Zhuoxiuyan still releasing her powers, seemingly with no intention of stopping. The members of the squad had gone from astonishment to a state of numbness. "This is simply inhuman. Don't stare too long. It's infuriating." They laughed and jested as they made their way towards the exit. At that moment, one member of the team staggered and turned to head in the opposite direction. "What are you doing?" Someone nearby quickly grabbed him. However, he paid no heed, shaking off the grasp and sprinting towards the direction of the nest. "This is bad. The blonde guy is in trouble." Panic washed over everyone as their expressions shifted. They hurried after him. Meanwhile, the handband on the blonde's wrist blared, "Warning. Your mental contamination has exceeded the alert threshold. Mental contamination level exceeds 11. Just moments ago, during his rest, it had only been at 6. How could it have soared past the alert threshold so quickly?" Zhuoxiuyan also heard the commotion and turned to look at them, seeing the golden-haired youth sprinting towards them in a frenzy. As if intent on plunging into the throng of monsters, she quickly employed her emotional perception but found nothing amiss with him. Beep. Mental contamination exceeds 12. Levels are rising rapidly. Please disengage from combat. Beep. Mental contamination exceeds 13. Counting down. Beep. Mental contamination. Beep, beep, beep. The alerts continued to sound, becoming a cacophony of alarms. Zhuoxiuyan was taken aback. He hadn't even made contact with the monsters yet, so how could his contamination escalate at such a bizarre pace? She dashed towards her teammates. The squad members, while pursuing, had to fend off the amalgamations, slowing their pace. Yet the blonde paid no attention to the jellyfish that ensnared him, allowing them to wrap around him completely. In no time, he was fully engulfed by the horde of monsters, clutching his head as he let out a heart-wrenching scream. Yet his steps did not falter, continuing to plunge deeper into the fray. Just then, Zhuoxiuyan saw a black bulge swell from the blonde's head. It resembled jelly, wobbling as it grew larger, from the size of an egg to that of an apple, then a bowl, and finally swelling to that of a basketball. With a sudden thud, the blonde collapsed to the ground, his body pitching forward, motionless. Beep. Mental contamination exceeds 100. The handband fell silent, marking the end of its warnings. Everyone halted in their tracks. Zhuoxiuyan's breath became heavier. A team member, trembling, uttered, "What is that?" The black bulge that had emerged from the blonde had grown to the size of an elevator, enveloping his entire body as it writhed toward the nest. Upon its surface, a face emerged. His face, filled with terror, eyes wide as saucers, mouth agape as if in silent scream, as the bulge squirmed. His face contorted grotesquely, stretched thin by the bulge's expansion, as if a canvas was being rendered wider and taller, yet simultaneously becoming more fragile and fragmented. Zhuoxiuyan observed a stream of black energy seeping out, merging into the surrounding monsters, causing the nearby jellyfish to transition from transparent to deep black, then further affecting their It resembled a drop of ink falling into a clear ocean. Yet this ink was not diluted but rather intensified, gradually staining the surrounding waters black, spreading outward. The black jellyfish, although situated at a considerable distance, seemed to have developed a sense, suddenly closing in on them despite their tentacles not pointing in their direction. "Run, towards the exit." The squad members hurriedly wielded their weapons. Realizing that the jellyfish they could usually dispatch with 3 or 4 strikes now required 7 or 8 to eliminate these mutated black varieties. Swishoyan's situation was equally dire. The ordinary jellyfish, under emotional regulation, barely lasted a second, while these black jellyfish could endure 3 seconds, with their energy consumption doubled. The rate at which they were vanquishing monsters did not keep pace with the influx, and the encirclement grew tighter, forcing everyone to converge. Detected abnormal mental fluctuations, initiating emergency evasion protocol, closing the gates, sealing the passage. A piercing alarm blared from the nest, and the great door began to descend. A rumble echoed from the ground as heavy metal walls erupted from the earth near the exit, forming a circle that rose upwards, enveloping the overhead space moments later. After a brief darkness, glaring lights illuminated the walls. We're trapped inside. Hey, let us out. There are still people in here. Inside the steel confines, there was no response, leaving the team members feeling cold dread. They were ensnared in a sea of monsters. With the only exit sealed tight, the instant the nest's gate shut, the black bulge convulsed violently, as if provoked, then turned its direction towards them. It's coming for us. I know. Panic surged among them, their movements hastening yet trembling slightly. We must cut our way to the right. The leader commanded urgently, dodge it. Including Zwishoyan, a total of 8 people formed a circle back-to-back, each responsible for guarding a direction. Zwishoyan narrowed her skill to a fan-shaped front, simultaneously drawing her dagger to clear a path. Yet even with the dagger, she felt increasingly anxious. The black jellyfish multiplied, and as time passed, their situation grew more perilous. Although the black bulge moved slowly, it was drawing nearer with each passing moment. Suddenly, a wave of black energy rippled from it, surging towards them. Warning. Your mental contamination has exceeded the alert threshold. All their handbands blared alarms, with 2 of them registering even higher levels. What is happening? The squad members could not see the energy wave, and the sudden contamination only heightened their anxiety. Are we going to end up like the blonde guy? The weight of fear crashed down upon them like a boulder. Their movements slowed, and thoughts of laying down their weapons and resigning themselves to death began to surface. Don't let the contamination control your thoughts. Stay calm. These thoughts are influenced by the contamination, the leader shouted. Zwishoyan gritted her teeth. If this continued, they would not withstand it. Just this instance had drained 30 points of her mental energy, and she had yet to gain immunity, indicating that the enemy's mental capacity surpassed her own, rendering her skills ineffective. She cleared the monsters in front of her and immediately switched her skill from area to single target. Directing it towards the black bulge, a fist-sized hole formed in the bulge's surface, melting away a section, but it quickly healed. This useless. The face on the black bulge abruptly turned to face Zwishoyan. Its shattered eyes locking onto her. It pulsated, a tentacle shooting forth, latching onto her and drawing her into its mass. Chapter 43. Do you know fear? Before Zwishoyan's eyes, a veil of impenetrable darkness enveloped her. A suffocating pressure wrapping around her entire being. Your mental contamination exceeds 20. She activated her emotional regulation, battling against the creature's constriction, a faint, sizzling sound emanating as if she were burning the bulge. Yet it brought no fundamental change, only causing her mental energy to plummet. Your mental contamination exceeds 30. Inside the bulge, a sudden writhing occurred, quietly forming a head behind Zwishoyan, its features grotesquely distorted. Its mouth cracked open, expanding to envelop its entire face, distorting the other features. A massive mouth latched onto the back of Zwishoyan's head. Ugh! She let out a pained cry, attempting to raise her hand to grasp something. Yet her limbs felt utterly powerless. Your spiritual pollution exceeds 40. The piercing pain coursed through her entire body, with the most excruciating sensations centered in her head, as if an electric drill were attempting to bore a hole into her skull. It hurts so much. Am I going to die? A sudden wave of fear and panic surged within Zwishoyan. She could not articulate what she feared, only sensing an insidious force threatening to drag her into an abyss. This feeling was akin to having all her strength siphoned away, as if everything within her were being stripped away. She loathed this sensation. The encroaching black energy spread throughout the recesses of her mind, beginning to dredge up memories filled with terror. Yet, the more she observed, the more tranquility enveloped her. She witnessed everything the original owner had endured, remaining unfazed. Regardless of past events, This was not her, so why should she feel fear? What connection did it have to her? She beheld the entirety of her past life's experiences, and still, she remained unperturbed. The version of herself from another world no longer held any relevance to her present self. Unable to affect her current state, as for the present fear. Yes, she did indeed fear death. If death was imminent, was it not a result of the energy before her, rather than cowering in fear? Would it not be wiser to devise a means to obliterate it? Gaining clarity on the origins of her fear dissipated the previous terror that had gripped her. Gradually, Zhuoxiuyan began to sense a familiar feeling within the black energy. So familiar that she yearned to engage it in conversation, and no longer did she resist. She followed this feeling of fear, observing it as a spectator as it roamed about. It was akin to someone quietly standing in a corner, watching as intruders rummaged through their home. The black energy within her mind began to slow, as if perplexed by the absence of the anticipated outcome, or perhaps like a thief who could not find anything worth stealing. Have you finished searching? Zhuoxiuyan conversed with it in her mind. The black energy orb jolted, as if startled. At that moment, Zhuoxiuyan's spiritual energy manifested as a projection of herself within her mind. The black energy surged toward her, transforming into a rope that ensnared her spiritual projection, tightening gradually. However, despite its efforts, it could not constrict her. It merely hung around her. I recall where I have seen you before. Zhuoxiuyan remained still, recounting as if reminiscing. Yet, you are stronger than the last one. It merely evoked memories of my past life as I neared death, while you have rummaged through both sets of memories. During that time in the gray world of the gatekeeper, I had succumbed to fear. The emotions belonging to the gatekeeper, Wang Xiao, were somber, marked by inferiority and hopelessness, rather than fear. The distinction between the two was significant, rendering them incongruous. The black energy resembled an outsider intruding into the gatekeeper's world, or perhaps a parasite residing within the gatekeeper. This time, the sensations it imparted were eerily similar. They belonged to the same category. This parasite, having dwelled within the yellow-haired individual's spiritual realm, had now emerged after thoroughly consuming the yellow-haired individual spirit, seeking to invade her mind. The black rope began to slither upward around her body, coiling around her neck. Yet, as before, no matter how tightly it constricted, it failed to ensnare her in the slightest. You shall derive no fear from me. Thus, you cannot further taint me, can you? The monster's spiritual pollution could amplify certain emotions until all other emotions became extinct, devouring that singular emotion to grow. Yet now, it could no longer invoke fear within her, and was powerless against other emotional types. It was akin to a flame that could only consume paper, incapable of igniting the surrounding steel. But I am curious. Zhuoxiuyan gently caressed the rope, attempting to constrict her, as if stroking a necklace, as a manifestation of fear. Do you not experience fear yourself? Can human emotions not reverse pollute them? Why can't they directly devour them to grow? Zhuoxiuyan grasped it fiercely. What if I were to consume you? She began to peel the rope away from her neck, the black rope writhing like a snake, yet it could not escape her grip. The originally black rope began to transform into transparency from the point where Zhuoxiuyan held it, as the black energy incessantly flowed into her body. This is your fear, she smiled, as if savoring a delectable dish. The transparent hue extended outward, the rope's struggles gradually weakening until it became entirely transparent. Zhuoxiuyan opened her palm. The ends of the rope hung limply, occasionally lifting as if in a dying struggle. Zhuoxiuyan utilized her spirit to continuously fold this energy into her hand. Although she did not even know the yellow-haired individual's name, the kindness they had previously shown in protecting her from the monster made her lament their sudden demise. She began to compress this energy. Despite her aversion to pain, this entity inflicted considerable agony upon her. The energy had coalesced into a sphere, shrinking steadily. It continued to compel her to revisit memories of her past death. At this point, the energy had shrunk to the size of an egg. Thus, I am truly exasperated to the point of wanting to annihilate you. She clenched her fist. Crack! The transparent sphere shattered, transforming into radiant points that dissipated. Just as Zhuoxiuyan was drawn into the mass, the expressions of her team members grew even grimmer. They could only listen to the dull alarm ringing from within as they witnessed Zhuoxiuyan being devoured by the heads inside. She lay still, and soon, the alarm ceased its clamor. Another one has perished? The group felt increasingly despondent. Even in death, they wished to take down several more. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a loss? The leader bellowed. Rallying their spirits, gritting their teeth, they summoned renewed vigor. All right, at that moment, the swarm of black jellyfish suddenly froze. They were unaware of the reason, but seizing the rare opportunity, they hastened their weapon swings. Meanwhile, the enormous mass nearby began to lighten in color, ultimately becoming transparent. I said about to undergo another metamorphosis. Everyone hurriedly distanced themselves. The mass remained motionless, yet they saw Zhuoxiuyan, with her back turned to them, gradually raise her head, seizing the peculiar head behind her and wrenching it free. With a swift motion of her right hand, she plunged a knife into the head in her grasp, transformed into radiant points. The mass shattered into fragments. In the next moment, even denser luminous points erupted from beneath Zhuoxiuyan, forming a broad halo, causing the mass below to vanish. With the support gone, the uppermost mass plummeted, transforming into new radiant points just as it approached her. Zhuoxiuyan stood enveloped in a magnificent shower of light. In the stunned gazes of her companions, she emerged slowly from the luminous veil. Chapter 44. Run? She is still alive. She actually defeated that monster? Who is she? Why had they never heard of her before? When did such a powerful individual emerge among the newcomers? Immediately thereafter, the black jellyfish began to tremble, instinctively retreating rapidly from the mass, scattering in all directions. Huh? Someone swung their weapon in the air. What is happening? The previously cramped circle suddenly opened up. Others sighed in relief. It seems the boss has been vanquished. They are no longer under control and are dispersing. Zhuoxiuyan strode forward, raising her right hand, palm facing the fleeing black jellyfish. A scene that astounded them unfolded before their eyes. The black jellyfish turned around, as if an invisible thread tethered them, drawing them back. They quickly faded, regaining their transparent form, and upon nearing Zhuoxiuyan, transformed into radiant points. She has altered the amalgamation? Their hair stood on end. The things mutated by that monster were restored to their original state? Does that mean the monster had not lost color due to death, but was instead purified by her? Zhuoxiuyan continued forward at a leisurely pace toward the swarm of jellyfish. The black jellyfish moved faster, as if they had grasped the essence of fear. Thousands of tentacles flailed wildly, entangling many of their fellow kind in their haste to accelerate. Yet in their chaotic tangle, they formed an inextricable knot, struggling to advance. This was evidently not their usual state. Previously, no matter how densely packed, these jellyfish's tentacles would not intertwine, as if they sensed the positions of their peers and moved in unison. This scene of chaos felt profoundly discordant. Several individuals watched in a daze, suddenly realizing a significant truth. These amalgamations were not scattering due to the boss's disappearance. They fled because they feared this woman. Who has ever witnessed a spiritual monster fleeing in terror or making a hasty retreat? They felt they might be going mad, recognizing human-like behavior in such a lowly spiritual entity. If jellyfish had mouths, would they not scream in a cacophony of terror? After a prolonged period of astonishment, several individuals finally regained their composure and hurriedly began to clear the surrounding area of the encroaching transparent jellyfish, leaving the black upgraded version to her. The transparent jellyfish, devoid of self-awareness, were oblivious to the concept of fear. They would simply follow their instinct as spiritual monstrosities and launch attacks on humans. No matter how many companions perished, they would not retreat, nor would they comprehend the notion of formidable foes. A thunderous noise of metal grinding echoed through the air. Everyone's gaze turned towards the exit, where a wide metallic door swung open, revealing a team of psychics at the forefront, accompanied by a multitude of armed personnel rushing inside. They had come to rescue us. Finally, help had arrived. The monster-slaying squad excitedly advanced towards the exit, and Zhuoxiuyan also ceased her actions to follow suit. A portion of the armed personnel remained stationed, raising their weapons as they approached. Cease all activities and submit to inspection. Another group surged into the sea of monsters, specifically targeting the black jellyfish for extensive eradication, the sound of gunfire resonating throughout the space. Upon seeing the individuals before her, Zhuoxiuyan was somewhat taken aback. Captain Li? What brings you here? Li Qiyun, equally surprised, inquired. This is quite unexpected. You're quite the enigma. Captain Lee scrutinized Xiaoyan from head to toe. I had just managed to switch shifts in the wilderness, hoping for a quiet day. And here I am, caught up in an ordeal. We aren't at odds, are we? Xiaoyan chuckled lightly, feeling considerably more at ease upon encountering a familiar face. Isn't it a sign of fate? That won't do. I exchanged my rest time for this, so I shall pass on this fate. Li Qiun shook his head, his expression growing serious. Everyone, follow me outside for inspection. Once outside the metallic wall, they were met by a medical vehicle equipped with numerous devices. During the inspection, Captain Lee inquired about the specifics of the situation. After grasping the entirety of the circumstances, he nodded. Prior to this, it is certain that the deceased suffered contamination outside the wilderness, but the monsters have been lurking. We need to investigate their recent activities. Xiaoyan pondered for a moment and sought Captain Lee for a private conversation. Sharing her experience of encountering similar monsters within the mental realm of the gatekeeper, Li Qiun furrowed his brow. This is a clue. These two matters may be interconnected, and I will investigate in this direction. Furthermore, your level of mental contamination is quite high. Remember to procure a stabilizer or visit the therapy room to reduce the contamination promptly. Avoid the wilderness for the next few days, as it will hinder your recovery. Understood, Xiaoyan replied. As the group prepared to return, the squad members expressed their gratitude and introduced themselves. You saved our lives. I owe you this favor, so do not hesitate to ask for assistance in the future. After exchanging pleasantries, a serene silence enveloped them. Throughout their journey, a swarm of drones flew overhead, issuing warnings for evacuation from the wilderness area. By the time they reached the exit, no one else was in sight. They must have already completed their withdrawal. At that moment, the management hall was bustling with people. Even the outdoor spaces were crowded. What has happened? Why is entry to the wilderness suddenly prohibited? I'm not sure. I only heard about an emergency evacuation. Seems there's an issue with the nest. A patrol team has gone in to handle it. It should be resolved swiftly. It's already past 4. It seems we won't be opening today. I think I'll leave for now. Xiaoyan paid no heed to the chatter and headed straight back to her room to rest. Finding it empty without her roommates, lying on the bed, she gradually relaxed her body, and her heart finally settled. The events of the day had caught her off guard. To claim she was unperturbed would be a blatant lie. Xiaoyan felt her inadequacies acutely, murmuring, I must become stronger. However, today's gains were far from ordinary. The information she had received differed from the usual. Devoured the source energy fear, small. Previously, she had consumed non-source energy, but this time it was source energy, accompanied by an additional type of suffix. The true essence of the distinction between the two remained unclear to Xiaoyan. The information at hand was still too scant. She only understood that source energy was significantly superior to non-source energy, yielding greater benefits. This instance of source energy provided her with a substantial 100 points of mental capacity, equivalent to vanquishing 10,000 ordinary jellyfish. Moreover, the uniqueness of source energy endowed her with several effects. Acquired source traits. 1. Fear resistance. Passive trigger mental attacks imbued with fear will find it more challenging to inflict harm upon oneself. 2. Fear devouring. Passive trigger the ability to consume the target's fear to augment one's own mental strength. 3. Fear sensation. Passive trigger enhanced sensitivity to fear emotions and the mental energy infused with fear. 3. Passive abilities in total. The most beneficial to her was undoubtedly the second. Xiaoyan raised her wristband, which was now filled with a prominent 56, accompanied by flashing red warning text. This indicated her level of mental contamination. Once contamination exceeded 10 points, it became exceedingly difficult to eliminate through mere sleep or leisure. After contamination, one would incessantly struggle against these negative energies, experiencing insomnia, loss of appetite, and mental fatigue as mere trifles. More severe consequences included emotional instability, irrational behavior, and in extreme cases, memory loss or complete erosion of one's mental faculties, leading to death. The higher the contamination level, the greater the likelihood of mutation and damage to the mind, making it increasingly arduous to cleanse. I am but a step away from madness. Captain Lee suggested treatment, yet she felt no need for it, for she intended to experiment with fear devouring. Chapter 45. Fear is merely a puppet I manipulate. Xiaoyan closed her eyes, concentrating her mind within her celestial essay. At the edge of the illuminated area, a black vortex formed from the source emerged. She sensed the fear contamination affixed within her body. The vortex spun faster, drawing in all the fear energy. The mental contamination began to diminish. 55, 54, the wristband emitted a prompt. As she consumed these emotional energies akin to her own, Zhuoxiuyan felt a sense of satisfaction and pleasure. If one could indeed consume on a mental level, then these fear emotions were delectable sustenance. A faint impulse arose within her, a yearning for more feared. Is this the influence of the source energy altering my thoughts? Zhuoxiuyan shifted her attention to the newly formed star orb. Besides the source energy, she had also awakened a new ability. Awakened ability. Fear manipulation effect. Fear is merely a puppet I control. Can induce fear emotions in the target or amplify pre-existing fears. Mental monsters infused with fear, if their mental capacity is lower than hers, can have their actions interfered with or be commanded. Range. A circular area with a diameter of 5 meters centered on herself, adjustable in size. When targeting a single entity, it can extend up to 20 meters in a straight line. Strength. Medium. First tier. The higher the mental capacity of the target, the weaker the effect. The more targets involved, the weaker the effect. This was the very skill she had employed to capture the black jellyfish. Since their bodies had already been infused with fear energy from the black masses, Zhuoxiuyan could easily dominate them. Moreover, during her eradication efforts, the mental capacity she gained was greater than that from ordinary jellyfish. An ordinary jellyfish could only enhance her capacity by 0.01, while the black jellyfish was tenfold, achieving a level of 0.1 each. In the few minutes before Captain Li's arrival, she had eliminated over 100, reaping benefits equivalent to an entire day of monster hunting. 3 minutes later, having cleared the fear contamination, Zhuoxiuyan opened her eyes. The total contamination level on her wristband had dropped to 7.15. The remaining contamination was unrelated to fear and belonged to other energies, thus untouched by her consumption. Furthermore, her mental capacity had increased by 9 points, equivalent to a fifth of the conversion from her consumption. Considering all the mental strength gained from slaying monsters, she now possessed 310.28 points of mental capacity. Tomorrow, she would surpass 300, meeting one of the criteria for formal status. The next step would be to participate in the theoretical examination. Reflecting on her studies over the past few days, Zhuoxiuyan resolved to consolidate her knowledge once more before registering. Having devised her plan for the future, she rested for 20 minutes before proceeding to the reading room. Meanwhile, Captain Li was heading to the monitoring room. The highly contaminated areas required constant oversight, and the concealed cameras installed in the nest had recorded all activities. Upon entering, Captain Li, the staff greeted him while continuing to retrieve the footage. Li Qiyun nodded and inquired of the data analyst, "Have the results come in?" "Yes," the data analyst reported. Based on the detected mental fluctuations, the peak was between 400 and 500, confirming the presence of a first-tier monster. A first-tier? Li Qiyun felt a jolt of shock. It was indeed true. While listening to several individuals describe the situation, he had harbored such suspicions. However, a first-tier monster's mental capacity could easily crush any of the newcomers. How could they have the capability to eliminate it? Furthermore, there were no visible wounds, and the mental contamination remained within a controllable range, indicating that there was no imminent danger. Thus, it could only be surmised that a formidable leader had emerged among the rank of zero-tier monsters. Moreover, my swift arrival at the scene rendered such speculation increasingly improbable. The newcomer, overwhelmed by the mental magnitude, had nonetheless managed to eliminate a first-tier monster within a short span. Was this not an even more absurd occurrence? Wait a moment. Such absurdity had indeed transpired before. Li Qiyun could not help but recall that familiar visage, who had recently defeated a first-tier gatekeeper despite possessing a lesser mental magnitude. Yet, that could not be possible. She was acutely aware of her 3 abilities, none of which could contend with a first-tier monster. To say her skills lacked offensive power would be an understatement, as even if they possessed some, they would hardly breach a first-tier monster's defenses. Li Qiyun stroked her chin, perplexed. What was she up to? A first-tier? The same question echoed from outside the door. A robust woman hurriedly entered the room, evidently having overheard the recent report. Her countenance was grim, and her brows were furrowed. Why would a first-tier monster appear in a zero-tier zone, and what casualties had ensued? Chief Inspector, Li Qiyun greeted the woman, explaining that due to an external contamination source having parasitized an awakened individual, there had been no casualties aside from the unfortunate deceased, who had been consumed by the monster. The chief inspector's expression softened considerably as she patted Li Qiyun's shoulder. Excellent work. This was handled swiftly. By the time I arrived, the monster was already dead. The specifics will need to be assessed through video analysis. Li Qiyun felt an unease wash over her. Why did this scene feel so eerily familiar? The chief inspector nodded, and the two began to scrutinize the screen. Upon witnessing Zhou Xiaoyan employing area of effect attacks to eliminate the monsters, Li Qiyun's eyes widened in astonishment. A new skill. Wait a moment. How could she have acquired a new skill in just a few days? Did she initially possess 4 skills, concealing one? Or had she gained it recently? Regardless of the scenario, both possibilities seemed utterly implausible. The chief inspector noted Li Qiyun's expression. What's wrong? Is something amiss? No. It's just that I've never seen this girl use such a skill before. The chief inspector turned back, puzzled as to what warranted such astonishment. It wasn't until they witnessed the black mass altering the jellyfish's hue that both furrowed their brows. Assimilation and ascension. The mutations of mental monsters were erratic, primarily arising spontaneously. Yet, what lay before them was not the case. It had been forced to change, tainted by this black mass. The energy of a fusion entity was often chaotic, capable of erasing other energies and leaving only one behind. This ability was characteristic of creatures known as purists, which could generate their own vassals and progeny. Purists, as the term implies, possessed exceedingly singular mental energy. The bearers, on the other hand, indicated that this mental monster had developed a certain level of cognitive ability. Allowing it to exist as an independent entity, it was neither a mere derivative, whose mental capabilities, behavioral patterns, and reactions stemmed from the gatekeeper, nor a fusion entity, whose mental energy was derived from an array of unknown emotions. Devoid of self-awareness, purists were more prone to lurking, even wandering through the mental realms of various individuals, lacking a fixed territory, making them all the more elusive and challenging to confront. Could it be this entity? Had someone been engulfed within it? Although aware of the absence of casualties, the chief inspector instinctively felt a surge of tension. Simultaneously, she grew increasingly perplexed. Given the nature of purists, anyone consumed would rapidly succumb to contamination. Ceaselessly devoured of their mental energy, becoming mere sustenance. Before the patrol team arrived, this monster would have grown more formidable. Had the energy belonging to the purist vanished? The chief inspector pressed the pause button. Was it through skill? No. If it were a skill, she could have directly obliterated it rather than merely singeing a hole. After a moment of contemplation, the chief inspector suddenly exclaimed, "Reverse contamination." It's reverse contamination. Chapter 46. Who is the mental monster? Upon hearing this, Li Qiyun also grasped the implication. Could she truly achieve such a feat? This technique was not something within her current stage of capability. Even second-tier awakened individuals rarely accomplished such a task. Had she truly comprehended it independently? The chief inspector added, moreover, this indicates she possesses formidable willpower and an unwavering conviction, essential for sustaining the reversibility. She resumed playback, observing Zhou Xiaoyan effortlessly revert the black jellyfish to its original form, momentarily taken aback. She could reverse from a distance. Typically, reverse contamination could not be achieved without direct contact with the monster, as it was exceedingly challenging. The distinction between contact and non-contact reversal was akin to traversing a completed highway versus leaping from one cliff to another. The monster itself embodied mental energy. Contact with a human body established a connection with their psyche, and contamination served as a conduit for energy transfer. With contact, the two minds fused in an intimate manner, in the process of contamination. The monster assimilated human mental energy, and should individuals seize this opportunity, it could also facilitate their assimilation of the monster. While the monster inflicted harm upon humans, it unwittingly paved a concealed path to its own demise. If it were merely a mental assault, it would be akin to tossing a clump of mud into one's psyche. This equated to the absence of a passage, a bridge unbuilt. Such methods of contamination were limited in both time and scope. Thus, non-contact contamination resembled two cliffs, each isolated from the other. Moreover, her seemingly effortless demeanor rendered it all the more astonishing. Having just learned reverse contamination, how could she execute this power with such fluidity? How did she possess such an understanding of the energy carried by the monster? What was commonplace among higher-tier awakened individuals now unfolded before her, resembling a captivating performance. Reverse contamination was challenging. Non-contact reverse contamination was even more so. Tio have just mastered reverse contamination and wield it with such proficiency, then execute it from a distance was a feat of monumental difficulty. Both individuals found their breaths deepening in response to this revelation. It was as if she had coexisted with this power for an eternity, with the energies before her compelled to. The chief inspector pondered a fitting descriptor: submit. Yes, it was submission. There was no resistance. She wielded absolute authority and oppression. Thus, those energies could neither resist nor dare to defy. Before her, they ceased to inflict harm, and when she bore a murderous intent, they could only flee in terror. Li Qiyun's excitement was beyond words. Here, no one understood Zhuo Xiaoyan better than she did. This reversal was one matter, but she could distinctly perceive that the ability to capture the jellyfish was yet another new skill. 5. A full 5 skills. Just how much had she concealed? Each encounter revealed new facets, new distinctions, new wonders. In the blink of an eye, she could conjure something astonishing. She had never encountered such a remarkable individual. Akin to a riddle. When one sought to unravel it, when one sought to comprehend it, they discovered they had merely scratched the surface, just stepped into the vortex. To truly grasp it, one would need to delve deeper. Yet where that journey would lead remained an enigma. Did she possess 2 extraordinary abilities? The chief inspector had naturally also discerned this newfound grasping ability. Li Qiun had not elaborated on the events at the restaurant previously. She had only mentioned it in passing, and had not divulged the specifics of Zhuo Xiaoyan's abilities. Not just that, Li Qiun opened her mouth, intending to say 5, only to recall that one skill was not to be disclosed. After a moment's contemplation, she decided to err on the side of caution and leave Zhuo Xiaoyan some leeway, carefully choosing her words: 3 skills, including the new one. This statement was half truth and half lie. Claiming she possessed 3 skills did not necessarily imply she had only 3. Well, including the new one, but whether the old ones counted was another matter. A 3 ability awakened. Could she, merely a first-tier awakened individual, attain 3 abilities? The chief inspector was somewhat astonished, sensing that Li Qiyun's words held deeper meaning, yet she could not discern it at the moment. 3 ability awakened individuals were not unheard of. Higher-tier awakened beings would gradually acquire new abilities in later stages. But such occurrences were rare among first-tier awakened individuals. Something was amiss. She meticulously recalled the events and instructed the data analyst retrieve her monster-killing records from the past few days. Observing the fluctuations in the data, something's off. Today her skill performance does not align with previous records at all. Given her current capabilities, had the purist not appeared, she ought to have been able to eliminate nearly 4,000 monsters, yet in the past few days, she had remained below 3,000, with merely 900 on the first day. Furthermore, she had not ventured into the wilderness area during the initial days. With such area of effect killing capabilities, it was inconceivable that she would not have come here. Even if it were merely to probe the monsters and familiarize herself with her skills, such a lengthy delay was illogical. There was only one possibility. The chief inspector became increasingly certain. She had acquired her new area of effect skill yesterday. Li Qiyun maintained a facade of calmness as he nodded, yet within him, a tempest of turmoil surged once more. He found himself in complete agreement with the inspector's deductions, yet this was precisely what rendered Zhuo Xiaoyan so terrifying. Initially, he had believed this to be a dormant skill she had concealed in the past. However, this speculation could now be dismissed. After scrutinizing the data and the inspector's analysis, he was left with no doubt. Zhuo Xiaoyan had acquired a new ability within the mere span of 3 days. If the 4th skill had been obtained yesterday, then when had this 5th skill manifested? Li Qian hesitated to speculate. Yet a most plausible possibility emerged in his mind, one that was astonishing. For that answer was today. Did this not imply that a mere day had elapsed before the emergence of yet another extraordinary ability? How could this be? Her growth was alarmingly rapid, astonishingly so, akin to that of a prodigious entity, akin to a mental aberration. The fearsome sensation of a mental monster, one that defied the laws of growth and eruption. At this moment, the inspector was engulfed in a new quandary. In such a stable region, why had she manifested a new extraordinary ability? I too am eager to comprehend, Li Qiyun responded. The inspector pondered deeply. Generally speaking, those who awaken experience significant fluctuations in their mental state due to unforeseen events, leading to mutations, or they undergo transformations through battles with mental monsters. Zhou Xiuyan did not conform to either scenario. After enduring the extraordinary reverse contamination and the bombardment of initial stage abilities, the inspector inexplicably felt that conventional reasoning could not be applied to this individual. Could it be that the least likely of occurrences had transpired? I have conceived a possibility, the inspector articulated slowly. The likelihood of this event is minimal, yet not entirely absent. Li Qian's curiosity was piqued. The initial awakening of a person is often referred to as the awakening of their innate talent. The inspector gestured to her own head, explaining that talent is an inherent trait. Regardless of the individual, their innate talent is deeply intertwined with their essence. There exists a physical alignment, as well as a cognitive one. Physically, for instance, a person who enjoys swimming may awaken skills related to water or physical enhancement. Someone who delights in wielding swords may develop abilities pertaining to sharp blades. Cognitively, a person with a volatile temperament is likely to possess skills inclined towards explosions or speed. Conversely, an individual who prefers solitude may gravitate towards skills of invisibility or environmental alteration. While these correlations are not universally precise, they reveal crucial similarities. Mental monsters manifest emotions, while the extraordinary abilities of those awakened are, in essence, manifestations of their own psyche. Yet, who has decreed that a person may possess only one innate talent? The inspector gazed at Zhou Xiuyan in the video. She may have initiated a secondary awakening. The room fell into silence, and Li Qian struggled to process this information. Are you suggesting that she has awakened a second innate talent? Indeed, the inspector affirmed with a nod, elaborating further. Should a second talent exist, it would likely bear a striking resemblance to her first, serving as an extension or complement to it. Alternatively, these could represent the disintegrated states of all her talents. Every individual harbors a trove of treasures concealed beneath a heavy shroud. Some perceive themselves as ordinary, devoid of distinction, spending their lives in search of these treasures, only to depart without ever unveiling the cloth, remaining oblivious to any gems. Others catch glimpses of those treasures peeking from beneath, witnessing a flicker of brilliance, yet fail to believe that these belong to them, even going so far as to cover them back up. Still, there are those who, even when possessing such treasures, disregard them. Deeming them worthless, Li Qian wholeheartedly concurred. The inspector's words resonated profoundly, reflecting the aspirations of those who yearn to awaken yet remain unawakened. The term awakened signifies both awareness and enlightenment. It refers to those who can perceive themselves from within, emerging from a state of confusion and ignorance. The awakening of abilities may appear as a mere skill, yet it is also a profound understanding and trust in oneself. The capacity to awaken innate talents is, in itself, a remarkable ability. Zhou Xiuyan resembles someone who is gradually unveiling the heavy cloth. What she lacks is not talent, but rather the time and strength to lift the shroud. Once sufficient time and strength are amassed, her talents will inevitably reveal themselves. She has indeed awakened a second innate talent, the inspector concluded, her tone tinged with a hint of envy. The growth rate of talent-based abilities will progressively eclipse that of other skill types, even exerting additional effects on other skills. The value of 2 talent-based skills far surpasses that of 2 miscellaneous skills. Even if she were to acquire no further skills henceforth, her 2 innate talents would secure her a place in this world. The inspector's admiration elicited a flicker of envy from Li Qian, albeit a minuscule, almost imperceptible envy. She may very well possess more talent-based skills, Li Qian remarked, her feelings difficult to articulate. She even entertained the peculiar thought that it would be strange if Zhou Xiuyan did not continue to unlock her talents. It is not impossible, the inspector chuckled. Theoretically, there is no limit to the number of innate talents an awakened individual may possess. Yet, in reality, few achieve this. You mentioned you know her. Such a promising individual must be brought into the fold. Keep a close watch on her. If she joins the team, observe her talent direction and identify any commonalities in her skills, then provide guidance. Li Qian mused internally, wondering how it seemed that the roles could easily reverse. Understood that I indeed have been contemplating this. You previously mentioned this, and I have been waiting for her to qualify for formal recognition. The inspector appeared puzzled. I have no recollection. The incident at Xinhua Hotel was her doing. Her? The inspector was taken aback, astonished that the one who had dismantled the domain in record time was the same individual. Li Qian nodded. A rare talent. The inspector's tone brimmed with admiration. When will her personal commendation ceremony be held? Prior to that, We should report today's elimination of the purist to be recognized collectively, next Wednesday. Just a few days away. The inspector nodded, then sighed wistfully. Speaking of which, I must express my gratitude to her. Li Qiyun was taken aback. How so? To prevent the situation from escalating in other regions, it was imperative to seal off the nest area. Yet this also confined those within. Had she not acted swiftly, those individuals would have perished, and that would have been my dereliction of duty. The inspector's tone grew somber. Li Qiyun silently agreed. A novice training ground. Level 0 boasts unparalleled safety, yet the current danger does not stem from within, but rather from an unknown external source, rendering it nearly impossible to guard against. When the alarm sounded, he felt an overwhelming concern, unable to bear the thought of anyone coming to harm. Who wishes to witness casualties? Upon realizing the situation was under control, he breathed a sigh of relief. Not to mention the inspector overseeing the wilderness area, who undoubtedly bore an even greater burden of responsibility. This incident served as a wake-up call for me. The inspector remarked, future inspections in this regard must be intensified, and strategies for containment, along with emergency protocols, must all be revised. I will arrange for someone to issue an announcement promptly. You may attend to your matters in the meantime. Li Qiyun inclined his head respectfully. Understood, Inspector. I shall take my leave now. Meanwhile, at the new City Bureau of the Processing Department. In the director's office, a glowing screen projected an encrypted message alert. Chapter 48. I come to protect her. The director, with long legs propped on the desk, arms crossed over his chest, lounged against the leather chair. As his gaze fell upon the message, the small window was swiftly opened. Range clearance, control, reverse contamination, first level purist. View videoed, a simple sentence yet brimming with significance. Upon seeing this, she raised an eyebrow. Ling Xiao made no move, yet the video began to play at an accelerated pace. After watching the video, she lightly tapped the armrest of the leather chair with her left index finger. Swishoyan's transformation had exceeded her expectations. She mentally revisited all the events and abilities of the past few days. Her finger abruptly halted. It was not an inherent multiplicity of skills but rather a subsequent acquisition. The precise method remains uncertain. Several known pathways exist to achieve such a rapid accumulation of multiple skills. However, the means to do so are either exceedingly complex or challenging. It is indeed rare to encounter someone like Swishoyan, who possesses multiple skills so effortlessly. Regardless of the method, it is sufficient to indicate her remarkable talent and immense potential. Measures must be taken to safeguard her. Ling Xiao promptly elevated the confidentiality level of all information pertaining to Swishoyan, ensuring that none but herself would have access to it. From now on, only she would be privy to the intricate details surrounding her. In external matters, aside from the skill levels such as ABC, no one is privy to the intricate details. Subsequently, personnel are assigned to discreetly safeguard and modify various pieces of information pertaining to her. One should not impose restrictions on Swishoyan's utilization of her abilities. As the director, one ought to devise strategies to protect talent. Swishoyan could emerge as an exceptional prodigy with multifarious abilities in the eyes of outsiders. By revealing nothing, she may find it increasingly challenging to remain inconspicuous. A person possessing a singular ability cannot leverage other skills and may only rely on one skill until its exhaustion in front of outsiders. Ling Xiao lowered his legs, straightened his posture, and leaned on the table, his fingers interlaced. What are the limitations of this ability? If there are no restrictions on quantity, what might it evolve into? Hundreds, thousands of abilities manifesting unrestrained within a single individual. When the opponent's mental capacity can withstand such extensive usage, is there anyone who can surpass her? If resources or assistance continue to be provided to Swishoyan, granting her time to accumulate strength, in the future, a legend unimaginable to all may be born. I am quite eager to witness that moment. Yet, this also sows the seeds of potential calamity. Currently, Swishoyan belongs to the New City. She is a citizen of New City and an awakener of the Processing Bureau. But what of the future? The world is ever-changing, and human hearts are inscrutable. What choices will she make, and what will she become? Everything remains uncertain. Will she continue to align with her current faction? If she becomes an adversary, what consequences shall ensue? At that time, will she transform into a bomb of her own making, capable of obliterating everything? Or will she become a sword that slays all evil? This uncertainty and uncontrollable unknown bring a peculiar thrill, and Ling Zhao's lips gradually curled into a smile. Intriguing. Let me see what you will ultimately become. In the future, shall we fight side by side, or shall we clash as foes? Until you have grown, I shall protect you. At this moment, within the management hall, the atmosphere was indeed dismal. People gazed at today's data. The daily kill count had drastically declined, with most figures merely in the hundreds. Today, aside from the top 10 rankings, which maintained a usual count of around 3,000, the other entries in the top 100 only reached 1 or 2,000. There was little to be done. The plans had been disrupted, resulting in a loss of half the time. Beep beep. The screen on the hall's announcement bulletin began to scroll with new information. An announcement has been made. Forget about the rankings for now. Quickly see what is happening. The crowd gathered closer. Regarding the sudden pollution incident, this afternoon at 13:42, an awakener succumbed to death due to an unknown pollution source. We express our profound sorrow over this event. The pollution source has generated a first-tier leader-level mental monster in the zero-tier nest area. Upon the occurrence of the incident, we promptly activated the emergency mechanism, confining the pollution's impact to a minimal extent. Nearby the incident, an awakener successfully slew the leader monster, safeguarding the safety of others and preventing the widespread dissemination of pollution, thus making a significant contribution to the wilderness. The patrol team has completed the removal of all pollutants, and the wilderness area will reopen as usual tomorrow. We take this incident very seriously. Starting tomorrow, all personnel entering the wilderness area will undergo comprehensive and stringent checks. We also remind all awakeners to heighten their vigilance regarding the surrounding environment, undergo regular health checks, and promptly report any anomalies. Wilderness New City Management Team, May 25, 10:45. A first-tier monster has appeared. The crowd's expression shifted. It was a leader-level monster. This is a zero-tier area. Given our level of abilities, how fortunate we were to avoid it. Otherwise, we could have perished. Some, puzzled, read the announcement multiple times. The awakener near the incident slayed the monster? Wasn't he that the patrol team? Ah, indeed. Many began to connect the dots. The skills of a first-tier monster are challenging to withstand, especially with the high mental magnitude of a leader-level creature, which would be accompanied by numerous lesser monsters surpassing the zero tier. Confronting such a foe requires at least a second-tier awakener. Upon analysis, the crowd suddenly felt that the difficulty of this matter had escalated several levels. Aren't all the individuals in the zero-tier area novices? They lack the capability to defeat such a creature. Who could it possibly be? I know. Someone spoke up. The crowd turned to him. The speaker was a young man with a neat short haircut. Some looked at him quizzically. How do you know this right after the announcement? Then he suddenly exclaimed. You are Feng Yang. Upon hearing this, everyone realized. The one who ranked first on the kill list? This person's name had been familiar for a month. No one could be unaware of him. Since he entered the wilderness area, he had consistently maintained the number 1 position on both kill lists. Someone suddenly slapped their forehead. I thought so. The drones had already flown several rounds calling for retreat, yet a team only emerged after dawdling. That must be you all, the awakener mentioned in the announcement. Feng Yang is an exceptionally rare A-grade awakener. How many people yearn to team up with him but cannot meet the criteria? The lowest in his team is a B-grade. It's practically a team of elites. Ordinary individuals wouldn't venture into the nests. Only specialized teams like theirs possess the strength to do so. And no wonder you knew. It turns out you were the one who killed it. Impressive. Having an A-grade powerhouse makes all the difference. It's remarkable that you managed to keep quiet until now. Please, share the details with us. Feng Yang replied slowly. I was indeed present at the announcement. He paused, adding, however, that I was the one who was rescued. The crowd gasped. You weren't the one who defeated it? You were the one rescued? Yes, he looked at the screen on the wall, stating, the person who saved me. I only asked her name. It wasn't until I reviewed the recent rankings that I realized it was that 001. The sudden news left the crowd momentarily stunned. How is this related to 001? Chapter 49. I cannot compare to her. So, 001 is that formidable? I had thought she was merely a freak with heightened mental capacity, but it turns out her inherent strength is also exceptional. Those who teamed up with 001 must have felt like they were soaring to new heights. So, were you not acquainted at the time? How did you coordinate to slay that leader? Feng Yang hesitated. He had merely fought alongside her against the lesser monsters. Could that be considered coordination? He believed it was not. At that time, we were grinding monsters, and our mental energy was already substantially depleted. So we could only provide her with limited assistance point. One could say she single-handedly faced off against the leader. The crowd gasped in astonishment. 001 managed to handle that alone? Many were aware that 001 had only just arrived in the wilderness area this week. If she were a high-tier awakener, it would be understandable, but she is a newcomer. Taking a step back, what was initially thought to be a coordinated effort turned out to be the work of a lone wolf? That seems somewhat far-fetched. Simultaneously, many expressed admiration for Feng Yang's straightforwardness and sincerity. Typically, in such circumstances, individuals would seek to bask in some glory, emphasizing their contributions regardless of the truth. Yet Feng Yang distanced himself entirely from the accolades. It seems he was not merely a bystander but a witness. Even if we were at full mental capacity, it would be challenging to slay a first-tier monster. The disparity in mental magnitude is substantial, making mental pollution difficult to counter, Feng Yang stated. Yet 001 withstood the monster's onslaught and even retaliated. I cannot comprehend how she accomplished this. I believe I cannot match her. Feng Yang, as the top powerhouse, humbly acknowledged his inferiority before 001. Many high-ranking individuals find it hard to admit they fall short of someone else, and uttering such words might be seen as a loss of face. Yet he seemed unfazed. Those who recognize their limitations and face their truths are exceedingly rare. His words conveyed no mockery, merely a candid recounting of facts. Many felt a sense of admiration. This individual truly possesses grace and composure. The crowd became increasingly curious about what kind of person 001 is, someone even stronger than him. Who exactly is this 001? What crushing mental magnitude is at play? That is because you all are incapable. Once your mental energy is drained, you cannot withstand it. A man spoke up, clad in battle attire, his demeanor dismissive. Feng Yang furrowed his brow. The man continued. Inflating the monster's strength makes it seem less embarrassing for you all. If you cannot kill it, it doesn't make you look so bad. You are ranked first but cannot demonstrate the capabilities of a first. Having others claim the monster's kill only serves to highlight your inadequacies. The person beside him quickly tugged at his sleeve, whispering a warning. Zhang Tian, that's not a wise thing to say. Zhang Tian ignored him, casting a disdainful glance at the crowd. I have ventured into the first-tier realm several times and slain derivatives. A first-tier monster is not as formidable as you imagine. Nearby, someone clicked their tongue. What are you bragging about? I'm about to be promoted and can easily meet the kill count and mental energy requirements by the end of the month. Oh, you're so impressive. Pray tell, what is your ranking? Let us all see and worship you. Zhang Tian regarded the person as if they were a fool, his expression laden with scorn and derision. I am second on the monthly kill list. The person paused, glancing back at the rankings. Do you see those two characters up there? Zhang Tian. My name is my code name. I neither change my name nor alter my surname. Unlike some who concoct peculiar numbers to attract attention, he gazed into the crowd, exclaiming, this month, a staggering total of 83,000 kills. Who among you can match that? Feng Yang, do not let the fact that you have 5,000 more than I deter you. Had I not ventured into the field several times this month, my total kills would have surged even higher. The identity of the first place would still remain uncertain. The surrounding individuals whispered amongst themselves. Zhang Tian manages an impressive daily kill count, averaging around 3,004, closely rivaling Feng Yang. Had he remained in the wilderness, the first place would undoubtedly have been his. I have occasionally witnessed Zhang Tian surpassing Feng Yang on the daily leaderboard. It is no wonder he speaks with such confidence. He possesses a solid foundation. Zhang Tian, hearing the praise, felt immensely gratified and continued. Do not be misled into thinking that an A grade is something extraordinary. What does rank truly matter? When I strike, I can still control the situation. I have clashed with A-grade opponents, and it is nothing remarkable. Those around him promptly comprehended the underlying hostility from the second rank towards the first. Frustrated by being overshadowed, he sought to assert his superiority over Feng Yang. Zhang Tian pointed at the screen, declaring, 001. Today you encountered great fortune, coming across a boss monster. So what? I could slay it just the same. Suddenly, a gasp rippled through the crowd. Initially, everyone had been attentively listening to the conversation, but this commotion was startling. What is happening? What is the commotion? People looked around in bewilderment. Count that kill count, look quickly. One person exclaimed, his excitement rendering his speech somewhat incoherent as he fervently pointed at the screen on the wall. The leaderboard has changed. The daily kill leaderboard has been updated. Chapter 50. Cheating. What is the fuss about? It's just a change, isn't it? The data refreshes multiple times each day, someone nearby remarked casually. However, upon glancing up, their expression shifted to one of shock. What? People collectively turned their gaze to the large screen, their eyes widening as if they had been grasped by the throat. The previous clamor faded, and the hall grew eerily silent. What is going on? How could the first place on the daily kill leaderboard? The overall effect viewed from a distance resembled a string of serial numbers. Number 1000000114518. This can't be right. The system must be malfunctioning. It's garbled. Garbled? Nonsense. It's 001. That very 001. Someone rubbed their eyes and counted from the end. Units. Tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s. A substantial 5-digit kill count point 14,518. He articulated slowly, disbelief etched across his face. What? How many is that? Is this even a feasible amount for a single day? Let us not even mention that the venue was closed for half the day. On a normal day, no one could possibly reach such a kill count. What gives? Did 001 have the venue all to herself? It should be noted that Feng Yang, the current daily leaderboard leader, accumulated just over 10,000 kills across 3 days, and that was while active the entire time. If moments ago, the crowd had only vaguely felt the strength of 001 through Feng Yang's description. Now, witnessing this staggering data with their own eyes, they were struck by the undeniable potency of it. Indeed, it was a palpably tangible sensation, from an abstract example to a concrete piece of evidence. While personal evaluations may carry subjective weight, the data presented itself unequivocally, leaving no room for skepticism. Incredible. 001 has slain so many fused entities and even defeated a first-tier monster. That single day's kill count could equate to 1/8 of our monthly total. Someone gasped in astonishment. Exactly. Over 20 days, 80,000. If 001 has been killing these past few days, today's count combined with the previous days could reach 20,000. That would be a quarter of what others have achieved in several days. So impressive, they marveled. While they could still admire Feng Yang's data, they found themselves ensnared in a realm of envy and admiration. Yet, faced with this overwhelming situation, they were at a loss for comprehension. Feng Yang, meanwhile, stared at the kill count, remaining silent, his shock intermingled with confusion as he fell into deep contemplation. Zhang Tian tilted his head back, his expression frozen, and as he listened to the murmurs around him, his complexion grew increasingly grim. Everyone is comparing me to that 001. There's no way. How could one day's count equal what I achieve in 3 or 4 days? He erupted. Someone who has never even graced the top 100 of the leaderboard suddenly has this many kills? I suspect there must be a decimal point missing somewhere. This is absurd. Just a few days prior, 001 hadn't even appeared within the top 100. Many were also left questioning, could the data be erroneous? That's impossible. The data detection for the entire wilderness area is verified multiple times. There are detectors set up underground. This is not a mere count of zero-tier monsters. Feng Yang interjected, acknowledging the potential for misunderstanding in the data. Could it truly be an error? What's going on? By now, it was nearing noon, and 001 had arrived slightly later than our team, so her start time was roughly comparable to ours, as for the kill count. I can estimate it should be just above 3,000, the crowd nodded in agreement. Feng Yang had seen 001 in action, so it couldn't be fabricated. Ha ha ha, I knew it. Zhang Tian laughed heartily, feeling a wave of relief wash over him, declaring that it was not a system malfunction, but rather that 001 must have employed some unknown underhanded tactics. Feng Yang continued, were you perplexed about how she accumulated over 14,000 kills? In the first tier, normal monsters yield 10 points each, with some reaching 100, elite-level monsters yield 1,000 points, while boss-level monsters yield 10,000 points. The boss she defeated, based on the points awarded, translates into a considerable kill count. So that's how it works, many remarked in astonishment. Others pondered, realizing that their own daily count barely surpassed 1,000. This 10,000 could equate to 10 days of their efforts. 10,000 points? Goodness, if I could slay 10 of those, wouldn't my qualification be secured immediately? What are you thinking? Those things aren't so easily taken down. Points can also be equated to difficulty. A single first-tier normal monster is equivalent to 10 zero-tier aberrant jellyfish. This is a modest comparison. Some normal monsters could easily overpower 100 jellyfish. This is a leap in quality, not something that quantity can compensate for. 001, if she truly possesses the capability, should go ahead and slay 10,000 or venture into the first-tier wilderness. What significance does her tally from the zero-tier region hold for the rankings? It merely gives the illusion of a high kill count. Is this fair? Zhang Tian sneered. Chapter 51. The top of 3 leaderboards. Feng Yang shot back. This data is provided by the backend, affirming that the internal assessment acknowledges this logic. What are you questioning here? You claim it's unfair? Let us speak of fairness. Even if we disregard the 10,000, does she not still remain the top killer? Zhang Tian fell silent. The crowd chuckled. Indeed, even if the 10,000 were removed, she would still be in first place, so what? I have genuinely killed monsters, unlike certain individuals who rely on sheer luck to achieve their results, Zhang Tian retorted indignantly. If you think that is insufficient, let us subtract the remaining 4,005, shall we? Feng Yang continued. Subtract? The crowd gasped in astonishment. This boss produced numerous enhanced normal monsters. She has dispatched quite a few, each counting for 10 points. I estimate she has defeated around 100 of them. Subtracting those 1,000 points leaves her with 3,005, still securing her position as the top killer of the day. Now, the crowd found themselves unable to dispute the facts. What initially seemed an unattainable increase remained insurmountable even after deductions. Yet Feng Yang was not finished. This is my limit, but it is not hers. What? At that moment, I had exhausted my mental energy. Once depleted, I could only rely on my weapons. Thus, most of my gains stemmed from the time spent utilizing my abilities in the nest at noon. Therefore, even with the afternoon's restrictions, my yield remained relatively consistent. However, prior to the incident, 001's mental energy was still abundant if given time. Her kill count could have increased significantly. Had there been no lockdown, she could have added more to her tally from weapon use afterward. Now, the crowd could no longer contain themselves. They had initially believed that diminishing her numbers would reveal 001's inadequacies. Yet the more they analyzed, the more impressive she appeared. Zhang Tian fell into silence once again. His fists clenched tightly. The people fully accepted the validity of the data. With such revelations, it was evident that 001 would likely maintain her presence on the kill leaderboard for the foreseeable future. Unexpectedly, 001 had ascended to the top of the daily kill leaderboard following her first place on the mental energy leaderboard. Some individuals, new to the scene, were unaware of the prior events and curiously glanced at the mental energy leaderboard only to be taken aback as they remarked, "Brother, it seems that 001 also holds the top position on the mental energy monthly leaderboard." What? The individual turned back to check. He stared at the left screen for several seconds, hesitating, then glanced at the right screen. Daily kill leaderboard, number 1000000114518, growth weekly leaderboard, number 10000001219.28, growth monthly leaderboard, number 10000001219.28. This entire row of data seemed as though it had overtaken them with a barrage of numbers. Goodness gracious. There were only 2 major leaderboards, divided into 4 minor ones. The monthly kill leaderboard, daily kill leaderboard, weekly growth leaderboard, and monthly growth leaderboard. 001 dominated the latter 3, standing out prominently. Wait, 219.28? I recall that just yesterday. He was barely over 50, yet today, he has surged by more than 100 points in mental strength. The second place on the monthly leaderboard is at 168, although the gap may not seem vast. It is important to note that this second-place contender has taken nearly 25 days to achieve that, and yet, in just 3 days, since the emergence of 001, it took merely 3 days for him to ascend to the pinnacle of the mental strength monthly leaderboard on the 4th day. The rate of growth in a single day surpasses what many accomplish in an entire month. How astonishing is that? Surely, there cannot be any issues with the back-end data, right? The hall was abuzz with astonishment. This marked the second occasion today where doubts about the back-end data arose. Naturally, no one was foolish enough to believe the data was inaccurate. What does 3 days even mean? A newcomer inquired. The data for 001 only began this Tuesday, coinciding with his first day in the wilderness. He immediately secured the 10th position on the weekly leaderboard, ascended to first place the following day, maintained his rank on the 3rd day, and today, He has reached the top of the monthly leaderboard. Such a leap in ranking translates to thousands of points gained. The individual recounted this with a rapid-fire delivery, as if narrating his own achievements, his face aglow with excitement. The newcomers widened their eyes. Merely hearing the fluctuations in ranking, without even delving into specific numbers, was sufficient to convey the formidable prowess at play. The speaker continued, "When I first laid eyes on 001, I was certain he would claim the top spot next month. Little did I expect, just 3 days in, he has already secured this month's first place. Haha, I truly have an eye for talent." Previous leaderboards were populated by their respective titans, each holding a prominent position in their specialized fields. Yet, what of this 001? It seems he excels in every aspect. Furthermore, who wouldn't strive to seize a position on the various leaderboards? Those who rank higher are more acutely aware of the exhilarating thrill of competition and the joy that comes with surpassing others. Not to mention the rewards, no one can guarantee that they will still hold their position the following day. After all, everyone is exceptional in their own right, and the differences are often marginal. Yet, the figures associated with 001 are simply unattainable. He dominates the boards, truly dominates, and across 3 separate leaderboards. Even the previous dual leaderboard champion, Feng Yang, pales in comparison. Not to mention Zhang Tian, who was second in both. Feng Yang remarked, "Even if I were to relinquish my top position to you now, you would only be able to claim a single first for yourself." What a farce! Zhang Tian gritted his teeth, an impotent fury coursing through him. Chapter 52. Team up with me, someone remarked. What others think is irrelevant. I believe 001 is quite impressive. I wish I could see what he looks like in person. By the way, 001 should be coming out with Feng Yang this afternoon. Right? Has anyone seen him? Now, no one even knows his gender. Speaking of which, I encountered a woman the other day who claimed to be 001. I shot back at her, and she didn't dare say anything further before leaving. Ha ha ha, has someone already attempted to impersonate him so quickly? The chatter continued to revolve around 001, with little attention left for Zhang Tian. He felt like a mere ornament, becoming the subject of others' ridicule. A simmering anger boiling within him with no outlet. It's just a daily leaderboard. What is there to discuss? The monthly first place will be mine. He clenched his teeth and stormed off in frustration. A newcomer quietly muttered, I have a feeling that the last leaderboard will change hands again in just a few days. As night deepened, Zhou Xiaoyan returned from the reading room and quickly fell asleep. Upon waking in the morning, she found her mental strength had transformed to 7 points, with her total mental capacity now at 31728. To her astonishment, she also discovered that her points had increased by over 10,000, a truly unexpected delight. Who would have thought that the monsters were worth so much? At the current pace, killing 6,000 today would be a breeze, meaning she could secure her position in just 10 more days. With her goal in sight, Zhou Xiaoyan felt invigorated, sensing she was finally on the right track. She preferred to have everything within her control. With all preparations complete, Zhou Xiaoyan headed towards the wilderness entrance. Today, various large machines had been deployed near the passage, scanning the entering awakeners, and the patrols had increased significantly, causing a delay of over 10 minutes before she could enter. After walking just a few steps, she felt as though someone was watching her. As she entered, the crowd had yet to disperse, and although surrounded by many people, the sensation of being observed felt unmistakable. Could it be that person again? She discreetly scanned her surroundings with her peripheral vision but found no familiar faces. Zhou Xiaoyan frowned. This was troublesome. Had he recovered so quickly after she dealt with him? It was bothersome to think he had become so clingy. As she ventured deeper, she still sensed someone trailing her, maintaining a leisurely distance. Before long, the crowd began to scatter, leaving her isolated in a vast emptiness. The footsteps behind her quickened, drawing nearer. She swiftly reached for her dagger and turned around. Poised to throw it, but halted mid-dash motion. It was not Zhang Tian. Instead, an unfamiliar girl was approaching her at a run. Zhou Xiaoyan remained vigilant. Although she lowered her weapon, she still held the dagger firmly, ready to unleash her skills at a moment's notice. The girl came to a stop before her, a sweet smile gracing her face, hands clasped behind her back. Team up with me, Zhou Xiaoyan assessed her. She appeared to be around 20, with long black hair and delicate braids framing her forehead, tied back with ribbons, resembling a floral crown. From her demeanor and actions, it was evident that she bore no ill intent. As long as you are not an enemy, that is sufficient. Apologies, but I'm not interested. Zhuxiuyan turned to leave point 001. The girl called out hastily. Zhuxiuyan did not halt her steps. I can double your kill count. Zhuxiuyan pivoted back swiftly. The girl beamed. Curious how I know your identity? How do you double it? Zhuxiuyan inquired. The girl's smile faltered, caught off guard by the directness of the question. She quickly regained her composure and replied, My ability is to enhance the target's mental capacity, doubling it. Doubled? Zhuxiuyan pondered. Judging by the description of the effect, this was an extraordinarily potent skill. All Awakeners invest thousands of contributions just to acquire a weapon that raises mental capacity, which underscores the invaluable worth of what this girl could offer. If calculated based on an ordinary first-tier Awakener with a minimum mental level of 20 points, it could be elevated to 40, surpassing the enhancement provided by her dagger. Should someone possess 50,000 in mental capacity, doubling it would yield 100,000? The growth potential was staggering, almost unimaginable. However, such a skill could not be released unconditionally. What were the limitations? Zhuxiuyan pressed further. The girl, evidently unprepared for such a probing question, responded with less conviction. I can only apply it to one person, and the enhancement cannot exceed double my own mental value. The girl observed Zhuxiuyan's expression cautiously. Your mental value? 192, Zhuxiuyan mused. Tio put it simply, this was a skill with a powerful effect but a very brief duration and purely supportive in nature. It was clear that the girl lacked a fixed team, likely having no suitable companions for long-term collaboration. Firstly, her skill was best suited for those with area of effect abilities, yet how many possess such powers? Secondly, this skill would be challenging to utilize in Tier 0 zones. The characteristics of the alien jellyfish were such that they continually sought out their kind to cluster together and move. In the outer and central wilderness, spotting a group indicated a vast empty area nearby, and no second group would be seen. Thus, after defeating a group, one would need to traverse 10 to 15 minutes to encounter the next cluster. For others, factoring in travel time, they could encounter at most 2 groups within half an hour. Even if one's mental strength soared, the upper limit of kills within that time frame would range from 100 to 200. It was akin to a game where one consumed a blue potion for an extended duration of blue energy, only to find it dissipating before engaging with an enemy hero. For those venturing into lairs to hunt monsters, the girl's skill could only enhance one individual, making it most advantageous to bestow it upon the one with the highest mental capacity. Yet, they typically operated in small teams. Enhancing one person's kill time would inevitably impact the arrangements of the other members. Moreover, while the amount of kills a person could achieve in half an hour would be considerable, the points earned would have to be shared with her. Everyone was striving to accumulate points, and with fewer kills to begin with, distributing a portion would render the gains less appealing. Zhuxiuyan contemplated deeply. Recognizing the irony, what is a trifle to one may be a treasure to another. While it held little value for others, it was precisely what she needed. It was as if a pillow had been delivered just as she felt drowsy. The lair she intended to visit was densely populated with monsters, requiring no travel, just a full-on unleashing of skills. The skills demanded a substantial amount of mental power, and her companion could conveniently replenish that mental energy, exponentially increasing her efficiency and kill count. Most importantly, as a support character, her skills would not affect Zhuxiuyan's own kills. The mental energy absorbed from the monsters would entirely belong to her. Initially, my reluctance to form a team in the wilderness stemmed from the realization that my teammates' numerous monster kills bore no relation to my own efforts. Moreover, having teammates would inevitably prevent them from relinquishing all the monsters to me, thereby diminishing the quantity I could personally vanquish within the same time frame. However, this girl not only refrains from encroaching upon my kills, but her presence actually amplifies my own prowess exponentially. It feels like an extraordinary windfall. Had I known earlier, I would have eagerly invited her to join my team. Zhuxiuyan sheathed his dagger and smiled gently, inquiring, What is your name? Chapter 53. Your name. The girl's face lit up with delight. Changli, with Cheng signifying a promising future, Anli representing swift action. What a lovely name, Zhuxiuyan complimented. Yet, despite her adorable demeanor, her approach to tasks did not convey the swiftness implied by her name. He proceeded to introduce himself. Zhuxiuyan, where's what denotes the left, Xiu means rest, and Yin refers to speech. You may remember me as the person who enjoys conversing in the left resting area. Changli chuckled, you are quite amusing. Who introduces themselves in such a manner? Yet, it is memorable. Is it not? He replied. This simple, relatable, yet entertaining introduction not only alleviates any apprehension but also fosters a closer bond, proving to be a subtle art of conversation. Indeed, it is memorable, Chung-Li affirmed with a smile. Contemplating, I have heard a saying, do not say that women are not valiant. The dragon's cry echoes on the wall of the dragon spring every night. I find it delightful. Zhuoxiuyan laughed. Then you shall remember me even better. So, do you agree to team up? Cheng Li's expression radiated anticipation. During the time you assist me, I shall allocate 1/10 of the points I earn from monster kills to you. Conversely, during periods when you cannot aid me, the points from the kills will belong to the Slayer. Such straightforwardness? Cheng Li questioned, somewhat incredulous, fearing Zhuoxiuyan might retract his words. She promptly raised her wristband to configure the team settings. All right, let us do it. Zhuoxiuyan also adjusted the settings on his wristband. Once the roles of captain and team members were established, points could be distributed according to individual needs, although kill counts would remain recorded as per each member's contributions. When I team up with others, they tend to be stingy, viewing me merely as a support, reluctant to allocate me additional points for fear of waste, Cheng Li murmured as she made the necessary adjustments. Once they completed the settings, Zhuoxiuyan turned to lead the way. Let us move. Cheng Li hurried to keep pace beside him. Though I sense your disinterest, I still wish to share something. Go on. He encouraged. Yesterday, I noticed a group that emerged a bit late, which piqued my curiosity. I observed one individual who interacted infrequently with their teammates and had separated from them early on. The captain mentioned earlier that 001 was with them, leading me to speculate that the one who left prematurely was not a member of their team, but rather 001. Your observations are quite astute, Zhuoxiuyan remarked. Cheng Li nodded proudly, as a support. It is crucial to remain vigilant regarding the status of our targets. Keen observation is fundamental. Oh, by the way, she said, unfastening her white backpack and shifting it to the front. She opened the zipper and rummaged through, producing a flat object, securely wrapped in fabric, grasping its exposed wooden handle. This is my second weapon. In addition to the basic knife provided by the Bureau d'It will aid you in combat, rest assured. Zhuoxiuyan glanced at it, his expression tightening slightly. Is that a gleaming kitchen knife? Yes, the kind commonly found at home. My concern is not your ability to slay monsters. Rather, it is whether the monsters might harm you. Do not underestimate my new weapon. It is remarkably sharp, Cheng Li asserted, demonstrating a few vigorous swings, her actions resembling fierce chopping. I tried it on bones yesterday, and it worked splendidly. Very well, Zhuoxiuyan replied. Taking a slight step back, just be cautious. We wouldn't want collateral damage. Moreover, if it proves this effective, the butcher should certainly commend it indeed. Cheng Li responded excitedly. The knife I previously used felt rather ineffective. This one should do the trick. I'm eager to give it a try. She returned the knife to her bag and slung it back over her shoulder. Not long after, a new swarm of jellyfish appeared before them. Just as Zhuoxiuyan prepared to draw his dagger, Cheng Li charged ahead. With her other hand, she drew the knife from her waist, wielding both weapons, and struck downward in a decisive blow. The jellyfish, like a deflated ball, dented under her strike before bouncing back to its original form. Tentacles ensnared her hand, but Cheng Li swiftly struck twice more at the same spot, causing the jellyfish to split apart and dissolve into light. Zhuoxiuyan, who had opted not to take the basic weapon issued to him, now perceived a stark contrast between the standard and specialized weapons. He was increasingly astonished by her remarkable precision. Every strike landed almost perfectly on the same mark, indicating she had trained extensively. As other hybrid creatures converged, Cheng Li's gaze sharpened, and she quickened her strikes. The jellyfish fell at a slower rate than their encroachment, quickly obscuring Cheng Li from view. Concerned about contamination from excessive exposure, Zhuoxiuyan raised his dagger and aimed at the outermost jellyfish. Upon contact, the creature dissipated into luminescence. Zhuoxiuyan swiftly flicked the rope, clearing the jellyfish in front of Cheng Li. Cheng Li's eyes widened. How is your knife so fast? Zhuoxiuyan remained focused, diligently clearing the monsters. Observing this, Cheng Li sighed inwardly, fearing her low attack power might lead to her being deemed unnecessary, and hurriedly explained, I truly wish to assist. It's just that this knife. Just as she began to articulate her thoughts, the remaining jellyfish had been dealt with, and Zhuoxiuyan approached her. Put it away. All right, Cheng Li hesitated before slowly sheathing her knife. I was merely thinking that the more weapons I possess, the more monsters I could potentially defeat, she confessed, her confidence waning with each word. I am not upset, Zhou Xiaoyan smiled. Speaking will affect my accuracy. This dagger, purchased with contribution points, possesses special traits that inflict additional damage on monsters. Ordinary weapons inflict limited damage on jellyfish-like creatures. Do not think that you alone are at a disadvantage. Even I would achieve similar results with a standard weapon. Changli was taken aback. Oh, is that so? She had not anticipated 001 would provide such detailed explanations regarding her concerns, soothing her unease. Let us continue onward. You need not engage until we reach the nest. Yet, Changli had more to say but ultimately nodded, understood. As they proceeded, she found herself merely observing, standing by as Zhou Xiaoyan handled the monsters. The anxiety stemming from her idleness only heightened her sense of inadequacy. Zhou Xiaoyan neither reproached her nor displayed impatience or disdain. Instead, Changli felt increasingly embarrassed, in her past experiences with others. Any perceived ineptitude would elicit comments, and after exhausting their abilities, they would hastily sever ties as if discarding a burden. She often felt that being a support rendered her utterly useless, at times. She longed for offensive skills to alleviate her sense of worthlessness. She could not fathom why Zhou Xiaoyan was so accommodating towards her. Why? Changli pondered how to articulate her question. Zhou Xiaoyan seemed to perceive her thoughts and spoke first. To demand something of you in areas where you cannot excel would be unreasonable. His voice was soft, his gaze encouraging. Everyone possesses their strengths. To compare oneself in unsuitable contexts is merely self-imposed hardship. Zhou Xiaoyan ascended a slight rise, looking down below. From here on, I shall greatly require your assistance. You are the ace now. It is your time to shine. Chapter 54. Zhou Xiaoyan, the joyful weed whacker. Listen. She says she needs me. Changli felt her confidence begin to restore, the tension within her easing considerably. However, being called an ace by the top-ranked individual felt somewhat surreal. Yet, since 001 had said it, there must be some merit to her words. Thus, she resolved to showcase her abilities to ensure his success in combat. Changli lifted her chin, walking beside him as they gazed ahead. It was her first time near the nest. A dense ocean of jellyfish surged toward them. Changli covered her mouth, gradually lowering her head. Never mind, I believe I need her more. How do you plan to clear them? When do you require my support? Changli inquired. You may leave your bag here, Zhou Xiaoyan instructed as he stepped forward. Stay close behind me. With your keen observation skills, I trust you will seize the right moment. Changli unburdened herself of her backpack and spare weapon, her heart brimming with joy at having a teammate who believed in her abilities. Yet, the tension still loomed large. Once others engaged in combat, it was easy for support roles to be overlooked. Amidst such a dense encirclement, the level of personal safety plummeted dramatically. As the two individuals reached the base of the slope, the swarm of jellyfish had already sensed their presence, converging upon them in a thick mass. Changli surveyed her surroundings, contemplating that their current position was quite advantageous. Typically, when executing skills, she would remain close to the target, rendering her presence akin to being stationary. It was likely that 001 would choose to remain here, making any subsequent retreat relatively effortless. She also spotted Feng Yang's team in the distance, anchored in a spot to eliminate monsters, further solidifying her belief in the strategic merit of their location. Changli focused intently, channeling all her concentration towards 001. However, in the next moment, 001 dashed into the throng of monsters without any warning. Changli was momentarily stunned, her heart racing as she hurriedly pursued. Feng Yang's team, who was just about to approach for a greeting, witnessed Zhou Xiaoyan sprinting towards the monster horde and gasped in alarm. This was precisely how their previous teammate had gone berserk. Just as the jellyfish were about to make contact with Zhou Xiaoyan, she suddenly transformed into a multitude of light points, and a luminous circle materialized, rapidly expanding until it reached a diameter of 5 meters. A vast circular clearing emerged around her. The Feng Yang team exhaled in relief, seemingly reassured by the situation. Yet, they were soon taken aback by the sheer size of the barrier. Hadn't it only been 1 meter the day before? Had she been holding back her strength? Changli quickly stepped into the protective zone. Though monsters continued to pour in relentlessly, they were all thwarted at the perimeter, swiftly obliterated. She was astounded by the efficiency with which monsters were eliminated. As long as she was near 001, these creatures could not breach the barrier, providing her with an overwhelming sense of security. Her earlier concerns now felt rather excessive. Chun-Li found it hard to believe that what was typically a nerve-wracking endeavor had transformed into such a manageable task in this perilous locale. She immediately unleashed her skill, fully aware that while she was uncertain of Zhuo Xiaoyan's mental capacity, she directed all her mental energy towards her. The result was akin to fueling a vehicle, propelling 001 to even greater speeds. Wait, my skill enhances mental power, not speed, right? Hold on, there's a distance limit. Don't stray too far. I won't be able to keep up. You only have half an hour. Make haste. Zhuo Xiaoyan did not pause, and after receiving the augmentation, the effective range expanded to a diameter of 6 meters. The faster she ran, the more monsters she could eliminate, with limited time. It was essential to expend the excess mental energy, otherwise it would be a waste. Chun-Li inhaled deeply, chasing after her, realizing she had unwittingly become a limited-time experience item. She never anticipated that her role as a stationary support would morph into that of a rapid sprinter. As they moved, a wide path was forcibly carved through the throng. They had covered quite a distance, yet the jellyfish behind them had not filled the void. The Feng Yang team stood with their mouths agape, unable to close them for quite some time. Are you two operating a large-scale weed whacker? If the jellyfish were likened to a field of grass, then this area had been completely stripped bare. Before long, Zhuo Xiaoyan's makeshift weed whacker turned back towards them. Both individuals were flushed and slightly out of breath, with Zhuo Xiaoyan encouraging, "Hang in there. Just 10 more minutes. I've never seen anyone clear monsters like this." Chun-Li managed to stammer intermittently, "Do you know how fast these 20 minutes have passed? Not a second of respite. My legs are stretching to their maximum. I feel as if I could leap to the moon. I feel like the mythical Kwa Fu racing against the archer to see who can reach the sun first. Help! My lungs and throat are on fire." Kwa Fu could pause for a drink. "I can't stop." After what felt like an eternity, Chun-Li had become a mere ventilation pipe, bending over with her hands on her knees, panting heavily. While others experienced time as if it were dragging on, she felt as though moments were stretching into years. Chun-Li glanced at the source of her exhaustion, the very person who had drained her mental and physical reserves. Zhuo Xiaoyan was also breathing heavily. Though her exertion was not as pronounced, and she continued to eliminate monsters, albeit with a slightly reduced range. Once Chun-Li had caught her breath, they retrieved their bags and made their way to a resting point that had seen little monster activity. Approaching noon, the two sat on the ground to eat. Chun-Li slowly sipped from a bottle of water, wishing she could gulp it down without a second thought, had it not been for her sore throat and stomach. "You can manage the remaining time as you see fit. Feel free to leave or stay. I'll transfer your points now," Zhuo Xiaoyan stated while manipulating her wristband. Chun-Li, with water in her mouth, responded muffledly, raising her hand to glance at the screen. "Wait, 2001? 2134. She had never encountered such a substantial amount of points at once. Moreover, according to her agreement with Zhuo Xiaoyan, it should only be 1/10 of that. Did that mean she had over 21,000? 20,000? Ah? In half an hour, 20,000. Chun-Li stared intently at Zhuo Xiaoyan, her mind reeling as she murmured in disbelief. "What a freak." Zhuo Xiaoyan looked up with a smile. "Why are you cursing at me when you're doing so well?" Chun-Li understood that Zhuo Xiaoyan was jesting, yet she found herself at a loss for words. "How could a normal person achieve such feats?" "Because of you," Zhuo Xiaoyan replied, her laughter breezy and warm, brushing against Chun-Li's heart. "I told you, you are a trump card, and that's no exaggeration. You are far more formidable than you perceive yourself to be." Chapter 55. She was too relaxed a trump card. Formidable. Could she possibly be associated with such terms? Chun-Li suddenly felt the burning sensation in her lungs shift to her heart and eyes. Every day, she toiled in the halls and wilderness, seeking others to form a team. Most people would lose patience upon hearing her skill set and would hastily dismiss her. How she longed for offensive capabilities. Day and night, she practiced wielding her blade, even in the dark, squeezing in time to train at the shooting range, all in hopes of being equipped with a firearm after her probation. Yet, despite her relentless training, it paled in comparison to the damage inflicted by others' abilities. Thus, even when she managed to join some teams, they often regarded her as a mere ornamental figure, with some even dismissing her as just a human-shaped blue bottle. However, abilities were innate. If possible, she too desired to slay monsters, and no matter the circumstances, she wished to be of some use. She scarcely dared to hope for excessive points, often settling for whatever others were willing to grant her. The faces of those who had scorned her had long since faded from her memory, yet she vividly recalled their disdainful gazes and the words they uttered. Fool, worthless, get lost. How could someone like you desire so many points? Yet today, she had approached the legendary 001 with the expectation of failure, only to find the other party wholly unpretentious, accepting her and affirming that she had contributed significantly. It turned out that the self she had long felt disregarded could also be valued and respected. It seemed the initial words of 001 were not mere flattery but genuine belief. Chun-Li sniffled, feeling a tightening in her throat. Well, I suppose I am quite impressive. She dared not linger in this emotional state, fearing that tears might spill forth. Quickly adopting a facade of pride, she gazed into the distance, changing the subject. As the trump card, I shall await your return here. After all, there's naught to do outside. It's better to wait for you to finish before we leave together. Since you're staying, allow me to lend you this. Chun-Li looked down to find Zhou Xiaoyan extending her silver dagger towards her. The cord having been removed, presumably for ease of handling, I'll need to continue utilizing my skills to eliminate monsters. The dagger won't be of use to me, so you might as well take it for self-defense, as I won't be able to look after you. Chun-Li's breathing steadied a bit. Even though Zhou had never mentioned its value, she understood its worth was considerable. The ease with which the other had lent it to her indicated a trust in her character. With this dagger, she could eliminate more monsters in the afternoon and accumulate additional points. TO001, it was a trivial matter, but to her, it represented significant assistance. They were merely strangers, yet the other still thought to care for her in this regard. 001, you are even better than I imagined. What is this? Are you trying to make me cry? Zhou Xiaoyan playfully urged. Hurry and take it. I'm pressed for time. Grasping Chun-Li's wrist, she placed the dagger in her hand before returning to her meal. Chun-Li swiftly pulled her bag closer, carefully placing the dagger atop it, and then hurriedly resumed eating to distract herself. Zhou Xiaoyan soon finished her meal, rising to head towards the sea of monsters. I'll be off. Call for me if you need anything. Chun-Li replied sullenly, watching Zhou Xiaoyan's retreating figure. She thought, actually, you're the impressive one. Without you, my support would amount to little. Zhou Xiaoyan had already depleted the mental energy of her equipment before their rest, so lending the dagger to Chun-Li temporarily would not affect her. Moreover, the assistance she provided was substantial, serving as a form of gratitude. Glancing at her wristband, Zhou Xiaoyan noted that her mental capacity had now exceeded 500. A smile crept across her lips. I thought it would take 10 days, but it appears it won't take nearly as long. This exceeds expectations. Originally, she estimated that with 300 units of mental energy, she would be able to eliminate around 6,000 creatures. However, she did not anticipate that her recent defeat of the fear source yesterday would sharpen her sensitivity to this emotion. Within her, a fusion of various feelings existed, including fear, albeit in small quantities, yet sufficient to expedite the shattering of the jellyfish. The enhancement of her mental capacity led to a more pronounced domination over the jellyfish, further reducing her energy expenditure. For these reasons, the 300 units of energy amplified by Chun-Li allowed her to slay 20,000 creatures. However, Zhou Xiaoyan was aware that this was not her optimal state. There could be more. The broader the skill range, the greater the consumption of mental energy, and the additional waste would increase correspondingly, akin to injecting 1 milliliter of water into a flower pot. If one were to carefully push the syringe slowly, it would require more time to control, but the amount would be precise. In contrast, enlarging the range would be like pushing it all at once. While 1 milliliter would undoubtedly be achieved, it would be easy to exceed that amount. The surplus energy would ultimately be wasted. Simplifying this further, it's as if there's a stall filled with items, each costing $1. If one meticulously counts and finds 60 items, then spending $60 would suffice. However, if one were to throw down $100 and take everything without counting, the excess would be wasted. Given the time constraints of the amplification, had there been no limit, Zhou Xiaoyan would have managed the energy with utmost precision. Thus, she began to retract to a 1-meter radius, no longer employing the previously reckless approach. Zhou Xiaoyan calmed herself and commenced a meticulous cleaning of the monsters, attuning herself to the flow of energy for more refined control, ensuring that consumption remained at the most suitable level. Her performance today was truly eye-opening. Within the Fengyang team, discussions arose about her recent aggressive surge. How could she still have energy left after such an intense display? I cannot fathom whether her skills require minimal consumption or if her mental energy is simply abundant. It shouldn't be that excessive. An initial awakened individual typically possesses only a few dozen units of mental energy. Adding her recent growth, she likely only has around 270 or 80, not significantly more than us. If she can reach 300 in a few days, that's already quite impressive, meeting one of the criteria for official recognition in less than a week. I suspect her skill is at least A grade. Perhaps it is limited, but it certainly has the potential to be S grade. If it falls short of S, I'll let you have a go at me, a teammate smirked. Whether she reaches S grade or not, I could easily take you down anytime. Here we are, toiling away while remaining alert to our positioning, dodging monsters. She charges through, seemingly carefree. I truly envy her. We have to consider the skill range and distance, calculate the speed at which monsters surround us, and coordinate with our teammates. Yet, she appears to be strolling leisurely. Someone scratched their head, sensing that she looked even more relaxed than yesterday. Everyone turned to Xiaoyan, who walked steadily, without pause, neither rushed nor slow, her gaze fixed ahead, her expression serene. It seemed as though she were not amidst a sea of monsters, but rather traversing a flower-lined path, the space beside her appearing to part as if flowers were bending away in her wake. Could it be true? Enough already. How envious. Chapter 56. The Wine of the Setting Sun. Feng Yang. It seems you will not claim the top kill count today. Indeed. Feng Yang remained calm, smiling slightly. She had sensed this outcome yesterday. However, it mattered little. I have already amassed 90,000 points, and I can maintain the top position in the monthly leaderboard. Teammates chuckled. That's for sure. It's the end of the month. She wanted to catch up in these last few days. Had she arrived at the beginning of the month, there would have been no chance to compete. By the way, I heard there's a prize for the monthly leaderboard winner. What is it? The higher-ups have not disclosed that information. It's disappointing that they keep it under wraps. Revealing it earlier would have motivated others to strive harder. A companion playfully punched him, laughing, knowing it wouldn't do us any good. Only the top monthly kills can claim a prize, and that's just Feng Yang for kills and 001 for mental energy. We have no stake in it. Merely envy. Well, in a few days, we'll see you two claim your prizes. After all, today is the 26th. Just 5 days left. I believe the higher-ups are stingy. There should be prizes for the top 100. Or even the top 50 would suffice. After all, we're at least in the top 20 or 30. We should be entitled to some rewards. I see, someone exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. No wonder Zhang Tian was so antagonistic towards Feng Yang. It must be due to the prize. That is highly likely. I used to run into him here, but why hasn't he shown up recently? I was hoping to give him a piece of my mind. Who knows? He might have ventured into another passage, given how expansive this place is with multiple routes leading to the nests. Indeed. Meanwhile, in another area of the nest zone, Zhang Tian was addressing his team. You all need to step up your game these next few days. I must reclaim the top spot. Everyone flattered him with smiles. Of course, brother. Assisting you is our duty. We can even offer you some as well. It's just a small matter. Absolutely. Consider it a preemptive celebration for your official recognition. Zhang Tian nodded with satisfaction. Rest assured, it's a fair exchange. I won't let your efforts go unrewarded. If you assist me well, your contribution points will be substantial, and I'll treat you to a meal in a few days. Sounds great. All teammates responded in unison. They either employed skills or weapons, calculating how many hits the jellyfish could withstand, halting their attacks when the monsters were left with only one blow before death, guiding them closer to Zhang Tian. With a single earthen spike, a series of jellyfish perished in rapid succession. This cycle continued, and watching the points on his wristband soar, Zhang Tian smirked inwardly. Can one individual's kills compare to the total of so many? As evening approached and the sun began to set, drones flew in to issue warnings. Zhang Tian laughed heartily. Today's performance is more than enough to crush 001 and Feng Yang. What a joke. Daring to compete with me? Let us head back to the hall. I must witness Feng Yang's expression. Ha ha ha. Indeed, brother. What is 001 compared to you? With this, Zhang Tian is sure to secure the top spot on both leaderboards, and will share in the glory, making others envious. Xiaoyan approached Changli. Let us head back. Changli finally snapped out of her intense focus on monster slaying. Is it already time? Sweat beaded on her forehead, and strands of hair clung to her face. Cheng-Li returned her dagger to its sheath, her hands trembling slightly from the exertion. Was Xiaoyan reached to take it. Cheng-Li abruptly withdrew her hand, saying, wait, it's sweaty. Let me clean it first. It's fine. No, wait for me to grab a cloth and wipe it clean. Cheng-Li firmly held the dagger behind her back. Seeing her insistence, Zhou Xiaoyan did not press further. Tomorrow at 6 o'clock, let us meet at entrance 1. Don't be late. I want to wait for you. If I don't see you, the team will automatically disband, and I want to team up with you again. Zhou Xiaoyan preferred to lay her cards on the table. She was particularly sensitive to time and held a strong disdain for those who were tardy. Even if the skill was suitable, she would not collaborate again. I'll make it. I heard there's accommodation here. I stayed overnight. I'll set 10 alarms to ensure I wake up early. Cheng-Li spoke rapidly. Zhou Xiaoyan nodded. How high is the pollution now? High pollution levels could affect tomorrow's state. It's 6 p.m. Thankfully, you came to help me clear the area when I was surrounded. Otherwise, I would have hit 20. Remember to buy stabilizers or head to the treatment room. Got it? This was the first time I personally killed so many monsters. Cheng-Li's voice was filled with excitement and elation as she walked backward with her hands clasped behind her, her eyes sparkling with joy. I think I'm starting to love this feeling. That's wonderful, Zhou Xiaoyan smiled, slightly affected by her joy. How many did you slay? 500. Over 500. Quite impressive indeed. Yes. While it may not compare to many others, this is my personal milestone. I'm going to treat myself to a good meal. Cheng-Li clenched her fist against her waist, her right hand mimicking the grip of a cup. Reaching skyward, a toast for 500 kills, Zhou Xiaoyan chuckled softly. Don't laugh. Cheng-Li blushed, slowly retracting her hand. Feeling a bit silly, Zhou Xiaoyan extended her right hand, gently tapping Cheng-Li's similarly extended hand. Her smile warm as she softly said, a toast to you. The hues of the sunset seemed to capture the two in a warm glow. Cheng-Li froze, blinking twice as the sunset light spread across her face and ears. She slowly lowered her hand, feigning bravado. All right, I'll drink to that. With that, she quickly turned away. Yet, her pace quickened considerably, and within moments she was jogging towards where her bag was, pulling out a tissue and diligently wiping her dagger. Zhou Xiaoyan intentionally slowed her pace, allowing her the time to adjust her emotions. As they approached the side, Cheng-Li had already shouldered his bag and handed over the dagger. Zhou Xiaoyan reattached the weapon to its cord, and the two made their way outside. The lair was quite distant, so they quickened their pace, spending over 2 hours on the journey. By the time they reached the hall, dusk had already begun to settle. Upon stepping through the entrance, a piercing yet familiar voice echoed from within. Ha, Feng Yang, how are you? I told you I would be number 1. Chapter 57. A filthy mouth. Let's brush his teeth. The crowd gazed in astonishment at the screen. Oh my. Zhang Tian has exploded today. He's reached 16,000. His total kills are now 99,000, just shy of 100,000. Doesn't that make him the top of both lists? Goodness, just yesterday, he was 5,000 behind Feng Yang. And now he surpassed him by 6,000? He has exceeded the data of yesterday's 1.001, only amassed that many after slaying the leader. Could it be that Zhang Tian encountered something similar? I didn't encounter anything. I killed them all myself, Zhang Tian declared, lifting his chin and casting a disdainful glance at the crowd. I said it before. I won't rely on tricks or luck. This is my true strength. Tio think he could kill so many on his own. This was genuine skill. Impressive. Not only has he ventured into the domain, but he also boasts such a kill count. It appears he truly possesses some prowess. Where's 001? Release your data. Zhang Tian scanned the crowd, seeking the elusive figure whose appearance remained unknown. Yet, no one responded, and his smile grew increasingly arrogant. The murmurs among the crowd intensified. Speaking of which, why hasn't 001 uploaded yet? Typically, updates would have been made by now. Surely, they aren't afraid of him. Perhaps they find his demeanor quite irritating and are reluctant to release it. I estimate 001's data today might only be around 4 or 5,000, which certainly wouldn't surpass his own. If released, it would merely subject them to ridicule. Zhang Tian patted Feng Yang on the shoulder, saying, it seems the rewards at the end of the month will belong to me. I must apologize. Feng Yang shrugged off Zhang Tian's hand, frowning as he replied, congratulations, then. The numbers for the next few days will remain the same. You and 001 cannot catch up. It's simply unavoidable. Zhang Tian deliberately emphasized his last words, drawing them out slowly. Feng Yang turned to leave, but Zhang Tian stepped in front of him. Hey, I said, don't you know 001? Call them out. Look, you're my second on the overall leaderboard. And 001 is my second on the daily leaderboard. ISNT, that's splendid. You both can be the two fools. He laughed heartily. What a foul mouth. Chengli puffed out her cheeks, wishing to teach him a lesson. Indeed, Zhuo Yin remarked dully. It seemed fate had conspired against them. Despite the conflicts in reality, 001 had not actively provoked anyone. Yet they still collided. He's quite the provocateur, Chengli mused. If he has a filthy mouth, let him brush his teeth. Zhuo Yin casually lifted her wrist and pressed the upload button. The crowd looked up at the screen behind Zhang Tian, and the once boisterous hall gradually quieted, with only Zhang Tian's laughter ringing out prominently. Observing the expressions on the faces around him, he sensed something amiss. His laughter began to dry up and ultimately ceased. Zhang Tian abruptly turned around, eyes widening in shock. Number 1000001111111 number 10000192047. What? The crowd erupted in a roar that seemed to threaten to lift the roof off. Did this 001 go to the lair for supplies? 90,000 and 11,000? Surely, I'm not mistaken. This number is terrifying. Just gazing at the figure, it was unimaginable how such a quantity of jellyfish could create such a spectacular scene. Is this akin to bombers raining destruction all around? How can daily kills surpass what others achieve in a month? The top 10 of the monthly rankings hover around 90,000 total kills. Yet, she can easily crush the number 99 of the monthly rankings in just one day? How could she reach 90,000 in a single day? My goal for 3 months has been accomplished by 001 in just one day. Someone lamented, clutching their head in despair. Who could forget that on her very first day? She had only slain 900. In less than a week, that number had skyrocketed 100-fold. Just moments ago, I was speculating that 001's data would be low and that she feared Zhang Tian. Now I feel utterly foolish. Feng Yang, is this what you called 4 or 5,000? Feng Yang, equally stunned, replied, I knew she was prolific, but I never imagined it would be this much. The team members exchanged bewildered glances. My heavens, did she unleash her skills after we left? It's impossible to achieve such numbers otherwise. This is not merely a weed whacker. This is truly a bomber. Earlier in the afternoon, they had said it was impossible for her to catch up in just a few days. Yet, it was indeed impossible, as she had achieved it in just one day. My estimations were still too conservative, one member lamented, throwing up their hands. Now, both overall leaderboard prizes will belong to 001, and no longer will it be one for Feng Yang and one for her. She will claim them both. They then cast a gleeful glance at the dumbstruck Zhang Tian. Zhang Tian, weren't you calling for 001? Here she comes. Zhang Tian felt as though his mind had been struck hard. Taking 2 steps back, staring at the screen in disbelief. Impossible, impossible. He had hired so many people to secure his first place, managing just over 10,000 with the help of a dozen. How could that not surpass 001? Clenching his fists, anxiety gripped him. Could she have hired people like him? No, that couldn't be right. To achieve such numbers, she would need to be among the top-ranked players, and there would have to be at least a dozen. If not 20. How could 001 know so many? They were all unaware of each other's identities, and only a few would expose themselves. Moreover, the rankings today had not changed, indicating that those higher up were preoccupied with their own affairs and had not participated in such matters. Even if they were a temporarily assembled group, could 001 afford to pay them? If she could, she wouldn't have shown little performance in the previous days. How on earth had 001 accomplished this? Zhang Tian's mind was a chaotic storm. Chapter 58. 001 appears. Chengli stared at the screen, mouth agape, and instinctively tugged at Zhuo Yan's sleeve. You, Zhuo Yan turned to her. Chengli opened and closed her mouth, as if pondering her words, then spoke earnestly and with conviction. You are a monstrous being. She had initially thought that 20,000 was considerable, but as Zhuo Yan's circle narrowed and her speed diminished, she had anticipated perhaps an additional 10,000. Yet, here she was, someone who believed she understood her opponent's data best, unable to make an accurate estimation. How high must Zhuo Yan's mental fortitude be? Had she used up all her enhancements in just half an hour? Did her augmentation not reach the limits of her abilities? thus restricting Zhou Xiaoyan's performance and preventing her from achieving her utmost potential. Chengli found it difficult to fathom. For the first time, she truly felt that her skills might be somewhat lacking. Not in the sense that her skills were merely auxiliary, but rather that their duration was insufficient, and the enhancement was not substantial enough. She suddenly realized that if she wished to improve, it wasn't about focusing on offense or seeking a new skill. Rather, it was about enhancing her most outstanding trait. If the assistance could last longer and enhance more, could it not benefit Zhou Xiaoyan further? Could it not also assist higher-tier awakeners? This ability seemed far from inadequate, if applied to the right individuals and in the right contexts. It could yield extraordinary results. Chengli glimpsed a window, an entirely new direction, a door to a new world opened by Zhou Xiaoyan. The words Zhou Xiaoyan had once praised her with resurfaced in her mind. You are far more formidable than you imagine. She had not believed it then, nor accepted it, but now she finally understood that Zhou Xiaoyan had always been sincere, devoid of mere flattery. Chengli felt warmth blossoming in her heart. Thank you, Zhou Xiaoyan, she murmured softly. Why the sudden gratitude? Zhou Xiaoyan asked, tilting her head. Chengli quickly shook her head with a smile. That's nothing. I just thought of it suddenly, by the way. This method of brushing teeth gets a thumbs up from me. Zhou Xiaoyan chuckled lightly. This is just mouthwash. We haven't even begun brushing yeti in the crowd. Someone remarked, Hey, is 001 present? This timing is too coincidental. Indeed. Haha, if she is, this will be quite a show. Will 001 appear? Zhang Tian scanned the room, observing each person's expression. Who is it? Who is 001? Are they watching me, purposely waiting to embarrass me? Just as he thought he had everything under control. The stark numbers served as a silent mockery, mocking his ignorance, mocking his arrogance. At that moment, the cracks began to form in his pride. Zhang Tian seethed with anger, an overwhelming sense of shame wrapping around him like thorns. Come out. Let me see who you truly are. Don't hide like a rat in the dark, stirring up trouble. Come into the light. Do we have a feud? Are you afraid to face me? What's with all this theatrics? People began to glance around the crowd, pondering who the elusive 001 could be. It had been quite some time since their last encounter. A cold, crisp voice emanated from the direction of the entrance. Zhang Tian felt a shiver run down his spine. Why did this voice sound so familiar? The crowd turned to look. There stood a woman clad in a black combat suit, her features soft yet exuding an aura of coldness that suggested an unapproachable demeanor. Paired with a hint of sharpness, her presence radiated a comforting steadiness. Appearing unperturbed, she seemed unaffected by the recent events and words. She stepped inside, a powerful aura enveloping her. People instinctively made way for her. Is she truly 001? The crowd gasped. Her demeanor suggests she is a formidable expert. I've seen her that day. I even spoke to her, exclaimed a girl, her hands covering her mouth. Oh my, she really is 001. She told me that day, and I didn't believe her. What is going on? Tell us. Someone inquired with curiosity. I have great admiration for 001. When we discussed her, I heard her say she was the only one on the mental strength leaderboard who ranked first. While others lagged far behind, I was incensed that I thought, who does she think she is? 001 excels in one aspect and surpasses many. If you think otherwise, then you should rank and speak for yourself. What have I done? Right in front of her. The girl buried her face in her hands, utterly embarrassed. Nearby, others found the situation amusing and stifled their laughter. Well, she wasn't wrong. One aspect truly is far behind. But now she is first in all rankings. Zhou Xiaoyan arrived at the center of the hall, standing before Zhang Tian. She locked eyes with him and spoke slowly. So, you wish to know who I am? Zhang Tian felt a jolt of fear as he recognized her familiar visage. His throat tightened. Zhua, you are 001? Zhou Xiaoyan's lips curled into a subtle smile, her tone gentle. Do you see it clearly now? That familiar way of speaking, that familiar devilish smile. Zhang Tian's face drained of color. You, could it be that you intend to settle the debt from last time? You mustn't speak nonsense. I owe you nothing. Zhou Xiaoyan raised her right hand, holding up 2 fingers. Is this hint sufficient? I dislike owing others, nor do I enjoy being owed. How about you return it to me now? Zhang Tian looked at her. Confusion written on his face, then suddenly shuddered. 20 strikes. She had mentioned before that he owed her 20 strikes. In an instant, he was transported back to that day, when she had smiled so sweetly. Amidst the glimmer of cold light, the gentle counting began, and the relentless pain followed. Ever since that day, nightmares plagued him, visions of himself riddled with holes, waking in a cold sweat at midnight. He dared not approach the entrance she frequented, fearful of encountering her, and had been using alternate pathways for days, even trying to avoid the time she might appear. Yes, this woman was a demon. When she smiled, she masked the chill around her. Her gentle features were all the more deceptive. She rarely held grudges, making it hard for others to provoke her anger. She remained silent, causing people to underestimate her, thinking she was easily manageable. But that was a facade. She could become enraged, and when angered, her smile would not fade but deepen. When she struck, she was more ruthless than anyone else. Memories caused him to feel a prickling pain, his breath quickened, and he struggled to remain upright. Grasping the arm of a teammate beside him, this nightmare. No, it could not become a nightmare again. She? Zhang Tian's gaze darted around, seeking the best escape route, determined never to experience that agony again. Moreover, in plain view of everyone. How could she act? Surely, she would not dare to. At that moment, it seemed she perceived his thoughts. Swishoyan pointed her 2 fingers at her own eyes, then directed them toward him, a smile playing on her lips. Zhang Tian felt his limbs turn to ice. He understood. She was indicating, "I will keep my eyes on you." Chapter 59. Just sincere questions and encouragements. Swishoyan's gaze darkened slightly. The rift between them had deepened. With little hope for resolution, such individuals would not relent, their methods only growing more vicious. Henceforth, let him prepare to face his demise. A death that emanated from within. No one had anticipated that she and Zhang Tian were acquainted. The crowd was taken aback, realizing that even the top 3 of the monthly leaderboard were familiar with one another. And not only was the data overwhelming, but even the relationships in reality were equally so. At the entrance, Changli clenched his fists excitedly, exclaiming, "Scrub, scrub." Members of the Fengyang team erupted in laughter. He just called others mice. Yet now he resembles a mouse confronted by a cat, his legs turning to jelly. If there were a hole, he would surely want to burrow in and escape. This laughter jolted Zhang Tian upright. "What are you laughing at? You're the real mice, chattering away. You have no idea what this woman has done." Zhang Tian glared at the smiling faces around him, feeling his blood boil. Today was supposed to be his moment, a time for him to bask in the praises of the crowd. He had built this stage, allowing the spotlight to shine upon him, yet he was reduced to a mere monkey, a clown on this stage. How utterly humiliating. Even though the hall was as bright as day, he felt as if he were engulfed in darkness. The shadows of those below the stage twisting into grotesque smiles, their faces contorting. Were it not for Fengyang's earlier conjectures, he would not have felt this humiliation was warranted. He had secured his ranking yet had been deliberately toyed with. Why not just display the numbers from the start? Was this really entertaining to her? Zhang Tian shouted at Swishoyan. "If you had shown it from the beginning, I wouldn't have had to call you out. You've always wanted to keep me under your thumb, intruding upon my moment of triumph. You always target me. Are you sick?" Was it simply because he had said a few words when purchasing equipment that had provoked her wrath? How petty could she be? A glass heart, holding grudges. The fear he once held for Swishoyan morphed into hatred and anger. "I have no time to target you," Swishoyan replied, patting the gun at her waist. "Let us just say you're quite good at putting yourself in the crosshairs and even enjoy pulling the trigger yourself. Perhaps it ties back to your fondness for firearms." Zhang Tian glared at her. Gritting his teeth, that was his weapon, one he had spent a significant amount of contribution points to acquire. Now in someone else's hands, the voice called out from the entrance, "You can't blame 001 for this. I saw her enter right when you were demanding the numbers be shown. Wasn't he that what you wanted? She just complied with your request, and now you accuse her of targeting you." Zhang Tian felt his head buzzing with fury. Wasn't he that just saying he had brought this upon himself? It had been the same last time. Back then, during the handling session, it was the same. As he pondered, the pain in his head intensified. A lump of frustration lodged in his chest, making it hard to breathe. He gasped for more air, his chest feeling as if it were about to collapse. "Ha, ha!" Swishoyan tilted her head slightly, gazing at the screen. "You are my second on the overall leaderboard, and also my second on the daily leaderboard. Quite well done." The crowd erupted in laughter. Isn't that just what Zhang Tian said earlier? Now he is going to be labeled a fool twice over. How clever, without cursing, you just lambasted the other side. Had Zhang Tian not referred to the second place as a fool, even if he became second himself, it wouldn't carry such weight. Laughter ensued. 001 indeed spoke the truth according to the data, and one could not argue against her since she also complimented his performance. Zhang Tian trembled with rage. Bewildered as to why Zhou Xiuyan could always use his words to counter him. Moreover, he found himself utterly powerless against her. Why do these people side with Zhou Xiuyan? They were all of the same ilk. You re nothing but a bunch of trash. How could you compare to me? What right do you have to laugh? Had you not said that, I wouldn't have known about the prize. Zhou Xiuyan smiled. Your promotional skills remain impeccable. She offered her full affirmation. Something he had so long coveted must be quite exceptional. That's mine. It should have been mine. Zhang Tian roared, pointing at her. You've stolen my things. Is this even considered theft? The crowd jeered. Clearly, she had earned it through her own strength. If you believe it's theft, then work harder in the coming days and reclaim it. No one is binding your hands. That's right. Zhang Tian, put in some effort. You should be able to catch up. Members of the Fengyang team cheered him on. If you make 20,000 kills tomorrow, you'll surpass her. What? Is the daily kill count now measured in tens of thousands? Is a mere 10,000 no longer sufficient? Zhang Tian's eyes turned bloodshot, his expression twisted with malice as he spat. You think it's impressive to flaunt your kills in front of me? Zhou Xiuyan quietly observed him. Indeed, it always felt as if the actions of others mirrored his own approach. Even if you refused to admit it, who would believe that this is solely your achievement? Why could this woman remain so composed? Was she truly so fearless? Do you truly believe that such an outrageous act would go unnoticed? The members of the Fengyang team were displeased. Do not unjustly tarnish our reputation. We witnessed her actions firsthand and can testify to them. You are all familiar with her. Of course you would defend her. Zhang Tian's voice rose a few notches. Someone questioned in confusion, can this still be bought? The judgment from the back-end data is infallible. There are dedicated individuals responsible for oversight, and any discrepancies will surely be addressed. Noticing the dwindling support for him, Zhang Tian lowered his voice, as if squeezing the words through clenched teeth. 001, don't think I can't see through you. You have gathered more people than I have. I did indeed recruit a new teammate today. Since you have fewer allies, Zhou Xiuyan earnestly inquired, is your teammate merely half a one? Others could not help but chuckle. We wonder if you found the upper half or the lower half. Let us witness it. Zhang Tian gasped for breath, feeling as though he could no longer remain in the hall. Am I still in the dark? I understand the dirty deeds you've committed. You simply refuse to acknowledge it. You fools know nothing, each of you foolish enough to believe in this woman. Fools, why must it all fall on me? The blame lies with them. Why is everyone so eager to take responsibility? They are all in cahoots, all of them repugnant beings. They deserve to perish. Silence yourselves. I shall tear you apart. Zhang Tian stood at the scene, feeling as though the stage had plunged into darkness. Every distorted face pressing in on him, yearning to merge with his own. Ah! He roared. Everyone startled, witnessing the skin on his face crack, sharp, earthy spikes erupting forth, spreading rapidly across his body, the ground beneath him fracturing and exploding outward in a cacophony. Chapter 60. Dust to dust, earth to earth. All of this transpired too swiftly. Many were caught unawares. The sharp fragments of earth struck like bullets, piercing through the crowd, the hall filled with anguished cries. Zhou Xiuyan, perceptive of emotional turmoil, had sensed the impending chaos and had already taken precautions, crossing his arms to shield his face while swiftly retreating. Zhang Tian surveyed the room, seemingly surprised by the devastation he had wrought, transforming his fury into glee. Ha ha ha, keep talking, and I'll make sure to end you all. As he spoke, his transformation grew more peculiar. The cracks in his skin deepened, with stones and earth oozing forth. The stone and earth did not form a coherent armor. Rather, they enveloped him in an irregular, twisted manner, creating grotesque shapes. Some resembled gnarled branches, others like stalactites, and some appeared akin to the warty bumps on a toad. The earth beneath him surged like a swarm of ants, climbing up his form, spiraling upwards, solidifying into a terrifying, bizarre stone column. What is this? How did he become this way? the ground rapidly fractured, stones shooting up like serpents breaking through the soil. Slithering toward the crowd. Amidst the alarmed outcries, people unleashed their various abilities against the stone serpents. Yet these serpents shifted as if they were alive, evading the attacks. Nevertheless, with so many present, a few stone serpents were shattered. But before the struck individuals could rejoice, the falling debris was caught by the rising stones, reassembling into an even more twisted form, charging forward once more. Many were struck, the stone serpents coiling around them. Enveloping them in a flurry of debris, Fengyang raised his hand, unleashing a blade of wind toward the encroaching serpents. As they dodged, another blade followed swiftly, cleaving them apart. His timing was impeccable, and for the moment, he suffered no harm. The members of the team, backs pressed together in mutual protection, were acutely aware that this could not last. The number of these creatures surrounding them far exceeded that in other directions. Increasingly, people realized they could not hold out any longer and rushed toward the exit. Run! Those near the entrance managed to escape, but many were bottlenecked at the door. Changli, who should have been among the first to flee, hesitated as she glanced back toward the center of the hall. Her face was a mask of fear, yet her feet remained planted, evading the throng of panicked individuals. Even in flight, she could not abandon her ally. 001, come here quickly, she shouted, drawing her knife and striking at the encroaching stone serpents. These serpents, weakened by their distance from the center, shattered easily under her blade, their pursuit slowed. Changli felt a modicum of relief, but her worry mounted as she frequently glanced back. A chaotic swarm of stone serpents surged towards Xiaoyan, and while others faced one or two, she found herself besieged by a multitude. Encircled like a cocoon, though they did not touch Xiaoyan, they continually collapsed around her, disintegrating into earth. Yet, Changli discerned that the situation was dire. The number of serpents showed no signs of diminishing. If this continued, Xiaoyan would not endure. Xiaoyan regarded the stone serpents before her, their emotional energies chaotic and mottled, resembling a tangled mass of headphone wires. Her emotional regulation had not dispelled these energies. Instead, it seemed to have scattered them. It was akin to grinding coffee blocks into powder, dispersing it throughout the air. Emotional regulation could not disrupt their essence. They were inherently chaotic, and chaos only tightened their bonds further. She was merely stirring the pot, so to speak. The hand that stirs the coffee will eventually tire, yet the coffee remains rich. Ha 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 ha, you cannot break my abilities. The raspy laughter echoed, reminiscent of coarse sand being ground against pavement. Accompanied by an unsettling sharpness, through the gaps, Xiaoyan glimpsed the source of the voice. Aside from the eyes, there was no trace of humanity left, only a conglomeration of stone, consumed by madness. Die, die. With Zhang Tian's words, the speed of the stone serpent surged, compressing the area around Xiaoyan. If this persisted, she would ultimately be reduced to dust. The Fengyang team suddenly felt a decrease in pressure, likely due to Zhang Tian focusing his attention on Xiaoyan. They were filled with concern. She could not have much mental energy left to resist. Meanwhile, Changli at the entrance was growing weary from swinging her weapon, watching Xiaoyan remain eerily still. Tears welling in her eyes. I can't hold on much longer. 001, you must escape. I don't want to be seen as disloyal, but I am truly terrified. Let us flee together. Zhang Tian's raspy laughter echoed once more, his eyes gleaming with excitement. This time, even if you beg on your knees, I will not spare you. I have dreamt of your demise for days. Xiaoyan analyzed the chaotic energy. It did not belong to Zhang Tian, yet it was deeply intertwined with his essence. This energy had manifested after Zhang Tian's outburst, continually gravitating toward him. Or rather, it was through Zhang Tian's manipulation that she could perceive them. He was linked to them, and they to him. Their core was Zhang Tian. As long as he lived, this energy would only multiply. Chaos breeds chaos, and chaos spreads chaos. The turmoil. One must. Xiaoyan smiled subtly. Everything was unfolding as she had anticipated. She began to diminish her range, appearing as though she were being compressed into a sphere, encased in stone and earth. No? 001. This one do. Fengyang attempted to extend a hand, yet was consumed by his own concerns. Changli was frantic, unsure how to respond. Only Zhang Tian's laughter continued to rise in crescendo. At that moment, Zhuoxiuyan slowly raised her left hand. Zhang Tian, through the fissures of the stone serpents, caught sight of her movement and paused momentarily. You cannot harm me. What do you intend to do? Zhuoxiuyan's fingertips brushed against the falling dust at the boundary of her range before she closed her eyes. She was accepting the taint of this energy. The chaotic energy coursed through her body, transmitting to her mind. She felt the connection. She sensed the pathway that was tightly intertwined with Zhang Tian's heart. Following it was like a sudden jolt of electricity. Zhuoxiuyan found herself ensnared in a vast web, engulfed by overwhelming emotions. These were human emotions, originating from Zhang Tian. Within that vibrant web, she distinctly observed strands of black. Not that the strands were particularly visible, but rather her sensitivity to them was heightened. The fear emanating from the core gave her an acute awareness of fear and the mental energy entwined with it. She felt like a spider returning to her most familiar web. Your fear has never vanished, Zhuoxiuyan murmured softly. Zhang Tian did not comprehend her words, yet he suddenly sensed an unsettling shift within himself. Unease gripped him. Zhuoxiuyan delicately traced the black strands with her mind, akin to caressing the threads she had woven. What is the antithesis of chaos? It is singularity, it is purity. When these dominate, chaos will cease. Thus, let the dispersed fears coalesce. Let the deepest fears intensify. Fear shall take control. Zhuoxiuyan silently recited in her heart, meticulously reweaving and stirring every black thread here. These ebony strands began to quiver, as though insects had fallen into a web. Like embers on the verge of extinguishing, a gust of wind would suddenly cause scattered sparks to leap forth, igniting everything they touched into flames. Burning, burning, burning. Ah! Zhang Tian let out a ghastly scream. An unparalleled terror engulfing his heart. It was more grotesque than a nightmare, darker than the abyss. What have you done? He spoke, his voice tinged with tremors. An inexplicable dread rendered him disoriented, while the stark reality before him delivered an unexplainable shock. The stone serpents could not coalesce, fracturing and cascading downwards. Like a curtain descending, revealing the figure who stood within. Zhuoxiuyan opened her eyes. According to Article 246 of the Management Regulations, intentional attacks on companions resulting in casualties are subject to countermeasures. Upon confirming the loss of human characteristics, lethal force is permitted. She lowered her hand and advanced. You fired at me because you knew I wore a bulletproof vest, ensuring my survival with merely superficial injuries. That moment, you harbored no intent to kill, so I punished you in kind. Otherwise, you would have perished at my hands. As Zhang Tian watched her approach, his anxiety intensified, and he felt an unsettling sensation in his chest. He glanced down to see the stone at his heart slowly dissolving, forming a small cavity that gradually revealed his contorted, muscular body. That I cherish life and have no desire to harm others indiscriminately. I respect the law and would never transgress its boundaries. Yet, you, the monster, are no longer afforded protection. Zhuoxiuyan deftly unfastened her waist, methodically disengaging the safety, followed by a decisive click as she chambered around. She pressed the gun against Zhang Tian's chest. The icy touch rendered Zhang Tian momentarily blank. No, no. In the next life, do not let me descend into monstrosity. Bang. A scream echoed in the next instant. There were more bangs, bang, bang, bang. The hall fell into an eerie silence, with only the rhythmic and melodic sounds reverberating through the space. 20 bullets, all expended. Zhang Tian's eyes dimmed, devoid of life. He succumbed to pure terror, and with that, he bore no further debts. Chapter 61. The monster created by my own hands. The assembly in the hall seemed to have been muted, enveloped in silence. Only the cracking of the stone serpents echoed as they disintegrated into rubble and dust, cascading down like rain. The dull clattering of their fracturing, followed by the dense and crisp sounds of their descent, merged into a symphony akin to the concluding piece after a stage curtain falls. Feng Yang and the others exhaled a significant sigh of relief. Having battled the stone serpents, they understood the trouble they posed. While the serpents could not harm them, their sheer numbers rendered them helpless. Their only hope was to escape safely, never anticipating that Zhuoxiuyan would turn the tide mere moments later. Despite all being first here awakened, how could the disparity be so vast? Cheng Li's eyes widened in shock. The sudden gunfire had a considerable impact on her. She blinked twice, quickly raising her hands to wipe away her tears. It seemed that 001 was rather formidable after all. Initially perceiving her as a gentle older sister, witnessing her firing without expression, devoid of emotion, her every move marked by unhesitating decisiveness, her posture as upright as a sword, fearless and cold, yet considerate and gentle, a person could embody such contrasting facets. Was her concern for Zhou Xiuyan perhaps unwarranted? Although she knew Zhou Xiuyan was certainly not weak, the display of her overwhelming strength and rapid resolution of the crisis reshaped Cheng Li's perception of her. Her understanding of Zhou Xiuyan had only stemmed from witnessing her slaughter the jellyfish earlier, experiencing the wild thrill of harvesting. It was as if everyone was gathering rice with their hands, while Zhou Xiuyan filled a sack with grain. The current situation resembled someone encircled by snakes. Everyone was contemplating how to evade them or slay the constricting serpents. Yet, Zhou Xiuyan merely raised her hand, eliminating all the snakes in the vicinity, uprooting their lair, and dispatching the Serpent King. The level of danger and difficulty was incomparable, and the feelings elicited were entirely distinct. The others gaped in astonishment. The sudden upheaval had surpassed their comprehension, yet 001 swiftly quelled the chaos, leaving them momentarily dazed. This was their first glimpse of 001 in action, and the impression left was profound, one they would not forget for years to come. Many who had just been ensnared regained their mobility, re-emerging into the light and finding breath once more. They waved their arms in panic or shouted, their hearts still racing as they glanced around. Witnessing the stones raining down, a woman was lowering her weapon. As the grotesque stone pillar crumbled, revealing the lifeless figure within, their shock intensified, soon followed by the elation of having survived a catastrophe. That was close. 001 saved the day. All personnel evacuate. A loud announcement echoed from outside as everyone snapped back to reality, beginning to retreat. Medical teams rushed in, lifting the injured or performing emergency bandaging on some. Cheng Li, clutching her knife, stepped over the debris and hurried towards Zhou Xiuyan. "Are you all right?" Zhou Xiuyan shook her head, reholstering her weapon, somewhat surprised by Cheng Li's willingness to wait for her. Glancing at her, Cheng Li bore no serious injuries aside from her face being smudged, which eased Zhou Xiuyan's concerns as they walked out together. Cheng Li queried, "The strength of Zhang Tian's ability surpasses what a first-tier awakened could achieve. Doesn't it?" He nearly suppressed everyone in the room. Yes and no. Zhou Xiuyan's expression grew complex. Cheng Li eagerly awaited her explanation. It was he who actively induced this transformation in himself, yet the energy does not wholly belong to him. It originates from the microenergy within this space. Microenergy? Cheng Li had never encountered this term before. Indeed, spiritual energy is not solely contained within humans or spiritual creatures. It disperses throughout every corner of the world. Much like air, invisible yet omnipresent. Typically, one cannot perceive them, as these energies are too weak to even form a level 0 fusion body. However, they seek to attach themselves to powerful spiritual energies and become part of them. Cheng Li listened intently, intrigued by this novel knowledge. No wonder it's called microenergy. The type of spiritual energy one emits attracts similar microenergies to gravitate towards them. Yet humans possess protective mechanisms and mental barriers, preventing energies from entering their bodies freely. This is akin to human skin and various immune systems. Humans should ideally regulate their spirits, yet when one relinquishes that control, allowing emotions to dictate the flow of energy, the mental barrier dissipates. At this juncture, microenergies surge through the open channels, entwining with them. Cheng Li's mouth fell slightly agape, seemingly grasping a revelation. She raised her index finger and waved it a few times. "Oh, I see. It's like removing the cover from a vacuum's entrance. Wait a moment, the barrier disappears." She blinked, recognizing a subtle coincidence. Did that not mean he truly became defenseless? Zhou Xiuyan pondered for a moment. Well, you are not entirely incorrect. This phenomenon is also referred to as mental chaos. It is precisely why Zhou Xiuyan could enter Zhang Tian's spiritual realm through microenergy. He had laid himself bare. The framework of chaos was composed of Zhang Tian's myriad emotions, with microenergies adhering to them. They became the bridge, allowing Zhou Xiuyan to locate the deepest source. After manipulating his fear, his emotions remained beyond his control. Now under Zhou Xiuyan's dominion, halting that tumultuous emotional state was akin to taming a runaway steed, re-establishing a barrier through fear and acquiring a new pass. Anything incompatible would be barred entry, and all that had entered would be expelled. With the excess framework toppled, everything placed upon it would inevitably collapse and scatter. Chaos is far from ideal. Why would he choose such a path? Chung Li's face bore confusion. For power. Triggering chaos allows one to gain immense energy instantaneously. Far exceeding their spiritual capacity, it feels as if all the world's entities would heed your command, and the world could reshape itself as you desire. Yet, the downside is that it gradually spirals out of control. Once the quantity surpasses a certain threshold, can the once cherished sovereign still suppress these unruly masses? He would no longer be himself but a monster he chose to become, Sui Xiuyan mused inwardly. Under deliberate provocation, how could Zhang Tian maintain his composure? Arriving at this juncture was inevitable. Chung Li, once more curious, asked, "Do all who experience chaos transform in such a manner?" Sui Xiuyan shook her head. Not everyone undergoes such a transformation. It varies according to the type of personal energy. An individual experiencing chaos will manifest as type A, while another as type E. Chung Li's astonishment at Sui Xiuyan's knowledgeable responses grew. How do you know so much? And you explain it so simply. Official database. Oh. Chung Li pressed her lips together. That moment, Li Qiun brushed past her. The glance exchanged in that fleeting instant was ineffable. Yet, Sui Xiuyan discerned 3 words from it. It's you again. Chapter 62. Can you be 002? Li Qiun entered the hall, gazing at the corpses buried beneath piles of stones. He addressed the armed personnel behind him, saying, "Take them back." Shortly thereafter, everyone in the hall had evacuated. Li Qiun exhaled. You certainly know how to create trouble for me. Subsequently, all the stones in the hall began to tremble. With a rustling sound, they swiftly returned to the ground, as if rewinding a tape. The fissures between the floor and the ceiling gradually closed, becoming as pristine as new. The shattered decorations restored to their former completeness, showing no trace of damage. Li Qiun stepped outside. Observing the crowd gathered outside the hall, his expression turned serious as he proclaimed, "I do not care how much you understand about mental disturbances, but this is a living example. I hope you heed this warning. Mental disturbances can not only be triggered voluntarily but can also ensnare one passively due to other factors. As awakeners, it is paramount to manage one's emotions. When you lose your sanity, you become akin to a monster." The crowd fell silent. Witnessing a monster and seeing a person transform into a monster are 2 entirely different matters. The mere thought of potentially becoming such a being was even more unsettling. A few armed personnel approached the crowd, seizing members of Zhang Tian's team. "Come with us. We detected that you engaged in improper transactions involving kill data." The faces of those individuals changed, and they recoiled, attempting to protest. "I didn't." But their feeble defense proved futile as they were apprehended. "Fools, kill counts are not meant for flaunting or trading," Li Qiun scolded loudly. "The rules were established to train you, to consider your welfare. Yet here you are, skirting the rules to inflate your numbers. When you enter the field, it won't simply be a stationary jellyfish for you to kill. This wilderness time is meant to familiarize you with your abilities, preparing you for the challenges ahead. It is also to protect the citizens, to keep monsters away from the urban areas, and to create a safe zone for those unarmed. This is our duty and responsibility as awakeners. We must honor the gifts and abilities bestowed upon us by the heavens. Your actions mock the sanctity of life, both your own and that of others." The individuals hung their heads, rendered speechless by his reprimand, before being escorted away by the armed personnel. "Everyone disperse and behave yourselves." The crowd promptly scattered. Li Qiun approached Sui Xiuyan, saying, "Didn't I tell you not to come to the wilderness these past few days? Have you recovered so quickly?" "All right." Li Qiun examined her from head to toe, remarking, "Before I arrived, I almost thought you had succumbed to a mental disturbance. Then Team Li can rest easy. My control over my emotions should far exceed that of the average person. I see your level of peculiarity also far exceeds that of the average person," Li Qiun retorted, then seriously suggested, "How about I take you to have your fortune told one day?" Sui Xiuyan regarded him for a moment, then pondered seriously. "Sure." This left Li Qiun momentarily dumbfounded. "Huh? I suddenly find merit in what you said before. Sometimes, one can place trust in the esoteric. I just wonder who is fated to counter whom." "What I said must have merit," Li Qiun responded, then waved his hand. "All right, you should head back and stay out of trouble." Team Li turned to walk towards the armed personnel, seemingly instructing them on something. "Let us go eat," Zhou Xiuyan said, heading in the direction of the cafeteria. I'm starving tonight. What do you plan to do after you finish eating? Chengli inquired, having remained quiet during their earlier conversation. I'll review some materials. I need to sign up for the exam later. IT was originally my plan to register in a few days, but since I've completed the kill count today, the exam schedule will naturally be moved up. So soon? Chengli exclaimed, wishing you the best of luck on your exam. Thanks. Cheng-Li's expression turned slightly awkward as she lowered her head for a moment before looking back at her. Will you still come tomorrow? Of course. Great. Cheng-Li brightened immediately. I won't break my commitments. Zhou Xiuyan added. The exam has 3 time slots available, morning, noon, and evening. I will reserve the evening slot at 8 p.m. It won't interfere with tomorrow's monster hunting. Cheng-Li nodded enthusiastically. However, as they continued walking, a hint of melancholy shadowed her face. But you'll soon be officially promoted and won't be here anymore. Indeed, Zhou Xiuyan replied. The zero-tier area offers little in terms of personal advancement today. After elevating my mental level to 500, the mental level gained from killing jellyfish has significantly dwindled. Initially, killing one would yield 0.01. Then it became 10 kills for the same increment, and eventually, one would need to slay 100 just to gain that. Tomorrow, I will extract the last vestiges of value from the zero-tier jellyfish until they are of no use to me. After finishing their meal, the two parted ways, and Cheng-Li returned to her room, lying on her bed. Her mind was a whirlwind of thoughts, feeling as if everything that transpired today was but a dream. Zhou Xiuyan, she whispered, recalling the person who often retreated to the left resting area to converse. She chuckled softly. What nonsense, then? Cheng-Li fell silent for a moment. She's leaving, huh? I thought I had found someone I could team up with for the long term. But unexpectedly, we must part ways tomorrow. After Zhou Xiuyan's departure, it would be difficult for her to encounter someone like her again. Whether it was her attitude, the assistance she provided, or her poise and intellect. Cheng-Li found her fondness for Zhou Xiuyan growing. It was astonishing how, despite having known her for only a day, she already felt a hint of attachment. If only I had met her sooner. Well, she is 001. It's only natural that she progresses at such a rapid pace. Cheng-Li mused, I'm not her friend. We are merely strangers, and the gap between us is so vast that we will likely not meet again. The more she thought about it, the more despondent she became. Oh, how frustrating. She burrowed under her covers, covering her head, and kicked her feet unhappily. After a while, she remained still, contemplating. No? Cheng-Li abruptly threw off the covers, revealing her head. I am Cheng-Li with a promising future and a decisive demeanor. I can also become an outstanding individual and achieve early promotion. Wouldn't that place me on the same tier as her? Then, I would have the chance to cross paths with her. As long as I reduce the distance between us, it will be fine. Cheng-Li sat up with determination. I need to find a way to catch up to her. To match her pace. Now is not the time for sleep. She quickly got out of bed, recalling Zhou Xiuyan mentioning she would go to the reading room to study. I should study too. If I take 001 as my example, can I become 002? Perhaps it is possible. After all, she did say, I am the ace. Chapter 63. Do you have mind-reading skills? On the 27th Sunday morning, after having breakfast, Zhou Xiuyan gathered her ammunition and replenished her supplies before proceeding to the designated passage. She discovered Cheng-Li amidst the crowd, glancing around with a hint of anxiety on her face. Indeed, she had not arrived late. She had even come early. Sorry to keep you waiting, Zhou Xiuyan approached her. No. Cheng-Li's face lit up with a smile, as if a weight had been lifted. There are so many people. I was worried I wouldn't find you. As they entered the wilderness precisely at 6 o'clock, Zhou Xiuyan noticed Cheng-Li fixated ahead, her pace brisk, exuding a sense of urgency. If not for the crowd, she would likely be moving even faster. Do you have a goal now? Zhou Xiuyan pondered internally. Yesterday, Cheng-Li had seemed somewhat aimless, merely following others. Today, she appeared to have a clear purpose and plan. As the crowd thinned, Cheng-Li turned her gaze towards Zhou Xiuyan and solemnly stated, Zhou Xiuyan, my mental strength has increased by over 20 points. I will be able to provide you with more assistance today. Such rapid growth? Zhou Xiuyan expressed mild surprise. Currently, the second highest on the leaderboard only achieved a growth of 7 to 10 points daily. I didn't expect it either. Cheng-Li's tone had a slight uplift. Her voice filled with joy yet striving to maintain a serious demeanor. I believe it's the result of exhausting all my mental energy. previously, regardless of whether I used my abilities or not. My daily growth was fixed at 3 to 4 points. Moreover, the individuals I assisted before didn't require me to expend much energy, so I never experienced the sensation of completely depleting my mental capacity. That's wonderful, Swishoyan smiled in response. You've discovered a method for steady growth. This was Cheng Li's unique path of growth. Every individual possesses a suitable route, one that is distinctly theirs, but discovering it requires time and various attempts. Indeed, Cheng Li nodded. This way, I can reach. She paused, then rephrased her statement. The fastest speed to 300. Swishoyan gazed at Cheng Li. Today's demeanor of her counterpart was in stark contrast to that of yesterday. There was a noticeable reduction in her laughter, her speech had become more concise, and she had significantly minimized the use of filler words and reduplications, all while striving to project an image of calm competence. Humans inherently exhibit a chameleon effect, unconsciously mimicking the speech and actions of those around them. However, this effect manifested in a subtle and scarcely perceptible manner, often unbeknownst even to the imitators themselves. Yet, Cheng Li was different. She was deliberately imitating. Driven by a yearning for recognition and emotional interaction, she sought to cultivate a closer bond with a particular individual by consciously studying their mannerisms and speech. Swishoyan discerned Cheng Li's thoughts as she raised her hand to operate her wristband. Beep. You have a new friend request. Cheng Li momentarily froze, glancing at her wristband. Huh? Her eyes widened as she looked at Swishoyan, then back down at her wristband. Oh? Why did you suddenly add me? For convenience in communication. Swishoyan refrained from making any explicit statements that might induce awkwardness, casually mentioning that the team formation page allowed for direct additions. Oh. Cheng Li stifled her excitement and replied earnestly, if you need assistance, feel free to call on me. Sure. Swishoyan smiled and nodded. Based on their current interactions, Cheng Li exhibited commendable character. If her abilities were to strengthen in the future, opportunities for collaboration would undoubtedly increase, making a friendship with her quite advantageous. This could be seen as a fortuitous turn of events. The two continued their journey, with Swishoyan responsible for clearing out monsters. Yet today, Cheng Li was particularly focused on observing Swishoyan's movements, seemingly intent on memorizing how she maneuvered the dagger with the rope. Upon reaching the lair, Cheng Li set down her bag and took the initiative to stand beside Swishoyan rather than behind her. As they ran, she kept pace with Swishoyan, not falling behind despite her heavy breathing, and maintained silence throughout. After lunch, Swishoyan handed over the dagger, this time without removing the rope. Cheng Li accepted it with surprise. I was just thinking. Today, I want to try using the rope. She paused, gazing at Swishoyan with a complex expression. Why does it feel like you can see through my thoughts? Perhaps. Swishoyan replied with a smile. Huh? Cheng Li blinked a few times, as if struck by a realization. No way. Are you saying that in the morning when you added me as a friend, it was because you knew I wanted to add you but felt too shy to say it? So you took the initiative? It seems that since we first met, you've often figured out what I was thinking. It's almost like mind reading. So, all my attempts to appear friendly today have been seen through. And you haven't called me out on it. Does that mean I seem calculating? She quickly diverted her gaze elsewhere, stammering. I was just she tucked her hands behind her back, fidgeting awkwardly. How would Swishoyan perceive me? This is too for a moment. Cheng Li felt a twinge of panic. Surely, she couldn't know about my self-talk from last night. But then again, it's not entirely impossible. Seeing that Swishoyan was still patiently waiting for her to speak, she abruptly turned and dashed away. Oh, I'll go slay some monsters first. Swishoyan chuckled and shook her head. Off she goes again. The two took up positions to eliminate monsters, and by 5 o'clock, Swishoyan prepared to withdraw, needing to leave earlier than usual for the exam. Cheng Li cleaned the dagger and returned it, expressing a desire to accompany her. Thus, they made their way to the exit, and after having a meal, they arrived at the second floor of the hall. This was the examination venue. The overall arrangement featured a spacious square area in the center designated as the waiting area. At the top of the square, a large screen measuring 22 meters in length and 16 meters in width had been erected. The other 3 sides housed individual examination rooms, with 10 rooms on each side. At present, numerous individuals occupied the seats arranged in the central area, engaged in conversation. A cursory glance revealed over 100 people, far exceeding the 30 candidates. Were it not for the lack of elevation differences, it would resemble a large cinema hall. Why are there so many people? Cheng Li looked around in astonishment. Swishoyan pointed at the screen. The others are here to watch a film. What? Chung-Li asked, bewildered. The film is titled Mad Monster City, and the actors are the 30 candidates. Chapter 64. The film is about to premiere. Is the exam not a written test? Chung-Li inquired. A rigid written test does not sufficiently demonstrate whether the awakened individuals have truly grasped the material. Practical application is essential, Zhou Xiaoyan explained. Thus, candidates will enter a virtual space to confront real monsters and respond accordingly. All sensations and cognitive responses will be indistinguishable from real experiences. The candidates' actions during this time will be projected onto the large screen, with the examiners selecting the most harrowing or exemplary segments. Significant errors will serve as cautionary reminders, while impressive strategies will be utilized as teaching materials for disseminating knowledge. Chung-Li's eyes brightened with each word. This sounds intriguing. Let us sit for a moment. There's still a while before it begins. Zhou Xiaoyan led her to a less crowded area to sit. Consequently, many individuals would come to watch, as although the monsters faced varied each time, it provided a sense of familiarity for future exams. You mentioned wanting to come here. I don't think it's a waste of time. Chung-Li replied cheerfully. I initially thought it would be a scenario where everyone sits in a room frantically writing. I was hoping for a written test. The girl seated in front turned around, wearing a somewhat exasperated expression. If I get scared by a monster and scream, only to be seen by a bunch of people, I'll really become the laughingstock. I'll be acting in a horror film, and everyone will treat it like a comedy. Chung-Li burst into laughter. The girl adjusted her long-sleeve collar. This blue color makes me stand out more, so I'm more likely to attract attention. Are you candidates? She casually initiated a conversation, leaning her arm on the chair. She is, I'm not. Chung-Li pointed to Zhou Xiaoyan. Zhou Xiaoyan smiled and nodded as a form of greeting. Haha, you're here to accompany a friend. How nice. I'm just sitting here alone, waiting. It's so boring. The girl in blue lamented. I've been burning the midnight oil studying materials. I didn't even work this hard for the college entrance exam. Is it really that tough? Chung-Li asked with curiosity. Of course. Most people prepare for this exam for over half a year. Just understanding the appearance and attack methods of the monsters can fry my brain. Chung-Li nodded in deep agreement. However, some individuals have good memories. They can grasp it in about 3 months, the girl in blue continued. Once inside, swiftly identifying the situation is crucial, from among the hundreds or thousands of variations. You must determine which mental monster you are facing. This truly tests one's familiarity. Some don't even have time to think before being killed by the monsters. Though the exam is termed a theoretical assessment, it requires not only observational skills but also adaptability and combat capabilities. In my opinion, the most vital aspect is psychological resilience. I know it's fake, yet I still get terrified upon seeing the monsters. Many don't fail due to a lack of theoretical knowledge, but rather because they become so frightened that they can't act and are promptly eliminated. It can only be said that the sensations in this virtual space are alarmingly realistic. Zhou Xiaoyan remained silent, allowing the two to converse while she observed the people around her. Many appeared troubled, sharing their woes, with pronounced dark circles beneath their eyes, evidently having gone days without sleep. Some were engaged in discussions about potential exam questions and strategies, leading to heated disagreements. Others appeared calm and composed, conversing confidently, likely veterans who had already passed. Zhou Xiaoyan felt no anxiety, as she faced an impending significant event. She found herself more relaxed. She chose to observe various individuals, studying their expressions and movements, their clothing and attire, attempting to infer their thoughts and deduce their past experiences. This served as a form of emotional regulation for her. There was no concern for right or wrong. It was simply a small entertainment she arranged for herself. Meanwhile, in the examination room, several examiners were engaged in conversation. The performances of the candidates over the past few days have not been particularly remarkable. This week, only 5 individuals have flawlessly passed, and 2 of them have taken the exam multiple times. Can these statistics be presented? Perhaps the questions are too difficult. We can't say that. If they were to encounter real monsters, would they expect leniency? Whereas the difficulty? The selection of monsters is stringently controlled. This level of difficulty has remained consistent, and they need to reflect on whether they have adequately reviewed the materials. One examiner, holding a thermos cup, sat at the computer, scrolling through the candidate information to listed names, photographs, the time they joined the reserve team, and records of their past performances. Let me see who's here tonight. Oh, there's someone familiar. They performed well last time, scoring 98 points, but unfortunately, there was a slight flaw. They made a minor error in information judgment, or they would have passed in one go. We should keep an eye on this individual. Then there's someone who has taken the exam 11 times. Surely they'll manage to pass this time. 7 days? Why is there someone who has only recently joined the reserve team taking the exam? This young girl seems rather anxious, a colleague nearby chimed in. Youngsters tend to be impatient, don't they? Arriving too early for the test without sufficient knowledge could lead to some unfortunate mishaps. It is essential to pay special attention to such cases. If any issues arise, it is better to provide guidance and treatment early on. After surveying all the candidates, he commanded, "All right, let us conduct a final check on the equipment. We are ready to begin the screening." 10 invigilators operated their computers, conducting a final verification with the technicians inside the examination room. Attention all candidates, the examination is about to commence. An electronic announcement echoed through the waiting area, accompanied by soothing background music. Please enter the examination room according to your assigned numbers. Zhuoxiuyan stood up. Chengli clenched his fist, exclaiming, "Go for it. Wishing you a smooth success." "All right. Hey, sister, wish me well too." The girl in the blue outfit patted herself. Her gaze filled with anticipation. "I wish you a successful exam as well. You truly are beautiful and kind-hearted." The girl in blue broke into a bright smile, forming a heart gesture with her fingers before also standing up. Zhuoxiuyan entered room 18, where a reclining chair reminiscent of the one used during talent testing awaited her, with various instruments beeping and flashing. The operator beside her gestured for her to proceed. Once Zhuoxiuyan settled in, the operator connected all the necessary lines and fitted her with a helmet, plunging her vision into darkness. Meanwhile, on the large screen in the hall, an array of uniformly sized black boxes began to appear. There were a total of 6 rows, each containing 5 boxes. A small number in the upper right corner of each box corresponded to the room number. Ding dong. The current time is 8 p.m. With the electronic announcement, all boxes began to display images. The performance is about to commence. Chapter 65. A series of deaths as time was called. Zhuoxiuyan opened her eyes. The night had descended, and the silver moon hung low like a crescent. She found herself amid ruins. Zhuoxiuyan carefully surveyed her surroundings. Before her stood an unfinished building, with only a few floors at the base having walls, while the upper structure was merely a concrete framework. Scattered around were various steel bars, bricks, cement bags, all in disarray. Resembling a chaotic dump, a cold wind swept through, carrying plastic sheets that rustled softly, crackling in the eerie silence. What kind of monster could lurk here? Zhuoxiuyan's body tensed. A natural instinct born from the unknown danger. If only she could confront the monster directly, it would be easier to formulate a strategy. But now, the monster was in the shadows while she was exposed, unable to unleash any tactics. She resolved not to wait for the monster to appear, but instead to seize control of the situation. Activating her emotional perception, she drew out her dagger, treading softly as she approached the structure. As she neared, illuminated by the moonlight, she observed that the walls were splattered with white and red paint, flowing down in a chaotic manner. Some of the white paint had faded with time, while the red remained dark and blood-like. Seeping into the walls and in the corners, large patches of black stains clung to the surface. A faint stench wafting through the air. The building lacked a main entrance, only a square area had been reserved. Moonlight filtered through, illuminating the edges, but the deeper interior remained shrouded in darkness, the outlines of pillars indistinct. Not spotting any spiritual monsters and detecting no unusual sounds, Zhuoxiuyan ventured inside. The sound of her footsteps echoed sharply in the stillness. She had reached the center, yet still encountered no response. The first floor was quickly searched. Using the light streaming through the window openings, she ascended the stairs to the second floor. At this moment, everything her eyes beheld began to fade, gradually enveloped in a misty haze. Like fogged-up lenses, had something arrived, but the open space before her revealed nothing. She swiftly terminated her emotional perception, regaining clarity. Indeed, Zhuoxiuyan tightened her grip on the dagger. The monster had already arrived, yet she was unable to see it. The candidates in the waiting area were fixated on the screen, observing those who piqued their interest. All candidates faced the same scenario and monster, yet each was ensconced in their own unique world. The visuals presented were from a first-person perspective, revealing only what each candidate could see and hear. However, the hall remained silent. Should anyone wish to hear sounds, they could don the headphones suspended beside their chairs and select their desired sequence. This ensured that the audience remained undisturbed by one another. At that moment, two candidates were exploring the periphery, having yet to enter the building. Suddenly, their screen jolted, as if their bodies had trembled, falling towards the ground, and their view remained fixed on the floor. Their windows flashed red, and then the screen blacked out. At this point, all windows on the large screen froze, and the imagery morphed into a singular display. Alternating between the two candidates' death replay, the audience was left bewildered. What just happened? What occurred? Did they die so quickly? Someone exclaimed. They didn't even do anything before meeting their demise. Did the monster not even appear? Is it that hardcore right from the start? What type of creature is this? Speculation arose. Could the monster have been hiding within the building, launching a remote attack? They observed that there were no visible wounds. Perhaps it was a direct mental assault. Yet, with so few clues available, the information remained limited, and no one could discern any patterns. There was no way to draw conclusions. They decided to wait and see what transpired with the others. Once the death replay concluded, the view returned to the 6x5 grid of windows, though two spaces remained vacant. Suddenly, a striking change occurred in the window for candidate 27. He was cautiously investigating near the entrance of the building. Creak, creak. The jarring sound of friction echoed from behind him. Candidate 27 turned abruptly, only to witness the steel bars in the open space twisting and bending, then compressing into a bizarre shape. Gradually, it stood upright, resembling a haphazardly assembled skeletal figure, swaying as it approached him. A material aggregation monster? His face lit up with joy. Such monsters were among the simplest to handle. They merely involved the transformation and condensation of various materials. Their attacks were primarily physical, easily dodged, and with his formidable strength, he could crush them directly. Truly the kind of monster that required little intellect to defeat. The very type favored by candidates. He felt fortunate that today's exam would be straightforward. What was it but a heap of scrap steel? He immediately brandished his long knife and charged at the creature, striking downwards. Clang! A dull thud resonated as the skeletal figure showed no signs of injury or damage. The parts that appeared ready to fall were unbreakable. Candidate 27's expression changed dramatically. How could my attack be ineffective? This kind of monster, even if not vanquished in one blow, should at least be repelled. Clearly, he had misjudged. He quickly distanced himself, waving his right hand to conjure a fireball that soared toward the creature. The fireball struck the face of the steel monster, producing a faint whisper of wind before vanishing. The skeletal figure continued its slow advance. Cold sweat broke out on Candidate 27's brow. Both my abilities and physical attacks are ineffective. That's impossible. The monsters in the exam shouldn't exceed the first tier, implying they should match the candidates in strength. Yet, he was unable to inflict damage. Wasn't that utterly perplexing? He swiftly fled to a distance. First, maintain some space and observe, then consider strategies for coping. Taking cover behind a stack of cement bags, he peered out in an instant. His hair stood on end. It had disappeared. The monster was nowhere to be seen. He had only taken a few steps. That sluggish creature should not have been able to outpace him. Panic set in as he spun around, glancing frantically. Creak! The piercing sound came from behind him. He attempted to turn, yet found himself immobilized. Helplessly, he watched as two steel bar-formed hands reached out from either side of his head, covering his eyes. The sharp steel made contact, piercing his body. A scream erupted. The screen flickered red, then blacked out, signaling the death replay. The audience gasped in unison. That looked agonizing. What kind of creature was that? Just moments ago, Candidate 27 had turned around, seeing nothing, only for it to appear behind him in the next instant. The monster's disappearance was utterly erratic. How could it vanish so suddenly? Chapter 66. It's you, isn't it? The complexity of the examination has escalated. The previous deaths differed from Candidate 27's. Was it truly the work of a single monster? It must be. The exam only tests one type. However, if even one type could claim numerous victims, how catastrophic would it be if several types were present? As this thought crossed their minds, 5 more similar deaths occurred. At this moment, a quarter of the candidates were lost. Though not first-hand experiences, the tension now gripped their hearts. If they could not decipher the type and formulate a response, it would signify the same fate awaited them in such circumstances. Chungli felt an increasing sense of concern. This creature was exceedingly bizarre. Would Zhou Xiuyan manage to pass through unscathed? She longed to rush in and convey to Zhou Xiuyan the experiences of others, to share some vital information, if only she could contact him through these headphones. Even if he could not proceed, it would be best not to engage too much with those monsters. The mere thought of Zhou Xiuyan being harmed made her legs feel weak. The pain was unbearable, and she wished to avert her gaze. She could hardly bear to witness those close to her suffer. Changli continued to fix her gaze on window 18. It seemed Zhou Xiuyan had uncovered something. He peered into the distance, where a dark corner was creaking ominously. Suddenly, a series of shuffling footsteps echoed. The weak moonlight filtering through the building's entrance illuminated the creature. With just a glance, Zhou Xiuyan grew increasingly vigilant. This monster was certainly not a mere aggregation of matter. It must possess some hidden trick. She even suspected it was an illusion. Zhou Xiuyan activated her emotional perception once more. The white mist re-emerged before her. Yet she could discern no emotional hues emanating from the creature. Indeed, something was amiss. A mental monster must inherently harbor mental energy. Though it appeared as a physical amalgamation, its driving force remained mental energy. Akin to a machine necessitating electricity to function, fundamentally, it was a type of mental monster. How could there be a creature manifesting without mental energy? Various types of monsters flitted through her mind. If her conjecture held true, her abilities and assaults would likely prove ineffective against it. To validate and eliminate possibilities, she promptly unleashed her visual pressure, seizing a dagger and slashing toward its neck. The skeletal figure continued its motion unfazed. As Zhou Xiuyan attacked, she felt a resistance in her grip, as if opposing forces surged within her. Was this the case? It seemed she could rule out yet another option. That left her with a binary choice. A smirk graced Zhou Xiuyan's lips, and the next moment, she turned her back on the creature and walked away. The onlookers outside noticed her actions. What was the candidate at window 18 doing? Had she seen the monster and merely slashed at it before leisurely departing? Did she truly believe the creature posed no threat? It would surely pursue her. She needed to turn back, lest she become vulnerable. But returning would be futile. Hadn't he, the previous individual, turned back repeatedly, only to meet a grim fate? In the next instant, two monstrous hands began to emerge from behind her. Zhou Xiuyan remained motionless at the window's edge, devoid of panic, as if awaiting the creature's approach. The outline of the skeletal hands drew ever closer, their jagged edges becoming increasingly distinct. She did not even blink. The crowd felt a bead of sweat trickle down their brows. Was she paralyzed with fear? The monstrous hands approached so near that their details became indistinguishable, swallowed by darkness. They drew closer until they vanished entirely. Where did the monster go? Confusion rippled through the onlookers. The anticipated gruesome scene failed to materialize. The sudden disturbance had ceased just as abruptly. What had transpired? Zhou Xiuyan chuckled quietly to herself. She had not expected to encounter such a phenomenon. Once, a psychological experiment was conducted on a death row inmate. The inmate was bound to a chair, his eyes covered with a black cloth. The experimenter, using the back of a knife, scratched his wrist, inflicting no real wound, yet deceived him into believing he had been cut. By disguising warm water as blood and adding the sound of dripping, the inmate was led to think his injury was bleeding. The experimenter gradually slowed the flow of water until it ceased altogether. Before long, the inmate's heartbeat faded. Though human psychology and emotions are ethereal, their influence is far more potent and useful than one might assume. Such phenomena abound in daily life. In the realm of medicine, individuals can manifest illness through mere imagination. Even if not a direct effect, numerous similar outcomes exist. The human psyche can influence the body. Those who suffer from recurrent illnesses for over a decade, despite exhaustive examinations and treatments, find no relief. After consulting a psychologist, they discover their afflictions stemmed from childhood trauma, frequent beatings from their mother. Yet, each time they fell ill, she transformed into a caring figure. Their longing for maternal love kept their bodies in a state of perpetual weakness. Others, feeling unwell, might subconsciously engage in actions that lead to genuine discomfort, culminating in tangible adverse effects. Actions influence thoughts, and thoughts, in turn, influence actions. The same principle applies to this monster. It does not inflict physical harm but alters one's psyche. The crowd hurriedly tuned their headphones to channel 18, wondering if they had overlooked any crucial visual information. Upon connection, a cold female voice resonated. You mimic everyone, yet in doing so, you become no one. Xiaoyan reached forward, firmly grasping something. A silhouette began to materialize. Itsu, the lost one, the object in her hand writhed. Its form becoming increasingly distinct, ultimately solidifying into a ribbon-like structure, transparent and ethereal. Just like your name, leading to confusion, a loss of direction, and impaired judgment. Perhaps your very essence signifies that humanity is blinded, unable to perceive the truth. This scene of Zhuoxiuyan was magnified and replayed. Gasps filled the hall. My goodness, how did I not realize it was the lost one? Candidate 18 managed to capture it? How did she discern the lost one's presence? Indeed, it was utterly astonishing. The lost one could render itself invisible. It was indeed a formidable mental monster. It could subtly alter one's perception, obscuring the line between reality and illusion. The creature that had just manifested did not truly exist. Rather, it altered perceptions, making individuals believe in its presence. Yet, the lost one's flaw lay in its attempt to simulate various monster abilities, each lacking a perfect correlation. It possessed no offensive capability, yet it could lead one to kill oneself. You mean to say those individuals? Yes, they all perished due to their own delusions. Chapter 67. Her thoughts. The more one aligns with a notion, the more likely they are to manifest corresponding outcomes. The crowd recalled the data and instances, connecting them to recent events, finding a discernible pattern. The initial thoughts of those two individuals likely inclined toward the belief that the monster would strike in a concealed manner. The subsequent individuals leaned toward the idea of the monster lurking behind them, poised for an ambush. Yet, in the case of Candidate 18, the monster appeared directly before her, only manifesting after she had assumed an offensive stance. Did this not imply she perceived it as her own discovery? Strangely enough, it did evoke such a feeling. Many expressed interest, delving deeper into Zhuoxiuyan's behavior. Her mindset suggested a predilection for proactive aggression, even a belief that she could control the situation. Though she too fell prey to the lost one's illusion, it was as if she had orchestrated the monster's appearance herself. Goodness, one can only imagine. Was Candidate 18 silently declaring, I have found you. Now reveal yourself? Quite assertive, indeed. Her performance, when juxtaposed with others, was nothing short of remarkable. Chengli, observing from the sidelines, nodded subtly, grinning like a cat that had snatched a fish. This was but one aspect. Some pointed out, I find her reaction rather swift. Her problem-solving speed is extraordinary. Discounting the exploration time, from the moment she glimpsed the monster to her decisive action, and ultimately her choice to turn away, not exceeding 1 minute, indicated she had already eliminated most options prior to turning. What immense confidence and familiarity with the monster must one possess to act thus? Moreover, she had no reference points. We could at least observe multiple individuals' performances for comparison. While she had but a fleeting glance to validate her instincts in a life-or-death scenario, Candidate 18's response could have turned the tide, deftly transforming peril into safety in mere seconds. Were it not for a novice examination, one might assume she was a seasoned warrior, well-versed in combating monsters. Indeed, even though she had unraveled the illusion, her composure was remarkable. Especially in the final moments, as an observer, I too was taken aback by the blinding fear. Many exchanged glances, sharing a common sentiment. It was not fear in the conventional sense, but a concern that gnawed at the heart. How many had discerned the deception at that moment, witnessing that scene? It was impossible to remain unperturbed. Moreover, as spectators, we understood those events posed no real threat to us. Yet, who could remain entirely unfazed? It resembled the experience of watching a film, where viewers often find themselves immersed, eliciting similar emotions and sensations. Even while playing horror games or watching streamers, one can be startled by terrifying visuals. For those who experienced it firsthand, in conditions where sight, sound, and touch felt overwhelmingly real, how could one maintain such calm? The creatures conjured by the lost one existed solely within the imaginations of individuals, residing in their minds, known only to them, invisible to others. When they beheld the monsters, who could discern whether a situation was a mere illusion or a haunting reality? When confronted with a monster that proved impervious to her attacks, doubt and fear enveloped her, leaving her at a loss for solutions. Yet for number 18, this became an enlightening cue, clarifying her understanding of the creature's characteristics. This revelation prompted many to reminisce about her movements. Indeed, she struck and swiftly retreated. Rather than a mere assault, it resembled more of a probing maneuver. The Lost One allows suffering to manifest at the level of one's own imagination. Imagine the monster as more formidable, and the ensuing pain intensifies, leading to a more harrowing demise. Number 18, however, epitomizes the extreme counterexample. She possesses unwavering confidence. I do not believe you can harm me, therefore, you cannot inflict even the slightest injury upon me. A chill ran down the spines of many. That commanding and resolute aura surged forth with just a few words. Observers, fixated on her unflinching demeanor, could easily deduce her state of mind. This assertion was not without merit. Indeed, she had achieved a perfect score. Not only had she arrived at the answer, but she also identified the monster with minimal time expended, a flawless example of success. Meanwhile, in the examination room, this candidate was truly remarkable, delivering an unexpected surprise. The proctor assigned to number 18 wore a broad smile. "What's the matter?" several colleagues inquired, though they remained glued to their screens. "Look, someone has already discovered clues about the Lost One." A person shifted aside to reveal the screen. "So soon?" Another individual approached, their 3 monitors displaying nothing but black screens. My side had suffered a complete defeat. When I reviewed her profile, I noted she had only been in the preparatory team for 7 days. My focus had been on the other 2 candidates. Unexpectedly, she emerged as the first to solve the problem, and I believe her performance warrants the title of Best in Show. Hearing her words, another individual leaned in. The time was brief, yet they quickly finished reviewing. Good. The 2 proctors smiled, acknowledging that the newcomer's first exam showcased impeccable mindset, reaction, and judgment. Even when compared to previous candidates, she stood out as exceptional. 7 days? Such a short time. Surely she didn't manage to review all the materials. This child likely had prior knowledge before joining the preparatory team. Let me see, her awakening period was merely 3 months. Even if she began studying right from awakening, she has learned remarkably fast. Indeed, many candidates prioritize accumulating points before taking the exam due to the time consumed during testing. She, however, took the exam first and then tackled the monsters, truly unique. At last, we have a promising newcomer. If this video is shown to the combat teams, they will surely clamor for her. Should we wait a month or 2 for her to finish accumulating points before assigning her to a combat group? I can hardly contain myself. I might as well leak a hint and reserve a spot for her. That is also an option. Let's first assess her data. The proctor responsible for number 18 pulled up her detailed profile. As long as the results weren't abysmal, she paused, then furrowed her brow, leaning closer to the screen. This doesn't seem right. That it appeared she had encountered something unbelievable, prompting her to tap the control panel multiple times. A colleague patted her shoulder. "What are you muttering about? Why are you fixated on one data point? She has met the standards for all criteria. All of them. Mental and points? Yes, and she achieved this in a mere 5 days." The attention of all proctors was now captivated. Although some had been half listening, their focus sharpened as they stared at their screens. After all, encountering exceptional individuals is not uncommon. While it brings joy, it is hardly astonishing. However, 5 days? Did you really just say that? All eyes turned to the proctor overseeing number 18. Her points and mental strength had experienced explosive growth over these 2 days. Not only had she completed the requirements, but she had also far surpassed the standards. Others glanced at the figures, which had skyrocketed to over 200,000 total points and approached 600 in mental strength, leaving them momentarily speechless. Achieving the standards in such a short time is already extraordinary. Now, you tell me this individual not only met the standards but exceeded them, doubled even? I have truly never seen anything like this. This is the first time I've witnessed such remarkable data. The proctor slammed her palm on the desk. Then she can apply for permanent status directly tomorrow. There's no need to reserve a spot for her. No, waiting for the results will be too late. I need to inform old Zhao immediately. She must seize this opportunity and not let this talent be snatched by other teams. She promptly activated her wrist communicator. "Hello, old Zhao, I need to tell you quickly." Zhou Xiaoyan surveyed the Lost One before her. Through emotional perception, she surmised that the mental creature was most likely right in front of her. The dense white fog altered her vision more than it obscured her surroundings, indicating something was obstructing her view. As anticipated, she had trapped it. The ethereal ribbons gradually dissolved. Swishoyan's vision darkened before she succumbed to total darkness. Upon removal of her helmet, she saw the technician standing beside her. Cradling the helmet. The exam has concluded. You may return to the main hall. Once all members have completed their examinations, the results will be announced. Thank you. Swishoyan rose and exited the examination room. Many people in the hall turned to glance at her before returning to their screens with renewed focus. Changli sat in his previous chair, smiling as he watched her. Swishoyan traversed the aisle. Gradually making her way to him, she stood beside Changli and inquired, glancing at the 30 window screens, how did the others perform? They all seemed rather lackluster. You were the fastest to finish. As Swishoyan absorbed his response, she surveyed the surrounding crowd. Oh, is that so? Before Changli could reply, Swishoyan leaned against the chair back with one hand and swiftly vaulted over, seizing an individual by the throat. I can't speak to the others' performances, but you certainly seem feeble. The girl, caught in her grip, writhed in pain, desperately clawing at Swishoyan's hand. The surrounding crowd recoiled in shock, taking several steps back. Swishoyan brandished a dagger. Plunging it downwards, blood gushed forth. A chorus of terrified screams erupted. Ah, a murder! Swishoyan rose with an expressionless face and remarked coolly, Your tactics are utterly pathetic, as I said. You fail to imitate anyone convincingly. The girl, now punctured, lay motionless, her eyes a mix of terror and confusion. The surrounding screams subsided, leaving the onlookers frozen like puppets. How did you know? Your flaws are so numerous that I couldn't possibly enumerate them all for you. From the moment I stepped out of the examination room, I sensed something was amiss. The crowd in the hall cast a glance at one another, then ceased to pay further attention. This was the first point of suspicion. Human behavior is continuous. When something captivating occurs, more reactions must follow. Their abrupt interruption was too clean, resembling a pre-programmed sequence, and how could Changli merely sit quietly in his chair, watching me with a smile? This was the second point of suspicion. That is not Changli's character, nor is it her usual behavior. The most likely reaction would be a bright smile, waving at me, with her emotions soaring and vibrant. The manner of speaking also bore subtle differences from Changli asked, would she belittle others to elevate her friends? Never. The third and most significant inconsistency lay with the hall screens. I might not know my exact ranking, but based on my understanding of the exam's difficulty, it is impossible for all 30 windows to remain active after my appearance. Given the challenge posed by the lost one I just faced, there should have been a reduction to merely 20 or even a dozen. The most glaring and critical anomaly, however, is this girl. Before the exam, I had observed everyone, yet I had never seen her. While it is possible she arrived later, she was currently engaged in conversation with someone nearby. Strangely, there was no space left beside her. Clothing had once occupied that spot. Yet now, those discarded garments were nowhere to be found. Seemingly vanished. You thought blending into the crowd was the wisest choice, but you illuminate the scene like a beacon. You inadvertently stumbled into your area of expertise. How to articulate it? At that moment, the examination hall erupted in gasps. When they witnessed number 18 commence her killing spree, their hearts raced in alarm. Is this person insane? They were still grappling with the situation when she executed actions that defied comprehension. The lost one excels in concealment and disguise. How could anyone detect discrepancies within mere minutes? Moreover, this individual had just emerged from the monster's trial. Typically, one would lower their guard, believing the ordeal had concluded. How could they perceive abnormalities in such mundane occurrences? When I stepped out of the hall, I was utterly bewildered by what transpired. I was left wondering what had just happened. Is this the second stage of the Lost Ones? Is there yet another illusion within an illusion? The average person would have long been at a loss as to what to do. Why couldn't I perceive anything? At that moment, I merely sensed something was amiss with the screen. Yet the 18th participant had already begun to uncover the primary monster, hidden among the crowd. Who exactly is this 18th individual? How can she be so formidable? Initially, I thought she was merely quick at answering questions. I had no idea her observational and analytical skills were so exceptional. I don't understand. Yet I am profoundly astonished. From her words, it seems she possesses a keen ability to observe people. Even though those concealed within the crowd are the most challenging to locate. As the crowd in the hall engaged in discussions, the screen at the 18th participant's window flickered to life. The space where Swishoyan was situated began to collapse. The scene shifted once more. What? Is there a third stage? People gasped in astonishment. Chapter 69. The third stage. As was Shoyin embarked on the third stage, the replays of the other participants began to unfold sequentially. Participant number 11, a girl in a deep blue long-sleeved shirt, after several unsuccessful attempts to attack, plopped down on the ground, crossing her legs and propping her arms on her head. Forget it. I can't figure it out. Let it be it. In her resigned state, she observed a hand reaching out to cover her eyes and even had the leisure to remark, "The texture is quite nice." If this were a large figurine, it would be worth a fortune. Since she had already failed the exam, she closed her eyes and yawned, mumbling indistinctly, "I guess I'll have some noodles with an egg later." Upon opening her eyes again, she saw the technician holding a helmet. "The exam has concluded. You may return to the hall, and once all members have finished their exams, the results will be announced." Huh! Her half-finished yawn froze in place. The crowd in the hall was equally stunned. Where is the monster? Such a large creature. How did she transition to the second stage? Even on the brink of death, she still had the presence of mind to ponder what to have for dinner. Isn't that rather audacious? It was precisely because of her audacity that she shattered the first layer of the Lost One's illusion. Why? Because she knew it was an exam. She did not believe she could actually die, and the monster inflicted no harm upon her. Furthermore, with her mind preoccupied with thoughts of food, she ceased to think about the monster. Thus, how could it exist? Upon hearing someone analyze it in this manner, the crowd found themselves at a loss for words, caught in a cycle of wanting to speak yet holding back. This truly is a remarkable tale. Following the 18th participant's fierce attack, the nonchalance of participant number 11 opened the eyes of the crowd. Subsequently, over a dozen other individuals discovered clues, leading them to deduce the outcome, and the monster dissipated. After the audience watched all the candidates' replay of their progress, they realized something. Only the 18th participant had identified the Lost One in the first stage. Ah, indeed. The others merely deciphered the illusion and recognized its nature. Yet they failed to locate the Lost One. At the time, it seemed inconsequential. In retrospect, it is now evident that the 18th participant accomplished something extraordinary. Immediately afterward, the replay of the second stage commenced. Some participants died as soon as they entered. One individual, filled with excitement, exited the examination room, eager to share his joy with friends, only to suddenly collapse. Another candidate, preparing to leave the exam site, was ambushed and incapacitated. Most candidates, sensing something was amiss, countered those with malicious intent. This led to a fierce display of supernatural battles, yet it was merely conventional, lacking any value or interest for spectators. In their case, the monsters toyed with them, leaving them to respond defensively. Conversely, the 18th participant had already eliminated her opponent before the monster could act. The monster was unaware that she recognized it as a monster. The disparity was stark. In comparison, during the second stage, it was once again the 18th participant who was the first to discover the location of the Lost One. On the other side, as the surviving candidates breathed a sigh of relief, their surroundings shifted abruptly. Once again, they found themselves amidst ruins, beneath a night sky adorned with silver hooks and dilapidated buildings. Participant number 3 cursed loudly. "How did we end up back here?" The only building on the construction site loomed to his left, with the large entrance visible in the distance, marked by a dim yellow light. He glanced around, looking behind him. There were more buildings and entrances. Participant number 3 was momentarily bewildered. When he first arrived, there had only been one building. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the two buildings were identical, with surrounding materials and debris positioned with meticulous precision, akin to a mirrored reflection. Had there been a distortion? Another illusion? Participant number 3 took a few steps forward. Everything appeared normal. He then retraced his steps, opting for the path behind him, and still found it normal. With both paths available, which direction should he choose? He scrutinized both sides once more, yet found no discernible differences or problems. Reluctantly, he steeled himself and continued forward. He decided to proceed down one path. After walking several meters, his vision flickered, and he returned to the starting point. This isn't right. He immediately chose the opposite direction. Although he walked a few more steps, the outcome remained unchanged. Neither path led to progress? No, he would try again. Participant number 3 felt anxious, having traveled a relatively long distance down the path behind him. This time, he once again opted for the rear path. Midway, accompanied by a creaking sound, A steel framework surged from a corner. Drawing on his experience from the first stage, he did not evade. It was merely an illusion. It couldn't harm him. Thud. A muffled sound echoed as intense pain radiated from his abdomen. Participant number 3 stood in shock, clutching his stomach, unable to rise. The next replay followed closely behind. Participant number 5, after encountering the same dead end and backtracking several times, finally managed to reach the vicinity of the building. Although the distance traveled had increased, he felt no sense of relief. He had yet to grasp the underlying pattern. Cautiously surveying his surroundings, a sticky sound emanated from his left. He glanced left, startled, and fled. From the building's wall, the previously cracked red paint appeared to have ruptured, with paint gushing forth like a flood, staining the vast area in crimson, rushing toward him. The thick, dark-hued deluge propelled a chilling wind that assaulted his back. Its pungent chemical odor invaded his nostrils and lungs. Thud. A damp sensation brushed against participant number 5's feet. Looking down, he saw that the paint had engulfed his feet, with no time for further reaction. The ensuing wave toppled him, merging him into the flood, swept away into the distance. On the surface of the Red River, his hands struggled momentarily, but soon their movements diminished until they vanished entirely. What is happening? The audience exchanged bewildered glances. How could that skeletal figure move so swiftly? It had appeared on the verge of collapse just moments ago. Had immunity to harm through thought become impossible? And what was that paint? How could it be deciphered? What triggered its mechanism? Each individual encountered varying dangers. Was it random? Observing the distances they traversed also differed. What factors determined their range? Don't move, someone suddenly shouted. What's wrong? Did you discover something? The crowd inquired. Look at the ground. He spoke anxiously to It. Was the third replayed. This moment, the gaze of participant number 11 also dropped, as if noticing something on the ground. The dirt floor was marked with a chaotic array of tire tracks, various shoe prints, and numerous depressions. Quite ordinary, isn't it? What's amiss? Participant number 11's camera shook slightly before slowly retreating. As the camera pulled back, an unsettling sensation intensified. Those chaotic markings no longer appeared as isolated entities, but rather resembled part of something larger. Shrinking, shrinking, shrinking. Under the dim moonlight, those dark forms cast deeper shadows. It was a ghostly face. Chapter 70. The Dark Horse? Oh no. Many gasped in astonishment. Those previously innocuous markings had morphed into lines that outlined a bizarre, twisted visage. Who would glance down at the ground late at night? Moreover, it was merely dirt. Uneven patches were commonplace, and with the light so dim, one could easily overlook such details. After scrutinizing the ground for a while, discovering a face staring back at oneself. How thrilling is that? Hiss! The ghostly face on the ground began to writhe, prompting participant number 11 to flee. She had just stared at it for an extended period, yet it showed no signs of disappearing this time. The illusion of the lost ones couldn't be dispelled. As she ran, participant number 11 unleashed her supernatural powers in an attempt to attack, only to find it utterly ineffective. The ghostly face swiftly glided across the ground, pursuing her. Just as it was about to reach her feet, its edges began to fade away, then vanished entirely. Participant number 11, filled with uncertainty, scanned her surroundings, wary of the ghostly face's sudden reappearance. However, after waiting for an extended period, nothing occurred. Suddenly, the world shifted. The path she initially traversed disappeared. Now, the distance to the door had shortened in both directions. Had the starting point been updated? On the 11th, contemplation ensued. If one were to sum the distances before and after, treating it as a ruler measuring 5 centimeters, the initial starting point lies at 3, with 2 gates positioned at 1 and 5. Equidistant on either side. Upon making a choice to advance 1 centimeter to the left, she reaches the 2 mark, effectively placing her just 1 centimeter away from the gate. Taking 2 as her new starting point, the distance to the right gate, while maintaining symmetry, naturally shortens to merely 1 centimeter. Now, the gates are located at 1 and 3. She can no longer perceive the world that once existed between 2 and 3. Has my successful escape merely updated my starting point? Can it only pursue me for a brief distance before vanishing? Fortunately, I realized this in advance. The 11th pondered, hesitating to venture towards the direction where the ghastly visage had once appeared. Although the world had been refreshed, she remained uncertain of its potential reappearance, thus she chose to proceed in the opposite direction. Having encountered the ghastly figure, she became increasingly vigilant, meticulously observing her surroundings. This newfound caution allowed her to notice previously overlooked details. Was there something additional here? As she approached a nearby cement bag, she halted. I seem to recall its location not being here, am I mistaken? The 11th couldn't ascertain this, thus she heightened her alertness and moved forward. After taking a few steps, her vision blurred momentarily. She returned to the starting point. This is truly incorrect, discovering anomalies and discrepancies along the path. If one does not evade them, they may revert to the starting point and potentially face death at the hands of a monster. With this new hypothesis, the 11th set forth once more. She proceeded with extreme caution, moving so slowly she resembled a snail. The size of this pile of plastic has changed. This time she trusted her instincts. Any hint of irregularity or uncertainty prompted her to immediately turn back and pursue an alternate route. The direction of this warning sign has flipped. Point 1 card is missing. In this slow and constant retreat, her starting point continually updated, drawing ever closer to the gates. Ultimately, she succeeded in her escape, the scene freezing in place. Ah? Has she truly succeeded? This 11 has discovered the method to overcome the challenge. I had thought her previous success was mere luck, yet she possesses intellect. Oh dear, another dark horse? Following 2 death replays. I had assumed she would perish as well. Could this woman be feigning ignorance to outsmart us? Next, several Awakeners replays followed, some meeting tragic ends, while others similarly uncovered the path to success, persistently seeking discrepancies to advance. Huh? Why hasn't the replay for the 18th appeared yet? Did she not enter first? Indeed, it's rather peculiar. Her absence in the replays suggests she has not yet perished, yet with such a slow pace. It appears the first place position is in jeopardy of being seized by this 11th dark horse. Chung Li's heart began to fill with worry. Zhuxiu Yin, you must successfully pass the examination. That young lady is formidable, yet I hope you emerge as the champion. It wasn't until all other candidates' videos concluded that hers remained unplayed. Everyone puzzled over this. The replay marked with the number 18 commenced. The 18th initiated at the starting point, surveying her surroundings before decisively heading in one direction. Her pace was remarkably swift, exhibiting no hint of hesitation. After traversing several dozen meters, she suddenly halted, immediately pivoting and retracing her steps. Ah? Has she already sensed something amiss? Others had overlooked those details on their first attempts. What grants her such certainty? Could it be akin to the terrifying observational prowess displayed in the second phase? Initially, the crowd relied on their familiarity from having watched multiple replays, diligently scanning for anomalies in tandem with her gaze, identifying discrepancies at a pace comparable to hers. She is remarkable. How can she discern these details so rapidly? I had just struggled alongside others for ages, nearly losing my sight in the darkness. If only it were a tad brighter. However, as time elapsed, her pace accelerated, to the extent that she would immediately turn around upon taking a single step. Many in the audience began to feel slightly dizzy, the world refreshed as if scenes were rapidly switching. Whoosh, 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 from clarity to slight blurriness, then to utter obscurity. It appeared as if only black and white lines continuously overlapped. The expressions of the crowd grew increasingly dazed, unable to contain themselves. They shouted, "What is happening? I haven't even seen the scene yet. What are you doing? Is this human speed? Slow down, slow down." Creak, creak. The world within seemed to groan under the strain of such velocity, emitting sounds reminiscent of compression and friction. A thunderous explosion resonated. All that could be seen was a void. The miniature world beneath the night sky shattered like glass, splintering into countless fragments that cascaded down. The audience instinctively cupped their hands over their ears, faces etched with terror. What is 18 doing? Has this lost soul reached the limits of reconstructing the world? While we seek discrepancies, are you merely creating an explosion? In the center of this blank world, a shimmering ribbon coiled in on itself, striving to drift further away. You, who had long hidden behind the realm of fantasy, now devoid of refuge. Where do you intend to flee? Zhuxiu Yin smiled faintly, gradually approaching it. Chapter 71. The art of hospitality. The lost soul repeatedly plunges deeper into more perilous stages. Is this dangerous? No, it only serves to hasten the other's exposure. making it easier to comprehend and detect. Although the assessment does not induce what one might call spiritual pollution, the underlying logic remains the same. The more the other party strikes at oneself, the tighter the spiritual connection becomes. After entering the third stage, Zhuxiu Yin possessed but a singular objective: to utterly annihilate the lost soul. However, being ensconced within a fantasy, slaying the monsters of that realm does not inflict any harm upon the essence of the lost soul. So, what is to be done? If one cannot slay you within the fantasy, then I shall rend this illusion asunder. Zhuxiu Yan's reasoning was that simple. The lost soul itself alters the content of the fantasy based on the awakener's thoughts, thus able to read the surface-level consciousness within the awakener's minds. Zhuxiu Yan spoke not a word, yet her thoughts conveyed a message. Can you guess what lies beyond this blank world devoid of fantasy? It is my spiritual realm. The spiritual realm can be understood as the inner world of an individual's psyche. It bears no fixed shape or environment. An individual can manifest whatever content they desire within their spiritual world. Just as an ordinary person might imagine themselves sleeping in a house filled with gold, or galloping across an endless grassland, they might even envision themselves as trees, clouds, or majestic dragons soaring through the skies. However, the construction of details relies on each individual's understanding and ability to replicate real-world entities. In the spiritual realm, every individual wields absolute control and creativity, reigning as the sovereign of their own spiritual domain. Akin to a deity, the corruption of spiritual monsters fundamentally alters a person's spiritual world. The ultimate destination for such monsters is also an individual's spiritual realm. Zhuxiu Yan was unequivocally certain that the fantasy emerged from her spiritual world, and that the monster lurked behind the fantasy. Thus, its essence resided not externally, but within her own spiritual realm. Indeed, her analysis proved accurate. Since you have come to my home as a guest, as the host, I must graciously entertain you. At that moment, the lost soul's drifting form abruptly halted, as if colliding with an invisible barrier. It strained to push forward, but could no longer advance even a fraction. It swiftly shifted in another direction. Yet the outcome remained unchanged. It resembled an ant thwarted in its path, frantically scurrying within a confined space. Suddenly, the lost soul lunged towards Zhuxiu Yan, as if being yanked by an unseen hand. Look, its desperation has entangled its form. When I first encountered this lost soul, it appeared graceful and fluid. Now it has become an utter tangle. The lost soul, once possessing absolute control within the fantasy realm, now resembled dough being molded and kneaded by another. Its body was gradually unraveled, as though those invisible hands were untangling a knotted rope. Once it fully unfurled, Zhuxiu Yan gently caressed it. She sensed the spiritual waves it could emit. Although she had gained considerable understanding prior, she could now systematically review this experience, preparing herself for future encounters with similar monsters. Time passed swiftly until the lost soul could no longer offer any value. At which point Zhuxiu Yan released her hold. It is futile now. Let us bring this to an end. The ribbon began to morph, elongating, widening, and sharpening in various directions, as if being tugged and pulled by countless invisible hands. The lost soul writhed desperately, yet its struggles only accelerated this transformation. Ripping sounds echoed as fragments scattered, transforming into motes of light. Zhuxiu Yan closed her eyes. Ding dong. The examination has concluded. I kindly ask all candidates to exit the examination room in an orderly fashion. With results to be announced in 10 minutes. Accompanied by melodious music, the notification sound resonated. The waiting area erupted with excitement. How is it that this time, the lost one has appeared again? Is it truly possible? It turns out that after dispelling the illusion, one can still vanquish the lost ones within the realm of the mind. I had thought that merely escaping would suffice for a perfect ending. It seems she has taken on additional challenges. I suspected her performance could not have been so tedious to achieve victory. No wonder the footage of the 18th was released so late. It must have been due to her extraordinary display, which the invigilators decided to save for the finale. Truly deserving of the title of the concluding video, the weight of her performance is unparalleled. She must be the most unscathed individual in the room, having suffered no injuries throughout, and in the third stage, not triggering a single anomaly. Everyone reflected. What anomalies had they encountered? The world itself had failed to manifest. 3 times she captured the lost one, and in the final instance, she even slew the monster. Moreover, This was not merely a singular occurrence. Her performance at every stage was impeccable. The speed she exhibited at each juncture was unmatched. The actions executed in each phase were unparalleled at a swift grasp, a precise stab, a decisive kill, simple yet efficient, each step building upon the last. She consistently tackled bonus questions, yet her total time was shorter than that of her peers. This level of skill has truly broadened my horizons. While so many perished in the earlier stages, the Lost One appeared before her as nothing more than a plaything. I find this rather unsettling. Now it is clear to everyone. The goal of an ordinary person is to delay death. A moderately skilled individual aims to identify the type of monster. A more exceptional one considers how to navigate the challenges smoothly. The top few then compete for completion speed, vying to escape this world first. Yet, who would have imagined? When initial concerns revolved around survival, Zhou Xiaoyan had already discovered the answer. While preparing to devise a solution, Zhou Xiaoyan had already advanced to the next stage. As she pondered the best way to succeed, Zhou Xiaoyan had already shattered the illusionary world. Just as everyone debated who would finish faster, Zhou Xiaoyan had dispatched the mastermind behind it all. Now that is what I call a perfect completion. If merely escaping were the goal, that would not signify true safety. When others score 100 points, it means they can only achieve that score. However, she scores 100 points as if the exam itself is only capable of yielding that maximum. Indeed, she could possibly attain 300 points. I would gladly award her full marks for each stage. This performance deserves to be considered an exemplary case for recent years, to be added to the examination repository. Oh my. I must make this a featured examination example to be reviewed repeatedly. It is simply delightful, even captivating enough to be enjoyed as a film. Chapter 72. The protagonist, Zhou Xiaoyan. At this moment, within the invigilator's room, the examiners could not help but erupt into applause. Magnificent. Her performance in the first stage was already impressive. Yet her subsequent displays exceeded expectations, truly a remarkable surprise. This examination has reached a 5-star difficulty, with its challenges rooted in the unpredictable nature of the monsters and the psychological manipulation involved. It is considerably more difficult than confronting combat-oriented monsters directly. It can be said to comprehensively test the qualities of the awakened. When I devised this question, my primary aim was to assess how they would respond to the Lost One's attacks and whether they could discern that the Lost One lay beyond my testing parameters. A nearby supervisor chuckled. It's akin to a teacher calling upon a student to answer questions, only for that student to present several alternative approaches to solving the problem. Who could argue otherwise? I never anticipated that the 18th would construct her mental world so seamlessly. When she severed the Lost One's path, she did not manifest any tangible obstruction, signifying her belief that her thoughts alone could suffice without the necessity for a physical barrier. Furthermore, her understanding of the Lost One was remarkably acute, with every detail perceived with precision. To merely imagine a concept is relatively simple, yet the Lost One, being an outsider, requires altering an external entity, which is far more arduous than creating something from scratch. Capturing the Lost One in her grasp indicates a comprehensive understanding of the creature. The sensations, weight, and myriad information this Lost One conveyed were vividly clear in her mind. Otherwise, for an ordinary individual, capturing the Lost One with such ease would be improbable. Accurate perception leads to appropriate reactions. Examining her subsequent actions of dismantling and restoring the Lost One to its original form, I have not encountered many individuals over the years capable of executing such intricate maneuvers. To those candidates, it may have appeared as trivial as untying a knot, but in reality, it is a mastery over a type of mental energy. She is returning a chaotic mental energy to its original operational state. My conjecture is that she has never encountered a Lost One before. Thus, this is her first encounter, and within the span of 3 stages, she has achieved familiarity with this energy. I am genuinely curious how, as a newcomer, she accomplished such a feat. At this juncture, the chief examiner's tone grew excited. I believe her every action was flawless. It is rare for anyone to replicate such speed and reaction times. This recording of her responses can undoubtedly be incorporated into the course materials. Next time I teach, I shall utilize her as an example. Other examiners nodded in agreement. When the opportunity arises, we should arrange for her to serve as a speaker, sharing her problem-solving insights. As educators, our dry lectures pale in comparison to the engaging narratives of such exemplary students. If only we could have more talents like her, our worries as teachers would dissipate. This month's examination has indeed yielded a shining example. Let us compile the data and commence the announcement of results. The chief examiner declared. Zhou Xiuyan removed the apparatus and opened the door to the room. From a distance, she spotted Chengli rising from her seat, beaming with joy, hands raised in a V sign, swaying rapidly from side to side, as if afraid to miss anything. The exuberance radiated from her even from afar. Were it not for the crowded space and seating limitations, one might think she could leap in place. Her eyes seemed to beckon, "Come here, come to me." To an uninformed observer, such a reaction might suggest that Chengli had successfully passed the examination. Zhou Xiuyan smiled gently and approached her. "I must admit, Cheng Li's joy is incredibly infectious. Whether she is celebrating her own achievements or those of others, one cannot help but feel the genuine, heartfelt happiness she exudes. This is the first time since arriving in this otherworldly realm that I have felt the warmth of friendship. It is a connection that asks for nothing in return, devoid of pretense or performance, simply a friend who rejoices in your accomplishments, perhaps even more so than in her own. This sensation is akin to a sliver of light piercing through the clouds. Finding its way into the heart.it is as if the land, once indifferent to rain, is gradually moistened by a gentle drizzle, and perhaps the seeds that lay dormant within will slowly take root and sprout. When something you had not anticipated arrives, you find it is rather delightful. Chengli patted the empty seat. "Please, take a seat." Zhou Xiuyan complied and sat down. Chengli quickly settled beside her. "Do you know your ranking?" "I watched the entire process." Zhou Xiuyan chuckled softly, recognizing that Cheng Li's eagerness to express herself was bubbling over. Following her lead, she replied, "I have no idea. Am I in last place? Impossible. You are 001. Of course, you must be first. Isn't that just borrowing your good fortune? Your blessings have proven effective. My blessings are far from powerful. It is your strength that shines. However, seeing you so joyful after the exam brings a smile to my face as well. I truly appreciate your smile." Cheng Li's previously fluid speech faltered momentarily. "You shouldn't compliment me so much." The first statement was mere politeness, while the latter was sincere. Cheng Li gazed into Zhou Xiuyan's eyes, which were calm and genuine, reflecting her usual straightforwardness without a hint of deceit. At this point, Cheng Li found herself at a loss for words, unable to continue her playful banter. The impact of such simple and direct words seemed more powerful than she had anticipated. Cheng Li's mouth opened and closed, but no words emerged. Her ears began to flush, and finally, she mumbled, "It's perfectly normal to be happy for a friend." Why are you so straightforward?" She was entirely unsure how to respond. Given the sincerity of the other party, she could not afford to reply with insincerity. Cheng Li quickly averted her gaze, glancing at her wristband, then at the nearby examination room. "The results should be out soon, right?" "Yes, generally speaking, within 10 to 15 minutes. Hearing her conversation partner diverge from the topic, Cheng Li let out a subtle sigh of relief. Immediately, her gaze fixed upon the large screen, her thoughts drifting far away. So does this mean that a friend she had just met yesterday brought her to watch a film today, and they are even starring in it themselves? Upon reflection, it seems to carry quite a sentimental significance. Chapter 73. A total score of multiple zeros in the hall. Apart from the newly emerged candidates, all eyes were drawn towards Zhou Xiuyan. Some scrutinized her intently, while others stole glances, but without exception, their expressions were filled with curiosity. Is this the one known as number 18? Why does she seem somewhat familiar? After pondering for a moment, someone suddenly slapped the armrest, exclaiming, She is 001. You mean that 001? The person beside her turned in surprise. Otherwise, there is only one in this wilderness zone. The news regarding 001 has spread like wildfire in recent days. With commendable combat prowess and intellect, wow, I envy her. Do share some of that with me. A girl in a deep blue long-sleeve shirt approached, sitting down and turning around to lean against the back of her chair. Giving Cheng Li a wink, I passed. Your blessings are truly effective. Cheng Li was momentarily taken aback, and after some contemplation, she tentatively replied, Thank you, you're welcome. Zhou Xiuyan smiled, having been thanked for the second time. What shall we call you? We can't just keep calling you sisters. After all, there are two of you. The girl's smile was playful, tinged with a hint of irreverence. Zhou Xiuyan. After some thought, she added, Cheng Li, with a bright future ahead, and decisive as thunder. Oh, your introductions are rather symmetrical.
Allow me to chime in as well. Let me think. The girl tapped her head, and suddenly pointing at her attire, declared, blue tones, Nan Shui Bei Jiao. Zhou Xiuyan chuckled. No and Lu are indistinguishable. Big points deducted. Changli couldn't help but giggle. My mother often scolds me for being unorthodox, claiming she should have named me Blue Reliable. However, the pronunciation is quite similar to Nan Reliable, which essentially circles back to the original meaning. Blue Tones shrugged. But I believe I am quite dependable. Soon, I will be able to show my exam results to my mother, and she won't say a word. What do you think my ranking is? Blue Tones inquired curiously, glancing at Changli. You saw the whole thing. You should be able to guess, right? I'm not sure. Changli shook her head. Let us wait for the results. Ding dong. The screen flickered, and the image changed. Blue Tones turned back to the screen. The top line displayed in bold letters read, Ranking of the Mental Monster Basic Examination, 3rd session on May 27th. Below it, a smaller line scrolled. A total of 6 candidates passed. Many faces fell, realizing that the ensuing events had nothing to do with them. On the far left of the screen, a large area began to play a video showcasing brief highlights of the successful candidates, while the right side gradually revealed lines of text. 6th place. Number 9, completion time 0:23, 56, basic score 100, full score 100, comprehensive evaluation aid. The hall erupted in applause. Congratulations. The subsequent entries were no exception, all boasting scores of 100 and A, until the 2nd place appeared, marking a change. 2nd place. Number 11, completion time 0:11, 11, basic score 100, mindset score 100, no injury score 100, total score 300, comprehensive evaluation S. The applause grew even louder. An S rank, a big shot, appearing so nonchalant, yet achieving what needed to be done, quite unexpectedly. Good. Blue Tones snapped her fingers. Changli clenched her fists, excitement bubbling within her, as if she were about to present an award. She patted Zhou Xiuyan's arm. It's almost your turn. 1st place. Number 18, completion time 0:03, 25, basic score 100, mindset score 100, no injury score 100. Just as the crowd prepared to applaud, the following lines of text continued to scroll upward, as if pushed along. Time used score 100, kill score 100, reaction score 100, reconnaissance score 100, combat score 100, micromanipulation score 100, control ability score 100, total score 1000, comprehensive evaluation. The image paused for a moment, then 3 enormous golden letters fell onto the screen. SSS. Wow. The hall erupted in gasps of astonishment. This is the first time I have seen 3S scores. How impressive. I thought a score of 100 was remarkable, but it turns out there are so many scoring categories. Incredible. Number 18's total score is literally an additional 0 compared to others. Yet, how could her completion time be so short? Why is that? We have been watching for quite a while. The system records brain activity akin to dreaming. One can dream about 10 minutes of events in a mere second. Thus the time here does not correspond to reality. This seems to have shattered the previous records for completion times. I recall the last time someone achieved such a score was the director. Is that true? The prodigy from our new city? Some voices lowered in disbelief. Upon seeing the confirmation and others' nods, one couldn't help but murmur. Could there be another female director in the future? Blue Tones widened her eyes, glancing back and forth between Zhou Xiuyan and the screen. Goodness, is that you? Witnessing Zhou Xiuyan's world-shattering speed, she pinched her own cheek. No way. Are you really this incredible? She immediately turned serious, looking at Zhou Xiuyan. Please, in the future, do make sure to take me along. Chungli's mouth fell slightly agape. Although she knew Zhou Xiuyan was formidable, she hadn't anticipated such an outrageous score. It seemed that from the moment they met, every action and decision made by Zhou Xiuyan had consistently exceeded her expectations. Conversely, Zhou Xiuyan seemed to have her figured out quite well. The disparity between them became increasingly apparent. Amidst Cheng Li's joyful feelings, a hint of anxiety surfaced. She is so outstanding. Can I truly catch up? Zhou Xiuyan, will you wait for me? Cheng Li quickly shook her head. Why would she wait for me? Wouldn't that make me a burden? I must run faster, faster. She shifted her gaze to Zhou Xiuyan's face, noticing that the latter's expression remained calm as she watched the screen. A faint smile gracing her features. This smile had not wavered since earlier. It was the very reasons Zhou Xiuyan had mentioned. I find myself smiling along with you. Was it merely due to the transmission of her emotions? or perhaps because she enjoyed her own laughter, or the joy of connecting with a friend. Thus, Swishoyan seemed entirely indifferent to the exam results. Was it because everything was within her expectations? Or did she possess the remarkable ability to remain unaffected by external circumstances? Or perhaps it was a combination of both. Chapter 74. I am still too weak with a creak. The door to the examination room swung open. A middle-aged man wearing glasses stepped out, exuding an air of refined elegance. The chatter in the hall quieted slightly, ISNT that the notorious smiling tiger from the teaching and research group. No wonder today's questions were so difficult. It turns out he authored them. Well, here comes the inevitable lecture. Each time someone fails his exam questions, they are met with a scathing reprimand. Sure enough, the smiling tiger made his way through the crowd. People hurriedly fell silent, with some even rising to their feet, too intimidated to remain seated. All eyes followed his movements, wondering who had incurred his displeasure and would face his admonition. The atmosphere in the room grew tense. He finally approached Swishoyan, a warm smile gracing his lips. I am the head of the teaching and research group, surnamed Zhou. Due to your exceptional performance and results, I would like to invite you to attend a seminar. He extended an invitation letter he held in his right hand. A seminar? The surrounding crowd gasped in astonishment. ISNT that reserved for seasoned high-level awakened individuals? Number 18 is qualified. What has she accomplished? There must be details we have overlooked. Otherwise, an invitation would not be extended to a newcomer. After all, a spot at the seminar is fiercely contested. This is a tremendous opportunity. Attending would not only allow her to establish valuable connections, but also to gain insights into the latest theoretical knowledge, an invaluable first-hand resource. Many gazes were fervently fixed upon the golden invitation letter. Swishoyan accepted it with both hands, opened it, and read. We sincerely invite Ms. Swishoyan to serve as a speaker at the 21st Mental Construction and Analysis Seminar. A speaker? She questioned softly. Indeed. We hope you can share your insights on the manipulation of mental energy, explained group leader Zhou, appearing quite approachable. What? Not as an audience member, but as a speaker. The crowd buzzed with excitement. Does that mean she has surpassed many in this regard? How remarkable. While everyone else is merely a student, someone has already advanced to teaching. Thank you for your recognition, group leader Zhou. However, I must apologize. As I currently have no time. Swishoyan shook her head, unwilling to squander her time in such a place, deeming it devoid of practical value. What? The crowd was bewildered. How many people yearn for such an opportunity? You received an invitation and yet claim you have no time? If it were me, I would carve out time regardless. If you don't want it, then give it to me. Team leader Zhou was momentarily taken aback. Then chuckled, don't be so hasty in your refusal. It's not like it's happening immediately. The specific timing is still under discussion. You can accept it for now. When the schedule is finalized, I will inform you. And you can then decide whether to attend or not. In the meantime, you might want to familiarize yourself with what the seminar entails and the benefits it could offer, which are far more substantial than you might imagine. Observing team leader Zhou's insistence, Swishoyan acquiesced. All right, thank you, team leader Zhou. Zhou cast her a meaningful glance, said nothing further, and turned to leave. Chengli remained in a daze for a prolonged moment. Swishoyan seemed even more formidable than she had anticipated. Considering 001 as her role model and idol had proven to be the wisest decision she had made in recent days. How was she capable of achieving so much, far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person? She was so outstanding. If Chengli did not hasten her pace, she feared she would find herself sidelined. Her desire to catch up intensified. She straightened her posture and earnestly gazed into Swishoyan's eyes. Swishoyan, could you tell me why you chose to join the combat team? Chengli sought an answer. 001 was unlike anyone she had encountered. She must possess thoughts that diverged from the norm. Surely, she harbored grand ambitions. Just like her unwavering demeanor, her heart must encompass a vast world. Perhaps the answer could serve as a guiding beacon for Cheng-Li's future path, illuminating her direction. What if she could glean some experience from Swishoyan? What if she could receive some guidance? In that case, she might draw closer to her. Lan Diao's face was also filled with astonishment. Upon hearing Cheng-Li's question, she turned with curiosity, eager to hear the response. Swishoyan pondered briefly, recalling the fear and helplessness she felt upon her initial arrival in this world. I felt incredibly weak. I lacked a sense of security. Cheng-Li, Lan Diao. Lan Diao's heart roared. Hey, don't be absurd. Your solemn admission of fear is truly bizarre. You lack a sense of security? What about us? The top-ranked individual uttering such words possesses no credibility whatsoever. Cheng-Li fell into a prolonged silence. To some extent, Zhou Xiuyan's thoughts were indeed different from those of ordinary people. She cautiously inquired, "Weak? In what way?" Zhou Xiuyan delved deeper into her reflections. There were numerous threats to her life. Bizarre monsters emerged incessantly. After reviewing the data, she felt an overwhelming sense of inadequacy, as there were many monsters she currently had no means to handle, and she could not guarantee her survival. She remained ill-adjusted to this world, and her worries had not diminished. However, she refused to be hindered by this fear. Instead, she sought every possible way to grow stronger. After all, the more powerful one becomes, the lesser the problems they encounter. When problems shrink in comparison to one's strength, they cease to be problems. I believe my current skill set is woefully inadequate. My skills are insufficiently potent, my mental fortitude is lacking, and my resistance to pollution remains minimal. My defenses rely primarily on equipment, and the sensation of pain is still quite acute. My physical condition is merely at the average human level, and my endurance and explosive power are significantly lacking. I am also deficient in healing capabilities, making me prone to life-threatening crises. Yes, I am still far too weak, Zhou Xiuyan concluded with a slight frown. Cheng-Li, Landiao. Observing Zhou Xiuyan's earnest demeanor, this sentiment felt increasingly incongruous. Landiao helplessly covered her forehead and exclaimed, "All right, you should stop talking. Do you even hear what you're saying? How can you desire so much? If all of that were achievable, you wouldn't be human. You'd be a deity." Cheng-Li stuttered. "Ah, is that so?" Anxiety gripped her heart. If Zhou Xiuyan considered herself weak, what did that make her? What rank did she hold in Zhou Xiuyan's eyes? Was she even worthy of a number? Hence, joining the combat team was about acquiring more information, facilitating the procurement of necessary items, and having supportive teammates, allowing for quicker and safer growth. Chapter 75. A win-win situation. Joining the organization allows me to accomplish my goals more swiftly, Zhou Xiuyan stated. Cheng-Li realized that for Zhou Xiuyan, the organization was merely a collaborative entity, not a dependency. She chose to join because they could provide what she desired. Cheng-Li discerned an underlying implication. Zhou Xiuyan would not entirely acquiesce to the organization's demands, becoming a mere tool or puppet. Similarly, she would not allow the organization to dictate her path. If the organization's intentions threatened her personal goals, she would refuse, and in extreme cases, even resist. She positioned herself as an equal to the organization. Was it her strength that allowed her such a perspective? No, it was her perspective that dictated her actions. Indeed, this was Zhou Xiuyan, the number one in Cheng-Li's heart. Today, she had asked the right question. "I thought you disliked collaborating with others," Cheng-Li remarked, recalling the time she had invited her to team up, only to be met with indifference. "On the contrary, I genuinely enjoy collaboration." Zhou Xiuyan smiled and shook her head. "But only if the other party's capabilities and character contribute to achieving our goals. If two people can lift something that one person cannot, why not cooperate? When two individuals tackle a task, the time required is halved. I am all for collaboration. Time is money." Cheng-Li felt a flicker of joy within. From another perspective, Zhou Xiuyan's willingness to collaborate implied her recognition of Cheng-Li's abilities. "The first step is seeing myself, understanding my goals and capabilities," Zhou Xiuyan continued. "The second step is seeing you, understanding your goals and capabilities. The final step is to see what we can create together. It is neither a complete adherence to my plan A nor a submission to your plan B. Rather, it is ABC, creating a third path. The essence of trade lies in the exchange of value. Although this is not a transaction in the traditional sense, it follows the same underlying logic. It is not a case of one party benefiting at the expense of the other, but rather both parties gaining, commonly referred to as a win-win situation." Cheng-Li was momentarily stunned. Win-win? This was the first time she had heard such a term. Back in the wilderness, she had been deeply moved by Zhou Xiuyan's kindness, character, and demeanor. Now, in this deeper discourse, she felt an indescribable allure. Zhou Xiuyan's goodness was not the kind that stemmed from an unrestrained benevolence. Rather, it was rational, restrained, and perfectly balanced. She need not fear whether Zhou Xiuyan would one day turn her back, for the driving force behind her actions was not some ephemeral emotion, but her intrinsic way of thinking. It blended the softness of human sentiment with the coolness of logic. Cheng-Li felt as though sunlight was illuminating her heart, a smile curving her lips upward. Zhou Xiuyan's kindness was not solely due to her own nature. It was also because she believed in me. The words she spoke were never deceitful. Changli clutched the corner of her garment tightly as her unease and hesitation gradually dissipated, replaced by a surge of upward momentum. Why should I worry about whether I can reach the same heights as her? What I must do is ensure that I reach that height, employing any means necessary. Changli smiled, her gaze firmly fixed on Zhou Xiuyan, warmth and excitement surging within her, a latent force subtly expanding throughout her being. Zhou Xiuyan, I will catch up to you. I wish to stand by your side, no matter how swiftly you advance. Chapter 76. Out of fear, I slay them also. You mean to say you're afraid of monsters? Lan Diao teased, resting her chin on her hand. Yes, Zhou Xiuyan nodded. I was just joking. Lan Diao chuckled awkwardly, inwardly wishing to roar once more. Your serious admission of fear is truly, truly peculiar. Are you suggesting you were so terrified that you killed the leader monster? Or that you were so frightened that you shot the rioter dead? Or that you were so afraid that you tore the lost one apart? Which incident are you referring to? Tell me, which one? Because you were so afraid, you killed them all? To be precise, I fear situations that pose a threat to my life. After all, once a life is lost, everything is lost. Zhou Xiuyan contemplated for a moment and then spoke. If we were to eliminate all monsters, wouldn't that eradicate the danger? Changli, Lan Diao, I see you as the monster. Lan Diao remarked. Zhou Xiuyan began to ponder the feasibility of this notion. Could the monsters born from human emotions and thoughts truly be entirely eradicated? The human mind generates between 50,000 to 100,000 thoughts daily, and emotions never cease to flow in previous lives. A significant portion of individuals believe that only those who appeared mad could be deemed as suffering from psychological issues, commonly referred to as mental illness. However, the reality is that psychological problems are not solely defined by behavior or speech that deviates from the norm, nor are they limited to situations where one is unable to care for themselves. Psychological issues manifest in everyone, from childhood to adulthood, in varying degrees of severity. Countless individuals are unaware of their own psychological struggles. The dissonance between reality and mental states, coupled with a singular focus on the physical while neglecting inner turmoil, has led to a spectrum of ailments and abnormal conditions. In former lives, even the gravest psychological issues impacted only a limited sphere. But here, should they erupt, they could wreak havoc upon thousands. Anyone could undergo a transformation at any moment. The emergence of monsters is unpredictable, and the territories of chaos can descend without warning, leaving one perpetually in a state of passivity. She abhors this. She prefers to have everything firmly within her grasp. This world was not always thus. Many years ago, it was as ordinary and unremarkable as the blue planet of her past life. What is the root cause of these phenomena? Are the inhabitants here afflicted? Or is it the world itself that is ill? Her encounters with various monsters, particularly her interactions with the gatekeepers, have illuminated a novel path for her. Perhaps she could attempt to utilize her knowledge from her past life to effect some change in this realm. As a psychologist, could she uncover the source of these aberrations and heal the collective psyche of this world? She harbors no grand aspirations, merely a hope to live her life well. Are you going to apply for the team tomorrow? Changli inquired. Yes, I will handle the application at the bureau tomorrow. Once verified, I can choose to join a combat team, Zhou Xiuyan replied as she stood up. I am now prepared to return and rest. If there is nothing else, I will take my leave. Monsters and aberrations will not wait for me to be ready. She needed to seize every moment. Upon joining the combat team, she would actively engage in various realms. Facing formidable battles, Changli shook his head. You should go get some sleep. Landy, with her index and middle fingers pressed together, tapped her temple lightly before gesturing to the side. Goodbye. Perhaps I shall see you tomorrow. I too am aiming for a formal position. The next morning, after settling her accommodation fees, Zhou Xiuyan boarded the bus back to the bureau. Just as she was about to approach the window, she spotted Guanjiang standing in a corner of the hall. Many people were whispering amongst themselves, observing him. Why is there a senior evaluator here? It's quite rare to see one, isn't it? Usually, they only assess exceptionally talented awakeners. Perhaps he's waiting for someone? Guanjiang turned his gaze towards the entrance, smiling as he approached, extending a hand forward. This way, please, it's been a while. The two of them walked forward together. To her surprise, he was waiting for her. Who was this influential figure? The onlookers followed their movement with curiosity. The director has arranged for me to update your data, Guanjiang explained. Zhou Xiaoyan nodded. Given the director's capabilities, he must be well aware of her recent circumstances. She was also eager to understand the potency of her new skills. Upon entering the evaluation room, Guanzhong prepared the equipment for her, logging in as a practice partner. This time, the system would conduct the adjustments and observations, with no other evaluators present. Upon exiting, Guanzhong observed the data on the screen with an unusual silence. He then began to read the results one by one. Your second innate skill is projected to have the effect of interfering with or eliminating the target's energy flow. The consumption of mental energy is very low, with the degree of consumption varying according to the target strength. It can exert a certain suppressive effect on targets below your mental energy level. It is suitable for prolonged use, with the current effective range categorized as medium. Type: offensive. Overall assessment grade: S. The future growth potential of this skill is preliminarily evaluated as SS. This outcome was anticipated by Zhou Xiaoyan. I didn't expect that after just a few days, you would awaken your second innate skill, Guanzhong remarked with a hint of surprise. And your first awakening resulted in an exceedingly rare S-grade skill, indicating boundless future achievements. No wonder the director arranged for you to come here again. If you can awaken a second skill, your chances of awakening a third will also increase, making it easier. Moreover, you must possess a deep understanding of yourself to align this skill more closely with your capabilities. Your first and second skills are similar in nature and complement each other, resembling a high-tier upgrade of a plus version. He looked at Zhou Xiaoyan, incredulous. How did you manage to awaken your second skill in such a short time? And so fittingly, Zhou Xiaoyan pondered briefly. This skill awakened spontaneously due to my absorption of various energies. It's not inaccurate to say it relates to my perception and understanding of myself. I didn't even realize I could awaken a skill. Perhaps it was akin to wiping away the dust from a window, revealing the clarity that lay beneath. It awakened naturally. I don't know how it happened. Guanzhong fell silent for a moment. What a natural awakening. If everyone could awaken so effortlessly, then the second innate skill wouldn't be so precious. He chose not to delve deeper. After all, everyone has their own privacy, and it is not obligatory to disclose everything. He swiftly shifted the topic, reading the next piece of data. The third ability is projected to influence and control the target's emotions, inducing fear. The consumption of mental energy is moderate, estimated to occupy a portion of 10 to 30 of the total. The duration of use is extremely short, susceptible to resistance, and the effective range is relatively limited, categorized as control. Overall assessment grade: C. The future growth potential of this skill is preliminarily evaluated as S. Guanzhong struggled to maintain his composure, inhaling gently. Another potential S-grade skill. Many abilities start at lower levels, and their future potential may not be very high. How is Zhou Xiaoyan managing to maintain such potential across all her skills? It seemed that all of Zhou Xiaoyan's skills were converging towards S-grade potential. One day, she might possess 5 S-grade skills simultaneously. He could hardly fathom such strength. Wait, he suddenly thought, in just 7 days. Zhou Xiaoyan has gained 2 new skills. Does that mean she won't acquire any more in the future? Surely, she will continue to grow. It was as if she were an endless pit of potential, truly astonishing. He had encountered many exceptional individuals, but few matched Zhou Xiaoyan's rate of growth. If her future skills continue to exhibit such potential, it becomes clear why the director is so attentive to her. It is not solely due to the door of thought. Zhou Xiaoyan must harbor many secrets unknown to him. Chapter 77. This skill seems just average, doesn't it? Zhou Xiaoyan had a clear understanding of her abilities. Currently known: first innate skill, emotion perception A, potential S. Second innate skill, emotion regulation S, potential SS. Other skills: first skill, gaze pressure D, potential A. Second skill, fear manipulation C, potential S. Third skill, door of thought. This one is still untestable, but it does not hinder Zhou Xiaoyan's speculations. Whether it be from personal experience or the emphasis placed by the organization, the initial rating of this skill is no less than S level, with potential reaching SS-level.AS for the fourth skill. The characteristic of fear has not been tested, and Zhou Xiaoyan intends to keep it undisclosed. This characteristic is further divided into 3 minor skills. 1. Fear perception serves as an enhancement to one's emotional awareness. While it is somewhat beneficial, its impact is minimal, warranting a rating of F.2. Fear resistance, in Zhou Xiaoyan's view, is applicable only to specific emotions and has limited scenarios in which it proves effective. Also deserving an F rating. 3. Fear devouring, although still limited to specific emotions, has the remarkable ability to temporarily eliminate the taint of fear while simultaneously augmenting one's mental strength, justifying a rating of C. In total, there are merely 8 skills, which is passable at best. The zero-tier fusion entity can no longer provide her with new mental strength. Furthermore, her current level of mental energy has not induced any phenomena of dark mist dissipating in the sea of mental stars. It appears that she must continue seeking ways to engage with higher-level monsters, whether in first-tier domains or first-tier wilderness. The reason zero-tier is designated as such is due to its lack of significant threat. Individuals, regardless of how long they have been awakened, can easily eliminate them. Conversely, the monsters in the first-tier wilderness possess strength comparable to the derivatives found in first-tier domains. The initial tier for awakened individuals is first tier, and the monsters they can confront also exhibit similar strength, leading to an even match. First-tier awakened first-tier derivative first-tier fusion entity. While there may be little difference for others, for Zhuoxiuyan, the skills offered by derivatives are far more appealing than those from fusion entities. If she seeks to acquire more abilities, venturing into domains would be more expedient. On the other hand, if she desires greater mental strength, the wilderness would be more suitable. Zhuoxiuyan believes her methods of attack remain overly singular, prompting her desire for additional skills to diversify her approaches. This urgency to transition to a permanent status is driven by her intention to enter domains and accumulate several more skills. Additionally, she speculates that if she can elevate her mental strength to the next level, she might awaken a third talent, though she is uncertain at which stage this value lies. I have uploaded your data. Guanjiang performed a series of operations. Subsequently, the electronic voice of the computer announced, "Selection complete. Application for provisional transition submitted. Please hold on while we conduct a query. Congratulations, you have met all 3 assessment criteria for joining. Please proceed to the second floor hall to select a team and undergo the interview review. Thank you." Zhuoxiuyan exited the room. Some matters need not be articulated. The other party already comprehends her desires and has efficiently facilitated the necessary arrangements. Upon reaching the second floor, the atmosphere was vibrant with voices, as individuals engaged in animated discussions regarding team selection.